All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. Hopefully, this is actually streaming. Let's double check. And YouTube says that it's going. And let me check Twitch, and it says that it's going. Awesome. So, hello and welcome, everyone. Cypher here. It's been 10 years on this platform as of this week. Yes, I started this channel 10 years ago. So I decided to do something kind of wacky for to celebrate that. I'm probably going to have to re-explain this multiple times throughout the entire thing, but this is essentially it's going to be a 10-hour live stream. Yes, I'm going to be here for 10 hours. Yes, I'll probably have to take, like, bathroom breaks and everything, but the intent is actually to have a whole bunch of stuff to do for the next 10 hours I will be here. So I'm not expecting anybody to actually stick around that long, but I'm sure there will be plenty of people coming in and out throughout the stream, which means that I will probably have to re-explain the stream periodically. So if I repeat this bit, just excuse me for that. But before I explain the entirety of what this giant stream is going to be, let me start off with a bit of a celebratory drink, because when I started this channel was March 7th, 2013. Yes, it's so obviously it's been a few days since the 10th anniversary, but it was during the middle of the week, and I am working on a dissertation, so it's hard to take time off. But because this is going to be such a long stream, I'm going to switch to beer later on, but we'll have a bit of a celebratory drink, and then I'll be drinking mostly water for the first couple hours at least. But today I'm going to start off with some single malt, some Grange Stone right here, to celebrate 10 years of being on this platform. Hold on a second. And I'm sure King will be jumping in and out of the picture every once in a while, too. He started off right here, but he's not here right now. So, cheers to 10 years. It's a good single malt, right? So, what this stream is going to be about. There's three main things that I'm going to be doing over the next 10 hours. First and foremost, I'm obviously going to be talking about like how everything has changed over time. The history not only of this channel, but of HistoryTube in general. But also a bit about my life as well. I mean, it's 10 hours. We're going to have plenty of time to talk. I will be answering questions in the comments and that as well. Embrace Historia says 5 hours of you and 5 hours of King. Well, if King decides to show his face, I don't know where he is. He's I think he's there's some birds right outside. I think he went to another window that's in another room in the kitchen. But so I'll be answering questions and all that. Along the way, I've selected 10 videos, one from each year of this channel's existence, to show to rewatch. And yeah, the first few are going to be some seriously cringeworthy editing, in that, like, you guys are going to see that this, I started off as a 24-year-old fresh out of college. And we'll get into all that, but yeah, the first few videos are going to be kind of hard to watch. But you guys can watch me cringe alongside you. Um, all the videos are linked in the description, by the way. And alongside that, there are going to be several YouTubers who will, several HistoryTubers who will be joining us along this way. It's 10 hours. I've told them that they can come in and out whenever they dang well please. So it could be that they will be uh oh, and Daniel Gilly, I don't think it's Islay, I think it's Highlands. Yeah, it's Highland Scotch. It's Grangestone. Um this is a they can't label it by year because it's a double barrel maturation. So first in American oak, and then another one in American oak that's bourbon. Um, but so the there's several YouTubers who will be coming in, and they will kind of pop in and out. In general, I've told them that they can come in whenever they want. It's 10 hours. There's they can. Islay is pronounced Isla. Really? Isla. I've never heard that. Well, thanks for correcting me. Oh, and that's a typical thing on streams, is that if you correct me, I have to take a sip. Um, so don't correct me too much. I don't want to get too drunk too quickly. I got to do this for 10 hours. Though I'll be drinking mostly water along the way. Yeah, normally there's a whole drinking game with these that somebody had posted on my Twitter, like as a response to something on Twitter, being like, here are the drinking rules, and I just posted that in. I don't even remember who did it. I mean, this was way back in 2017, so that's how long I've been using it. But like the rules were, somebody corrects you, I say I don't know something, I complain about Woodrow Wilson, or demonetization comes up. So, heck of a drinking game for 2 hours. Not a very viable one for 10 hours. But in terms of the people coming in, I selected them specifically because they have a very unique perspective on like how HistoryTube has evolved over time. It's been quite. It started off as quite a small batch of us, and a few of the people coming in are actually have older channels than mine. For instance, Mr. Beat, Alternate History Hub, Emperor Tiger Star, the Tim's what's his current channel, Drawn of History, but he actually had a earlier channel called Mr. Bet's Class. And while I beat him by like a few months, also Casual Historian, or Grant, he started off as just, his channel name was just Grant Hurst. He started like just a few months after me, so a lot of the people coming in are actually really old hands and have been on for a decade or nearly a decade. So there's a lot of perspectives coming from just their age and all that, but also they all each of them have something unique to talk about. From like setting up specific groups for HistoryTubers and education edutubers to come together, but also for people who are like people who are uh you know like I've collaborated with them a ton. For instance, Matt Beat and I, Mr. Beat and I have collaborated a lot. I mean, a lot. uh, Heck, we even did like a big, EduTuber wide collaboration a few years ago. You might remember Project Mad. That was both he and I um, organizing that. Oh, hey, look, there's King. Whoop, right there. he's he's smelling outside right now. What you doing? Hi. Say hello, King. He's like, man, shut up. I'm freaking do my thing. um, but like, um, the so we've collaborated on stuff like that, and we'll talk about that when he comes in. He'll probably only be in for no more than an hour because he's got his own live stream going on today. He apparently streams all the time. And speaking of streaming, this is also being streamed on Twitch. This is my first ever stream to multiple platforms at once. I have been streaming on Twitch almost every week on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific time. It's basically just the one time I set aside to go and play like video games or watch some HistoryTubers and react to that. Oh, hello, King. Meow. Well, we have we have displeased King who is now complaining about it. Hey, King. Well, what you gonna do? I think I was trying to play with him to get some of his energy out before starting the stream, but you can never really satisfy a cat. Yeah. he's playful right now. Hey, let go. Let go. But the wow, I already lost where I was. Oh, talking about various HistoryTubers who will be coming on and how they represent the larger HistoryTuber space. Now, I might also invite some other folks midstream. I don't know. I'm perfectly fluid on that. It's 10 hours. So we got plenty of space to answer questions, to watch some of my sometimes very cringe content, or play with King. Wah, wah, wah. He's a very cute little kid. Although he's not actually that small. He's actually a fairly big cat, if you could tell. But the so I might invite random people halfway through. We'll see. I'll also answer some of your guys' questions. And yeah. Now, I was told that oh yeah, long live King Richard the First. Yes. And yes, hard to believe. Whoa, Matthew, you subscribed on the Quasi War video? Dude, that's like that's like I think I put out the Quasi War video in like late 2013. So it's you've been subscribed for nearly 10 years. Wow. They're like one of my earliest subscribers. Back then I had like maybe 30 subscribers. Like by the end of the first year, I hadn't even passed 100 subscribers. That's incredible. um um and yeah, well, and it's been a heck of a journey. So before I play the first video, as you can see, the first video is literally just, it's actually 2 videos, but it might as well be one. For some reason, I started the channel with a 2-parter, which, and by the way, I haven't actually watched this video since, like, I don't know, I might not have watched this video again since I released it back in 2013. So yeah, we're in for a heck of a time. Just how cringeworthy that is. And I made sure to put a little throne here for King, um, just in case they can actually keep him in his spot. But he is a cat, so he is not beholden to our wishes. Say, oh, oh well, he'll be doing his own thing. And oh hey, Tiger Star. Matt always lurks from the beginning with everyone. Oh, you're talking about Matt? Yeah. I if he's been around for if he's been watching us for 10 years, that is impressive. Because, like, for instance, Tiger Star, I have, and by the way, why don't you hop on in? You have the link. Tiger Star is one of the ones who will be joining us later, or whenever he wants to. It's in the doc that I sent you. The link to join the stream at the bottom. But yeah, the okay. Tiger Star's going to finish some laundry first. It's 10 hours, so I'm going to be here for a while. I'm pretty sure I get all kinds of folks. I get, like, reactionaries who really like me, which I don't understand that at all. You know, it's like I'm very explicitly against reactionaries, but, like, some of them like me apparently. So, are we going to get any good memes out of this stream? You're going to get some images of me just sitting there like, ugh, with how bad my early content was. Oh man. So the what I want to first explain is, I've explained this in other videos and other live streams before, but since this is such a long live stream, I want to talk about, like, just the entirety of how this channel got made and all that kind of stuff, and then how it pieced into HistoryTube in general, because, like, at first nobody knew each other. Like, oh, speaking of Tiger Star, wow, where did his comments go? Oh, here. So where's Tiger Star? Yeah, there we go. So, like, for instance, Emperor Tiger Star here, he started his channel before me, and actually was quite famous long before me. And he I didn't find out about his channel until, like, late 2014. It took me over a year before I discovered him. I don't know how long it took before he discovered me, or anything along those lines. I'm sure he can answer that. But at first, HistoryTube was a very disparate place. When I started my channel, it was because I didn't actually know that there were any other channels, and I was complaining to friends, because, especially after about 2010, I started watching a lot of YouTube and everything. because I was in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010, and before 2009, YouTube was kind of like a weird, just post random clips and random people go viral, but it wasn't really a business. After 2010, um, after and realized from 09 to 2010, I basically was completely off the internet because I was up mountains in Afghanistan. So the when I came back, YouTube had transformed into this kind of basically a business that you could partner with YouTube, and Google had taken over during that time. I think Google bought YouTube in 2008, but didn't really start making any significant changes until 2009. Um, and so there started being educational channels, things like Crash Course and SciShow, but a lot of it was focused on science. There was a ton of STEM stuff, STEM being science, tech, engineering, and math. So there were actually a ton of YouTubers already by 2013 that focused on those things. It was already a fairly bustling space, but there wasn't so much that for history. And I kept on complaining about that. Like, why don't we have any kind of like analytical stuff rather than just like teachers posting stuff for their classrooms and stuff like that? And my friends basically got so tired of me complaining about it that they just said, then you do it. Because I had actually tried to start a channel um, back in 2012. I called Cynical Hookah. It was just about hookah, right? That went nowhere. I think that channel has like a total number of views of like maybe 600 over across like 3 or 4 videos. Um, I haven't even looked at that stuff in years. But the and now Matthew's on both streams. um, but the oh, and Esmeralda, I'll actually want to answer that in just a second, but let me finish the story. So I've never done any kind of video editing, and you will see, like even the Cynical Hookah stuff back in 2012, I had never done any stuff. That was literally just setting up the recording and then uploading it straight, no editing. It's terrible. But like, this was the first time I actually did any kind of editing. And that editing might be terrible, but it also was a start. So something that you have to understand is that I had started off as an architecture major in college, but then I switched to history after basically I didn't fail out of it, but there was a big limit on the number of people who could get into upper division in terms of architecture. So I was already a draftsman and everything. That's what my job was. And but then I switched to history, and then I couldn't find a job after graduating. And so I didn't have anything else to do, right? Besides like make a history YouTube channel. You could tell that it took me a few months because I graduated in December of 2012, and I started this channel in March, in early March. But it took like it took a 2 or 3 months to actually do it, right? Because I had to learn how to use like Premiere Pro and do audio editing, and well, I'd done a little bit of audio editing. Tried to start a band. Oh, hey, Matus just joined. Let me. Oh, can you hear?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I don't have a camera installed, so we'll have to deal with this.
All right. I guess then we should probably do
Yeah,
this.
just put yourself up there. It's fine. You
Um,
can take the spotlight. After all,
don't
it's
I
your
deserve
your
that?
celebration.
we'll we'll have to talk about so Matus here. Am I saying that right? By the way, I always screw up your name.
It's whatever you want it to be. No. So in English, I just call myself Matus. In Slovak, it's Matuš. But ever since I came to America, people just called me Matus Laser, and I thought it was kind of cool, so I just went with it. So now I just tell everyone when I speak in English just to call me Matus.
All right. Well, it's Matus is easier than I'm not even going to try
Matuš.
the
No, it's not
Matush.
that hard.
Matush.
Matuš.
Matush.
Yeah.
Okay, Matush. Um, it's, it's ah rather than ah.
It's like, yeah, like, I don't
Yeah.
know, to elongated u and a sh. So
Mat.
you don't put the emphasis on the a, you put the emphasis on the u. Matush.
Matush.
Yeah.
All right. I know I've screwed it up many a time. Sorry.
It's fine.
So this is you can find his channel linked. By the way, all these channels are linked in the description below. Well, obviously for those on Twitch, you won't find it, but if you go to the YouTube description, it is linked below. And you could see it's just m.laser.
Yep.
And that's his channel. Be sure to check him out if you haven't subscribed and everything. It does a lot of Eastern European stuff, but then also a lot of like British history
I
that
do whatever I find interesting, honestly. I just kind of go through life and read history books, and I'm like, that's interesting, and I'll make a video on it.
So to finish the story, so I had basically nothing else to do when I started this channel. I eventually found a job literally like a week after starting the channel, but it wasn't even an architecture or history job. It was as a technical support manager for card swipers. Those are called credit terminals. And I worked on those for like 6 months before I became a substitute teacher for a while. And then eventually I got my master's, and then I worked as a draftsman for a little bit in San Luis Obispo, and then I started the PhD program here in Albuquerque, and I'm actually close to finishing. I am very close. I defend my dissertation at the beginning of next month.
Oh,
So
you have your Viver next month.
yeah, if I pass the defense, I get to call myself Dr. Cipher.
Yeah. Do you change your YouTube name to Doctor?
Oh, the first thing I'm going to do when I pass that defense is I'm going to instantly go on to like Twitter and just change my Twitter handle to Dr. Cipher. just to do it. And then I will wait for the first comment because how you always get those comments of like, you're not a historian, blah blah blah.
Uh-huh.
And I'll instantly reply, that's Doctor, not a historian to you. So that's how I started the channel and everything. And oh boy, Matush, we have I haven't even played the first video. You're going to laugh at how bad this thing is.
Oh, amazing.
But first I wanted to answer Esmeralda's question on what advice would you give to someone who wants to make history videos on YouTube? And from that story, you can probably tell one of the main things is that you don't do it to be successful. Like, don't start a channel expecting to be successful. I'd say, 3/4 of channels don't make it past their first year. And another of those 3/4, another like 3/4 never really get particularly big. Even like Matush, what's your subscriber count currently?
It's almost 200,000. Not yet. I think like
Holy
190.
wow, I thought you were like 120. Um,
Yeah, it
have
just
you
goes
got?
up and down.
Have you had? Down?
I mean, like the increase of subscribers goes up and down. So like some months I gain like
Oh
ten
yeah,
thousand, and other months I gain like 800, and anything in
yeah.
between.
Um, but yeah, generally, yeah, it does fluctuate, but it never really goes down in terms of subscriber
Oh
count.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
although I've noticed that every time I release a video or do something like this, I get a bunch of unsubs. Um, but that's kind of um the cynical doctorate. um, and um, and the a lot of people don't end up making it past even like 100,000 subscribers. Um, in fact, it was like it was fairly recently, like when you did that Aztec video, right? When you actually had a big
That blew
increase.
up, but even before then, I did a collaboration with Oversimplified
Mm,
uh, on the War of the Bucket,
yeah.
which was funny because he just kind of came in and was like, "Can I copy your homework?" And I was like, "Sure." As long as give me credit, then he's like, "Cool," and that gave me a huge boost. That gave me like 40,000 subscribers or something.
Wow. I have never had a collaboration that went that well.
Well, he's huge. He is like all his videos get millions of views,
Yeah.
and
I've done
it's ridiculous.
collaborations with like for instance somebody who will be coming on later is Cody of Alternate History Hub, and he's got like I think he's currently got more than 2 million. At the first collaboration we did, he already had over 1 million,
Hmm.
and I think I got like maybe a couple thousand new subscribers from that. Um,
I think that was a huge hit, because like the video did very well. He usually gets very good like click through rate on all his videos because he doesn't upload much, and for whatever reason, myriads of reasons. And also, I only had at the time like 20K subscribers, so I feel like there was a lot of people that didn't know me. That's why it jumped so much,
mm,
due to the collab.
yeah. Also, I mean, like oversimplified, just uh, like gets so many more not subscribe views.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, like his like worst performing videos are like 40 million, you know.
yeah, yeah.
Um, and um, well, here's a question that's really easy to answer. Actually, just get a history degree, and then a teaching credential. Um, you know, some school districts, I'm guessing that you're from the U.S. Um, and in the U.S., most states require a teaching credential of some sort. Now, some states will actually allow you to take that teaching credential elsewhere, and also some states will allow you to teach without a credential, or if you have a higher degree like a master's or something like that. But it's state dependent. Like the most stringent state in terms of teaching, I believe, is California. And they actually have like a year-long credential that I believe, for history teachers, you have to either get a master's in history or a master's in education, which is a different and often considered lower degree or easier degree. But yeah, that's how you do it. The one thing that one piece of advice I have for any teacher is that you have to have a passion for it, because it you have to have a passion that will push you, not only because of all the students being terrible, but because and not all students are terrible. Don't get me wrong, but you deal with it. Um, but also um, having to deal with the administration. A lot of teachers go into it with this real passion for teaching, not realizing that there's all this administrative BS that they have to deal with constantly. And if you're in a state like Florida or something like that, it's that administration stuff is going to be backbreaking. especially for like history teachers, where they'll be sitting there trying to quiz you about like how is this not critical race theory and stuff like that. Like that's an actual problem that a lot of teachers face right now, and that's on top of all the other administrative BS. You have to have enough of a passion to push you through that, and it really has to be passion because it ain't going to be about money. I'll tell you that. Most teachers are not very well paid. So that's the best advice I can give on that. And on the earlier comments about collaborating and like how you got a bunch of stuff from
Yeah.
Oversimplified and that, um, and Emperor Tiger Star here, who will be joining later once he's got some stuff working right now. That most collabs do not actually get like huge subscriber crossover, and it also seems like the biggest ones is when like a large history tuber or a larger history tuber recommends a smaller one
Hmm.
rather than it being just a collab. It's often that like it's a recommendation and it's completely one way.
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
like for your bucket one, you had already made the War of the Bucket video, right? It
Yeah.
was, yeah. And so the a lot of the time, so uh believe it or not, and another person who will be coming on here, somebody that I basically did this to was a Tunche. Believe it,
Yeah, I remember that actually.
yeah, believe it or not, like
I
his
think I found a Tunshe because of your recommendation.
yeah, a lot of people did, and that you know made his channel just take off. And now he's huge, right? And he's really able to. What I find fascinating is that instead of keeping that kind of YouTuber, I'm going to talk at the camera and then show some pictures stuff, he's really focused on filmmaking and like the artistry of it,
Hmm.
um, which you know now it's a completely different channel from when he made his first Checkmate Lincolnites and all that. Um, and that was like that was a completely one-sided recommendation. That was not a collaboration or anything. I just was like, hey, do you mind if I use one of your videos and like recommend your channel? That's it. That's all it was. And in fact, we'll actually see that video in one of the videos that we'll be watching throughout all this.
Hmm.
Um, and um, the and yes, of course, I will be doing plenty of collaborations, especially once I'm done with my disc and can make YouTube videos again. um, but
King
the
doesn't need extra food. House of History. King is King seems fine.
yeah, he's a big boy. I actually have to regulate how much food he gets because he was a. There's a problem with a lot of pound cats that when you get uh, when you have like if they have any kind of stress coming into the pound, which is a lot of them, right? For instance, he was a police capture, meaning that that his previous owner had gone to prison, um, and like he was basically going to be astray if he wasn't rehoused. um, there was an opportunity for the person to request for it to be temporary, even though they were going to prison for like 10 years or something like that. Um, and it was by the way manslaughter, so you know that
Mm.
kind of house. Uh, and so when he got to the place, he wasn't eating enough, and so it kind of instilled in him that he needed to eat as much as possible. So I'm used to cats that like if you just like keep a bowl out and fill it whenever they tell you to, they're fine, right? They don't get fat. Um, or you're like asking them to eat more because like my cat that you will actually see in some of these videos, my first cat, Socks, was tiny. I mean, tiny little, like 6 pounds, 7 pounds. This one's 14 pounds, and he's not fat at all. I actually have a timed feeder and everything because of that.
Yeah,
Um, so the actually,
yeah. I'll. This
and
is.
uh, Arthur, and this is another user I've seen for years. And I think you've been a very long time subscriber. And
Arthur's around everywhere, like
yeah,
every history tuber.
yeah.
He's in all the
Oh, he's
comments.
great. He's always got good stuff to say too.
Yeah,
Um, uh, he's not fat. He's floofy.
yeah.
but
Definitely.
but yes, Tenchei's background is in filmmaking. He has a degree in it, and that's why he's. I think he's finished a movie, like an actual movie. Um,
Mm.
I haven't seen it yet. I think he actually got it in theaters, like in like select theaters around like Louisiana or something like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
huge also for the history tuber space, which is the main reason why I wanted to have you come on here, is because you and wow,
Jack
uh
Rackham.
Jack Rackham, there we go. Actual historical figure, and I can't remember his name. uh but like you and Jack Rackham started the History Tuber group, the Slack
Yeah.
group. And the that is the main way that history tubers come together and like do these big collabs that we do and stuff like that. It's been a huge benefit. So I want to talk more about that, but I also want to to, to get started on some of these videos before we get too much into the weeds about how HistoryTube grew. Since I
Yeah,
have
no
already
worries.
since I've already told the story of like how this channel came to be, um, now we get to see just how terrible it started off with. And I do apologize already for how bad it's going to be because it's not good. but like cringe with me, everyone. Come see how bad I started off. So let's see here. I think it put it as that, and then share screen with sound and part one. This is actually a two-parter, and yes, I used to have long hair. The reason why I had long hair back then was that I got out of the army in 2011, and I had served 6 years. But when you actually sign up for the U.S. Army as a National Guardsman, at least, uh, you sign up for 8 years. Like no matter what, if you have a 3-year enlistment, you're actually signing up for 8 years. What those other years that you're not enlisted anymore is that you are doing what's called inactive ready reserve. Um, and thank you, Savior DD. uh, thank you
Thank you
very
very much.
much. Well, it's a good thing you're not staying because you're missing some serious cringe. But when I got out in 2011, December 13th, 2011, um, the that inactive ready reserve was on for another 2 years. So when I started the channel in 2013, I was still in the inactive ready reserve, and they could actually call people up. When we deployed to Afghanistan, we actually had some IRR guys in the in well, they went to headquarters, but they ended up in Helmand, I think, somewhere west of us. Anyways, the when we would go to be called to attention, normally for the entire battalion, everybody would yell out "Black Horse" because that's the symbol of the battalion. Um, but the um, the IR guys would actually go to attention and go "Arr!"
Perfect.
They were not supposed to do it, but what are they what's the army going to do? Kick them out?
Exactly.
So they were what's called stop lost, and so they had to serve even though they had actually ended their enlistment. So this was actually my way of like kind of protesting that, was that I just stopped cutting my hair for 2 years. So this is like a year and a half of growth right there. And it would actually get significantly longer because my IRR didn't end until December 13th of 2013, and I wouldn't actually cut it until like January of 2014. So yeah, that's why in the words of one of the Discord users, Ryan Bruh, why I have the shaggy look.
That is so true.
Dude,
Now
right?
that you say it.
Dude, when because I don't know if YouTube still does this, but at one point they made it so that you can't organize by release date backwards. So the only way to see like the oldest video was to scroll all the way down.
Oh, that's so annoying.
And so, everybody was talking about it on the Discord, and then Ryan comes in and it's like, I scrolled all the way back to Shaggy. I couldn't stop laughing for like an hour.
I'm gonna, since it's a celebration, I'm gonna open a beer.
Oh yeah.
You. It's night for me,
Cheers.
so I can. It's fine. It's not middle of the day.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna. I have a bunch of beer in the fridge waiting to go, but I'm gonna slowly sip at this and drink water up until like 3 hours into the stream because.
Oh yeah, makes perfect sense. Like,
Yeah.
You want to pace yourself.
Yeah. Luckily, people haven't corrected me very much, because that's one of the rules, is that like if somebody corrects me, I have to take a swig. Looking like that with a hookah channel. I I had shorter hair when I started the hookah channel. I started it in like early 2012, so it hadn't grown that much. Like this right here is like what, probably 3 months, something like that. Yeah. It's about that long after 3 months. Takes a long time to grow that long of hair.
Do you miss it? Do you want to grow it out
Oh
again?
God, no. Oh no. But women can very much attest to the problems of having long hair, because most women have long hair. And oh man, I drive a Jeep without doors, and I ride a motorcycle. And anybody who's had long hair knows that that's quite like a lot of wind is quite an issue in terms of like maintenance. You get a lot of knots.
Oh, okay.
And split ends and everything. The and constantly having to put it in a ponytail just to make sure that it's not just in the Jeep.
Yeah.
On the motorcycle, it wasn't so bad because it'd be flowing backwards, but in the Jeep, you get really weird currents at different speeds. So you could actually have like partial blindness because of that. Like I've had girlfriends who are just like straight up like, I keep a hat in the Jeep just for them so that
they can see.
Yeah, so that they can put on a hat and keep their hair down.
Yeah.
But looks like a hippie. Yeah, everybody calls that the hippie phase. Sure. I, I mean, like, my Jeep does have doors currently, but that's because it's getting to freezing at night, so it's not very fun to be with the doors off when it's freezing. Um, anyways, let's get into this video and just see how bad this this whole thing started. Look, I'm not even like looking at the camera for the first frame.
You just reading the script. It's fine.
Yeah, I literally, I'm reading like a printed out script. What I was using was a GoPro Hero 3, and um, like I didn't know if I had positioned it well enough, because I had to put the script up against it, and back then you had to use your phone to like as a viewfinder. Um,
Hmm.
but when I hit record, I put the script up against it and moved the camera, so I didn't know if I actually had the correct angle or anything. And that's like I'm literally just holding the script up below the camera, like a paper script. um. So, oh boy, what play?
Hey YouTube, Cypher here. Got a new history show for you. Hope you like it.
Oh, and an intro and everything.
Did you see that?
This is like early YouTube. It's like machinima intros and stuff.
Oh my god. Look, you can see like the little X. I got like some, I'm pretty sure I had like some sort of like that, this little graphic here was like some sort of free graphic that I got, but it had the little X. And also, here's something. The original channel name was Cynical Cipher 88. 1988 being my birth year. No, get for I know there's going to be somebody commenting about the 88. I was born in 1988. That's all that is. But I started off calling it Cynical Cipher because and oh my god, is that Comic Sans? I think that's Comic Sans. Look at it.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh no. It's Comic Sans. What the hell? Oh, gross. I told you this is going to be some serious cringe. But the reason why it wasn't the Cynical Historian yet was because I wasn't a historian yet. I did have a bachelor's in history, but that's not what makes a historian. A historian is somebody who has actually published some new work on history. That's what makes a historian, and I had not done that yet. I would, in mid 2014 would actually be my first. No, wait, mid 2013. No, mid 20. I'd have to go back and look at my CV to be sure. Either way, I would end up publishing sometime after that on a renegade Indian called a Vote. And yes, renegade is in scare quotes, but like that's what everybody called him. And actually, I went back and used some of that work in my dissertation, so I'm still working on that kind of stuff. I also had like a capstone paper that got published, but only like for the local thing in my at UNLV, so it doesn't really count as like a publication. But we'll actually talk a little bit about that in the next video we'll watch. But let's get this terrible cringe over with. And why is it so short? Because YouTube used to be short. It just used to be really short.
For our first show ever, I want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart. History in movies. Historians often like to talk about how badly movies got it wrong, and often they actually really do get it badly wrong, to say the least. But let's take a real hard look into that. Yes, history in movies is badly done, but it encourages interest in a way that nothing else does. Every time a new movie comes out on a particular subject, research goes way up. People want to know what actually happened, not just what was depicted in the movie. I mean, people.
Oh, do you notice that every time, every cut, I'm doing this?
Just to look or something?
Because I'm looking at the script and then
Oh, okay.
and then talking as I come up. Like,
Mhm.
I think it actually gets worse if I remember correctly. So, oh boy.
Will go to Wikipedia and they'll actually see results showing that increased interest actually happens. And sometimes people even take action. For instance, Mississippi just ratified the 13th Amendment after the Lincoln movie. Now, the 13th Amendment has been around for a long time and was
What is that cut?
Oh, it's also it keeps on changing my. I think I have it on auto. Yeah, it keeps on
Oh,
changing
okay.
quality. That's why it kept on cutting to black.
Oh, okay. Fair.
But the 13th Amendment has been around for a long time. I think in my early scripts I didn't actually like script it. I think I just had like bullet points, and so this might be completely off the cuff. It was a decade ago, so I don't quite remember. But like, a lot of this stuff is actually kind of off the cuff. That's why I'm like, it's 1865. That's when it was passed and ratified, but for some reason I couldn't come up with that date.
ratified pretty well.
Pretty well.
But this isn't about trying to make it real. It already is. What they're trying to do is show that they're making progress. And by doing so, they really are. They're showing that they actually care. But there's a downside to all of this. Some people take movies as fact. I've seen people try to say that the OK Corral movie was the perfect depiction of the actual fight, which is absolutely not true. Even movies that try to do it as good as possible, like Argo, get a lot of stuff wrong. IMDb has a great article on this. Links are in the description. Another case is the Lincoln movie itself. It's based on a work of fiction. That means that it is not something that you can take as fact. All of the conniving and cheating that is in that movie isn't documented in any way. It's made up. But we're not going to see these movies going away anytime soon. In fact, we really shouldn't. They're good movies most of the time. For instance, the Oscars really like historical movies. 54% of all Oscars for Best Picture have been for historical movies. So we'll just see them keep on coming.
I think that percentage has actually gone up.
Has it?
No
Wow.
joke. That wasn't some statistic I just pulled from a website or anything. For this video, I calculated it.
Oh, okay.
I actually calculated that. I went
Did
through
some original research.
I went through every freaking Best Picture. At that point, it was like 85 or something like that. No, Best Picture started in like 39, so that's probably like so like 79, something like that, 78 or 79. And and I straight up just like looked up every single Best Picture winner to find out if it was a historical movie.
Mhm.
And then just did the calculation. So even back then I was doing my research.
Nice.
Cranking them out year by year by year. Plus, history is just a fun subject. And I'll tell you why in the next episode. So subscribe below to see any more of these.
It's so
Just you
terrible.
wait. Next episode, I will tell you why this is interesting.
I don't even know why I did that.
No, but like all things considered, as a first video, that's really not bad.
Well, thanks.
Like even comments. If you look at the comments, the chat agrees. Everyone's like, "Ah, that's not that bad. It's cringe, but not awful."
I mean, yeah. Oh, well, I'm I'm getting some reinsurance from all y'all, but I mean, it's definitely not like I'm not saying anything wrong. At least that's the main thing, right? The there's certainly some videos that I still leave up that I disagree with some of the stuff in now.
Oh
or
yeah.
and especially I'll sometimes go back and like pin a comment of just like, okay, look, I don't think this is a good video, but I'm keeping it up or something like that. But and I have taken down some videos.
There's for me, it's mostly switching over to it. Like, so you have a historical event, and there's multiple sides to it because obviously it's nuanced, and there's people arguing for multiple sides. And usually for me, at some point after the video, switching to the other side, like, oh, I think this is probably makes more sense now that I have researched more into it than since making the video. So it's not like that. What I said in the video is wrong. It's more like I don't agree with it anymore because I switched to the side, but there's still historians arguing for the side that I presented in the video, if that makes any sense.
For the most part, it's not real. It's never that like I disagree with the core thesis of the video.
Yeah.
Except for like the one that I disagree with the core thesis and therefore have unlisted was like I did one on like the meaning of what is that called? Wow. Uh Hold on, don't I have the book right here? Ah, no, that's Keller. Damn it. Something like High Noon or something like that. It's a 1952 movie, something like that, right at the height of McCarthyism and everything. But I made it about the Cold War in general rather than McCarthyism alone. And yeah, I did that. I did that incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
That's one that I can think of where I was like just straight up wrong. And so I've unlisted the video. There's also ones where it's like, for instance, I did one like in 2014, 2015. When the Charleston shooting happened,
No idea.
and there was all that stuff about the Confederate flag.
I wasn't in the U.S., so I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, but it was just like everywhere. But I'm sure somebody can correct me if it was 2014 or 15 when that happened. But the that sparked a whole debate about the Confederate flag and everything. And I basically did a thing on like, hey, lost cause bad, but this is kind of Southern identity. And I still agree with that, but I don't really want to defend the Confederate flag,
Yeah.
It's too like it's almost too nuanced of a take, right? And so I've unlisted that one as well. I'm sure there's other ones. It's been 10 years. I can't remember everything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hell, I bet you there's just one video from like 8 years ago that I've just totally forgotten about and has like some really bad take in it, and it's just sitting there waiting for somebody to like find it and then just call me out on it.
It's gonna show up on our bad history.
Yeah. Oh, I actually, one of the videos in that in this 10 list was called out on r/bad history.
Oh, okay.
And I defended the heck out of it, to the point that like there's a bunch of people who will still go to it and then be like, and then comment on my thing like, wow, they really need to take this thread down. Like, because it was, oh no, it wasn't the video that got called out wasn't the one that's on here. The one that's on here is about American Small Wars. The one that got called out was my one on the Russian intervention, which is an American Small War. And that's what I did my capstone on. Like, it was good enough for the university to like actually promote it and everything. So like that's my actual research. So screw you. I will defend that.
Mhm.
So let's see what makes movies in history interesting. Let's get through this initial batch of cringe.
Okay.
Hey, Cypher here. So today we're going to talk about why the film industry likes history so much. Last episode we talked about it. If you didn't see that episode, click right here. As I said, 54% of all Oscars for Best Picture.
Hold
As we
on.
said last time, 54% of all Oscars.
Oh, that was
right
back
here.
in the day when you could like add
Yeah.
links to the videos.
Yeah, it's annotations.
Yeah. Man, why did they take those out? Those were so good.
Because people abuse the heck out of them.
That, and also it didn't work on phones, and a lot of people watch on phones nowadays.
Yeah. Also, what I've never gone back and like made links to to
Oh no, yeah, there's no way I would have done that. There's like
Yeah.
some videos back in the day where even the description makes no sense these days, probably.
Yeah, definitely.
As I said last time, 54% of all Oscars for Best Picture have been historical movies. So they're really famous in Hollywood and really popular.
Why is it so quiet?
But actually, the film
Oh.
industry has been making historical movies since before Hollywood even existed. The Edison Company was making them as early as the turn of the century on the East Coast. Wars, westerns, biopics, historical dramas, they're all technically historical movies.
Can you tell that like I suddenly discovered how to use layers on like suddenly I have like so many pictures in that like
Yeah, last video not many, and now you just have picture every scene.
yeah. Like you can actually see from the first video to the second video my progressing ability to do any kind of video editing.
And this is what happens to those people that were asking, like starting a YouTube.
Oh yeah, you're going to start off terrible.
And you improve as you do more videos. Obviously, you'll figure out how stuff happens, and it's not going to be like overnight improvement, but like small increments definitely will happen.
And also the comments will tell you what you're doing wrong.
Oh, that as well. The problem is the comments will tell you what you're doing wrong, and also the comments will tell you what they think you're doing wrong, which you're not actually doing wrong.
Oh yeah. I the most annoying ones are the you forgot to mention.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I hate it's like learn what an omission is. Hey there, King. Brr.
I also love how I talk too fast and I talk too slow at the same time.
Right?
Those are great.
Yeah, and you can also tell like, man, did I not have a presence on camera back then? Like,
Oh,
yeah, that's ugh.
it's definitely something you like improve.
Yeah.
Again, with everything, like initially it's so weird to just talk to a lifeless camera.
Yeah.
Like not talking to a person when you're not used to it. It's so weird.
Right. And it's also like back then I didn't have like a picture because like if I'm recording on camera now, I use a DSLR. I can see myself.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
I have like a little flip out viewfinder that will I can make sure I'm actually in frame and all that. But I didn't have that luxury back then. I had a GoPro, and that's what I was using. And GoPros back then didn't have viewfinders unless you were using your phone, but you couldn't record and use the viewfinder at the same time. So you set it up, and sometimes I would literally like put like a book or something on either end of the thing just to like block out where the edges of the screen are.
So you know where the edges are, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, you came here, boy. King decided to join us for a little bit, I think. Nope.
No.
Cat
Jaden, I do that as well sometimes. Don't worry.
yeah. Especially in the shower. Like I basically get in arguments with myself in the shower. Like literally just arguing about like what will be you know, like especially right now in terms of like what I should write in the dissertation.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
so like, yeah, you're starting that, right?
No, well, we'll see. That's up in the air still.
Still.
Yes,
Oh, dude, but we
we
just
did.
did that.
It's still. I'll tell you in private, but there's a lot of like
Oh man.
conservative academic bullshit happening.
Yeah, especially in Oxbridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're finishing your masters like right now, right?
I already finished, so I'm like in
Oh,
between degrees
oh,
at the
you've got a
moment.
gap year. You've got a gap year right now.
Like, yeah, basically.
Yeah, I've had gap years. Between masters and I mean between bachelor's and masters and PhD.
Mm.
This channel was started during one of those gap years.
You're just like, what to do? I'll start a YouTube channel.
Well, and also the complaining about no analytical history. When we have other folks come in later, we'll talk about like how we found each other and kind of realize that
Hmm.
HistoryTube had already started. I just wasn't aware of it at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but let's finish this 2 minutes of cringe.
You got samurai movies and fantasy pieces that are loosely based on historical events, which are still historical movies. And you see this all the time. Even in literature, you see historical fiction. There's 5,000 years of history that we can draw on. Honestly, I'm surprised that there isn't more of them. You see, history gives us something of collective significance. We can all identify
Oh my
with historical
god!
events, especially when
You see the
Yep, the movement. The
oh
sh
god,
movement.
that's terrible. And Big Bang. I guess if you consider doing talks on Discord, like we have a thing that we call drunk chat on Discord.
From
That
what I heard, Tiger Style just told me that they all just show up and Cynical Historian just yells at people until 3 a.m.
uh, it's fun. Anyways, let's finish this.
that we recognize. Things like World War II, things like Vietnam. They're all events that we all know and can identify with. In fact, everything we know or care about is the result of history. But even more than self identification, history has the ability to provide more than that. See, it comes down to a theory of history. What is history really about? And for me, it's the story of us. More than sci fi, fantasy, any kind of current drama, history has the ability to provide a story
Aliens.
that resonates because it is the story of us. It's chaotic and crazy and involves more factors than anybody can even imagine. And since it's readily self identifiable, it gives us more bang for a buck. By providing that collective story, we think of our ancestors and what it took to get us to this point right now. And we all learn from that story. The moral is always there. As a great misquote of Santayana goes, those who do not know their own history are doomed to repeat it. So that's why I'm going to continue making these episodes. So subscribe below, and I'll see you next.
What is the actual quote of Santa Ana, if that's a misquote?
Uh, the those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
Is that
No,
the...
are condemned to repeat it or something along those lines.
Mhm.
But it's yes, slightly different wording, and it's remember the past rather than know history.
And it's in Spanish.
No, it's in English. He was
It's
a
in
Harvard.
English. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he was a Harvard professor. Like,
Ah,
yeah.
never mind then.
I can't tell you how many people have mistaken Santayana as a Spanish philosopher when he did almost all of his philosophy in the U.S.
Fair.
Basically, because he was born in Spain, he's Spanish, but
Okay.
like he got his education in the U.S. and he stayed in the U.S. He was a U.S. philosopher.
Yeah, fair.
But it's And by the way, Esmeralda, that's something that has long been that's something that has long been like a key like a key thing my key to my understanding of history. My father is a historian. Many of you know that already, a fairly famous one. And now, although Pawn Stars had started like by this point, it started in 2009 while I was in Afghanistan. So that was interesting reveal coming back. Um, but the the oops, wrong thing. But even as a little kid, I was always taught, history is our story, right? History is the story of us.
Mm.
And my dad, being a local historian, obviously, has a vested interest in it being ours rather than, foreign history or anything like that. But arguably, even foreign history is still our history, as in humanity's history.
Yeah.
I mean, humanity's story. Because one thing that I see way too many people mistake about history is that, like, I'll talk about like narrative and the whole idea that of differing emphasis and basically different ways of telling the story, and people will complain that, like, well, that's not scientific, and it's like, so what's your point? Well, it's not history if it's not scientific. What? I do not understand those people, because, like, history is the story of us. Like, it literally, the word story and history come from the same root, exact same root, being Greek for inquiry. And the only difference is that history went through Latin and came to English from Latin. Story went through Latin, then French, then English. Meow. Meow. And King wants to say something, apparently.
Yes, some very insightful takes
Rah.
of attacking your hand.
Meow. Meow. What are you complaining about? What? What do you want? Oh, I got to pet the kitty. But yeah, and this transitions to something that I wanted to talk to you about, Matus.
What's up?
The whole idea of professionalization of HistoryTubers.
Oh God.
Because we for those who don't know, we were in a big talk at Cambridge. That was, what is he doing? Oh, I thought he was biting the corner. But like, about what? Okay, feisty little guy. But about like YouTube and like public history. So public history being basically the in-between point of pop history and scholarly history, where you're still engaging with the public, but you are doing it in a scholarly manner. That's my general definition of public history. You'll find any number of ones. In fact, Matouche has a specific thing on of what well, you didn't call it that, but
it was coined by Jason Steinhauer. It's called The Historian.
the History Disrupted book, right?
Yeah, he wrote the History Disrupted book on top of other things. He has some other articles about it as well.
Yeah. So explain what a
So Jason Steinhauer basically coined the term history communicator, and he kind of he took it from the term science communicator, which I think many of us are far more familiar with, and basically applied it to history. And the definitions of history communicator themselves are also quite varied, depending, just like public history, and they're all very much overlapping. So it all kind of comes down to which one people prefer to use, honestly. But in essence, history communicator is supposed to be someone who communicates, who specializes in communication of history, specifically like academic history, to the public, because oftentimes trying to uh, read certain academic books or journals, public A cannot get their hands on it, or B, it's kind of hard to understand sometimes if you don't have the background.
Yeah,
Uh,
especially with like this is piggybacking off of the whole idea of science communicators, right?
yeah, yeah,
Um, and so like there's already a pretty well established field of science communication.
yes, definitely.
Um, and there's a lot of science tubers who perfectly qualify as such. But in the history profession, there's a bit of pushback on the whole idea of a history communicator because we already have public history and we've been doing it for centuries. You know, public history predates academic history. But
Yes,
you're
yes,
because I read your the paper that you sent me,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and one thing that I found interesting was your idea about like departments having specific history communicators.
Yeah, so my idea is proposing to have institutions to employ specific history communicators, because institutions do employ science communicators. That's a thing, and I'm thinking, well, we're doing it for the STEM fields. Why are we not going to do it for history? Because oftentimes it is just as important, if not even more important. But I would also argue with the public history, when you said like it's well established, it is, but that's in America. So when you look at Europe and other places, public history and history oh, not just forget about history communication. Even public history in certain areas in Europe is like a foreign concept. It's like
Like
something
museum,
like
like museology is. I mean, like there's plenty of history museums in England, for instance.
sorry, yeah.
Um,
I mean foreign concept in the idea that people would find it as part of history. So, like for example, if not in Germany, but for example in Eastern Europe, there's a clear distinction between historians and then those who work in museums, or those who do like heritage
museologists.
sites. Yeah, heritage sites. So those people in that kind of class ecosystem, I don't know what you want to call it, are often very strongly divided.
Yeah.
Whereas in the
Well,
West, it's not as much.
well, in like so, for instance, here in the U.S., we do have like two different organizations. Well, three different organizations for that like museum history museum folks tend to be a part of. You have the American Alliance of Museums. That's like all types of museums. That includes like art museums and that
Hmm.
science museums, like all museums. Then you have the AASLH, the American Association for State and Local History. It's in the title. You can guess what that's about. And then you have the National Council on Public History. And there's like an international form of the NCPH, but it's actually the International Public History Council or whatever it's called. Is actually just an offshoot of the NCPH. So
Yeah.
like it's weird, even though like international sounds like it's a bigger organization. It's actually a subgroup of the American National History, National Public History National Council on Public History, NCPH.
Yeah.
So we actually have like a bunch of like professional things, and you know, museology is, you know, its own separate speciality, but it overlaps, and that overlap is basically what is public history.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And I mean, the term public history was coined in the US, wasn't it?
I
I'm pretty sure.
believe so.
In like the 1970s or when?
Oh no, it's way earlier than
Or
that.
earlier. I don't know when exactly.
The reason why it's called the National Council on Public History is because it is an offshoot of the American Historical Association.
Hmm.
And I believe they did that. The NCPH split off from AHA in the 70s.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
But no, we can find public history attested in the 19th century.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's British or American.
I think it's American, if I remember reading.
Well, so I know that both Charles Babbage and oh crud, what is his name? Something, not H.H. Bancroft, the other Bancroft, George Bancroft, both use the term, but I don't know which one used it first. And I don't know
Yeah.
if there was anybody before that. It could go all the way back to the 18th century. I don't know. But isn't that supposed to be one of the things I'm drink at when I say I don't know something? But the interesting thing on that is it's a lot more. It's almost too broad, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And that's actually kind of your argument.
That's my argument. Yeah.
Is that like, because for instance, right now I am applying for a bunch of public history, professorships, right? Kind of uniquely qualified, right? I have experience in museums. I have experience in publication, dealing with the public and that social media. And yet, like, there's this weird kind of like, well, is that really public history? Just putting videos on YouTube?
Exactly. Yes.
And it's like, well, yeah, of course it is. But like, and your argument is that history communications would be something that would be just a subtype of
public history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I can hear my cat. He sometimes gets annoyed that I'm not paying attention to him, and then he starts slapping his water. So I gotta go stop him from doing that real quick. I'll be back in a second. But like, tell them about your main idea with departments as differentiating from public history.
Yeah. So basically, my idea is that I wrote a paper that I'm currently in the process of trying to publish. Is the fact that a subset of public history would be history communicators, mainly because public history can encompass many things from amateur historians to, oh, there we go, cat running around. Amateur historians to historians being hired by companies to any kind of history work done in the public sphere can be counted as public history, whereas history communication specifically focuses on that communication of history. And I'm arguing that there should be this kind of thing called professional history communicators, which are historians that are trained in history, whose job is to basically communicate history to the wider public, and that's what they're specialized in. Because as much as some historians don't realize it, it actually takes a particular set of skills that you need to hone to be able to communicate history to a wider audience. It's not just regurgitating research. So history communicators would specifically specialize in this type of history communication, and I want institutions, just like they employ science communicators, to employ history communicators. And I argued that this could be also a good thing for institutions, because there are some science communication projects like done by Brady Haran, if you know him from people from UK. He's very famous here. Numberphile. Periodic videos. He does like bunch of so he does Numberphile, which is
what's the one that has the white glove hand?
Objectivity.
Yeah, that's one that's actually like public history.
Oh yeah, basically, yeah. So Objectivity is done in collaboration with the Royal Society. Periodic videos is done in collaboration with the University of Nottingham, and Numberphile is done in collaboration with a math institute whose name I can't remember right now, and the University of Berkeley. And basically, these are all institutions that are partially funding Brady Haran and making these science communication videos, and they're getting out of that quite lucrative marketing, honestly, when you think about it. And I see no reason why history communication cannot be used in the same way. And that's basically what I have been arguing since 2020. So as Cypher told you, we did a presentation in Cambridge a month ago on this, and then I did a similar presentation in Oxford in 2021 on that as well. But so far it's been an uphill battle because, as I argue in my paper, there's a lot of animosity from academics, more conservative academics, against this idea because
I
there's
think you're
just this
also going to
fear.
find a lot of pushback from more. And when we're saying conservative, we're not exactly talking about like politically.
Yeah,
We're
we
talking
mean like
we're talking like you know, conservative of the profession, that they
yeah, yeah,
they don't want
exactly,
things to change in the profession. Um,
exactly.
and you'll find a lot of people who have big hopes for change in the profession, but don't see this as the correct path,
Yeah,
because um, they think of you know, regular history production, academic history production, as already being that we are already expected to be so public facing, even in our most academic of settings, that unlike science, where you can literally put out a sheet that is just unintelligible to anyone but just like four other professionals in your field,
yeah,
and that's fine. But in the history profession, that is not allowed. You have to have it in pretty plain language. Most of these things are legible to the public. And so you'll find not just conservatives, but once again, we're not talking about conservatives as in like political, um, but also like people who want to change the profession substantially would view history communications specialists as
unnecessary.
Unnecessary. And remember, academia is kind of a zero-sum game when you're talking about positions. Um, you know, one new professor is a different professor you could have had in a different specialty.
Hmm.
So it's kind of a zero-sum game. So it's not just like, well, why not both? Because there's not enough funding for both. Um, and actually, Emperor Wolf here has actually got a good phrase for that: traditional. Um,
Traditional.
that Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Um, the Oh, and to add onto the convo about public history,
Museums.
communications, etc., how do you think things like digitized online collections for museums fits into this as applied to public engagement with history slash I'm guessing that's archaeology, um, and so there's, here in the U.S. at least, Matush, you can add to this, but here we also have this idea of digital history.
Yeah, I
And
was about to say that would fall under digital history.
yeah, and actually a lot of the positions I'm applying for are literally called like, assistant professor of digital and public history.
Yeah,
Like that would be the official title.
when you look
Um,
into how all these terms are used, oftentimes there's large overlap how they're
yeah,
used in like the wild.
yeah. But I think
So
the main way that people think about digital history is less like social media and that kind of stuff, and more about like archiving. So
in history, yes, it's just the word digital usually for like a lay person would mean something to like something else.
yeah,
So it can be it sometimes you can
it
see people using it very differently.
I think for the most part within the profession, when people say digital history, they are literally just talking about digitizing.
Yes, yes.
Um, and the now I have a qualm with that, because I think like the perfect confluence of digital and public history is what we do, right? Like that is what we do, is digital and public history, right there, right? Um, but the profession hasn't really recognized that, and that's something that both of us are pushing for. I've gone
Mhm.
to the National Council on Public History and presented there. I actually organized a panel, which we were supposed to meet in Atlanta uh, in uh, in March of 2020. Um, and weirdest
Can
thing,
you all find out what happened?
weirdest thing about that though, you know where the center of where the CDC is, the Center for Disease Control?
Atlanta?
It's Atlanta. It's like why not have some of us who are willing to risk it, go. But like, um, the we did end up making digital presentations. Um, that one was with Mr. Beat and Step Back History. He now just goes by Step Back. And the that panel was 3 YouTubers going to NCPH, right? Unfortunately, I think I need to reorganize that and do another one like that, because having to do it digitally, nobody went to it. I think the number of views on that specific video is like 8. That means that there were 8 viewers, and probably one of those is me.
Yeah.
So like, and maybe the other 2 are Matt and Tristan.
Altogether, there's just 5 people who viewed
Yeah.
it.
So like, obviously couldn't have made much of an impact with such low turnout. And we didn't really have any interaction or anything. I had one person who asked, like, that kind of general question we always get of like, how do you start a channel, kind of thing. It's like, and it's like, well, here's all these things, but like, that's not really engaging with like these deeper problems that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
where it's like, no, maybe we should consider this a separate thing.
Yeah. On the
but
sorry, go ahead.
But my question for you, my critical question for you on that would be on, having like this whole idea of human history communications is, would that just basically turn us into, basically history public relations?
I mean, in a way, depends on how you use it and where you work. Because
when would like creating history be a part of that?
So in my idea of a history communicator, there wouldn't really be creating history. What you're doing is communicating history that academics. So academics still are there doing research and everything, and history communicators would specialize in communicating that. So that would be that. So history communicators can do their original research, but that wouldn't be the main point of their job.
Yeah, see,
That's my
that
argument.
was my biggest issue with the thing. Was like, because I mean, I actually publish original research on this channel.
I mean, you can, yeah.
I've done on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I never argued against that. I'm just saying that that wouldn't be like the main focus of the job of a history communicator.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, like, even me, who has actually done it, the vast majority of videos are not original research.
That's the kind of point. But I also wanted to add on the digitization of things that Majoras asked. I wanted to say that there's a lot of
Esmeralda, linked to what? The
I think he wanted the video on the count public history thing you did with Step Back History and
so that's I made a bigger video, like I just basically converted it to a regular video. It's something like, what is the scholarly value of HistoryTube or something like that. If you type in scholarly value into the search bar for my channel, you'll find that. I was wondering if it was yeah, that's the thing. And Mr. Beat and Step Back didn't actually publish theirs, so they've never published theirs. So they because You know, I did mine fairly polished and everything because I knew I wanted to turn it into a YouTube video, and I wanted to kind of show off what YouTube can do. But mine was about like showing off what the scholarly value of YouTube, right? Because I actually believe like we can publish original research. But yeah, Step Back and Mr. Beats videos were never published.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, to finish the digitization, there's also a problem with digitization is that yes, digitization is amazing because then you don't have to have large money to travel to specific libraries, especially when you're doing like medieval history research, which is very heavy dependent on specific books and different libraries around Europe or even America. Um,
mhm.
and because it's all starting to be digitized, you can actually just get the digital versions, and that is amazing. The problem is digitizing costs money, and a lot of these institutions then ask you to pay, sometimes quite a bit. The Vatican Library is notorious for asking like almost 100 euros over for a page of
Per
a manuscript.
page?
Yes, for certain manuscripts they would ask over 100 euros for a single page. It's
Also, isn't
ridiculous.
doesn't the Vatican have its own currency?
No, I think they use euros.
um,
And
but
and
they're
so
not
basic
Eurozone.
yeah, it's like they have like a special deal, just like
I no, I get it. I'm just making
yeah.
fun. But like here in the U.S., like for obviously, we don't have medieval history here, right? We've got
But the US
we got
has actually quite a bit medieval books that you guys just
yes, yeah.
bought throughout
No, I'm
history and just
but
have them.
but in terms of especially like the work I do, um I am very heavily reliant on digital history, especially like um like so much government printing stuff, like the government printing office. uh Basically everything they've ever done is on archive.org.net
Mhm.
.org. I can't remember which. But like everything is on there and completely free, right? Because it's government publication, so
Yeah, that's
there's no
great.
copyright. There's like I can't tell you how often I use the what's called Chronicling America, which is a national newspaper database. Um, ran by the Library of Congress, right? And Library of Congress in and of itself has a bunch of digitized records, National Archives as well. um, Amazing amount of stuff digitized, but it's actually kind of difficult to use their search engine. I've had a number of times where I was like desperately trying to find something, and then like I found the call number, and then I searched the call number and I found it. And
Mhm.
so like difficulties like that could be the National Archives is kind of harebrained in a lot of the way that they do stuff. LOC on the other hand, great. I love the Library of Congress. Um, but like local museums do a bunch of digitization. I've actually been part of digitization efforts. These are a lot of the time it's actually fairly easy to do. It just takes the will. You got to have somebody there with a DSLR sitting there, positioning each thing. Like when I digitized the vigilante documents for San Luis Obispo, um, I, I digitized them with a camera I was completely unfamiliar with, and because I'd never used a DSLR at that point, and no joke, my version of repositioning everything is that I powdered my foot and used my foot. No joke. I was like moving pages with my foot because I was just trying to quickly digitize everything. But like whatever works. And a lot of the time it just takes that, a graduate student who happens to be working with those documents, just tell them they have to digitize it to use them, right?
Yeah, yeah, but there's just a lot of paywalls sometimes, and that
Yeah,
that means a lot of people that aren't in institutions or don't have like uh, library
access.
subscriptions that have like loans from these other areas cannot
Yeah.
get access to all that information.
Yeah, and
And
especially, secondary sources rather than primary sources. You know,
yeah,
it's like, you know, how many articles would be paywalled off in terms of like JSTOR and that, and then books. Just there's so many books. Now there is a library that is kind of the genesis of where you can get some of these for free, a Genesis library. Or in terms of papers, you really need to have a hub for science, a Sci-Hub, for finding all of those articles that are that just happen to have a DOI link, which is the international standard for linking. You just need that DOI link for some sort of Sci-Hub, and that website works for history articles as well. So even when there's a paywall, there's ways around it.
Yeah.
Not saying any specific place or anything.
Yeah,
I don't know where a Sci-Hub is.
Yeah. Amadros mentioned like the public domain of it and stuff like that, and the Creative Commons licenses. And in these digitizations, you're paying for the access. Like, you don't have access to these things, and you're paying for that. You're not like, of course, if you went and like took a picture of it, you could share it because the book is old. There's no like copyright to it, but you're paying for the access to it. That's what costs so much money. For example, I know in the Prague library, when someone went in and got me all the pictures, just took pictures of the pages of the original Good King Wenceslas carol written by Alois Svoboda. I couldn't
no idea what that was.
It's a name. So originally someone can come in to, like, or get the book out from the archives, to take pictures, and I can just share those pictures wherever because there's no copyright on them. But if I wanted to like contact the library and be like, I need these pages, can you like digitize them for me and send them? Then they will ask for money if I'm not able to go there. And that's what you're paying for, basically. That's what you're paying for. But if you can get someone who can help you, oftentimes you don't have to pay.
Yeah, and I don't know about, and obviously the Vatican has its own, like, that's one of the weird things about digital history, is that you have so many different databases that you're dealing with.
Oh yeah. And different laws from different countries.
Yeah, like copyright is just a mess, right? No matter what. And then it's like, whether or not your library has access to those specific databases is also kind of weird, because like JSTOR is this massive database, right? But like, it's actually like sectioned into different subscriptions, and so like your library might not have access to that. I have three different university libraries that I can log into and borrow from, and I will find that that I can search on one and find it, and then the other two won't, and things like that. Especially when it comes to something that isn't like from a mainstream journal, or is, from like the 70s or something like that, a little old.
And different libraries have different deals with different libraries. So one might not have a deal with them, and they're like, "Oh, you have to pay." Another one might, and you don't.
We actually have a national standard on that here, in terms of interlibrary loans.
Yeah.
Interlibrary loans here, if you are a research library of any sort, if you want to call yourself a research library, you are required to be in this WorldCat system.
Okay. Cool.
And in fact, that system actually extends well beyond our borders. We created it, of course, but a lot of, like, I've literally borrowed from Cambridge, like, a physical book over the Atlantic all the way here to Albuquerque. I've done that. But and I've actually, in terms of international borrowing, I've done a bunch of interlibrary loans from Hermosillo and Chihuahua and Mexico City. I end up having to do a lot of work on U.S.-Mexico borderlands, and therefore, that.
I think we can watch the next video. We can start watching the next video.
All right, yeah.
It'll be time, and meanwhile I'm gonna go get another beer.
All right. Well, guys, the next video for this whole thing is representing 2014, is kind of a perfect encapsulation of where I was following my degree, following my first degree. This came out in July of 2014, but literally like a month before this came out, I had gotten accepted to a master's program at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, which would change my speciality. But at this point, my specialty was American Small Wars. And you'll see somebody might already be trying to type out, like, what is that? What's an American Small War? Well, that's actually like the whole point of this episode. So you'll see that it goes into depth about like the idea of what makes that. It's not just a list or anything. It's more thoughtful, but it's also, you can also tell that I'm still working out how to edit in this. A full year into this, into making YouTube videos, and there's going to be some cringe. But the prior to starting my master's program, I had specialized in American Small Wars. Specifically, the one that I had written about was one called the Russian Intervention, also known as the Allied Intervention in the Russian Civil War from 1918 to 1920. That's a big mouthful, so everybody just says Russian Intervention. And yes, the U.S. invaded Russia. Real thing that happened. I've talked about it previously, and I actually won't be talking about it very much in this video. I don't think. I haven't watched it in a long time. But that was, I was more interested in this broader concept of like small wars because I had fought one. Afghanistan is an American small war.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And having fought in an American small war, I wanted to know more about them. And the reason why I was so drawn to the Russian intervention is that, like, we often think like the U.S. and Russia never fought a war. It's like, well, no, we did. And it wasn't just, Russia, Imperial Russia. No, it was Soviet Russia. And it was before the USSR. So I guess you could say the USSR and the U.S. never fought a war. That's arguable, but the
Soviet,
but Soviet Russia for sure. And it's also one of those ones where, just like with Iraq or something like that, where it's like, what the hell were we doing there? It's one of those things where, like, the cause of it is a huge question. But this is more broadly about American Small Wars.
There's a funny story I actually have. So right after World War I, when like the Austro-Hungarian front fell, bunch of especially French troops went on the Romanian border with Russia, first to just like occupy it and make sure nothing's happening, but later when the Soviets took control of Ukraine and all that entire intervention happened, when the Soviets planned an attack across the Dnieper into Romania, they I think they shot a bunch of leaflets on the Allied side, and to like with like communist propaganda and stuff, like this is what we're fighting for, and stuff like that. And some soldiers, especially the French one, actually went to fight for the Russians. They just like got up and left to the Russian side.
Yeah, there was so in the actual Russian intervention, there was a big front in southern Russia, because believe it or not, in by about August of 1918, the Allies controlled more of Russia than the Soviets did, like far more. Like they were very hemmed in.
Well, with
And
like support, like local support.
but a lot of people want to call them white Russians, but this is before Kolchak had even created
This
his
was
thing.
before, but there was like what would become parts of it would like combine with the White
Yes,
Russians
but
later.
we're talking mostly social revolutionaries, which are definitely not white.
Yeah, no.
Those, you could call them red. Sometimes they're called green. But like, and we also actually in southern Russia we allied with. Well, we didn't, but the British
Ukraine, no.
allied with southern Russia.
Oh, southern Russia. Oh.
Yeah. Um, the British and French allied with Mensheviks. So that's very much that's just another
Yeah.
type of communist.
Yeah.
So like, no, it's not as clear cut as like like a lot of people especially.
I mean, revolutions rarely are.
Yeah, but also leftists always want to make it into this whole thing of like the U.S. was trying to crush our revolution. That's actually a quote from Khrushchev. But like that's just false. That's a completely false interpretation. It was not clearly white, red, green, or I don't know if there were any other colors identified. But let's get to the actual Small Wars thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Cypher here. If you've watched any of my previous episodes, you might have noticed that I do a lot of little-known wars. It's kind of a specialty area of mine. And today's episode, I thought we would do kind of an overview as to why that is.
We still have an intro with music.
Well, I still have, like, even today I have an intro.
Oh, you do? Never mind.
For this intro with that, the name of the song is Pro Made. It was one of those like free songs you could get on what was then called the U library. I think it's now just YouTube library or something like that. They've revamped it and everything over the years.
Yeah.
But also, by the way, notice the background on this and notice the background on this stream. I've actually uploaded.
Still have the same background.
No, I uploaded the different backgrounds. Like
okay.
Would next go to bricks like this, and then eventually to this like
red
line thing. So like, it's just a thing that I figured I'd put those backgrounds in. But also notice that it's still Cynical Cypher here.
Yeah, true.
And funny
but
thing
you have
about,
the logo now?
Yeah.
Did you have the logo from the beginning, or did you make that like a second year or something?
I think I made it like right after making those first 2 episodes.
Oh, okay.
This intro shows up pretty quickly. But it's just like 2 thinking men. But like that symbol is actually from like, remember that I said that I was a draftsman? I made that in AutoCAD. I imported it from AutoCAD, and actually, if you look closely, you could see a bit of a graphical glitch right here. And I just always had it while I still had that that version of the symbol. We'll get to when I updated that symbol, but that's years away. Actually, when is that? That is 2016. When I brought that one in. So, you can see things changing. And I would keep that Pro-Made intro for years. Like always had that same song.
Yeah.
Now, the most obvious answer to why would...
Oh, and Loki, do I recall who China and they allied with basically anyone who was in power in Vladivostok, and at one point that was the Omsk government, but the Omsk government would eventually turn into Admiral Kolchak. But Japan basically held their own territory, and like there was they wouldn't leave Siberia until 1922, and then they wouldn't leave an island in east of Siberia until like 1926.
And I
So,
think Japan helped the Czechoslovak Legion get out. I think there was a deal struck or
everybody,
something.
I mean, honestly, the big people who helped the Czech Legion get out was just themselves.
Well, yeah, themselves, but they like
controlled all of Siberia, the entire Siberian Railroad before the Allies even arrived. But they did go through Allied lines. It wasn't Japan had the most troops in Siberia, but the people who were in charge of Siberia was the U.S. Basically, the U.S. generals remained the top commanders in Siberia until we pulled out in 1920. Then Japan held Siberia for another couple of years, and then they pulled out too.
Yeah. So I'm looking at it right now on Wikipedia. It was mostly American, but also some Japanese boats.
Oh, you mean the actual ships?
I meant I meant actual like on the ships going out.
Yeah, I'm just like, who controlled the port?
Well, I'm guessing it was America.
Yeah, at that point it was basically completely American. Japan had more troops though, like a lot more troops, but there was some American racism there in terms of like, you can't control this.
Of course.
But yeah. Anyways,
Be that I fought and won myself. But
a
also,
picture.
it's more than that. It's a very interesting subject and a very powerful one at that. So I wanted to discuss why it's powerful and
all those rage faces, I used those for so long, like well past their due date.
interesting. So throughout this, I'm going to be talking in the broadest terms possible, because I think we can all learn something special from the example of small American wars. I know I haven't been posting much of recent date, but I do have my own reasons. It takes a lot of time to do these episodes. I get a lot of comments that clearly show that people aren't paying attention at all. And even though there's those kinds of comments, there's also very little views for a lot of this stuff. So it doesn't warrant making new episodes.
I would often, in the early years, I would literally post and then wait for the video to go past 100 views, 100, before posting the next one. That's how low of views these things got. But also, relatively unknown channel and all that kind of stuff. I didn't pass 1,000 views until 1,000 subscribers until like late 2015. But also YouTube was a much smaller space at this point.
It was like back then. Yeah, the amount of subscribers people have these days is ridiculous. Back then, if you had like 100,000, like in 2012,
Yeah,
you were like,
you were a big shot back then.
Yeah, exactly.
And most importantly, I'm preparing to go to graduate school this fall.
Oh, okay.
Though it's not
So I actually had gotten the letter by this point. Okay, I wasn't sure when I got the letter.
not as though I haven't been doing research and all that kind of historical stuff. Just
Look at that pitiful bookcase. It's so tiny.
research and all that kind of.
I had
That's basically the size of my current bookcase. So stop book shaming, okay? Stop bookcase shaming.
I have, like, no joke, I have so many books that I'm just like piling them up around the place. Like, that's just a pile of books right there. I have enough for a fourth bookcase.
No.
And I don't have this. I don't have a fourth bookcase.
See, I don't want to buy any more or get any more because just traveling. Like,
Yeah.
if you need to move, that's
dude.
just such a hassle.
Moving with this many books is super annoying, especially long distances. Like when I moved out here, I had 2 bookcases, and one of them wasn't even fully filled or anything. Like, it was like 2 3/4 of a bookcase, and just the boxes for that was like took like half the labor of moving was just moving the books that were in a bunch of boxes, and putting them into boxes and stuff. So yeah, it is really a huge problem. But still, it seems so tiny. I have 3 bookcases right now, and then like a 4th worth just lying about the place. I mean, I literally just have books everywhere,
The historical stuff, just not any episodes. So this episode is intentionally broad to be able to cover a whole lot of stuff. So firstly, we have to define what an American Small War is. I'm obviously only talking about American small wars. I have covered other wars in the past, but
there's always somebody with more bookcases.
And increasing. They need a 6th one. Matthew is on a roll.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you should see my parents' house. my there's like when people see my
is this starting to be like a playground fight? No, my parents have more bookcases.
Oh no, this is a problem actually. Like they have too many. Specifically, my dad. We like to call my dad a collector of collections. But like, we had this problem when I was growing up that we called book-a-lanches, and yes, very real. Like when we first got socks, it was a very real concern that he might die in a book-a-lanche. Because he was, especially when you get a new cat, they go everywhere, right? And it's just kind of dangerous. Like he got, well, this is going to sound really weird. He got stuck in the sword closet, and yes, sword closet. Mostly ceremonial swords, but like
ceremonial swords.
As I said, my dad's a collector of collections. And like we had to like very carefully maneuver this kitten out of the sword closet because there's swords and none of them are sharp or anything, but like yeah. So like always a concern there. And like even today, that now that my dad's been like doing a bunch of reduction, like all the hallways are lined with bookcases, and it's just we don't really have book-a-lanches anymore because the stairs have been mostly cleared, but I cause a book-a-lanche every like other time I'm there anyways. It's a real bad problem.
I'm an American. I study American history. So you would think that it would be an easy thing to define, right? Just anything that's not declared. And that's all you have to say. Any war that's not declared, and it's a small war. Well, then you are saying that Vietnam, Korea, and Iraq were small wars. Kinda seems a little bit too big to be considered a small war. I don't really know. Plus, there's further ones that are bigger and definitely considered small wars, such as the Russian intervention, Barbary Coast.
And sorry about the background music being so loud, but like I don't know why I did this way.
To this day, I have trouble trying to figure out the levels sometimes.
Yeah,
especially like on certain songs, like it's very hard.
When you have like it gets louder over time, so you like have it perfectly like set up for the first thing, and then you just aren't paying attention to it while editing. Like I've learned to pay attention to it, but like back then I had there's like some videos that are basically unwatchable because of how loud the music is.
Exactly, yeah. The chat has just devolved to bookcase
book shaming.
Yeah, basically.
The best kind of shaming. My bookcases are more voluminous than yours.
These are considered small wars, but in some of those cases, they're bigger than Iraq ever was. Let's look at the Spanish-American War, where it was pretty small, especially considering the Philippine insurrection after it, which was pretty much bigger. So the upper limits of small wars is a pretty blurry line to draw. I can't really define where to draw it. I don't think anybody really can. But what about the lower limits? What constitutes a war? Does it have to be sanctioned? Most of our punitive actions, for instance, have been outside of explicit government approval. Not that the government was against it, simply the commander in the field had to make a decision at the time to engage in basically a war. For instance, during the War of 1812, Captain Porter took his ship into the South Pacific and annexed an island.
Dude, that picture has been ruined. Did you recognize that picture, Matus?
Which picture? Sorry. This? No.
That's what
What?
if alt history.
Oh, is it?
That's
Oh,
it,
I'm
that's his
sorry. I'm
picture.
just. I'm. I avoid.
Yeah, I know, but like, he ruined the Pacific Fleet.
Annexed an island there for the sheer heck of it, it seems, and fought a series of campaigns for and against the local tribes. Does that count as a war? Does it count as an American war? I don't really know. What about the First Seminole War, where Andrew Jackson
By the way, the answer is yes, it does count as an American small war.
invaded Spanish Florida to fight some marauding Indians purely on his own volition? What about how small in scale can we get? Do a few militiamen firing warning shots count? What about a hostile taking of a captive from another nation's ship without actual shooting, but
Austria.
under intense threat of shooting, such as
Yeah, it's the Costa affair. It was basically. No, I'm forgetting most of it. I can't remember if it was us taking a prisoner from Austrian ships or if it was Austrian ships taking one of a prisoner from ours. But either way, and by the way, Austria had a fairly sizable navy because they were not landlocked at this point.
Yeah, they were not. No, the entire Croatian coast was theirs and part of
Yeah.
Italy.
Yeah, some people I've seen a lot of like, for instance, people watching what is that movie? Sound of Music, going like,
Yeah.
Austrian Navy. It's like, yeah, they actually had the second largest freaking U-boat fleet in World War One.
Yeah.
But you know, history is it's change over time.
I mean, look at Horthy. He was an admiral for a reason.
I don't know who that is.
Horthy? He was the interwar regent of Hungary.
Oh, I
Miklos Horthy. So he was an admiral in the Austro-Hungarian Navy.
it's spelled THI, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've always called him Horthy with a
Horthy? Mr. Horthy!
I didn't know it was T. I mean, I don't speak
Hungarian
Hungarian.
be weird. I mean, in that video, I mispronounced a bunch of Hungarian names as well, so it's fine.
Oh man, you must have some really. But you're from a country that borders Hungary, right?
Yeah, but they don't speak an Indo-European language, so it's not my fault. It's their fault.
Yeah, they do have like the weirdest language in Europe.
Them and Finns, they're just like they're both Finno-Ugric, so they just have such weird yeah. But yeah, Slovakia. I don't know if we have the largest Hungarian minority or if Romania has it, but we definitely have one of the largest Hungarian minorities due to the Trianon Treaty.
Yeah, you did a video about that, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I
Yeah.
did a bunch.
But it's specifically about the like ethnic makeup of and how that came to be.
It was more like a video about the history, and in that I talked about how the Trianon was basically made at the end of the video, because it was the culmination of everything that happened in Austria-Hungary. Because in some senses, the Allied negotiators were kind of like, well, Central Europe is like falling apart while we were here in Versailles talking about it. So they were just trying to do something.
Interesting.
And that's what like kind of Trianon came to be. Of course, this is extreme oversimplification, but yeah.
Well, yeah. In this, I think I gave one sentence to the Costa affair. But yeah, there was actually some weird interaction like that, and a very real, like, Congress considered declaring war on Austria.
Mm.
Like, would have been kind of funny because, like,
It would have been funny, definitely.
like it would basically be like the quasi-war, I guess, but except for the U.S. had a better navy at this point.
Mm.
So that would have been really weird. In the 1850s, by the way, the U.S. had like this weird, like, sudden burst because we're like the big innovators of like steam engines and coastal batteries and stuff like that. Especially any kind of gun stuff. We're like the biggest innovators of that stuff.
Yeah, Americans love their guns.
Oh yeah. But like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen people talking about like weapons that are supposedly like the Maxim. People will talk about the Maxim as being this like British or German invention. It's like, no, Hiram Maxim is an American. Like, he patented it through the U.S. Patent Office. like that's an American invention. A lot of those kinds of things, especially repeaters. Like, we love our repeaters. Anyways, back to the video.
Is the Costa affair. Maybe when the USS Chesapeake was taken by the British in 1807, with some shooting from the British, but basically none from the Chesapeake. Does any or all of the fights during the Mexican border wars, even
By the way, the Chesapeake did fire one round in salute.
though in its name it's called the Mexican border wars, does that actually constitute a war? I don't know, it's pretty hazy. I do have my own definition, and I'll get to that, but the normal definitions don't work. War itself is pretty hard to define. So we're left with this hazy definition of small wars, and to be honest, I do like that. I like ambiguity in my history. It makes them mysterious and interesting to get
The
at.
music
What's
change.
even more interesting
Yeah, it's so loud.
It is, yeah.
And by the way, notice that I was already doing postmodernism.
I like ambiguity in my history.
But like, this is essentially a deconstruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was already, because one of the questions that Tyler, who is in the chat already, asks for me to answer. Where's the banner? There it is. Is how I've changed politically over the last 10 years. And like, a lot of people think of like postmodernism as like a political stance, which it's not, but like, your stance on postmodernism can be an indication of your politics. But funny enough, I was actually kind of more I don't know, I wasn't really conservative at this point. I went through like a whole hippie phase, and it just was weird. But I had a very clear liking of postmodernism even then. This is essentially doing postmodernist history right here, this video. This might be my first like deconstructionist video. It's either that or my nation's video. I don't know which one came first.
is that America has so many examples to draw from to challenge the very definition of war itself, and we are by no means unique in that regard. Most nations are constantly fighting little wars on the fringes or secretly or in some regard. You just have to dig deep enough. But that's not where small wars really draw their powerful meaning. Most of these wars are forgotten, barely mentioned.
By the way, you saw how a thing that I showed it sliding?
Yep.
I don't think at this point I knew how to use effects in Premiere.
So you slid it automatically with keys.
Literally with with keying.
Yeah, with keying.
That's like, at this point you notice that there's no like transitions between pictures or anything like that. I mean, I don't normally use transitions between pictures anyways, but like I do sometimes and for specific purposes, but there's literally no transitions in this, right?
in my next video that I'm editing right now, I'm using like swipe transitions to make fun of Star Wars because Star Wars very famous for having like
Oh,
swipes.
swish, you mean?
Yeah, and oh well, those like kind of like big. It would just like swipe an entire scene to
Yeah.
another scene. Yeah,
Well,
and that's I'm
there's
using it. There's even a quote when one swipe happens where I go, "Meanwhile, in the Galactic Senate."
yeah, there's a because it's not swipes. It's a what is that called a swipe? Hold on,
I think that's called a swipe.
the
Like
thing where
from
it's like
right to
a
left, it just
wipe.
swipes.
It's a wipe.
Oh, a wipe. Okay, sorry.
Wipe. Yes.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about swish as in like swish pan.
No, I was looking. Well, yeah, wipe, swipe.
Yeah,
Close
like
enough.
to do a swish pan, you just go.
Oh yeah.
But like, I was pointing at. Hey, look, there's King right there. But like, the yeah, but it's a gradient wipe that Lucas uses, which is actually really hard to do. Like, you have to have like a specific effect. You can't. You either have to like blur the edge of the frame and then manually key it, or you have to like get an effect from like some sort of effect suite.
I use Vegas for editing, and it has gradient wipe in it.
Okay, yeah. I use Premiere Pro.
Yeah, I mean, I would. Premiere is the Adobe one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would use the Adobe Suite. Like, I tried using the Adobe Suite for a while, but I just have used Vegas for so long. I can work with it so fast at this point. It's just the cost of changing would be just ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things where you get used to one and then you're basically stuck in their ecosystem.
Yeah.
When I started, it was basically like, I looked up what was the industry standard, and it was Premiere Pro, and so I went with Premiere Pro.
I mean, I think that's better. Every time when someone asks me what to do, I tell them to start with that one always.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the industry standard, and like
it is,
you have a lot more like, and mind you, it was the industry standard back in 2013, so it's remained as such. I mean, it's like there's so many different CAD programs, for instance. I know a lot of people who like learned on SketchUp or something like that, and then they like go try to become a draftsman somewhere, and they have no idea how to work AutoCAD. And it's like, well, we can't hire you then. Like, this is the standard. All that other stuff is just like extra. You've got to learn Autodesk. But that's it's good to learn on the industry standard and then possibly branch out from there, because otherwise you get locked in.
Yeah.
Or brought up merely to say it happened and drop the subject again. The problem is, war isn't so menial as to be just a footnote. It always carries serious ramifications that extend their wormy tendrils throughout our heritage. Killing is a serious business. It's ending someone's life, and they can...
I freaking hate this book now. This is one of those ones where because I always thought about this book in terms of its usage for military, but police love Dave Grossman in that, and it's actually a key component to why police in the U.S. are so homicidal. So yeah, weird reference there.
No longer carry on as part of history if they're dead. That is the real power of small wars and their meaning.
Dude, that's actually, I have 2013 Suite on my computer too. Anyways,
it's their effects. For the most part, we live and breathe not knowing the momentous things some little squabble had done, such as the first Korean punitive expedition of 1871. It was a small marine expedition into Korea to stop some problems that was happening with negotiations there. Our raid destabilized the government and basically brought in a new government as a result, which means we permanently changed their history with that tiny little incident and caused further problems down the road, obviously. Some of these wars do get washed out into obscurity, but most lead to pretty strong consequences we can't even comprehend. The damage wrought by the failed Russian intervention is possibly more crucial to how the 20th century developed than the Vietnam or Korean wars. That's right, it might be that the Russian intervention is more important in our history than Vietnam or Korea. But good luck finding people who would know a thing about it, or any of the damage it caused, because its existence is only known to a few. This is the power of small wars. They're not big enough to be canonized in America's memory, but not small enough to be inconsequential. That's my definition of a little war.
That's not how you spell canonized, but okay.
Too big to be insignificant, but too small to be well remembered. And that makes them all the more damning for their mere existence. Interestingly enough, most small wars in American history
I
are
love that
pretty
book.
much just wars, or at least as Thomas Aquinas coined Jux Bellum, would have said it to be so. These are not clandestine operations of the CIA or simply bigoted empire building. Most have roots in just causes, if you can call any war just. Even most of the Indian wars were actually well justified, which you would never know if you just listened to some of the school teachers blab about them as a whole, rather than
I want to point out that this is talking about justification within Jus Bellum, not whether or not it was right. That should
It's
be
not a
very,
moral argument.
yeah. This is literally about whether or not it was a legal war. That's why I talk about justified, not good.
Basically, did they do their 20 was it an EU4? Their 20 agent score or whatever to get a casus belli? That's what he's talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
EU4, the European Universalis Paradox game.
Oh,
You probably
yeah.
never played it.
I can't stand grand strategy games. They're
Okay.
too complicated.
Fair. I mean, yeah, it's a very large learning curve at the start.
Yeah. Although hilariously, I'm talking about justification under Jus Bellum. There's no way that the Great Sioux War that is being depicted right here is justified under Jus Bellum. Like, that actually is very clearly not. So even though the majority of them are justified under Jus Bellum, that one isn't.
and the actual instances of each one. But the problem lies in the sheer number of them.
Is the background
It's an
music Lady
honestly
Gaga?
fearful prospect. I started compiling a
idea.
list of U.S. conflicts. I use the word
Oh, no!
conflict considering the hazy.
Wow. I think I had like a memory problem that I had 8 gigs of RAM, and so I literally couldn't render the entire title. So it just starts at the Civil War.
Definition of war, and I'll include a link in the description. On screen you should be seeing an image of it. In bold are the actual declared wars. Notice something? There's a lot of stuff that's not in bold. Even worse, this list is by no means complete. I'll add more as I learn of new ones. There are some good lists on Wikipedia as well, but they're not complete either. Even with this list being incomplete, it shows that our longest period of peace was between 1933 and 1941. That's 8 years. The US has never had a full decade of peace. In most of your lifetime, there hasn't been even 5 years. Yet again, we are not unique in that regard, but it drastically changes the way we can talk about peacetime. Those 8 years were dotted with bloody strikes and riots as well, and I'm sure if I dig long enough, I will find some sort of punitive expedition we mounted against some Latin American country.
I have, actually. Haha. Like, I actually keep this list updated, like the thing that I'm talking about here. And like the years I'm talking about is the 1930s.
That's a long list.
Oh yeah. So yeah. So you have like the Lincoln Battalion in Spain, the USS Panay getting sunk during the Japanese invasion of China. So there are little wars that I just didn't have, that I just didn't know about at that point. But I think somebody just yeah, I'll actually mention the that conflict right there, Sinjin. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but
St. von Richthofen.
yeah, I could say Richthofen correct, but I don't know if I could say Sinjin correct. But I don't know if I don't really have an opinion on it because I haven't really done enough like looking into it to have one. You know, all I really know about Somalia in the early '90s is Black Hawk Down. And that's literally just about the fight rather than the war itself.
It's mind-boggling. Just think about how many of those conflicts killed real people and changed the course of history. How many of them affect the way you live today? You never know. You never can know. It's too much. There's too much going on in that. Most of America's wars were not big, they were small. The momentous nature of war, even at its smallest, is incalculable. I encourage you guys to go and research some of these wars yourselves and figure out just how far-reaching the consequences of not knowing really are. Your own history is woven into them. Go and find out. But before you go, be sure to like and subscribe.
Still doing the like and subscribe.
Like and
thing.
subscribe. The most important parts.
I haven't. I don't think I've said that in ages.
Question about so because you already showed like a huge list of conflicts that America like partook in.
Yeah, I could show that again.
Idea of like the American isolationism that clearly like wasn't a thing then, or was it? I don't know. I don't know American history at all. So
Share. There we go. So American isolationism is American isolationism from Europe.
okay.
Yeah, it's kind of important to get that little bit
Fair, fair.
Because we've had the Monroe Doctrine since 1821.
Someone tell him he's wrong, so he has to drink.
Something like that. Watch if I got it right. Oh, actually, you know what? It'd be real easy to look up. Let's see here. Monroe Doctrine. Oh, 1823.
Oh, got it wrong.
I was off by 2 years. No. But the thing on so American isolationism tends to only be brought up specifically surrounding World War I and World War II, right?
Mhm.
That we didn't join World War I until 1917, and we didn't join World War II until after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
It took the Zimmerman telegram in World War I, and it took Pearl Harbor in World War II to bring us into the war.
Mhm.
But in terms of such a global conflict, if we were somehow not a part of it, it would take such an incident even today. It's not like the idea of American isolationism isn't exactly, isn't exactly a thing that I'm being told to drink, even though I corrected myself. Nobody corrected me. I did the correction.
You still count,
I
even if you
mean,
correct yourself.
Patrick managed to get it in there, but after I had corrected myself. But I'm not gonna chug. No way. I need to. I still have another freaking 7.5 hours. But the the um the thing is that people tend to think of it only in that regard, but like even
Mhm.
during World War I, we were involved in a bunch of wars at the time. You know, you can see here, like I can't even include all of them because like some of them were ongoing at the time. You know, there's the Mexican border war.
Occupation of
Our
Veracruz.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, occupation of Veracruz could arguably be considered part of the Mexican border war. Arguably, but you know, you have like the occupation of Haiti, which is arguably our longest war. You know, right in the middle of that, right? Although you could argue that our occupation of Nicaragua was our longest war, but we got out of Nicaragua in 25 and came back in like late 25 or something like that. Uh, oh, 26. So we got out of there for a whole year, but came back to occupy them for another like until Roosevelt, basically. Yeah, till Roosevelt. So like these are wars that are often just completely forgotten because they're because you know they don't fit into that nice little rubric of American warfare where it's like, you know,
The
clear
Trinity.
wars. Yeah, there's the Trinity, but there's also like, you know, when we talk about like Vietnam or something like that, where it's rather large forces, you know,
Mhm.
we're taught in grade school about like the Philippine insurrection or, you know, various Indian wars and that. Like those are all part of our standard education, but those are also wars that are like heavily fought. So something like the occupation of Nicaragua, it's just not a lot of fighting. There's not a lot of people there. You know, we held the entirety of Nicaragua for like uh 25 years or something like that. And no, 30 years. For 30 years. And did so with like a total of a standing military of about 800 Marines and like another 400 Blue Jacket as a Navy. Like just like 1,000 to 1,500 dudes. That's it. That's like the
Mhm.
entire American force there. Like imagine like having that going on right now.
Yeah.
We actually do have that going on right now.
Mhm.
We have that in Iraq, we have that in Syria, we have that in Lebanon. Right now, same kind of thing where it's an extremely small force, but we do have people there. And you can also tell on this list that I just kind of like give up at the end and just go like
Iraq War. And the rest.
friend just tried to call me. I think I didn't even I just like gave up here. But yeah, so the whole idea of isolationism is not exactly, it forgets half the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was where I was in 2014. You know, where I had, you know, not even started my master's program. But in late 2014 I started my master's.
What was
And
your master's in? Do you specialize in your master's in America?
no, just history.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, you do have specialties, but you have two specialties.
Oh, okay.
My well, no, you have a main specialty and a subspecialty within your main specialty, and then like a subspecialty outside of yours.
And what were
Each college
those?
is going to do it differently.
Yeah, yeah.
Mine was American West and Borderlands for the subspecialty within that, and then the foreign specialty, I don't even know, because I did a thesis, so I didn't have to do any comps.
Mm,
I don't even remember what it would have been.
fair.
I had to have like 2 classes that were not. I think it counted as Asia because I did like one on 20th century China and another on Soviet Russia,
Okay.
and I think that counted as an Asian specialty. um,
Russia, the famous Asian nation.
I mean, most of it
I
is
mean,
in.
yeah, most of it. True.
I think that's how I got away with it. But I also had to have some sort of relation to your subspecialty within your other one. So, like, there was some Borderlands stuff within it or something. I don't remember. But main thing was American West, because between 2014 and the summer of 2015, when the next video is, was a was what? Stop. Was one, I renamed the channel to Cynical Historian in the summer of 2015. I'm not sure if this is I think this might be the last Cynical Cipher video. This next one. I don't quite remember, but it's somewhere right around there that I changed the channel name to Cynical Historian. Because I had published on stuff, but also during that year, I had a real like coming to terms with the fact that like I would never get hired as a historian of American Small Wars. There's basically no museum to work for, no congressional research thing to work for or anything along those lines. That's that kind of public history is what you tend to do with a master's. And it gets even worse when you start talking about colleges that have been kind of like academia has been kind of moving away from military historians. Like you'll still find a lot of like military historians. Like the chair of my dissertation committee is a military historian. But generally, colleges will change, like when they have a military historian retire, they'll turn that into like Western historian or something like that. And by the way, when I say West, I mean like U.S. West, as in well, there's a lot of argument to be had about like where the U.S. West begins, but specifically the Southwest where I live. Southwest being California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado, and arguably West Texas. But that's what I specialize in, is American violence in the Southwest. And so that was actually like how I came to terms with having to choose a different specialty from what I had already been doing, because like I had a lot of like passion built up with the American Small Wars stuff because I had fought one, right?
Yes.
So that's why I went into American violence in the Southwest. So I can do that kind of cultural history stuff without having to rely on trying to get a military history job. And so I also have a passion for learning about where I live, and especially in San Luis Obispo, where I got my degree and where this next video was from, was where I was born. So I have a lot of passion for San Luis Obispo. I'm actually making a video right now about San Luis Obispo history. in conjunction with City Beautiful.
Have you ever made videos that weren't like history focused? Because like a lot of YouTubers, even the HistoryTubers, started doing either random educational videos or even video game videos and stuff like that. So I was just wondering.
So I did try a few like philosophy videos.
Mhm.
I was a philosophy minor in undergrad, and so for instance, I had a whole series, like three videos on. No, not three. I think two. I don't remember. Let's look it up. I had like a video on like the importance of logic. And I'm talking about like logic, not
Yeah.
freaking Ben Shapiro logic.
Yeah.
Wannabe freaking logicians. But the I think if I just type in common sense, it'll come up.
No, just Thomas Paine books comes up.
No, it's so. No, I'm searching in YouTube
I know.
Studio.
I'm making a joke.
But yeah, this. When did this come out? 8 years ago, July 29th, 2014. So I was still in Las Vegas. In fact, I recognize that wall. The I just looked up the video and like here's the video. But
The wall.
yeah, that's just like a large blank wall from the house I was living in. But yeah, does common sense exist?
Mm,
And I basically use the idea of you not being able to intuit how a syllogism works. Like most people cannot just guess how a syllogism will work out. You kind of have to work out the logic, right? Like
yeah.
there's actually some logic to it. And so I argue if you can't intuit this, then common sense clearly does not exist. You know, I think I actually like credit my my professor in here. Yeah. Credit my professor. That's funny. But I did try some stuff like that. I can't think of many others
Mhm.
like that. Generally, it's just in those kinds of things didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
I also once I rebranded to Cynical Historian, that kind of kept it history,
Hmm.
and yeah. By the way, before we get to the next video, I don't know how long you want to stay on here. Surprised Tiger Star hasn't gotten back. I thought he
It's
was
just so much laundry, just
yeah, apparently.
mountains of laundry that he has to fold. This is-
But when did you start the actual HistoryTuber group?
I know the exact date. I have it written down somewhere, but I'm gonna guess 2017. At some point in 2017.
Okay. So still years away from that because this is 2015. The next thing, the
It was the 10th of 2017. Exact day, I can't tell you.
the oh, you mean the 10th month, as in
Yeah, the
October.
10th month. So that's what.
Okay.
That's October.
Yeah.
October 2017. I don't know the exact date.
I thought when you said 10th, I thought you meant 10th of January.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
But the like until then, we had a very loose affiliation with amongst history tubers, and I know at some point Mark and Naven from Alliterative will be joining us, and they have been key to organizing We Create EDU.
Yeah.
but I don't think that started until like 2016 either. And so at this point, a lot of us were coming to find each other by commenting in each other's comments section.
Or
Like,
just emails. I remember before then I would just email people.
yeah, well, it wasn't until like late 2015 that because you could choose to have your email shown or not, and most people didn't choose to show it, and you didn't have to have like
And
a business email thing. So a lot of
yeah,
people were not reachable.
I also I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, there was also a chat function in YouTube. You could
Oh
message
yeah,
people for YouTube.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, um, man, I forgot about that. When did that go away? And also, why?
Yeah, that was useful actually.
Yeah, super useful. Now we have to like even for inviting a bunch of people here, I used like 4 different platforms. Like it's so
Disconnected.
yeah. Um
You use Twitter, Slack, Discord, email. It's all just a
yeah.
mess.
And just yeah, for people on this it was Slack, Twitter, Discord, and email. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um so yeah, 4 different platforms when back then we just but there was also this problem that like you wouldn't get notified. You had to actually check it all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and also towards the end, people started using it to spam a lot.
Yeah.
But I think also by 2015, I had partnered up with an multi-channel network because back then that was like kind of one of the main ways that you could monetize,
Hmm.
especially if you didn't have a lot of subscribers. Um, the it also allowed me to get access to Epidemic Sound, the the this big database of I don't know if you use Epidemic.
I use it for my music. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Epidemic. Um, it's super useful. The it's for those who don't know, it's a big library that you could just download music and use it in the background. So like most of the background music you hear, even playing right now in the background of this, is uh, is Epidemic Sound. You just have to have a subscription license, and boom, you can use anything in the library. It's great. The and Dino Tsar, no.
Just follow our Twitter. We share a lot of dumb comments on there.
Yeah, yeah. It's although admittedly a lot of them are just kind of like the ones that I share on Twitter are just like the baffling like, wow, this exists. um
Yeah.
if you really want to see a bunch of dumb comments, go to Discord and I post like all the ones I delete or ban. You just there's a whole bad comment section unless like you know how you get the same freaking stupid comment over and over and over again. So
Yeah.
if it's the same thing over and over and over again, you know, the like Lincoln actually invaded the South. It's like, yeah, I'm not even going to take a picture of that. You're just banned.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bye bye,
Yeah.
bigot. You know, good solid policy of like bigots get banned. And funny thing in terms of comment moderation, I didn't moderate comments until 2017.
Oh, I moderated comments straight from the start.
Yeah,
I was
well,
just like,
it was
no, you're banned.
I just didn't pay attention that much
Oh, okay.
because I didn't one like I didn't have an app for it, so like I couldn't just look at my phone and pull up the latest comments or something like that.
Funny
Um,
thing, I don't have. I have never had the YouTube app. Well, I had it for a while. Then I realized it was just bad, so I uninstalled it because I would just look at it too much.
Oh, yeah.
And now anything I have to do with YouTube, I have to actually go to my computer, and it has like I prefer that so much more because there's no like distraction. I have to be in my computer to actually like look at stuff and deal with stuff.
I've tried doing that a few times, but like I like to actually take pictures of the stuff I'm deleting.
Hmm.
And it's I don't like the way it like I don't like the way it screen caps for comments on the app on the web
Okay.
because I want to show what video it was under, right? Well, on the app, it actually shows like the latest comment and like
The video.
yeah,
Yeah.
and what video it is. So it's really easy to take a picture like that and then crop it. But the speaking of bands, uh, but
Oh, there goes Matthew. Sorry. Nice knowing you. You just got banned. What? Sorry.
no, just the Civil War was about the 10th Amendment. Shut the hell up. Get the hell out of here. Freaking bigots. That's I don't even know why I took a picture of that. That's not worth taking a picture. I've seen that comment a million times. But at this point, I wasn't doing that. And I think the thing that really made me start moderating was the in 2017 I had like my big viral success, and those comments were really nasty. I mean, like,
Was it the 10 slavery myths one?
yeah. I mean, like, I remember when because back then you could actually scrape all the comments, and I remember before I closed the comment section, I scraped all the comments, and the N word was used something like 1,200 times.
No, God.
Yeah, that's just like the most simple search I could possibly do. And it was that experience that made me realize that, like, I was watching people who would like comment something good, and then just like a ton of hate would come on. They'd comment something as benign as like, "Hey, messed up the spelling of this word" or something, and then just hate
Yeah.
in the replies, and like then that person would delete their comment, and like basically makes it impossible to have a good any kind of good conversation about history without moderation.
Any kind of
Right?
constructive criticism as well, because the people that are going to
Yeah.
post the constructive criticism don't want to do it because they just get berated by everyone else.
Yeah. And or they will it'll actually have some constructive criticism, and then people will use that as like a way to say that like this person's a freaking asshole, you shouldn't be paying attention to him whatsoever,
Yeah,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah, that
exactly.
kind of stuff. And it's like, I misspelled or mispronounced something. It's not a big fucking deal.
Or is this one of those arguments like, oh, I'm not surprised he mispronounced it because he cannot get anything right. Everything
Yeah.
he said is wrong.
Oh, the number of people who will like dismiss an entire video because of a mispronunciation or
Oh, yeah.
pronounce. See, I just mispronounced mispronunciation.
Joke's on you.
I had there was a comment just recently that somebody said that like, this is why we Americans have a unique form of ignorance that they thrust on everyone else. This guy is a perfect example of it. He can't even pronounce Brezhnev. And I had mispronounced Brezhnev. I had said Brezhnev, which not that big of a freaking deal, right? Brezhnev, whatever. We don't even have zh in the English language.
Brezhnev, yeah.
That's not how you pronounce it in English. I'm speaking English.
And also, people mispronounce my name all the time, and I don't go crazy. Like,
yeah,
like, calm down.
But people and he's using that as not only an excuse to deny the entire video, but also to deny all American knowledge
Yeah.
whatsoever. And I kind of tweeted out like, "I am a god now. I can the judgment of nations rests on my pronunciation." And like, but people really are that dumb, and I don't even know how to address that because like, where do you even go from there? You know?
Yeah. Sometimes hard.
Oh,
Also,
and
can we talk about how Mr. Beat
Oops.
has a rival stream today? What's happening? Is he trying to take you down? Is this beef?
he told me about it. Like he's had it scheduled for a while apparently.
Sure. Likely story. I don't know
Yeah.
about this.
But it's only going to be 2 hours. He said that he was going to come on here before going on there, so I don't know. But Brian here has a really good question. Do I think that making YouTube videos has improved my history skills? And this goes just as much for you, Matush. Like, was like I think it has, right? A lot.
Yes, I
Um,
think it definitely has. In
it's
many ways, yeah.
it certainly has broadened my knowledge.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, I think that's the most, the way it most contributed is broadening my knowledge, just because it gives me a way and a reason and also an excuse in a way to research into something I wouldn't normally do. Because
Exactly.
uh, oftentimes you get stuck in your own bubble as a historian, and this way I have kind of like an excuse to actually broaden the things I'm looking for, and I might find some interesting stuff that I can then apply to my own bubble while doing more broader research.
Yeah, and it's because there's a weird part of it where while what's the phrase go? You can be a jack of all trades and master of none.
Yeah,
You can have that issue as well.
yeah,
And it's a weird balance because you end up going off in all these different directions. And actually, the next video is a perfect example of it. It's the first based on a true story.
hmm
And that whole series based on a true story, and I'll just quickly share the video, but we don't have to actually watch it. But the and this is my place in San Luis Obispo, so you can see I suddenly sprout another bookcase. But the because I end up like researching a bunch of stuff, like I never thought I would have to research, something Turing. I'm forgetting his name, Alan Turing.
Yep.
But now I have that like little bit of knowledge that I can, pull out. And you end up reinforcing all kinds of different stuff in different ways because history ends up being a very multifaceted multifaceted thing where you end up not realizing that one story is connected to another and like everything's connected, right?
Yeah, very true.
And so I don't exactly think of it as being detrimental at
hmm
all, besides too much of a distraction. Although I will also say I am well known in my department for being able to write way faster than everyone else. I can pump out a term paper faster than most, and that's because I have been habituated to it through having to pump out so many episodes.
Oh yeah, definitely. My writing skills have improved drastically thanks
Yeah,
to YouTube.
and
Because
like even like the artistry of it, the weird like um the weird turns of phrases in that, or
yeah,
noticing that you keep using the same word multiple times or things like that.
hmm
You only really notice that until somebody tells you, and the comments will tell you.
Comments will tell you, or when you listen to yourself. Sometimes I notice it
Yeah.
when I listen to myself back, and I'm like, oh, did I use the word however like 4 times in a paragraph? What?
Yeah. And or like my bad one is basically,
Okay.
or off the cuff, I also use like a lot,
Mhm.
because I'm from California.
Like basically, you know.
Yeah. I I use I use dude, men, and like all the time. And like now I'm getting self-conscious about it.
It's fine.
But like that's that's uh that's something I use in natural speech, but I would never write that, right?
Mhm.
But there's a bunch of things. For instance, I didn't realize um, until having done this for so much that I had this real bad problem of repeated words. Um, like I can't come up with an example, um, but these repeated words that are you could substitute other words and never have that problem, and then if you look at it in Word documents, you can actually see where it's like the same word 3 times in a diagonal line and it's like pops out. But a
Yeah,
lot of people wouldn't even realize that until, you've been doing this for so long that you start realizing that little tick. Um,
definitely.
and there's other things where it can also help iron out things that you have, like in 2018, I actually still didn't know what passive voice properly was. Like I had made it that far and still didn't know what passive voice was, but I had a professor who really cracked down on it in class.
Mhm.
And then I started like figuring it out in my own writing. Um not just in terms of a term paper, but in terms of like episodes, you know?
Mhm.
And then I started rooting that out, and then I started noticing where I could, where like passive voice was an issue in other people's work to the point that like passive voice actually caused problems with their narrative.
Mhm.
The you know we made mistakes kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or no, that's not passive voice.
Uh,
Sorry, mistakes were made, right?
Mistakes were made.
The perfect example of like an obfuscatory that's a fun word, um uh obfuscatory passive voice, where you're really trying to avoid being blamed for something. So that mistakes were made thing is from the Bush administration, um during the 2004 2000, whenever he did the whole like mission accomplished banner thing that was in that speech. Um, and instead of like saying the U.S. made mistakes in Iraq, it just said mistakes were made. Who made them? Where? What? Why?
They were
um,
just made, you know.
and that's something I would never have noticed if I hadn't one been forced to know to learn what passive voice is and stop it, and repeatedly find it in my own work because I'm pumping out so much stuff.
Yeah.
Because for those who don't know, passive voice is the difference between mistakes were made and we made mistakes. It's when you don't have a clear uh, subject.
Subject. Yeah.
Um, and it's still technically passive voice if you say mistakes were made by the U.S. Um, because it's not as strong of a statement if you say were made by as opposed to X did Y, you know, instead of, the Y was doing X.
Mhm.
Um, it's a stronger statement and a clearer thing. If you can ever put it the end of a sentence by zombies, then you know that it's passive voice.
By zombies. Mistakes were made by zombies.
Exactly. You instantly know it doesn't work. I love. I've actually had to like, because this is actually something that I really had to like drill out of me, and so I ended up GAing for that professor, and he wanted me to like give them the whole speech about passive voice. So I came in there, and he's saying like, yeah, okay, you're going to use the first 15 minutes to talk about this, and I just wrote up on the board like mistakes were made. And so, all the students are going like, "Ooh, ooh, okay," and it's like, no, I'm not talking about me, and that's exactly the problem. Like, they're all excited because they think that they're going to get like an extra like grade point or something like that, and like, nope, I'm pointing out how this is a problem, and the problem with you. But it's you can improve a lot by doing this kind of stuff. Practice makes perfect, right?
Yep. 3 hours in, I feel like we can start the third video, no?
So the third video is the first based on a true story. And what's
I'm gonna go get another beer, so I'll be right back. You can talk.
All right. And what's interesting about this one is that I actually declare like from the get-go, I declare the methodology. A lot of people seem to think that I do these based on true story things as like, you did this wrong and therefore you can't do anything, then therefore it's a bad movie. It's like, no, it's about adherence to the story. If it's based on a true story, then it has to be based on it. If you're going away from it, then then you've lost the basis. That's the point. And interestingly enough, I start off with that statement. Well, I don't know if I start off in the video or whatever, but we'll find out, won't we?
The Imitation Game, awarded the Oscar for...
Oh, the French.
The Imitation Game, awarded the Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay and most definitely a good movie, but it has some glaring flaws. Hey, Cypher here. So for those who have seen the...
Oh, you guys hear that audio cutting in and out? I don't know why I did that. Why or... Oh, that was the audio for the I was finally starting to use a lapel mic, and the lapel mic added audio above the line. That's so weird.
The show before, you probably know I am fairly critical of what Hollywood calls based on a true story. I've even made a few episodes on such things, including my first 2. But today, I thought I'd make a series out of it, beginning with The Imitation Game, and some of the problems it has with historical accuracy. I can't hit everything, so I'll just hit the most important stuff. And there is no restraint on spoilers on this, so you should watch the movie first. It is a good movie.
Should we care about spoilers here? I don't think it matters, right? What do you guys think? What do you guys think, chat? Yeah, I figure spoilers shouldn't really matter, especially when we're talking about a movie that came out quite a while ago, and the fact that it's about history. So it's not a spoiler. The fact that we're alive is the spoiler, right?
If you don't want to be spoiled, just turn off the sound. Turn it back on once the video is off the screen.
Yeah, I mean, like, probably about here. Yeah, so like about here is where you see where it shows the that's I think the director. Um, there is when it's not going to be spoiler territory anymore. But I don't know. It's Alan Turing. Like his story's already happened.
But after you've seen it, you really should come back here and watch this because there are some pretty bad problems with it. You've been warned.
The film depicts Turing's
Oh
love of
my
a
God.
boy in boarding school.
Weird thing, when I started this series, I really liked CinemaSins. That's
So
that's
do you have a ding?
no.
Ding?
No, it just has like the little, I think I stopped doing that in 2016.
I mean, I think in some of my early videos, when I say the name, when I in the video, when I say the title of the video, I think it's somewhere in the corner I have like roll credits or something from CinemaSins.
Yeah, I mean that's a good joke, but like, we've also like, CinemaSins is kind of trash. But there's totally, as Mina says, there is the sin counter on top. And the weird thing about this is I do have like I will sometimes have lightning rounds and things where I just want to like list off a bunch of stuff, and then I'll actually have like a sound effect of some sort. But that's only for like lightning rounds. This is how I started though.
School as mutual, where in all likelihood it wasn't. We don't know for sure, but that is a huge leap when no one has ever expressed it. The whole scenario with Joan Clark is just flat out wrong. They admit before.
Oh, the timing on this is terrible. See how it like changes the number and I start talking?
Yeah.
Wow.
Before the war in Cambridge, and she was already working at Bletchley before Turing started there. She was not discovered by Turing and secretly brought to the project. Instead, Clark was sent to the project when her supervisor discovered her math skills. It was after that their relationship ever came to be. And their relationship was never as strong as depicted. And the day after he proposed to her, he told her of his homosexuality. Their relationship's breakup of sorts is not depicted correctly either. They grew apart after the revelation, not due to any outside circumstances. Turing did not solely write to Churchill. Those letters are a matter of public record now, and they are signed by a few other people on the team. The machine that is named Christopher in the movie was actually named Bomba, like the song. Turing did not push its creation against the will of his team either. Instead, the machine was based on the design of a Polish one from a few years prior, and it was a group effort. Turing's brilliance was not the design, but the modification for beating the Enigma machine.
Hey, Genie Vlogger, you want to come on? Big fun to have Genie Vlogger come on. Or Genie Vlogger. You go by Genie Vlogger, not Genie of Vlogger. If you want, send me if you want to join freaking join the stream, send me a ping on Twitter.
The decision to withhold information was never rested upon the Hut 8 team. The superiors were in charge of that. Furthermore, the whole brother dying thing is just grossly false. That didn't happen in the least, and Peter Hilton did not even begin working with Turing until after the machine had broken Enigma. John Cairncross, the Soviet spy, did work at Bletchley Park, but not with Turing. They had.
You can also tell that like these videos started off with like were like often premised on you having already watched the movie, because like there's a bunch of stuff I haven't done anything with this in years or anything, so I'm even lost going like what am I talking about? But I think I meant this to be basically like you watch the movie and then watch this, right? But it doesn't quite work that way. I mean, I have seen the movie, obviously, but I don't remember a dang thing here.
No contact whatsoever, and the interplay between them is altogether fabricated. Turing did write Clark letters and even tried to rekindle the relationship at one point during the war, but she never visited him again. On these historical discrepancies, one of the writers by the name of Graham Moore said,
Yeah, I think that when you use the language of fact-checking to talk about a film, I think you're sort of fundamentally misunderstanding how art works. Like,
Okay, this one like really pisses me off. But hold on a second, I gotta send something real quick. There you go. But this particular statement, like, you get these same statements all the time from directors who are like, this is the writer actually, but like you get these same statements where they're like, I can't be judged by historians, I'm writing fiction. It's like, no, you're not. Stop it.
you don't fact-check Monet's water lilies, right?
Look, this guy doesn't seem to really understand what Impressionism is, which is what Monet's water lilies are part of. It's about giving the impression of what it feels like. And that is very much about accuracy. You are trying to be accurate as to what they feel like. Also, Monet was probably going blind at this point, and so that might also have been how he saw them. Furthermore, we most definitely look at scenarios and portraits that are painted with the fact-checking language that he talks about. I mean, of course, we want historical accuracy when we're looking.
I'm pretty sure the original cut of that, like was making a joke about like zooming in on the codpiece, but
Yeah. I mean,
think
that's what everyone ever looks at when they see that painting, honestly.
yeah,
'Cause it's so prominent.
I thought I was going to do like a bit of a joke of like, you know, and that's too big or something like that. And I just cut it out like, you know, it's like, oh, that's too immature. It's like, no, I'm not above making those kinds of immature jokes. Screw that. I have a dick joke in my freaking dissertation.
Best ones are the armor. Like Henry's armor is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Like what? Philip II, was it? The Holy Roman Emperor. I think it was Philip II. The guy, no, something the fifth.
Charles V.
Charles V, yeah, same time frame, right? He has just the most ridiculous codpiece on his armor.
Oh, does he? I don't think I ever saw that one.
It like points up. He basically has a boner on his codpiece.
Oh, now I need to look at it.
But it might be Charles V, or it might also be Philip II. I can't remember which. Either one. Both of those are Holy Roman Emperors, though. So, but anyways, the you could see that this whole argument over like what, whether or not you should, you know, interpret historical media through the fact-checking lens is just blatantly false, and it really shows a really poor understanding of art.
I mean, of course, we want historical accuracy when we're looking at something that's supposed to be historically accurate. That's what paintings are when you're depicting a battle or depicting somebody's face. You don't want a cubist painting in a portrait. And then there's the even worse thing, and the frankly foolish thing, about saying this when you're depicting real people, and knowingly fabricating falsehoods is definitely not warranted in art, at least in name. These are people, not abstract objects for your own musings. I actually like this movie a lot, but Hollywood always has a way of just ruining everything. If it weren't for Moore's justification, I would be fine with this. This would just be another example of really piss-poor research on Hollywood's part. But instead, this shows intentional defamation. And that's just ignorance. So, good job on that. So anyways, that was the first movie-specific episode. Tell me what you thought, and maybe what other movies you'd like to see in the future. I'm thinking The Last Samurai. I've even got a book on it over there. So, maybe that one next time? I don't know. What do you guys think? Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, still doing the like and subscribe thing there. The 100 episode. Yeah, that actually that's true. Dinosaur is correct. That's 100 episodes, right? Why is it not showing my cursor? It's not showing my cursor, but the casino thing right there, which is also the last movie on this list of things to watch, was the 100th episode of Based on a True Story. No joke. So here's the first, and there's the 100th. Crazy how many episodes that is. What's the next? When's the next? What's the next based on true story? I don't know if it'll be the next one to come out, but the one that is already recorded is 24th. I haven't edited it yet, but it is the it's recorded. Dissertation comes first, of course. But yeah, that because that was like that's still a pretty big part of the channel, right? And interestingly enough, I started this, get this, 2 weeks before History Buffs did his first video. So I was kind of the first one to do something like this. that was like the first like fact checking video on YouTube.
Yeah, look where History Buff is now, and there you are.
Yeah. he's got, I mean, there was a video that made him blow up, was the Vikings video. And that got crazy popular. But let's just say that my most recent one that was on Casino is kind of a direct refutation of his video. In fact, after he made his Casino video, I got so annoyed that I started my series on Las Vegas movies.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Oh, thank you for saying that, CJ. But it's also like he's much more focused on like entertainment and that, and
yeah,
like entertainment will only get you so far. And there's also movies that are just like they're good historically and they're terrible entertainment wise, like freaking Midway, the Free State of Jones. Those are, Midway's terrible because it's too much all at once. And they could easily have just cut out Pearl Harbor and the Doolittle sequence altogether. And the Free State of Jones is just boring. Like, it's extremely accurate. It's just boring. I wouldn't say that about 15. I actually like 1517 to Paris, but that's just because like I like it for what it is. It's it's one of those ones where like if you didn't know that the three main characters are the actual people, you'd be super annoyed with that movie. Like it'd be super boring. But like as soon as you know that those are the actual people, it almost becomes like a docudrama. And so I'm a lot more forgiving of boring documentaries. But the I also had to evolve this whole concept of reviewing movies over time. And that really shows in literally the next video on this list, which is Revenant. And I don't know if we really want to watch the whole thing. It's 20 minutes. But I wanted to show something on it, specifically what had changed. Because this is literally just a year later, 1 year later, and you can see kind of my standard reviewing style had fully formed by that point. But also, this video represented a massive change in the channel, because this is where the first video that you see my new symbol come up, the first video that I start using like transitions, like substantial transitions and effects and stuff like that. Basically, I took like a month and a half break and worked real hard on making videos more than just the text. But before we could do that, I need to go to the bathroom because I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. And it will be a perfect time to switch to beer. So, but before we do that, let me show. Come on, where's the intro? Yeah, the standard intro. This started then.
And it took what, 4 years to get to it?
But like, this was also like the first time that intro ever showed.
Mhm.
And the funny thing is, notice that it doesn't have the sound effects, because now I have the sound effects when the pieces come in. They go chink, chink, chink. That came up when we. You remember the Bronze Age collab?
Yes.
That's when I first did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Bronze Age collab was like the first time I did it, but I didn't turn it into like a standard sequence for like a year. It took. I kept on adding like the little sound effects each video, and then finally it was like, oh wait, I'm using like the same sound effects each time, and just all right. But that's also the first video that I changed the intro song. Notice I'm still using that pro-made
Yep.
yeah. So that was like the and thank you for dropping in. But the bits and pieces of that took a while to kind of form, but the main thing that that symbol, the the background and everything. In fact, I should probably change the because on this broadcast, I'm still using the wrong background, the background from the early years, because I went
to a new background
to this, the red beams. I think that showed up a few videos later, but the main thing is, I started using proper video editing. I started having a lot of audio ducking and all that kind of stuff. This is like the big channel revamp, where I finally kind of made it a thing. Because this was always kind of a side project.
and to some extent still is.
Yeah, most certainly.
Mm.
But it wasn't. It never was intended to be anything substantial besides like just cool videos that I was making. And then I realized that I actually was starting to build an audience in that. Like, I think over this break, I got I went from like 1,000 subscribers to like 2,000 subscribers, and that was like a big thing back in 2016. So it was a huge change, but I really need to go to the bathroom.
Go. I'll entertain the chat somehow.
I'm gonna. But before I go,
Chug, chug,
let's
chug.
go.
We like to drink with Cypher. Okay, that's it.
I'll be back in a sec.
What's up, chat? It's now only you and me. Any questions for me, or just how you doing? Any interesting stuff happening in your life? As for me, what I've been drinking tonight, if you're interested, is Amstel, which is a Dutch beer. Nothing too fancy. Quite common in Europe, but I like it. It's a pretty good beer. It's a lager. It's a pilsner. And yeah, pretty alright. Are you not entertained? Let's gossip about Cypher. I know, right? He's just way too cynical about everything. Like, movies not being historically accurate? Come on, man. No one expects them to be. They're all shit anyways. Why bother correcting them? Just say they're bad. Done. I'm still owned by Heineken, and Heineken didn't leave Russia. I had no idea about that one. Your beer taste is acceptable. Na zdravie, Artur. He's just being nitpicky. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I'm drinking my own home brew. No Orc sponsoring. Fair. I don't know the Heineken part.
Can you not highlight comments yourself, Matu?
I don't think I can't. But I'm reading it out loud, so I feel like people got the idea.
Where did I put it? So I'm switching to beer and starting off with a breakfast stout. This is actually, I think it's pretty high in alcohol, if I remember correctly. So, not really. What? Okay, 8.3. That's not that much.
Also, thank you, Majoras. Yeah, some Puntly are very interesting. I would love to. I saw that there was like some excavation that found some recently. But since it's not my area of my expertise, quote unquote, I only follow it very briefly because I just don't have the time for it that much. But it's very interesting.
Let's see here. Referring to this comment, right?
Yeah.
On Skull Rack.
Yeah, some
Skull
Puntly.
Rack.
Yeah, so Aztecs had these like skull racks. They would just like mound the skulls of the people they sacrificed, and they're called Sompuntli.
Oh, okay.
And apparently, one was just excavated somewhere in central Mexico recently. I remember reading about that.
Yeah, what prompted that video in the first place?
I read a paper that I mentioned in the video. I can't remember it now. And the paper was basically, it was like an introduction into the scholarly debate around how the Aztecs kind of normalized this idea of killing people. Like that was just normal in their society through the sacrifice. Because from what we can tell from the sources, their society was quite like they had laws, and it was actually to a certain extent the laws were like upheld and peaceful, quote unquote. There were wars and everything, but like the cities
They
themselves
were an
were like
empire.
yeah, but the cities themselves were like governing quite like there wasn't that much crime and everything.
I mean, we're talking because the Aztec Empire was made of a confederation of 3 cities, right?
Yeah.
And so like that would make sense for like those 3 cities, but there's more to the Aztec Empire than just
Yeah. So my video focused just on the Mexica, which were the ones that their capital, quote unquote, even though that wasn't really a concept, but their main city was Tenochtitlan, which is today the center part of Mexico. Mexico
City.
City. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And I read that article, and it was very brief. It was literally just an introduction. It was part of one of my master's classes that looked into just like various history around the world, just to give us some perspective, and this was one of them. And I was like, wow, that is really interesting. I don't know nothing about the Aztec Empire, the Mexica, or anything.
So
I wanna-
perfectly within your whole concept of history communications.
Yeah. So so I wanted to like
were-
research much more into it. So
See, that's the other thing about this whole history communications concept, is that like it seems to be more about communicating one specific work, as opposed to like how we do a lot of synthesis.
yeah.
You know, when I put out a new video, it'll often have a bibliography of like 8 books with
Well,
its.
my
you know?
most of my videos as well. So this one, it came from one, like the inspiration came from one article, but the one article was by far not big enough to make a video around. So I had to actually go research all the stuff that the article was talking about, and all the footnotes it gave, to actually like understand what it was talking about, because the article itself was an introduction. And then from all that came this video, and the video is, if you know anything about Aztec history, the video is actually kind of introductory on its own, because there's so much more to it, even though it's like almost 40 minutes long.
I don't remember it being that long, really.
Yeah, well, almost. It's like 37, I think, or whatever.
Flies by.
Thank you. I think that's a sign of a good video.
Yeah, I'm always amazed when somebody like I'll put out. I remember I put out a compilation of my political polarization series, which is like 3 hours, and I had a bunch of people commenting like, "Wait, that was 3 hours? I haven't had dinner yet."
Anyway, so the video, if you watch it and you know a bunch about Aztec history, you will notice that it's kind of an introduction on its own, and it's kind of like it's almost my like
Hey, Mark just joined.
journey through the history of learning about it.
Hey, Mark,
Hello.
can you hear us?
Hold on.
We can hear you. And it's actually great that you're I'm guessing Mark can't hear us right now.
I guess not.
But when he can hear us, like you and him are perfect, because I wanted to talk more about like the evolution of HistoryTube as a space, and Mark and Avon is his wife, and also like co-creator of Alliterative, and they're both like really involved in We Create EDU, which is kind of the connected thing.
Mhm.
I'm going to remove. Well, I I don't know. Let's put it in private chat. We could hear you. I think I said your. But yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. I couldn't hear you.
Okay,
But
great.
you can hear us now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going with the built-in mic on my computer rather than the external mic. So
Well, hopefully, let's hope that it doesn't have any feedback. I'm not hearing any feedback, so. But I can hear you just fine.
excellent.
So, it's perfect that both you and Matusha are here, because, by the way, is Avon going to be joining?
She'll be joining us in a couple minutes. Yep.
Sweet. Because for those who don't know, once again, for everybody joining into the stream, there is links in the description Go to alliterative, check out his thing. You might remember the nationalism video that did some etymology in that. Not enough of you guys are clicking through. You gotta go check out his channel. It's great. And like etymology, as in the history of words, like there's so much depth to like literally just every word we say. There's a history to
Absolutely.
it. And sometimes that it like makes this cool little knot thing that shows all the weird connections that very what's that guy's name, James Burke?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Burke, yeah.
very James Burkean, in terms of just showing how all these different words are connected, and like there's this deeper history to even the most mundane words like magic. But one of the other reasons I really wanted to bring you on, and it's perfect that you and Matus are here, because Matus created the HistoryTubers Slack, which was originally named, and I still have it saved as such,
The
was
Laser Ninja Pirate Dragon League or something.
Laser Ninja Dragon Pirate League. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have it like saved as such. But the that is really useful for history tubers, because not every history tuber is really a educator, right? A lot of history tubers are just focused on making good stories. But then
Or
there's
talking
also
about their local history or something.
yeah. Well, I mean that would be educational.
Well, yeah, but no, yeah.
Yeah, but then there's like the overall EduTubers Slack, which is called We Create EDU, and Mark and Avon are really like enmeshed in the in how all that stuff works. I don't really know how all the board stuff works. We don't need to talk about any of that, but like the main thing is that these two organizations have been integral to growing HistoryTube as a larger concept. And so, like, when did We Create EDU start?
That's a good question. It started right around the same time, if you remember the old, what was it called? ICG, Internet Creators Guild, which now is no longer a thing.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Was that started by the Green Brothers or no?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was. There were some of the people involved in it, anyways. And some of the people who were. That's how we found out about We Create EDU. So we weren't, original members of WCE. It was already started by another, small group of people, but we found out about it through ICG, and then, realized what a really good group it was. There we go.
Hello.
Which way do I peek? There we go. There we go.
There we go.
There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
I mean, how long you guys have been? You guys started pretty early too, like 2015, right?
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah. We found each other pretty quickly. We were talking earlier in the stream about the weird ways that like people made connections. I think we did that the old way where everybody just like commented on each other's videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back when you could do that and actually make a connection with someone.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
you put out a few etymology videos and a couple of cocktail videos.
Yeah.
I remember watching the Manhattan video and saying, this guy makes good videos and he's got really good taste in whiskey. So
and on that, a friendship was born. There you go.
I
always has it to hand. What
That's
more
right.
could you want in someone?
I started the stream with whiskey because I knew I could drink it very slowly.
Yes.
And not get drunk, but I've since switched to beer. I figure 3 hours in, and it's It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Wait, so you can drink whiskey before the sun is over the yardarm, but, but only, beer only in the afternoon?
I think it's grog over the but the actually, like I still do this when I am appearing on camera. I will pour some whiskey like and take a few swigs before hitting record.
Is a part of the pre-record ritual.
Yeah, it's liquid courage.
Fair enough.
You know, you have to have like because YouTube has that like whole you can't be talking very slowly and nobody wants to listen to you talking like this. We watched a few of my earlier ones. Man, they were cringe. And I was doing exactly that because I didn't like, you know, besides when I'm drinking, I'm not that bubbly, you know.
And yet learned the artificial excitement. I mean, not that it's artificial that you're excited, but you have to be able to project a kind of excitement that may not be as natural.
And also be able to speak really quickly so that everybody can actually understand what you're saying, but still be able to get through it very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that very particular YouTube voice.
Yeah.
I would just need to have an edit every 3 seconds.
Well, I mean, that's Mark gets away with doing the voiceovers, so he does have an edit every 3 seconds.
I want to get each one like perfect.
Yeah.
He just does the whole record and repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats, and then I get to make that sound nice.
So you're actually cutting in between sentences?
Oh yeah,
like
I mean,
I try to do takes so that it's like one solid, like obviously the breaths I'll cut out, but like the, but besides the breaths, like I try to make it one solid sentence.
do you know the length of the sentences Mark writes these days?
Oh my God, your videos have gotten ridiculously long.
Yeah.
That nationalism video, it took me like
over an hour.
3 or 4 days to get through.
I know. Yeah, no, that's particularly bad. But yeah, I cut certainly he'll do phrase by phrase, like he'll do takes of phrase by phrase.
Short enough sentence, I'll do a whole sentence.
Yeah, and he'll take a run at it if he needs to. But he also there are times when I'm cutting within a phrase because there's a particular word that he's had a lot of trouble with, and he's just kind of taken a run at it 4 times.
Yeah. Although, random aside, because we talked about this earlier about like people getting mad about pronunciation.
Yeah.
You kind of have to specialize in that, though.
And they still get mad.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of languages that I talk about that I don't really know.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, I know a handful of Germanic languages, but I don't know all of them. So if I have to pronounce a word in Dutch or something.
Dutch being a particular sore point, because we have one very faithful and very kind commenter who, you know, loves all our stuff and comments on all of it faithfully and listens to the podcast, and he's great, but he's Dutch. And every time we say, Mark has to say a Dutch word or name, there's a kind but slightly disappointed comment about how it was wrong.
Though he will also say when I did get it right,
every time
he's like, good job on
hey,
that.
you did that one. That one was good.
That's a nice. I saw. Oh yeah, Tayzone's in here. This guy right here, he's from, well, he's not originally from the Netherlands, but he is in the Netherlands now. And like, he's been impressed with my pronunciation a couple of times.
Well, that is really good because Dutch is hard.
Yeah, but it's also, you know, ich spreche Deutsch ein bisschen, but so like, they're close enough.
Yeah, well, I think that might be the most inflammatory thing you've said so far.
But I wouldn't read too many pronunciations because when I did my Czechoslovak video, what?
You broke up a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say I wouldn't read too much into the pronunciation comments because when I did my Czechoslovak video, I got a bunch of comments saying how I mispronounce things, even though I am from Slovakia and I can speak Czech and Slovak like fluently, like it's my native language. And there's people like, no, you said Hodonin badly. That's not how you say it. I was like, I don't know. I'm sorry.
The number of times I've had people try to tell me how to pronounce Nevada, like,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I
no,
was gonna say
and those
that.
really are fighting words because,
Yeah.
like, I mean, I've seen, like, there's a great, I think it was Wall Street Journal did a thing on like politicians who have screwed it up in Nevada, and there's this great clip of like Trump at a Trump rally mispronouncing it and then like triple downing on it,
Of course,
and
we
like
can
you
never be
can
wrong.
hear the crowd through the microphone. You can hear the crowd just booing the heck out of him. And this is a Trump rally. They're
Yeah.
already sycophants, right? And like Harry Reid, this was luckily not filmed, but Harry Reid had a chosen successor, and he presented it at a group of like 30 or 40 people, not many. And his chosen successor, I don't even remember the name of the guy, but he was from out of state, and he said Nevada, and
That was it.
and that was it. That was the end of his political career right there. No joke. He got booed off stage.
Yeah.
Like his
Certain
chosen
shibboleths are
successor
just-
was gone like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I've got ribbing from a New Yorker on my pronunciation of Houston Street. I pronounced it like Houston Street, but apparently
It's Houston.
it's Houston.
And everyone from New York knows that, and anyone who's visited and been there knows it because it's famous and all. But like,
There's a place. It's spelled like Houston,
it's
but
spelled
it's
like
like
Houston,
Houston.
Texas, but it's
Pronounced Houston.
Houston, and you know,
you
we
got to
didn't
mispronounce
know.
correctly.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You said, "Oh, Czech and Slovak are your native languages," and so people ribbing you for getting it wrong or wrong. But being a native speaker of English does not protect
No.
you from being told you're speaking English wrong. A lot.
Yeah, but it's also
Not just with names, like
but
with
like-
lots of words too.
Mhm.
But-
yeah.
as opposed to like Slovakia, where it's a pretty tiny country.
Hmm.
You
I
know,
bet there's still dialects and accents in regions though.
yeah, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
in terms of like we're talking about like Houston versus
Yeah.
Houston, right? Like spelled the same, but like those are what
Far apart. Yeah.
1,700 miles apart or something like that. That's a crazy amount of distance. I mean, that same distance would get you into like northern England from Slovakia. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what Emperor Wolf said, Worcestershire.
Right. Yeah. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Just
Oh,
when
that's-
in doubt, drop most of the syllables if it's an English
Yeah,
name.
exactly.
First one and last one, and make sure you mispronounce the first one and also probably the last one, and then you're probably right.
there's also a ton of ones where it's like there's the Spanish pronunciation and then the English pronunciation here in the Southwest.
Right.
My favorite example is actually here in Albuquerque because we pronounce it the proper Spanish way, but we misspell it.
So you
We
couldn't
say-
possibly know how it's pronounced from its spelling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We say Albuquerque,
Right.
but that first burr, that R is gone. It
Right.
it disappeared in the early 19th century. We don't know what happened to it. It just disappeared.
Right. Spelled Albuquerque, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll often hear people say Albuquerque.
Because they're reading a sign and are
Yeah.
foolish enough to think that that might indicate how it's pronounced.
But it's actually a place in Spain.
Yeah.
It's named
Yeah.
after the Duke of Albuquerque, and like I'm pronouncing it the proper Spanish way. Like that's the
Yeah.
actual Spanish way. But we misspell it.
There's my favorite fairly local, well, there's two particularly weird fairly local place names pronunciations. They're both because of French being pronounced by people who do speak French but also are English or whatever.
Well,
So there's one
is
is
Quebecois really French? I'm going to alienate all
well,
regions.
Yeah, it's
But we're-
18th century French.
It's 18. Yeah, I was about to say it's 18th century French.
Yeah, exactly. Though actually here we're talking about French, French Franco-Ontarians, in fact, because it's sort of in Ontario. But there's a place between here and Ottawa, between Sudbury and Ottawa, that's spelled Saint, like saint, right? Like Saint Joachim. So Joachim. You would say Joachim if you were trying to say it in English, but Saint Joachim. Okay. And it's Les Rapides Saint Joachim. It's on the Ottawa River, Rivière Outaouais. But it is not written as, but it is pronounced as Swisha. So Saint Joachim becomes Swisha. So it's written as Saint Joachim, but you have to call it Swisha. And that is you're never gonna get. And the other one, of course, is Sault Ste.
French
Marie.
Canadian. You have, I mean, like here in the U.S., we have, Detroit, Michigan, St. Louis.
How do you say there's in Michigan? Do you know the town so there's a town in Ontario called Sault Ste. Marie, but it's spelled Sault, S-A-U-L-T, Saint Marie. And I'm pretty sure there's a town on the other side. It's right on the border, up at the top of Michigan. And I think there's a town in Michigan spelled the same way. And I've always wondered how they pronounce it, because here it's known as the Sioux. You go up to the Sioux, S-O-O, the Sioux, because it's Sault Ste. It's Sault Ste. Marie.
That's not related to Sioux Indians, right?
No, it's just a mispronunciation of Sault Ste. Marie. So. And I don't know what the SAULT is supposed to be. I have no idea. But everyone calls it the Sioux. And I've just always wondered what it's called on the other side of, the lake, because it's one of those things that you cannot guess from how it's spelled. So, yeah.
And the interesting thing on, so for instance, I remember when I was down in Nogales, and I tend to pronounce it Nogales, but everybody on the Arizona side says Nogales. And everybody on the Sonoran side says Nogales, because Spanish, and then like Arizonans mispronouncing things, right? You got to mispronounce correctly. But like, we don't say Tucson. We say Tucson, right? Yeah. And also that spelling is I don't know what it is with Arizona and like flipping letters around, but we don't say tuba, which in realize that Spanish from the 17th century is different from Spanish today, and there were weird like extra letters the same way French does. So like tubak, everybody calls it tubak, Tubac.
Right. But it should have been it should be tuba.
Yeah, tuba. Like tuba. Like
that's the French is killer, and Spanish does the same thing. They had the S's and the C's and the T's, and then they dropped some of them and then just stopped pronouncing some of them, and
G's are the worst. Like I still don't know whether or not to pronounce it Guaymas or Guaymas.
Right.
Like I've heard it both ways. I don't know. But like, and also the way that H's are just like completely silent. So it's like I kept on calling it, like I was there in Hermosillo and I kept on calling it Hermosillo. And people were like,
where are you talking about?
Rico. But like, you have to learn how to mispronounce correctly. There's this weird thing in terms of that stuff that like people who are like, I'm a Spanish speaker and therefore I know the correct thing. It's like, you're not from California.
You're not local. It doesn't count. Yeah.
Like you don't get to say that. Like you don't say California in Spanish. That's not actually how you pronounce it in Spanish, right?
Well, it's like a person's name. It doesn't matter if somebody wants to say, no, that name is actually, from Irish, so it should be pronounced this way. If the person says, excuse me, I pronounce it this way, then they get to decide because it's their name.
So it's Guaymas.
Guaymas? Okay.
I don't know what where it's getting it, but sure.
Hey, somebody's telling us an official pronunciation. We'll go with it.
Tiger Star is certainly trustworthy. He'll be joining us at some point, hopefully. But the we've kind of gotten sidetracked with all this. It's a fun conversation.
Come on, we're going to talk about words. It's what's going to happen.
Well, like my favorite stuff, not in terms of pronunciation, but like in terms of not understanding the words that they speak. There's a place in San Luis Obispo that is locally called Bishop's Peak.
Mhm.
Official title is Cerro Obispo, San Luis Obispo, right?
Mhm.
The peak right next to it, locally known as Madonna Peak, because the Madonna ends right there, and the Madonnas actually like own most of the land around it. Anyways, and it has an M on it. They like, which is controversial there. Like they basically have claimed land that they couldn't claim. Anyways, Madonna Peak is officially named Cerro San Luis. So, gee, I wonder how Cerro Obispo came to be named. Except for most people don't know Spanish there, right? So they like to tell this tale that Bishop's Peak is called Bishop's Peak because it looks like the peak of a bishop's hat, which I hate to break it to them, but back in 1772, bishops' hats didn't look like that.
Right.
just flat out, that's just no. But it's because it's like this whole series of like misinterpretations.
Yeah, yeah, and then you get your folk etymologies, and then they become the story, and then
Yeah.
You're not changing anyone's mind on that. So did you actually end up finishing talking about WCE? I can't remember.
No, we didn't. That's what we got sidetracked from.
Yeah, so do you want to finish talking about WCE? I don't know if there's anything else.
We got one person, by the way, who's begging us to stop.
I haven't tried to say a single word of Spanish because I know better. I can do you French a little bit.
But yeah, let's get back to WCE.
So that was around 2016 when WCE
yeah,
started,
something like that.
In
case
anybody's just joining,
and then we joined.
We Create EDU.
Yes, We Create EDU.
The HistoryTubers Slack.
Yeah, and sort of a group of. It's a very loose affiliation in the sense that there's the only membership is you have to be a online video creator who is interested in doing it and being helpful to a community. That's the thing, that's all you have to be. And then you join, and it doesn't provide you with any, like, you don't get a discount on a software or something like this. Nothing really, really official. What it provides you with is a community. The sort of thing that is hard sometimes to find.
The smart YouTuber mafia.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because that's actually referencing something, though.
It is, yeah.
That's not We Create EDU.
I know. I just always laugh when I think of that still.
Yeah.
But in some ways...
Was that CoffeeZilla?
I don't remember.
I think that was CoffeeZilla. Like, he like, said he eventually, like, by the way, CoffeeZilla was my 100,000th subscriber.
Oh, cool.
But
he was referencing Nebula, wasn't he, or something?
Yeah,
standard.
Standard.
Yeah, standard. But
I mean, in a sense, in a nice sense, WCE would be like that, in the sense that it is giving you a community who you can go to and say, I'm having this problem. Does anybody else know what to do about it? Or have you had that problem? Or even just go and say, this thing that I don't want any advice on is really irritating me. And I would like to know that other people have also had it irritate them. Because sometimes that's all you really want in your community.
To join on the doc, you guys joined just fine with the URL on the doc, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I see somebody repeatedly highlighting it.
As if they're trying to figure out what to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Normally you could just click on it, and then there's like a little link that'll come up below it, or you can copy and paste it. Either way,
you can also hold Shift and click it. Will also work.
There's Genia Vlogger. Yeah.
There we go.
So, can you hear us, and are you able to speak?
Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, you sound different
All
on
right.
the mic.
Do I?
Yeah. So, I do not have your thing in the description. Let me add that real quick. Is your handle
what's going on, man?
Is your handle just Genie Vlogger?
Yeah, just Genie Vlogger.
Okay, I've always heard you say Genie Vlogger. Is it Genie Vlogger?
It's Genie Vlogger. Some people will say Genia Vlogger,
Yeah, I
which
just
I
did
can
that.
understand. Especially a lot of people in the genealogy community, funny enough, running off of the conversation we're just having, often tell me I don't say genealogy correctly. And I've actually done polls on my channel multiple times of the way that people would prefer to say it. And there's genealogy, 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 and genealogy.
I have
And
never heard
people
any of
will-
those other ones.
it's all over the place with it. So
So
yeah, it's a common comment I get. How can you be a professional genealogist and not know how to actually say genealogy?
so by way of introduction, I don't know if you have to, if anybody has to refresh the browser, but the I have added his handle to the video description. He specializes in genealogical content.
Or genealogical content.
Oh,
You know,
that
depending-
sounds terrible.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
But like genealogy, as in the history of families, he's also done some work on various HistoryTubers genealogy, including my own.
Mhm.
So like I will be referencing my genealogy in the next video, and you can find out a lot more detail on that in his video on it. I'm just reference my great grandfather who shot himself in the hand.
Yep, Joseph Hiram Patton, or John Hiram Patton, excuse me.
An exemplary service.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to the Confederacy, so like,
The worse a soldier you are in the Confederacy, maybe the better.
One of the things I love with that story is the actual documentation of his discharge. The commanding officer writes out what happened, and you can feel his anger off the page. And at one point, it asks how many days of service. He crosses out days and underlines not a single day.
One thing that does sound a bit off. I'm guessing you want to just go by Genie Vlogger here.
Genie Vlogger, Jarrett, whatever you're comfortable with.
You're fine with using Jared?
Call me Jarrett.
All right.
Yeah, people know Jarrett Ross, the Genie Vlogger. So
okay, so I didn't want to
out you.
Yeah, because some folks don't use their names. But wait, no, I you have definitely used your name on your channel. I should have remembered that. But you are having a bit of a weird audio issue. Like you're it's like it sounds like this while you're speaking. We can still hear you just fine. It's just it is a little bit weird. It's almost like you're almost out of range of your Wi-Fi or something.
How does it sound any better?
Oh yeah, way better.
Okay. It looks like when I turned my headphones on, it changed the audio mic.
Oh yeah.
My headphone audio
yeah.
instead of my.
Yeah, that's why that little setting thing is super useful.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I would not have noticed unless you said something.
Yes, and that's much better.
So when you joined, we were talking about the kind of the confluence of both the HistoryTuber Slack and the We Create ADU Slack, and what these communities do. So to add on to what Mark and Avon were saying earlier, it's not just like a cool community; it's also a means of like collaboration.
Yeah.
And especially with Recreate EDU, it has borne some really useful fruit in ways like the EduCon and the Edu Hangout, which was so much fun.
Oh, I was so jealous of you guys.
Yeah, it was.
So jealous.
You didn't get to experience the murder pit.
Okay, I was jealous of some of what you did.
No, I mean the house was weird, but like I don't know, the murder pit was charming.
That's one way to put it.
But Jared was there, and like we basically do we play Cards Against Humanity every night?
I think so. I want to say it was at least 3 nights. I want to say that we played
one of
it.
those
There
nights
was
I
a
got-
lot of
One of those nights I got crossfaded, so I don't remember much of it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that it's been. I mean, the EduCons were great. I don't, they've evolved into something else through YouTube. What that will be, who knows? We're hoping maybe we'll get, maybe we can keep doing these sorts of edu hangs, these sort of informal ones, and maybe they can evolve eventually back into
A proper
something a
conference,
little
yeah.
more formalized. As
Yeah,
we all
well,
know, travel and all that sort of stuff has been.
I don't want to air out those
busy.
kinds of things on stream, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No, but just to say that, like, that's the kind of thing that the We Create EDU is I think interested in doing is finding ways to allow people, sort of making ways for people to connect, whether that's just through the Slack, whether that's through collabs, whether it's through more formal ways of getting people in the same room, whether it's through doing, we did a few and we'll get back to, it's all entirely volunteer. So these things kind of go in a bit of a cycle depending on how much time people have, but we've done series of kind of hangouts where we have somebody come on and talk about their expertise in editing or audio or something like that. So, it doesn't really matter what the way we do it is, what the key element is trying to get people to connect with one another.
It's to grow the EduTuber space.
Yeah.
And
to support
and
people. Yeah.
The HistoryTuber Slack is kind of just is specifically for HistoryTubers because I mean
that's a really big group of people. Yeah.
Yeah, and also while HistoryTubers are mostly education, not all of them are, and so there's
it's
overlap.
Yeah.
But, it's almost a circle, but not quite.
Yeah.
And of course, EduTubers is it's
much wider,
so much bigger, right? But in terms of We Created You and EduCon and like how did that come to be? Oh, and first of all, we have to explain these terms because I think people don't know what we're saying.
Yeah, there's a bit inside baseball.
So there have been prior. You guys, most viewers will know what VidCon is, as in the conference that happens in Anaheim every year in June. Great place to meet up with folks that you only meet there. And EduTubers, at least up until the pandemic, would also have a day or two prior to that to VidCon in what was called EduCon. There was technically one this year, but it was extremely exclusive. But the EduCon, I know a lot of people who would say that they would rather come just for EduCon and skip VidCon altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this gathering place for EduTubers, separate from VidCon prior to it, but also exclusive to EduTubers, which allowed for a whole lot of kind of interesting information to be dispersed, but also kind of a collective understanding of the space. And one of the really important things about not just VidCon and EduCon, but any kind of conference, be it academic or otherwise, is just community building.
Yeah,
this collective understanding. And that's what that did. And We Created You kind of started it in 2017, right?
I think that was probably the first one.
That was the first. It was a kind of an informal one that first year,
and we were not involved yet.
Yeah.
So they did. Yeah, they sort of. I think maybe YouTube was involved in the sense of they like booked them a room. I think they
YouTube
booked them a room,
but
and that was it.
Did nothing else.
Yeah.
And then they met up. They kind of did a few little sessions.
Honestly, I wish that the
Yeah,
best
I know.
EduCon was the one in 2018, and that I was actually there for that one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that was the one where, so what they
So
did
the
was
net-
that
yes.
they booked a conference space at the Hilton right next to the Anaheim Convention Center, so everybody's like right there anyways, and basically said,
Go for
here's
it.
the
Yeah.
convention space, what do you want to do with it, right?
Mhm.
Like all those different and just like any normal convention, you have like panels to talk about various issues, to talk about, you know, building up skills in like merchandising and stuff like that, how to use Patreon. Like, I think it was a result of that I started using Patreon.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah.
And you know, I learned how to use those the Amazon affiliate links and stuff like that. So it was skills building, community building, all that kind of stuff, and super useful. And how did We Create EDU actually come to be the kind of like founding force of that?
Well, basically that year, the 2018 year, WC did all the programming for it.
Yeah. So what happened was the 2017, I think, specifically Jackie, and we should call her out because she's
Mhm.
the like. I mean, there were some other founders, but she's
Yes.
the founding force behind.
What's the name of her channel?
SciJoy.
Jacqueline. At like SCI Science Joy.
Yeah. No, what I am asking that is specifically so that I can post a link to it.
She's sort of stepped away from WCE more recently, just as everybody's time and energy. No, she's still very important, but it's as everyone's time and energy goes up and down, right? People are more involved or less involved, and that's fine.
So her and forgetting
Miriam?
she does architecture history.
Oh, Betty. Yeah,
Betty. Yeah, Betty is
Chen,
also like I think a founding member, and
Yep,
she also kind of has had to step away.
Yeah, though
health
she's
issues
come.
and
She's
whatnot.
more recently been able to start again. She's done a couple of videos recently, but yeah.
And wow, I'm forgetting her channel too.
Articulate. No, not articulations. No, because that's art. That's something else. It is. Mark will find
so articulations. Yeah.
Oh, is it articulations? Articulations.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I
and
always
I
have a moment of trying to remember. Yeah, and she does architecture. So they had started, and I think Jackie had connections, like knew some people in YouTube. So if we're going to talk about sort of history of how that happened, she made a few connections with some people in YouTube who said, sure, like, we want you guys to do well, so we'll rent some space for you. Because one of the things about WCE is it doesn't, like the HistoryTubers, I imagine, doesn't collect any money, therefore has no money. So there's and does not have any financial instruments by which they could collect money or do anything. So if there's something that involves like financing, somebody else has to do it. So YouTube supported them that first year in 2017. And then for the next year sort of said, look, we think that was really great. And we want to support you as a community. And you seem to be interested in supporting other YouTubers. So what can we do to support you more? And by this time we were involved, and we said as a group, well, we'd like to do what we did last time, but with more resources, like maybe some coffee and donuts and more rooms and an actual sign-up sheet and all the rest of it. So YouTube said, okay, we'll rent you some space, and all we want to be able to do is kind of give a talk to, which they did. I think there was in the keynote sort of YouTube was there and had a presence, which was fine. And then, they said, but you do all the programming, you decide who's invited. We invited everybody who's in WCE was invited, anyone who wanted to come. And then YouTube also invited a bunch of people, which was great because WCE has
the Green Brothers.
The Green Brothers were both there. And
because they're not actually members, right?
No, they're not. And in general, WCE has had smaller people. Sometimes they then become bigger people.
Yeah. I mean, there's also ones that, like, I remember at that, it was like, I think it was Jacqueline who brought him in, but what's his name? Red shirt.
Oh, Tom Scott.
Yeah.
Tom Scott, yeah. it was like at that like Tom Scott like learned about the
Yeah.
group and then
Mhm.
was like, oh, can I join?
guys are
And
cool.
like Jacqueline's like right there, like
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, exactly. Here we are. Yeah. And he has been part of the group since then. I mean, he's not.
And he's actually
He
like
gives people. He responds to queries and questions, and
he's active. It's
Yeah.
great.
One of the
Um,
things we sort of try to encourage at WCE is that people not, abuse the access to larger
Yes.
channels, and I think people are really good about that. But they
Yeah.
ask questions, but he answers questions all the time. He has lots
Yeah.
of he's very interested in helping people, I think.
I mean, there's several large YouTubers
Yep.
in there, and it's grown quite a bit even since 2018.
Yeah, yeah.
And like, there's all those we don't need to talk about like the issues of that, but like, but the main thing is that it's been this force for kind of building the edutuber space.
Yeah, and kind of, as you said, sort of defining it not in an exclusionary way, not saying like you guys don't count or whatever, but saying, are there some central issues? Are there things that, because one of the things we've been able to do is we've had a contact with YouTube all the way through. Now, obviously, that's both good and doesn't always work to our advantage the way we want or whatever. But it does mean
real quick related to this, Matoush, does the HistoryTuber group actually have like a lot of ties with YouTube staff?
So I did have a contact until COVID happened.
Yeah. We're kind of we have some contact still, but it's a little more tricky because people keep moving and changing and leaving.
Yeah. So we had a contact since 2019, I think. So we only had one for like 2 years. Or not even that, maybe a year and a half. And then in 2020, right before like COVID spread out of China, there was the first EduCon in Europe, in London,
right,
which was really nice. That one was a bit more exclusive, I think, than the American one. So there was like CGP Cray, Tom Scott, more like the quote-unquote bigger edutubers. But I managed to get there because of the contact we had.
Yeah.
So I was there.
Because they tried like YouTube used the whole EduCon thing to do it in London, Australia, somewhere in like Sydney.
They've had a Brazil one, I think. They've had an India one now. Yeah.
Oh,
it's grown. Well, yeah. So what happened was, 2018 was really successful on that model we were talking about, and then YouTube loved it. They thought that was really cool. And so 2019, they said, okay, we're doing the same thing, but this time we're going to do it at the YouTube space, and we're going to organize. And we were still involved in organizing the panels. Like I organized a panel, and
I wish I had gone to that one.
It was pretty good. It was more corporate. It was,
I mean, I wish I had gone to your panel rather than.
Right,
remember, they had professionalization workshops, and they were like. They were too competing,
Yeah. No, I know it's always the problem, and that one was I still found that a good EduCon, but it was moving more towards clearly YouTube was controlling it.
Man,
and
that
then of course
keynote
COVID
thing
hit.
Was terrible.
Yeah, and then COVID hit, and then when they restarted it, they said, look, and in between then they went on to do the EduCon Europes and things like that in 2019. And they sort of basically said, okay, this is our thing now. We do EduCons now. We're going to do, and which, like, I'm glad they exist as a thing in the world, because I think they're great. I think the ones in London were really good, but those ones in London had nothing to do with We Create EDU. Now, they did contact us, and anyone that we, like our members who were in Europe were invited, or at least some of them were, but we weren't running it at all. It was entirely YouTube. And then they've now turned it into a model. So the one that was run this past fall was entirely YouTube. And the only reason we got like 5 invitations. And that was way more than we should have, according to them, because we didn't have big names. But it was because they've had this, because we invented EduCon, they kind of gave us a little more of an in on it.
Yeah, and I feel like the 2020 one in London, that's kind of where it began.
Exactly.
Of that, like, YouTube started to
be in control.
Yeah, and so yeah, but then right after that, month after that, COVID hit around the world and lockdowns happened and everything like that. And the contact we had left,
Right.
and then I was like, okay, can we get a new one or anything? I tried to and nothing. Completely ghosted by YouTube ever since then for 3 years now.
Yeah.
So.
And so I don't want to get too much in the weeds on this stuff.
Yeah.
This is really interesting in terms of the way that particular space has grown.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly there are issues with the way YouTube has taken over Educon, and We Create EU remains this incredibly important part of growing the EduTuber space to the point that we've basically came up with an answer to YouTube's takeover by organizing what we called the Edu Hangout. It was
not a con at all, completely different, and in no way infringing anybody's perceived.
Well, I mean, like
trademark.
we didn't have like a conference space or anything. I think like Genie Vlogger, where did we first meet? Like at a bar or something, right? Or was it at your motel?
No, I'm trying to remember. I think we just met on the street downtown, and then we met up with Vlogging with History, and they wanted to go to the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh yeah.
So.
Why Cheesecake Factory?
I don't know. But then afterwards, we went down to the Milk Market.
Yeah.
Which that was really cool.
Mm-hmm. And I was staying with a friend in Denver, so at that point, and then we all converged on Arvada. And like we had like an Airbnb where 5 of us were there. We had the Beats, Gene Vlogger and I, like Jared and I, and Tim Betts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, Vlogging Through History wasn't in the.
No. I said Drawn of History.
Oh, yeah, Tim Betts.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah.
Who will be joining us later?
Willie Rates of
Willie.
Canubis.
Yeah, they're Canubis. Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah.
Grant.
Oh God. Grant. How could I forget Grant? He'll also be joining us.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and that was just a like that happened through the Slack, and it was just people saying, "Look, we're not doing EduCon. Is there some other way we can all meet up?" And you guys chose a place, and you did it, and got around the financing problem by, not, as you say, not renting any con space, not trying to do anything too complicated. And I thought it was amazing, and we'd love to facilitate more of those sorts of things.
Oh, yeah. Like Jared and I, when I was dropping off Jared, we were talking about like how we're going to order. There's going to be another one for sure.
Yeah.
Because that was it was just a blast the entire time.
Yeah, basically like a summer camp.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like most of it was just like, hey, let's go to. Well, the one thing that everybody kind of agreed, like, that was a bust, was the aquarium.
Yeah, the aquarium was a big bust. That was that was a disappointment. But I enjoyed Meow Wolf though. We had a lot of
and we went straight from the
planned.
Wait, no, we didn't. Was it that night? Which night?
I don't know if that was the same night. It all kind of blended together. It was a big weekend of fun.
Yeah, and it was literally just, let's do things in Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, there were parts that I'm like kind of sad I had to miss because I was off doing like dissertation stuff, doing research, and but like there was one of the days that I went and did research downtown at a place called History Colorado, and I basically walked to the bus, got on the bus there, went down the street straight to where everybody was having this big meetup. And like that's all it was. It was just, I'm going to take the bus to the meetup real quick. And then tons of fun from there. That was Meow Wolf. That night was Meow Wolf. We did the meetup, then we went to the milk market or whatever, and then to Meow Wolf.
Yeah, we ended up at that milk market place a couple of times.
Yeah,
It was really cool to describe it to the
it's
folks
basically
on here.
it's basically a
It's
cafeteria.
like a food hall. Yeah, it's
Right,
like
yeah,
one of the. It's a fancy food hall where they have a singular bar that's separate from all of the other little places, and then you go sit down at any table, and there's a QR code that you scan. You order through the phone, and then they know to deliver it to your table based on the QR code.
Right.
So you could just order whatever you wanted, and
But
then they had
Hang out together, yeah.
But
they had a lot of breweries there too.
I can't think. It was actually to the point that some folks were going like, "Can we not do a brewery?" And I'm like, "Why? I want to do breweries." But like the main thing is that we can organize these kinds of things, and it was really haphazard. I mean, it was literally just like, "Hey, show up in Denver on these days."
Yeah, but there's no other, like, that's the thing, right? How else do people communicate? How else do they even? That was what we found before we found We Create EDU, was just how do you now, especially now that there's no, back in the day there was those messaging things you could send to people
we were
on YouTube.
talking about that earlier, yeah.
And now you can't do that. Like, how do you even make those one-on-one connections, much less talk to a bunch of people at once? And that's, I mean, it's such a little, small, simple thing, but it makes such a big difference.
That's why I'm really happy to see to have both you and Matoush on here, because like both communities kind of serve different functions, but are communities and and overlap significantly, especially when it comes to HistoryTubers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the so all of this really started taking off in mid 2017, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, really becoming bigger than the first little core group of people. Yeah.
So part of this whole stream has been to that we're going through videos to represent each year, right? So where we left off on that was that we were talking about, like, I did a big channel revamp in 2016, and this was the first video of that channel revamp. We don't need to go into the whole video. I don't actually want to watch the whole video of these. So, like, one of these videos is literally is like an hour and 5 minutes. We don't need to go through the whole thing. I want to highlight things, though, is that here is the first video. I did that big revamp in terms of the visuals and everything, but I also finally solidified how to do the whole based on a true story thing with, I'm trying to find the where it says like reality section. But you know how I typically do, it'll say reality, scholarship, accuracy, and inaccuracy. This is where that kind of became a thing. There were a few kind of experimental things before that, but in 2017, things drastically changed for me. So in 2017, in 2016, I graduated with my master's degree, and so I had like a gap year between things. And let me go to the next video. The next video was indeed still my most popular video to date. 10 common slavery myths. This one, I still have the comments turned off on this one. It was really, really nasty. Oh no, don't no. I wanted to open that in another tab because there's some things in the analytics I don't want to show. But what I do want to show is since lifetime. Hold on. It's taking forever to load and see more. That way, I don't want to show revenue or anything on that because it's literally my most successful video, so it'll give a bad impression. So what you can see from this graph is, one, woo, that weekend was crazy. I look at the top of that. 127,000 views in a day. One day. And that was Monday. It ramped up and ramped up and ramped up until Monday, and then they demonetized it for like a couple hours, but that was enough to just kill it.
Mhm.
But you can see there's been various spikes. For instance, right here, can you guess what this little thing is? It's all, June, July of 2020.
Oh, Black
Oh.
Lives Matter?
Yep.
Yep. That it's George Floyd specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the George Floyd stuff right there. So this is actually a really interesting thing because it actually has like
It
some
tracks what's happening in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Hmm.
But when I put out this video, it was anything but intended to be popular. I mean, you expect a certain amount of views, but you don't expect suddenly to be getting like 200,000 views in a week.
Hmm.
Like even now, I do not expect that. I'm happy if I hit 20,000 views in a week. But this was also significant because it was part of a larger change in the HistoryTuber space at the time. A lot of HistoryTubers up until this point have been mostly focused on just kind of their own little stories that they wanted to tell. And I shouldn't say little. It's not little, it's like the history of England is not little. But it didn't have as much political heft. And while I've always had videos, from the get-go, my fourth video ever was in response to the Boston bombing. So like I've always been quite political. One of the questions that Tyler asked me to do as a Patreon request is, how my politics have changed over time. And some of it really hasn't changed. No, take away the banner. But we don't really need to play much of this. I'm much more interested in the conversation at hand because it's about how this space was growing at the time. But I want to point out one little clip in this, just the beginning, like intro to it.
Detrimental to a proper conception of history. Hey, Cypher here. There are a lot of misconceptions surrounding the institution of slavery, especially here in the United States. These myths often serve pernicious political purposes that can be highly detrimental to a proper conception of history. So here are 10 of those myths, debunked in no particular order. Since they aren't in a particular order, each one is fairly different from the other. So you should stick around, because the list goes all over the place. Just as an aside, I'm going to be focusing mostly on the US, because this is where the myths serve their most malignant political purpose. If you are someone who is offended by these facts...
Now, this is something that this is what I wanted to point out, that like a lot of people seem to get this idea that like, oh, he's gotten so political lately. And it's like, this is 2017. I could show you stuff from 2013 that's, even more blatant. At least this is just a joke, And by the way, if you go back in my Twitter and look in the week this came out, the 2 days before I released it, I had previously tweeted like, I had a very much more business-like Twitter back then, and it was like, here are the videos that are coming out, and then it was like, Trump said something about like how Andrew Jackson would have stopped the Civil War or something like that, and in response to that, I was like, oh, I guess I'll release the slave myths video first then, because the next one was supposed to be Newsies. So like that's how haphazard this was at the time. It was not like, okay, I got this like huge thing that I'm going to drop right now. It's going to, be a big part. It's just like, look, this is a problem. I put this video out. Hopefully some people see it. And yet, I don't even make these kinds of jokes anymore. But it speaks to how the space was evolving at the time. I was in between. I was not in between jobs. I was working a drafting job at the time. And literally just a week later, after all this craziness, I got the letter of acceptance for my PhD.
Right. Wow.
I think that those two are related. They've never nobody in my department has officially said anything, but there's been hints that basically this video is what got me into the
Over
program.
the line.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And what's in terms of the larger HistoryTuber space, this shows like kind of a willingness to start digging into a lot more controversial topics, but also that the space is starting to be heard, that like is starting to have an impact socially. Because we started off earlier in the stream with just like how I started off on a dare thinking like, there weren't anybody else like that. I wish Matt will have joined, but I think he's off doing his own stream right now.
Yeah.
But he will be joining. I think he might jump everybody over. But we didn't know each other, and we had to use all these different means of talking with each other on this. And then as we started to become more noticed in the mainstream, we started to become more interconnected through things like the there we go, HistoryTuber Slack. Can I do it? There we go, HistoryTuber Slack and WeCreate.edu. And like, have you guys noticed that kind of has that trend continued in terms of us continuing to get more notice, or is it starting to me it seems like the media has largely written us off of late? By the way, Mark, you're still muted.
Yeah. I mean, it may also partly be the media's focusing on other platforms more now than they were. So like
TikTok?
Like TikTok. At the time, YouTube was sort of the big new thing, and the social media sphere is bigger now. So there are other places that are maybe getting more attention, like TikTok, because TikTok has grown really, really huge.
Yeah, well, it's because it's also just such a different format.
It is.
You can't do any kind of long form videos. I know that Twitter has it's become popular to make these like educational Twitter threads that I really don't understand why anybody cares about those. I mean, target your audience where it is, right? But the it's so ephemeral. One, you only have 240 characters per thing. So if you have a sentence that's longer than 240 characters, you got a problem.
Yep.
And nobody wants to go through the whole thing, right? With TikTok, you only have a minute. And actually, I think they've raised their time limit. I think it's 90 seconds now.
Yeah, it could be.
But you just can't do much with that. And yet it seems like when that we get lumped in with that like I've seen people talking on the HistoryTubers Slack, and Matush, you can speak to this about like bringing in TikTokers and stuff like that, and it's such a I don't know if it's just a distraction or straight up changing the space.
I I am pro bringing in people from TikTok because I think whether TikTok as a website survives or not is a whole other question due to their connection with China. But I think the nature of those videos, because YouTube now has shorts, Instagram has stories or whatever they're called. Even Twitter is making some kind of short form video thing. I'm pretty sure they announced it or something like that.
Not
Yeah.
Vine.
What?
Not Vine.
No. They bought and killed Vine, but they're making like something like I think I'm not sure something like in Instagram stories and YouTube Shorts to be on Twitter as well. It's like so it will be in the website, in the Twitter website. I think I'm not, but that anyways. So obviously TikTok did really well, so everyone else are trying to copy them. And YouTube Shorts are doing really well as well. I think they're being promoted quite heavily at the moment, and Instagram stories.
Nobody
I
cares about those anymore.
you say that, but everyone in college that I know watches Instagram stories. I don't know, maybe like a selection bias. I may be just in a circle of people that do it, but everyone I know in college watches Instagram stories.
Yeah,
So
I don't know anybody who does.
so I do think whether you like it or not, it's a medium. Even if TikTok fails, that's here to stay. And
yeah.
and I
Yeah, well,
think
you know,
we should embrace
YouTube
people that
Shorts is certainly a thing as well,
Yeah.
and like YouTube is also the first to like properly monetize it. You know.
yes, definitely, yeah.
And
And I
so
think that's why we should embrace people that do that kind of content as well, no matter if you like it or not. I think it's important to have those people in the community.
yeah, I just argue that it's fundamentally different content, because when you're it's just like, you know, why don't we bring in, you know, documentarians? They do the same thing as us, just on TV. You know, there's a difference, right? You know, documentarians are a heck of a lot closer to what we do than like TikTokers. The only connection there is it's social media video.
Yeah, I think that is a big connection, though. The social media of it, the fact that anyone can make it and upload it, anyone can do that on YouTube, anyone can do that on TikTok. You cannot just like show up at BBC and be like, "Hey, I want a documentary."
You should see how local access works. Mind you, I've actually dealt with that, so I know all too well. My dad did not begin on Pawn Stars. He began in oh, hey, Tim. I see Tim joined. But hold on a second. But where was I? Oh, he had local access stuff before before doing any of that kind of stuff. In fact, and hi, Tim, if you can hear us, let us know.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're
Awesome.
Yeah, can hear you just fine. Like, he was so local access. It might be easy. Is this better? That's probably better, right? But it was such local access that he was already well known throughout the valley when before like, it's because of his local access stuff that Pawn Stars happened, right? But the and K-Zone, yes, I do know Mini Minute Men. I subscribed. But the videos that he made for the series of videos called Barnstorming Nevada were basically, the county was like, he advised the county saying like, hey, I can make some documentaries on this, and they're like, really? And then it's like, he talked to a friend who knew how to make video stuff, like proper productions. You know, this is 1998, 1999. So, video production is a lot different then.
Yeah.
And then basically just makes the pilot video, just what's called a sizzle reel. And then they aired it automatically. They're just like, oh, this looks great. PBS, go. Like that's all it was, really. There was like hardly any vetting, hardly any kind of quality control or anything. It was just, you made a good video. Go. Turn it into a series. You have funding now. Like that's all it was. So that's awfully similar to what we do, right? The difference being we're not asking for PBS to fund us, we're asking YouTube to fund us. But same difference.
Yeah, I just think the access, the barriers to entry are much lower.
Yes. Well, I mean, editing video back then was just, you should see the freaking, like, I mean, we're talking with it's not exactly VHS, it's like the special TV tape stuff, but it's tape. And like it's physically edited. Like he had like a computer and everything, and like a screen
Back
and
then
everything.
it was even
And,
harder.
When he's editing something, you can literally hear it just like, I'm going to cut this, and then you hear and it's like, you can actually hear the whole thing working. But yeah, the barrier to entry was lower, was higher, but that's because the technology wasn't there yet. But in terms of the actual production, what was being made, that's ultimately what matters. The content, our content, and I don't see that as the same with TikTok. I mean, like, why wouldn't bloggers be part of it? Podcasters.
I would count podcasters, honestly, as well. But I'm very broad centric. I would love to have everyone, honestly, if anyone wants to join.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I would say podcasters are pretty similar to what we do as well.
Yeah.
In a lot of
just
ways.
without the visuals,
Yeah.
Visuals, yeah.
which is a pretty big part of what we do. That's one of those things that I often have, like, professors who will want to bring me into class and talk about this stuff, and then they'll, like, in front of class, call me a podcaster, and I'm just like, no, that's like half the work.
But I would also talk about the fact that a lot of creators should or are diversifying. So I think you should like try to have a podcast on a different platform, do YouTube, do TikTok, because then you're just too reliant on YouTube.
Yeah. No, I agree
in
with
that
that.
sense, you become like a quote unquote history communicator because you're doing this history communication on multiple platforms. You're not just a history tuber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and since I think neither Tim nor Jared nor Mark, I don't know where everyone went, but were privy to the earlier conversation about history communication versus public history versus like just PR. But to put it short, Matoush has argued for basically history departments having history departments and anything that's creating history having these history communicator positions, not just a public historian which can be overly broad, but somebody who's specifically trying to communicate what that department is putting out in terms of history. And while it's an interesting concept, nobody has that, and not a single department has that. And like, I'm not really trying to argue about like what things should be. I'm more talking about what things are currently or were. And in that sense, HistoryTuber tends to be, a pretty specific thing. right? Somebody who makes history and does it on a regular basis on YouTube. HistoryTuber, right? So this conversation started about talking about like how other platforms are starting to kind of and I see Emperor Tiger Star just him in, so let me finish what I'm saying. That other platforms seem to be taking a little bit more space in like mainstream media, but are they really changing the space that much?
They're getting, I mean, you're right. They're getting more attention from the mainstream media. What that means is another question, but
yeah, that's what I'm asking, right?
Mhm.
Because TikTok's been around for years. Tiger Star, can you hear us?
Yep.
Hello there.
Yeah, though.
So, main theme of this is how HistoryTube has changed, and in terms of the videos that we've been watching, we're currently on the one that gave me my viral success, but also kind of indicated a very big change in the HistoryTuber space. Was this more, current topic oriented? I don't know how. There's been a huge. I don't know, Mark, if you've been privy to the whole debate over presentism.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you know about what's the name of the historian? He's currently AHA president. I can't remember his name. But you know who I'm talking about, right? Can you, like, from your perspective, what is that? What is this whole presentism thing?
Well, if I'm understanding correctly, are you talking about
James H. Sweet? That's his name. James H. Sweet.
Okay.
Put out a thing on the AHA thing, Perspectives on History, in August of 2022. Is history history?
His name.
You're muted right now. Oh, I'm guessing, Avon, you've got something strong to say about this.
Sorry, you brought me back from the kitchen. I was listening in, and his name is Matthew Sweet.
Yeah.
He's no longer president of the AHA, but only because his
James
tenure
Sweet.
ended. So James Sweet, sorry, yes. Sorry, it's been across my Twitter like
yes
all the time, and
Yeah.
I know it's a bit. What frustrates me is that he thinks he's talking about presentism, but every single piece of anything he writes, all he's saying is people shouldn't be activists. They should be impartial. Nobody should be allowed to write about things that connect to their own identities. Only outsiders can be proper historians. And everybody who wants clout goes on Twitter and says things, and they shouldn't do that. They should only have tenured jobs at Ivy League schools. Everybody else is a wannabe. So it just frustrates me because it's not really about presentism.
Yeah, but
anyway,
was this like a recent article?
Yeah,
most recently,
August 17th, 2022. In fact, I will link.
Oh, but no, but he just put something out like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I saw it on Twitter. Like a lot of people were talking about it.
It was his response to the mean people who said mean things about him because of his.
I saw that one. I don't know about other things.
I didn't want to get into my, so
Sorry,
much.
I was maybe a little triggered.
No, it's perfect.
Oh, you were not the only one. Trust me.
It's what we're talking about here, and what was changing in 2017.
Yeah.
That made that video so popular. Because according to James Sweet, I was being a super presentist.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
and that was actually kind of something that was happening throughout all of history too. Everybody was kind of starting to realize that we had an impact, and we had to do something with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't exactly call it activist history. It's like, there were certainly folks who were activist history. I mean, like Tristan from Step Back is a perfect example of that. But like, I've never really been that.
No, but apparently, according to Sweet, if you talk about things and imply that current day values might be of relevance when talking about the past, that's activism. And if you actually write for the public or present to the public or do anything that is aimed at the public, that is in itself activism. Because what you ought to be doing is writing articles for other academics so that they can be properly vetted and contribute to the conversation in a way that is meaningful for the academic world.
Oh God, it's historiography all over again.
I know, it's so frustrating. And the thing is, all the people he identifies, every time he brings up an example of somebody who does this wrong, they're Black, or they're a woman, or they're a Black woman. Like every person because he's an Africanist. Yes. And so every person he brings up, that's the thing, right? He's a white male senior academic.
He actually had a pretty public spat over the original article, the one in August, with a old professor of mine, Dr. Hopper. Can't remember his first name, Andrew Hopper, something like that. Who's also
academics don't have first names. We all know that.
Yeah. Well, especially when you're a master's student, and that was way back. I haven't taken a class from him since 2015. So, but he is also an Africanist. And a white guy Africanist.
Well, as so many of them are, and that's kind of the point of why this was an issue.
Well, but he had the very public spat of basically he quote tweeted somebody who was criticizing him and being like, "This is good," you know, and then saying "Sweet, learn from this."
Right.
Kind of thing. And these guys are direct colleagues, right? They have to shake hands and everything, so I think there's been very big public backlash from Sweet, but there's also this kind of very big public backlash to what we do.
Yeah.
So for instance, Tiger Star, when did you put out the I don't remember which one was the first one you came out as bi, but whichever one, I remember that was a big freaking unsubscribe event. When was that?
Well, that's all of them. Every time I do an LGBT history video,
well, but I mean the first one.
Wasn't Friedrich really bad? I can't remember.
I said, they all were, but
okay.
I gotta go cook again. Sorry, guys. You drew me back, but I gotta cook.
And I'm gonna have to pop off now too. But I'll keep listening, and maybe.
Oh, it's been great having you. You've been great help in talking about We Create EDU and all that.
And congratulations, happy anniversary.
10 years. Woo! But so what was the first one that really set people off?
Well, the first one was Stonewall. I went for the jugular right away because that always gets people. Frederick was the second one,
and
then,
when was that?
Oh God, I think that was 2019. Let me check. Yeah, 2019.
Because one thing that you do a lot is that because you have map videos that are silent, people don't realize your politics, right? And then suddenly when you say anything, they suddenly wait, he has opinions? How dare you?
I have gotten mixed responses on that. I have had people who are like, oh, I could smell the leftism from a mile away. I've had some people be like, oh, well, you've got a Pickelhaube, so you're a Nazi, right? That's the wrong World War, but then yes, I've also seen the occasional Reddit thread being like, I am outraged. Did you see that Tiger Star is a lib? Oh my gosh, I never saw this coming, or whatever. And
yeah,
I don't know. It's all over the place.
But the weird thing that was happening in 2017, because I mean, I've always been political at that point.
Yes.
By that point, like, I mean, as I pointed out, like, fourth video was in response to the Boston bombing, so like, not at all apolitical, and there's at no point did I go political, but there was a general shift in HistoryTubers overall during this period. There was, especially when like Gamergate and that started happening in 2014, you had a really hard right turn in a lot across a lot of YouTube, and it feels like something that HistoryTubers in general have been doing, although not exactly on the same side sometimes, but have been fighting that specific fight. And I'm sorry I was missing some of the private chats, guys. But and wait, hold, I have to, in response to one of those private chats.
No, I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I wasn't even going to say your name.
Oh,
but
okay,
sorry. But
I
like,
was just criticizing chat. That's right, chat. You're all a bunch of poopy heads. That's what I was saying in the private chat.
It's more. Do you? Because to me, it seems like this presentism thing has been beat to death. Like you saw Avon come in, like Avon like was like, I gotta stop cooking and talk about how bad this guy is. Like, at least here in North America, it seems like that's a big just no, screw that guy.
Yes, so like the outright so that's like a thing. So the outright mentality, I would say, is the same everywhere. Like people are going to say like, "Oh no, that's stupid." But then they will come back to doing stuff that way. So they'll be talking about public history, and they'll even support it in some way, or they will be saying how this is important, but then they will come back and only promote academic history, only promote doing quote unquote proper history, only do that, and then they will never like publicly acknowledge it. But there's a lot of academics that will just do that without really saying it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this like kind of silencing of other things without like outright silencing them.
Yeah, and it does seem like how do I put this without getting in trouble? If you are of a particular complexion, you aren't allowed to talk about some of these things, right?
Yeah.
And if you aren't of a particular orientation, you're not supposed to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do, you're supposed to genuflect. I am putting this in as politic of a way as possible, because I still have yet to do my defense.
Exactly. Yeah.
That
is why I'm also putting this very lightly.
Yeah. Academia
cowards.
Well, oh, I'm out of beer. Like in academia, there's some serious problems with that. But here on YouTube, we don't really have that. You will get comments like that all the time, right? I get comments like on that slavery video from 2017. I had a bunch of people saying like, "You're white," which one, the number of people who just assume that I'm white, like, yeah, I'm white, but like the fact that they haven't gone to any other videos to find out, kind of telling, right? And then they say that I'm not allowed to speak, which is like, I have a degree in this. Fuck you. And it's it's an ongoing problem that you have this like far right shift throughout the comments that, like, for the most part, YouTube has been shifting rightward, especially in terms of users. But you also have like the left getting freaking crazy, in terms of like that kind of segregation of history, basically. And I see that as starting in around 2014, but really coming to the fore once Trump got elected. And is this your guys' experience?
I see it, but I don't think that's like a monolith of what is happening. I think it's a mixture of different things because, like, speaking as someone who's like LGBT myself, LGBT people are not a monolith with how they think about these sort of things at all.
Mm-hmm.
Even the individual letters are not a monolith with how they think about these things at all. And in my personal experience, a lot of the ones who are a bit touchy on who talks about this stuff, it comes from a personal experience of kind of dealing with other people presuming how their sexuality or their quote unquote lifestyle is or works. And now that they finally have enough rights to finally speak their mind without like being stoned to death or something, then it's like the equivalent of like you get bullied in high school a lot, and then at one point maybe you start to finally fight back and you kind of become a little bit of a bully yourself. It's just kind of like an emotional response thing, because the people who have kind of been like the most like suppressed over that sort of thing are the people who tend to be the most like upset when other people talk about it. Because I get it, because like I've had people presume a lot of different things when I say like, oh, I'm bi, like they like, so you're just gay but you're not ready to come out yet, or oh, so that means you're bi until you date someone, then you're gay or straight, like I've heard so many things, and I can totally understand that, like, when you deal with that your entire life, when you have this guy who is like never experienced that community or is not a part of that community going, all right, look, I'm an expert and let me tell you how this works. I can kind of understand why there would be a lot of people online who would get upset over that, because nowadays the internet is going to have, random teenagers on there, random college students, these are just random people giving their emotional responses at the end of the day. And I'm personally, at least with LGBT stuff, I don't know, but I think that like as time moves on, the further away we are from the past, the more that will mature and calm down a little bit overall. I don't know, but
well, it also seems like we, at least here in the U.S., we seem to be regressing in a number of ways.
Whites are going backwards, yes, but I think in terms of like
yeah,
the average person's understanding of those things, I think is still going to get better. Like Gen Z, like my younger brothers, like I'm debatably the first year of Gen Z or the last year of millennials, depending on who you ask. But my brothers are like 5 and 6 years younger than me, and they knew every term like it was the back of their hand, and they immediately got it like in middle school, like without any sort of like struggle or pushback. Like when I hear them with their friends, like it's just second nature to them, even ones who would identify as conservative or religious or demographics that in the past would traditionally be anti-LGBT. you know, at the very least, the understanding of like what those are is just now like way better with them than it was for us. So even if laws regress, like at least like the average person, I think is, you know, better now than before. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I need to get a refill because I've been only drinking water for a little while. But the it does seem like, for instance, the willingness to accept gay marriage, for instance, like in 2014, that was controversial when Obergefell v. Hodges happened. Now it's like Tennessee just had something that was sorry, private chat. But Tennessee just passed something that was like anti-gay marriage thing, and also like
I think that was Iowa.
Oh, in fact, I think it was no, it wasn't you who posted. Was it you who posted? Somebody posted. I got it from Twitter.
No, it was Tennessee was the one that did the anti-drag bill, and then Iowa is currently trying to do like define marriage thing.
Yeah, and it was also that it's not just marriage, but not just gay marriage, but or any kind of queer marriage, but like anti-miscegenation as well. Like it's anti-gay and anti-miscegenation, which is like so freaking backwards that it's like, oh, whoa, Jesus, I'm getting a 50-year whiplash. You know, but it seems like even there, it's like, wait, you're against gay marriage? What the hell's wrong with you, kind of thing. Like it's one of those things where, yeah, there's certain conservatives who've been saying that kind of stuff still, but like it seems well outside of the Overton window.
Because now everyone knows someone.
Yeah.
And someone close to them. There was enough of a window for people to come out, and you can't go back once you come out. And so, you know, now it's a lot more awkward to join the mob, so to speak. Plus, like, I like to be a little optimistic and say that, like, people tend to lean more towards loving than hateful overall, but that, I don't know. This isn't psychology, but
boy, can I tell you a history otherwise?
Default, I mean, hatred is taught.
Yeah.
It's always being taught, but yeah. But I think people are more willing to default to, well, he's my buddy. Why would I hate my buddy? Sort of attitude, you know.
Oh, I remember when I was a kid, and I grew up as a Unitarian, right? Unitarian Universalist, and for instance, UUs were the first to do gay marriage in the entire U.S., right? So like very pro space, but I remember because we had this whole like mentor program, and like the whole thing was that you'd like be around a mentor, go talk about like your religious stuff, and then in front of the congregation have like a, you know, this is what I believe kind of thing, right? And I remember having a conversation with my mentor about gay marriage and being like, well, we just, because we would do what were called civil unions at that point, and they were illegal, but we'd do them anyways. And it was like, well, do the same thing as marriage, but like call them civil unions. And like, I look back at that now and go, no, that was no, that was bad. But like, I'm saying that to somebody, you know, not just that as assigned to me as a mentor, but I, you know, view as a mentor. And I'm saying that to his face, and he's gay, right? So like, even back then, I mean, we're talking what, probably 2002. But yeah, even back then, you could see that there was like, that was acceptable for somebody who's a UU, right? So it seems like this whole thing is evolving and becoming better, sure, but we are also regressing in significant ways, especially when it comes to seeing how YouTube comments are becoming a thing, and why we need to counteract stuff with videos like that tends to common slavery myths.
And
Oh, yeah.
also, I want to add the international point here. YouTube comments come from all around the world, and you know, around the world, there's.
I'm guessing what your comment is going to be. I'm going to go grab a beer. I can already guess what it is, and yes.
Around the world, you have many other. I don't even know where I was going with it, so I don't know how Cypher knows. It's just mind reading me. All I wanted to, around the world, there's just different opinions on many different things, and you have, you know, in Poland, quote unquote, anti-gay zones, and various politicians from Slovakia to Hungary to even Russia, who's currently fighting a war in Ukraine. So it's all I wanted to say with that is that all these bad comments could be coming from all those areas as well, not just America. And you need to fight those sentiments there as well. Sadly.
Yeah, and like this sort of like backlash, it kind of fits the pattern of like every other major social movement of the past few hundred years, right? Like there's 2 steps forward, 1 step back whenever it came to like race relations in the United States, when it came to women's rights in the United States, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so
well, it's not like those are past movements either, right?
Well, yeah, of course, but like for example, like I don't want to make like a direct comparison, but if we are going to be entering a period where there are these new anti-LGBT laws, then you could effectively say this is almost like the LGBT equivalent of like a Jim Crow era or something, where where states are going to be using legislation to try to suppress those rights, even though federally we still are supposed to have them. And there may be a dark period for like a decade or whatever.
And by the way, chat, since it's always been a concern about what I'm drinking, I decided to get a larger container so that I'm not having to sit there and drink water. But this is Backwoods Bastard. It's a bourbon barrel aged, and I think it's pretty high in alcohol, 11%. So there we go. But back on topic, this kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing, does it feel like, especially with how the US is kind of a leader in a lot of this stuff, well, I'm not saying the best or anything, I'm saying a leader as in like, you know, a role model kind of thing.
To quote one of the best soundtrack songs of the 80s, we're the best around.
I don't think that's what the initial interpretation of around was supposed to be, but yeah.
And nothing's going to bring us down. So.
And that's actually one of the things I wanted to have you talk about. Tiger Star was about music, but also, look who just showed up. It's Matt.
Yay!
Hey!
Oh my God, the rival streamer.
I saw you.
How dare you?
I saw you on another stream, and I'm like, oh, he's not going to join us.
Yeah, sorry about the timing on that.
Oh, I mean, we talked about it earlier, so yeah.
I did promote this. I was like, hey, come on over to Cynical
sweet.
Historians channel now.
Hopefully we'll get some more folks over here. Well, you're entering on a very contentious space right now, not amongst spaceship, but a very contentious space in terms of the topic. So the whole, for those who might just be joining us, the whole point of this stream is that we're going over a decade of HistoryTuber stuff, using 10 videos from each year of my channel to recognize that and to talk about how the space has changed. Matt here who I'm sure most of you will recognize, has been in the space longer than me. Same with Tiger Star and Tim. I believe you started your first channel earlier than me.
Yeah, like I started mine I think my first video was in January of the same year. So I got you beat by like 3 months or 2
Yeah.
months.
I thought it was 2012 that you started yours. I looked it up at one point. I don't remember when because obviously not Drawn of History. And one thing I would like to talk about at some point is how Drawn of History is working since you like jumped to a different channel. But Matt here, we've been collaborating a bunch this entire time.
Oh yeah.
I just an incredible amount of stuff. I mean, we did that big cross EduTube collaboration last year, I think.
Yeah.
But since we've been moving through the years, we're currently on 2017, and the Slave Myths video.
Your first viral video.
Yeah. We're not watching through all these. It's more using them as a board to, oh, hey, look who's joining us. But we've been talking about how that indicated that the HistoryTuber space was becoming not exactly activist, but more willing to tackle current issues, and how that has changed currently, because some folks on here still don't really tackle those kinds of issues, right? Like Genie Vlogger, you don't really have to, with your particular topic, you don't really have to get too deep into like the political implications of what you're talking about. If somebody just happens to have Confederate ancestors, you don't have to talk about like, what the Confederacy was about. All you have to do is be like, hey, look, he's got Confederate ancestors or something like that,
Yeah, it's mostly looking at it from the sense of how do their political leanings affect what they did, as well as, what we can find documentation wise based on that too.
Yeah. So this political leanings of YouTube, because we were talking also about how like the internet itself was changing, and like how we're dealing with kind of an attempt to claw back a lot of like especially LGBT stuff from the public, and whether that represents a change of YouTube moving towards the right, or as Tiger Star called it, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And Matt, you deal with a lot of political stuff all the time, and somehow managed to remain really surprisingly neutral.
I try.
Yeah. I remember when you were, I don't remember what he called himself, but it was like Paul Gosar fanatic or something like that. And it was really going after you, and yet you managed to hold that center real well. And not just how do you do it, but why.
Yeah, I feel every person is reachable. A lot of us are, because I always think about my own life, and I kind of used to have bigoted beliefs, and so I just try to remember the human first and how we are easily misguided and manipulated, and just try to work through like why they believe what they do, where they're getting their information. And also, at the same time, don't have any strong opinions yourself. Generally, that helps, because if you kind of come across as somebody who's open to anything, then you're not going to have a wall automatically built between you and the other person who disagrees with you, because you're just like, oh, hey, maybe you could make a good point on this one specific thing. We don't, even that person you were referencing, who was pretty extreme. but there's still at least always a starting point of something you have in common. So constantly, at least trying to search for those commonalities, I think helps.
Yeah. Well, I'm always fascinated by the fact that you manage, because there's a lot of time that I'm just like, I don't care. I'm going to state my beliefs very clearly and to hell with the consequences kind of thing. But that's that's part of cynicism, right? There's two key aspects of that: parachareteti and tu nomisma, which is basically deface the coinage, but really deface tradition, or the customs of the time, and wow, I'm forgetting the term for it, but basically
Customs because it's money.
Say again?
Customs because it's money. It's funny.
That they're actually related in Greek. They're related because nomisma and nomos are actually etymologically tied. That actually was the joke at the time. We're talking about ancient Greek, by the way. But
That's why you have the word numismatic. Sorry.
I heard numismatic. I didn't hear the rest of it.
Oh, so, that's why the word numismatic exists.
Yeah, it's nomisma.
Yeah.
But the other one is philanthropia, for lack of a better word. The idea that not philanthropy as in like giving money out or anything. Obviously, if they're defacing coinage, they don't want money, but like expressing the philosophy. So that's why I'm often like so blatant about that stuff. But that's my specific philosophy, right? It's called the cynical historian for a reason. And yet, what I find interesting is the various different ways you guys go about it. Whether you obfuscate your politics altogether, you try to maintain neutrality, or you just kind of sprinkle it in every once in a while.
Yeah. I think transparency is the most important thing, though. Like, if you are going to have an opinion, you like let the audience know this is my opinion.
Oh no! I got it dripping.
I don't think the other channels here, like you, Genie Vlogger, M Laser, Drawn of History, Emperor Tiger Star, I don't hear your opinions very much in your videos. Am I wrong?
I usually leave the opinions to Twitter.
I was going to say that's what like. I think a lot of people are kind of slapped in the face when they follow me on Twitter and they realize I do have opinions and that like my opinions are so different than what they're expecting, and they're just like, oh, they.
And of course, I've been told that like oh, you talk about LGBT having history, that's an opinion somehow. I'm like, no, it's not, but whatever. Also, I have to add, I like how even though like I would say like my personal attitude is a little bit closer to Cypher's, but I'm probably somewhere in the middle between you two. And I find it funny how Cypher is like the academic professorial type. And of course, what you go to college, it's like, oh no, you're attending my class, you're getting my history, this is my information and my book you're learning here. And then like Mr. Beats like attitude is like the same as like all of the public school teachers in my family. I'm just like, oh, like you can always reach a student. You just gotta try, sort of attitude.
I never thought of it that way.
That's what Mr. Beats like attitude sources reminds me of, because like everyone learns differently. You just gotta find the way there. You gotta be, maybe someday the student will be the teacher. Like that's all of those cliches. And I just find it funny how both of those academic attitudes kind of like whether that's I don't know, chicken egg type thing, but I find it funny how those both reflect on you so well.
I mean, the reason why I'm often like, this is my history, here it is, and like, here's my evidence, refute the evidence if you can, but do it. Do it.
That's the
come
academic
to my
method.
level, don't make me sink to yours, kind of thing. But like, I think less of that has to do with actually like me being an academic, and more to do with just like, especially the experience of that slavery myths episode. Like, I carried a gun for 2 weeks just because I was afraid for my life, like that legitimately scared me, the amount of death threats I was getting. And mind you, that video isn't like, I did try to be like, here's some, liberal myths, right?
It was pretty tame. It was a tame video.
Yeah,
Like,
I tried to be, at least. But at that point, when people started going after me like that, my resort was not to be like, I'm not trying to say that your approach, Matt, is wrong or anything. It's just my reaction to it was to be like, all right, screw you guys. I will show you how wrong you are and keep hammering it forever.
It's funny that on my other stream, I just had the same conversation with Professor Dave, because he's kind of more like you. He's like, more abrasive a bit. Well, not abrasive, but
well,
like,
I mean, he does with a lot of like pseudo archaeology.
Yeah, just like unapologetic and very in your face. Like, look, these are the facts. Get it straight. To a point where he seems condescending, where I don't think you ever do, but it's at the same time, like,
try not to be.
Yeah, like it's a good. I think both methods are effective in their own ways. But I do think there's something. I think it just fits my personality more.
Well, I never even thought about it the way Tiger Star was saying that that like, we also have very different teaching styles, right? Like, we both have done teaching.
Drawn of history. Are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, you teach middle schoolers, so I say even more so. Like, you're more sympathetic.
Middle schoolers are nightmares.
Well, I mean that's part of like the big jump from the old channel to the new channel, so that I didn't have to keep everything in that like middle school, like sanitized ish. Like, I always call out, I'll always call out what's wrong, but like, try to present everything in a way where I'm like, okay, like, teachers won't be surprised if they grab a random video from the old channel and put it up on here. Whereas the new channel, I don't even tell really my students about it, because I'm like, you're not old enough for it yet.
Really?
But yeah. Well, I don't want to.
By the way, for those who might be just joining us, all the people who are talking right now are linked in the description below. If you have not seen these channels before, go check them out. Go subscribe. And particularly with you, Tim, or Drawn of History right there.
Either way.
So for those who don't know, he had a channel called
Mr. Bates Class.
There you go. And when they started doing more animated history, which is just hilarious, absolutely funny. I don't know why it's not taking off, and it kind of bugs me.
Because it takes too long for me to finish anything. I worked for like 7 hours today and made 40 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know how that feels.
That's way worse than my in terms. I always estimate that it's about for every minute of video produced, it's about an hour of editing time. Not all the rest of it, but like,
I miss
just
those
editing
days.
time.
Like
for
not
you?
only do animations just take way longer than other forms of videos, but famously the YouTube algorithm has been kind of screwing over animation particularly for at least the past like 5 years, because as soon as they
that kind of changed recently,
a little bit, but like as soon as like they switched like promotion and monetization to watch time instead of views, animation was screwed, because 30-second animations could be funny, entertaining, you could watch over and over again and get a high number of views, but that's not a lot of watch time.
Yeah.
And 30 seconds already, takes so long to do for most animations.
Yeah. For really good animations, that takes a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it was like 7 hours per minute, though.
Oh, wait, I got a minute done in only 7 hours? That would be great.
or 8 hours, whatever.
Also, like, as a comparison, and like, I I haven't seen Drawn of History's animations, so I don't know like how my friend's animations would compare to his. But I have a friend who is like obsessed with like the Star Fox games, like from Nintendo, and he's been making his own like 95% himself. Like he's got a few other voice actors helping with him, but he's basically doing himself the entire animation for like a Star Fox animated series type thing. And he's trying to do like what would be like 90s cartoon level quality of animation. So not amazing, but still 90s cartoon animation. And he's aiming for around 30 minutes, and he's almost finished after 6 years of doing and he, because he does this as his job, because he's got enough Patreon supporters to prove that he's working on it, because so many people kept asking, he would always stream his progress of him working on the animation and treat it like a 9-to-5 job, to where he would do 40 hours of streaming a week. So we're talking about, at least on camera, 40 hours a week for 6 years.
Jeez.
Just for a 30-minute 90s TV cartoon level of animation.
Jesus.
Animation takes a long time.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why studios use teams.
Yeah,
and even then it still looks like crap half the time.
And Drawn of History does a lot of character animation. Although I just love the way like the arms move, because like he has like the arm like this, and then the arm itself, like the actual
the only
full
articulation is like at the shoulder.
It only articulates here. So like if somebody's like waving their arms, they're doing like this.
Because I do it so backwards. I should be doing animation in After Effects, but I do it all in Premiere. Because if I ever
do it all in oh man.
Because if I ever figured out After Effects, because I know I can do so much in After Effects, I will never get anything done. Because I want everything to bend. But
something we talked about earlier in the stream was the fact that like once you get stuck in one particular once you learn a particular way, you will probably stick with it. We were talking earlier about like, if you are starting a channel, you should learn like you should figure out what is like the best program to learn. And for me, it was Premiere Pro, because I just looked up what was like the industry standard as the industry standard. But I'm also not trying to do any kind of fancy animation. Like, my version of fancy animation is like, I can make an arrow go from here to here.
Me too.
Yeah. Well,
hello, I use Microsoft Paint.
PowerPoint.
Wait, you're still using PowerPoint?
Yeah, I screencast it. I'm trying. Hey, Tim, come on. Do it.
No, I love it. Like the earliest video, some of the earliest video type stuff I made was through like PowerPoint and setting all like the animation times and everything.
I got the idea from Will from Exploring History, and he's I'm embarrassed to say that I did this, and I said, that's a brilliant idea. I'm going to start doing that. He stopped doing it.
I'm embarrassed I'm doing this. You're like, yes, I will do the embarrassing thing.
Well, he stopped doing it. I started doing it. And honestly, it's one of the best decisions I ever made, because I could pump out weekly content. And to me, it's more important the writing is the most important part. And so that's the one thing I feel like I've improved on the most, like clearly improved on. Obviously, my animations have not improved that much, but that's okay, because like I think a lot of people don't come to my channel for the animations. They come to your channel, Tim, for the animations. The problem is you set the bar so high at the beginning. Your quality is so freaking high. But at the same time, though, like there's another channel, Jack Rackham, who everyone wants to check out. Jack.
Oh yeah, Jack is great. Go check him out.
One thing, the best voice in the business.
One thing he certainly did.
He managed to devolve his
exactly.
Animation. Yeah.
He doesn't quite go like overboard like he used to, and so he's able to produce more, and I think it's really helped his sanity. So if there's any trick you can do, Tim, I'm begging you. I want more content. I want you to be. Oh, sorry, that's my wife calling. Yeah,
Like, you know how tempted I am to have the stereotypical YouTube explainer avatar that has 5 different poses to it, and they just talk, and he goes, "Ah, ah, ah, ah."
And
but
here's
I'm
the
making-
link to Jack Rackham's channel in the chat.
But I'm just making the content for me now. So I want to make it the way that I make it. But I do want to say that Cypher is going to be in the upcoming video as well as Genie Vlog.
Yeah. And I suppose. Hold on. Let's see if I can catch him. Come here, boy. No, he left. he was right at my feet, and then as soon as I was like, "I'm gonna pick you up," he's like, "No," and now he's hiding. He's like, you can literally see his tail just kind of like he's hiding.
It's like Waldo.
And we'll get to Bite Me in just a second.
It's like you have a cat, but you don't have the budget to spend on the whole cat, so you just have the tail.
But his namesake happens to be the topic of that video.
Mm-hmm.
And
or at least your character.
Oh yeah, yeah. But to answer, let's get to Bite Me's question, and then we can talk about the next stage. And actually, Matt, you came in perfectly in time to talk about 2018, because the 2018 video is Wilson. But Bite Me asks, what unknowns of history do you wish we knew more about? And this used to be like one of those kind of the Roanoke colony kind of thing and stuff like that, where people talk about what happened there, what do we not like. And I've kind of moved away from those answers to that question to more larger social changes. What was the main driving thing to neoliberalism, right? This is something that is completely out in the open. We have all the data possible for it, and we still don't know what caused neoliberalism.
Really? I thought that was easy.
Well, what's your answer?
I would say either Jimmy or Ronald.
So, great man history.
Presume I meant the administration, so men and women.
Well, it's rooted in liberalism, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes all the way back to Adam Smith.
I mean, you could argue that, yeah. And but it's not one of those things that you can answer.
It's hard.
Like, we have literally all the data.
Yeah, but it just to articulate it.
It's more about interpretation, right?
Yeah. How do you put it in a nice, neat package? I mean,
well, it's also your interpretation may vary. And like, there's three great sayings in a history seminar that you can that if you strategically use, you will always be right. It depends on your interpretation is one of them. The
cop out.
It's part of the X experience. If you're talking about American history, then you say it's part of the American experience. And mind you, I'm talking about like literally just saying platitudes and getting away with it, right? And finally, we can never know kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. Which plays right into Bite Me's comment. So that's at least where I go. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to that.
I would usually go with stuff that we know existed, but we just don't know how. So a lot of like, I want to think of Cassiodorus's 14-volume book on the history of early medieval Eastern Europe, which didn't survive. We just know it existed. And that would be amazing, because that would give us so much more information.
Lost works.
Yeah. Or Diodorus's Historia. Diodorus wrote like a 40-volume history book during the ancient Roman times, and only 14 survive. and we know he wrote about like ancient ancient kingdoms that we know existed, and we know he wrote about, for example, the sea people, quote unquote, the sea people, and stuff like that. But
Really?
yeah, I think we do. Yeah, but most of his works that survived were the ones that people in the Middle Ages deemed valuable enough to rewrite, and those are the ones that survived. His original books obviously didn't survive, but the rewritten ones did. And all the Middle Ages people that decided that what was important to rewrite were only like Roman and Greek history. So Diodorus's books on like classical Athens or Rome survived, but all the others that the medieval rewriter, like the medieval scholars and abbeys that rewrote these books, decided like, oh, I don't want to rewrite that. All that got lost.
Trey the Explainer had a great video where he talked about a lot of famous works from Roman and early medieval times that we know existed, but we also know are lost.
Yeah,
that was really
so
good.
many.
Yeah, there's also a channel called Told in Stone. I'm currently looking up Trey the Explainer to post that in the chat, and then I'll post Told in Stone. Who also had a video of similar ilk, and Told in Stone. I just really like the way he like delves into primary sources. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but
No.
he started the channel to promote like his book, and then it just shut up. There we go. Sorry. You know how it just plays video as soon as you go to somebody's channel. Wait, how am I not subscribed? What?
How
Okay.
dare you? Subscribe.
But there's the links to both Trey and Told in Stone, and yeah, they both like they're interesting bridges between archaeology and history, where you have like like Stefan Milo, for instance, who is mostly archaeology, right? But every once in a while we'll start dealing with a little bit of historical sourcing. But Told in Stone is like really bringing out like the archaeology in Roman history, which is really fascinating. Just geeking out about him. Anybody else have a different answer to like what what is the most interesting thing they would like to see that we don't know about history?
Oh, I'll tell you, with the map videos on my channel, there are so many time periods where we don't know like the quote unquote, I mean, I know borders is a more modern thing, but
yeah,
but we don't necessarily know like how big or small like certain civilizations were. And it'd be nice to see that because like I noticed on YouTube, Majora Z is in the comments. They're really good with like Mesoamerican stuff. For the past like 3 years, I've been trying to map out.
Not aware of that. That I've seen him in comments. I didn't realize he was a channel.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
But for the past 3 years, I've been trying to remake like a map history video over North America with a focus on trying to include, as best as I can, as many of the indigenous groups and nations and all that stuff as I can.
Your big
I'm like
in the map thing where you actually
I'm,
show the holes for tribes.
Yeah, and like I'm like 3 years into it, and because like to basically, I'm working backwards from the present just because I find that easier. So working backwards, I've basically gone from like 2022, and I'm basically like stuck in the 1600s because I'm just arriving at all these points where now it's like, oh, here are some tribes, chiefdoms, nations, civilizations that we know about that are somewhere in this area. Maybe they overlap with where we say 5 other groups are.
Yeah.
Maybe they actually do overlap because they don't have the same nation state sensibilities that Europe does. But I'm like reaching points where like I will try to research or ask like because like Majora Z has like been good at like pointing stuff to me for like more Mesoamerican stuff, but I'm kind of like at a point where I'm kind of like being forced to accept what we don't know, and just like like I'm gonna have to simplify the map, aren't I? Which feels so wrong because literally the whole point of the video
Well,
is
but you're
to
only at
avoid.
you're only at the 16th century then, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna get even worse. Like the
Yeah.
further back I go, that's the issue. It's like the whole
Oh,
purpose.
you're going backward?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going forward.
Well, I mean, the video will go forward, but I'm working backwards because whenever I was drawing, like, for example, reservation boundaries in the United States,
Well,
going
those are
back
pretty well
to
defined.
those are well defined, and I found it easier to edit from the modern state borders that like purchased or stole those lands with like the specific treaties than to just kind of, oh, the map's blank. Let me hope I draw in the right spot, you know?
Yeah.
But
I mean, like
most of the borders in history, honestly.
That would
well,
actually
yes, but
be
the point is, it's like the whole purpose of the video is to say, like, no, see, we can show all this information, and yes, it's going to have more information than the previous one I did. It's not going to be blank, but I really hate how, like, once I get into the 1500s, it's going to be like, all right, I'm just going to label this plains people or whatever terminology I come up with, and like,
well, there's like this.
I feel so terrible because it's been like 3 years and I haven't gotten it finished yet, and I'm just kind of almost at the point like I need to get this done. Like it's not going to be perfect. I have to accept that.
There's a lot of things where you start running into some serious historical debates. Like, when did Apaches and Navajos enter the Southwest?
Yeah, that's another issue because I would say in terms of like tribal movements, most of the time, like I'm able to go back to the mid 1600s where I'm stuck at, because at the very least we know about like the impact of the Beaver Wars, where for those who don't know,
Iroquois
there was
just
like
took over the
Ohio.
Like
there was a fur trading thing, and the Haudenosaunee or the Iroquois basically realized, oh, Europe won't kill us, and we can get rich if we monopolize the fur trade, and so they basically beat up and formed like not like an empire in like the we control everything sense, but almost like in a mafia sense of like, all right, we beat you up, so you better, if we take the furs from here, leave us alone. The furs are ours. And they basically did that to the entire Great Lakes, and kind of like it was kind of like the equivalent of like the Huns moving into Europe, where it just caused all these tribes to go, well, we're getting the hell out of here. And so that's when like you have like the Acheta-Sakowin, or what we would call the Sioux, move from like modern day Wisconsin to the Dakotas where they're at now, and that caused the Cheyenne to move to where they're at now.
Dakotas and Nakotas, but yeah.
But basically that's as like far back as like where we can like confirm the migrations. But then once you get past that, that's when you get into the territory of like, well, you see, according to our history, we have always been here. Everything has been this, and it's like, all right, as much as I want to as much as I want to respect that, like I can't show that on a map. I'm sorry. Like
that's also just such a huge problem for obviously I deal with a lot of this in the Southwest, and specifically Apaches are like, there's exceptions, but for the most part, Apaches accept that they are Athabascan and therefore from the Athabascan area, and migrated at some point in the 16th or 17th, early 17th century. There's actually an argument to be made that that Apaches weren't there until until the Spanish had already started settling New Mexico. But the arguments there are hazy, because you're dealing with sources that a lot of which were destroyed in 1680, and peoples who are different, even within or among themselves, right?
Yeah.
They have Western Apaches had sometimes called Gila Apaches inaccurately, but Western Apaches had some cultural diffusion from Tohono O'odhams or Pimas that that they started using calendar sticks as early as the early 17th century. So we actually have some like primary sources. Like it's cool. But the it's early 17th, unfortunately. So and their version of calendar sticks have problems. Anyways, the whole thing in terms of when Navajos got there becomes ridiculously politically contentious to the point that I could see somebody tweeting this section of this video being like, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, one, no, you were not here in the 14th century. No. Pure and simple, I will say that to your face. You are absolutely wrong if you say that Navajos were in the Southwest by the 14th century.
How
Wrong.
could you say something so controversial and yet so brave?
Like, that is actually something that can become a really contentious... I mean, I watched somebody's got some feedback, by the way. I watched a really contentious fight over this specific topic at a conference I went to here in Albuquerque recently. And straight up, one side was absolutely wrong, and the other side was a white guy. So it's one of those things where, like, you're also kind of treading on some very culturally sensitive topics.
Yeah. And then one other area of the North America video before I move on, and I'm sure Majora will in the comments will clarify a lot more because I'm going to kind of like summarize it. Aside from like tribal and nations, indigenous tribal and nations, and all that stuff up north, there.
Before you go too far, I wanted to say M Laser has been here since like the beginning of the stream, surprisingly enough.
Dang.
And yeah,
I've just been drinking silently and hanging out.
It's been fun, but I know you need to get going, and I wanted to say I wanted to tell you goodbye.
Thank
say
you.
goodbye. And also, everybody check out his channel. It's in the description. Interesting thing that YouTube is doing now. You have handles now, and so all you have to do is hit at whatever.
Laser History.
Laser History.
All together.
And it's right there in the description, so go click it and subscribe.
Just type in fascist history teacher in search.
Yeah. I think that will come up
right
right Fascist Eastern European history teacher. That
pop right
comes up right away.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, have fun. It's been great.
It's been so much fun having you. And you suffered through the worst part of this. The first
I
few
suffered
videos.
for all the cringe part. That's great.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh
I just
man,
remembered we're supposed to be watching your videos during this.
we watched some of them, and it was
great. See you, everyone.
See
Although,
ya.
thank you for all the encouragement, and yes, bye. Because my first videos were bad. Although people in chat were like, "No, this isn't that bad." I'm like,
You've got a nice audience. Yeah.
all of our
old videos are horrible.
Oh God, yeah.
Yes.
But
Although,
basically,
we do have the next video. We've been talking for a while on this, and I don't want to stop you on the thing, but try to segue to presidents somehow.
oh God, I'll try.
You can do it.
But basically, in central Mexico, for a long time, there was believed to have been an empire there in like what we would consider medieval times, and it was called the Toltec Empire. However, in recent years, basically most historians have said, okay, that whole thing probably made up by the Aztecs. Maybe, we don't know. It's weird because basically, like, it kind of started with like,
This is news to me.
well, it kind of started with like, the Aztecs mention in their written histories about these people called the Toltecs that like were a part of like central Mexico. But now people don't think it was an actual empire. They think perhaps it was either a culture, where it's like, Central Mexico's doing the same cultural thing, but it's not like a homogenous state.
Yeah, it's not. It's not actually a political entity.
And then I've even seen a few theories that like, have you ever noticed that like Toltec is really similar to this word that just means like poet? So like what if like the Aztecs were just being like, what if like the Aztecs like had the type of historiography where they were more like metaphorical than literal?
Oh boy.
Right? Because it's like,
Yeah.
because especially when you're having these cultures that already have like, mythologies built into their own history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Aztecs also rewrote a little bit of history to fit their image better, like a lot of people did. So
so is this kind of like, so for instance, you have the I'm gonna screw up the names, but the Wang dynasty or Wang or something like that, the first known actual dynasty of China.
you're the one before the Shan.
So the Shang dynasty comes before that, and we have like a Shang dynasty from all of these basically soothsayer bones from
that's the Xi'an with the like Shan is like the first one that we've like 100% confirmed, and then Xi'an is before
and that's
Xi'an is before Shang, and
so
most
that's like
people dispute
semi-legendary, right?
Yes.
Is this the same thing in terms of Toltec?
The thing is now, like, this is such a fairly recent thing that, like, the historiography of Central America is kind of focusing on now, because there's already so little to go off with in the first place.
Right.
So, for the longest time, it's like, well, the Spanish burnt everything down. The best we can do is hope that what we do have, that we can trust their word on it. It's like, what else can we do? So, like, yeah, like, Majora in the comments is literally screaming, "No, this is a can of worms." Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like so, there's no definitive answer. But at the very least, the consensus is now there was probably most likely not an empire called the Toltecs that ruled central Mexico for 400 years. It's like, oh, wonderful. Now what am I going to put in that 400-year gap in Mexico there? Like that's like another thing. It's like, well,
there's always just putting unknown.
Yeah, that's
Mexican civilization. I don't know. It's like
So speaking of mythology, how about Lost Cause mythology that was perpetuated by Woodrow Wilson? Sorry.
No, it works.
Wow.
I was going to take a different route, but that works better.
Do what I can.
So, we're getting now to 2018, where in 2017, the example episode is the 10 common slavery myths. In 2018, I finally leaned into a growing meme on the channel, because I think pretty early on I declared that I absolutely hated Woodrow Wilson, and some people thought that of that as like just kind of I'd get a lot of comments of like, wait, why? and the typical but 14 points, and it's like, oh, you don't know how much that freaking makes me angry, kind of thing. And this goes all the way back to my actual history work in dealing with the Russian intervention, which we talked way back in 2013 video, if we're sectioning this off by year. I did work on the Russian intervention, really despised Wilson because of that, and discovered a whole bunch of other stuff that was just like, wow, why are we not taught about like the nadir of race relations and Wilsonian interventionism and freaking the Espionage Act and Sedition Acts and stuff like that. Just so many different things. I mean, like even within these videos, because it's actually a two-parter. Within these videos, I can't talk about everything. Like, did you know that Woodrow Wilson was the last president to order an Indian removal?
Yes. I know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mojaves. Yeah, Mojaves freaking hate him.
You know what's crazy that I just learned, but that I'm still amazed. If you look at those historian rankings of presidents, they update them every usually after a president leaves office. So they did it in 2021.
A lot of the time, it's just a magazine will just poll a bunch of historians, especially Time magazine.
Well, I always refer to the C-SPAN one, and Wilson went up in the rankings I'm sorry, maybe he
down.
No, he did go down, but
he's been going down every year.
He's still number 13. I can't believe he's that high. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Actually, he was number 6 in 2000. Now he's number 13. So we're doing our part. I guess
I have had people straight up say that my work on Wilson is like the reason why the internet hates Wilson. I've had a bunch of people claim that I'm the reason. Just me.
I mean, give yourself some credit here, because I think that it has been influential. Like, your meme has popped up. Actually, the video I just released on Friday, I put it in there. And it's funny.
With the drinks?
Vlogging through history, he also passionately hates Wilson. And I don't know if... I think you influenced him as well, actually. I don't know if he's ever told me that, but...
He told me that he despised Woodrow Wilson, was doing like a Woodrow Wilson hate day, and that essentially, and by the way, that's Diogenes about to smack Woodrow Wilson. But he was doing like a Woodrow Wilson hate day, and his comments just filled up with stuff about me, right? And so he checked me out and then was like, oh yes, this, and that's how he explained it to me.
Okay.
Third wave anti-Wilsonian ska movement believed to have started in the Las Vegas, New Mexico area, probably.
See, I've been trying to do the opposite with trying to improve the reputation of Grover Cleveland. I've always been a Grover Cleveland fan, even though, admittedly, I have my stupid reasons for liking him so much.
He's only behind like the one of the most vicious gaslighting, rape things in history.
See, that's bad history there. I actually have a book that actually, let me pull it out right now.
I don't have a very positive opinion of Grover Cleveland.
Let's put this to rest. Let's put it to rest. This is the book that everybody references when they're talking about the accusations that Grover Cleveland... I'm about to get your stream demonetized right now. Is that okay?
Just say the R word.
Grover Cleveland did a bad.
He did a bad.
R word.
Oh, okay.
Or did a bad, or whatever.
He was accused of sexually assaulting a woman.
There we go.
And if you read this book, which I did, because I was like, so many people were saying, why do you like Grover Cleveland when he did this? If you look at the sources, it's all newspaper articles that were published when he ran for president
Yeah.
by newspapers who hated not only him but the entire Democratic Party. And so
See, my negative opinion of Grover Cleveland comes from his bourbon whitewashing of Redeemers.
could you elaborate a little bit there? What do you mean whitewashing?
I mean, quite literally, making Redeemers into white saviors.
I don't know anything about that. I have to learn more about that.
So Redeemer Democrats are, your typical Southern Democrat. We must redeem the white race from these black scoundrels, and how dare they? And where's the Tunche when we need him?
Yeah, lost causers, essentially.
Not exactly lost causers. I mean, they're like the progenitors of lost causers.
Oh, okay.
Like that comes with this guy. But like, we're talking 1860s and 70s. We're talking like during Reconstruction and just after. Basically, the people who are really fighting to institute Jim Crow, but it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
So Cleveland was pretty instrumental in maintaining that power base in the South when Republicans were really trying to fight against it, especially during the Mugwumps.
Yeah. I wouldn't pin that much on him, but more on the party itself and his supporters. I don't know, like
he's the leader of the party,
right? But I say the same thing about, like, so many people talk trash about modern presidents and like how they're war criminals. Like, Noam Chomsky famously said that you could argue that every president since World War II is technically a war criminal. Yes. And my counter to that always is like, I totally understand that perspective.
Oh wait, no, Iran.
I was going to say even Carter, but I always counter to that saying, it's one person. Sure, it's the most
I said
powerful.
Iran instead of Iran.
It's okay. I said it throughout an entire video, and I got people made fun of me. It's fine too. But the older I get, the more I'm just like, why do we place so much credit and blame on one person, despite it being, yes, the most powerful position in the modern world, the president of the United States? There's so much that they really have little control of. We like to give them, this currency, but I think it's unwarranted. I just really think that blame and credit, especially with the economy, but also even foreign policy, the more I realize, like, Eisenhower, he really had a very loose grip on the CIA in the 50s. The more I learn about, like,
yes,
I used to think that Eisenhower was like, oh, this bad person who's like trying to.
But the question isn't
lead all these coups around.
Isn't like who's the actor here? It's whether or not they allowed it to happen.
Right, but when you are the president or any position of power, any leadership position, even if it's a company, it is nearly impossible to have your eyes on every last thing going on.
Sure, but
so this is to relate this to the video that we're going to look at a little bit. I have to decide what clips we'll look at, but do you think Woodrow Wilson is responsible for segregating the federal government?
I do think he was pretty influential. Because there are certain things that they can, especially with. Are you referring to like within the executive branch, specifically his actions when he was president?
I'm not talking about his actions. I'm talking about the federal government's actions. Yes, I'm actually.
You make a good point.
Yeah. So, for those who don't know, Woodrow Wilson made no actual order to segregate the federal government. That was completely out of his hands.
Yeah.
Same thing with Grover Cleveland.
But didn't he at least like specifically order it for the White House?
No.
Really?
No, this is chief of staff.
Well, look at you rehabilitating his image by 0.5%.
But he's the one who chose as chief of staff. I don't know. It's
Yes, but
yeah,
like
I get the
also
point, though. It's
this
good.
guy's a freaking lost causer. Like he is like the chief lost causer. There is no person who exemplifies the lost cause more than Woodrow Wilson. No one.
I mean, to say it was out of his hand, I think is
Yeah, I would think
it is a bit silly. I mean, if you
Yeah.
know, you could put your foot down because, like, to go back to Eisenhower, it's like, you know, famously to enforce desegregation, he sent the army to Little Rock. Why couldn't he have done similar with the CIA as soon as they went out of line?
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Well,
know,
that's the point.
It
Is
depends
that
on like how much of a willpower you have, and it's like I agree that like it's a good idea to remember that like presidents are people, so they they're facing with their own pressures, insecurities, interests, and all these other things. Like they're not always going to succeed, and you shouldn't expect them to be perfect, but that doesn't mean that like you can't say, well, they could have done something.
But also, you kind of have to delegate in that. I mean,
Yeah.
Eisenhower's biggest mistake was delegating too much to Alan Dulles, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he just let him do it whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
But as Truman famously said, the buck stops here. You know,
Yeah.
like at the end of the day, like even if
here's
the
the
president
other-
didn't personally do it, he still is effectively the not figurehead in the sense of having no power, but figurehead as in he is the image of the government. Like that's a part of the responsibility you accept.
When it comes to Eisenhower, you also have to remember how much he's residing over. Far bigger government at that point, right? Just so many different things to be paying attention to, whereas somebody like Grover Cleveland has a federal employment of something less than 20,000 people. All federal employees. If you include the military, you add an extra 40,000. That's it. So we're talking like 60,000 people that he's dealing with. The size of like Wyoming, maybe?
I forget how small the military was in the 1880s.
Yeah. Well, they were capped at 40,000.
Wow.
But like yeah, the U.S. Army. Well, I said I'm talking about the Army. I don't know how much the Navy.
The Navy was expanded under Chester Arthur, if I remember correctly, which is crazy to think that he like randomly.
Why?
Yeah, well, because like after the Civil War, everything had been shrinking. Funding
Is
had been
Arthur
cut.
the one after Grant, or is I can never keep track of all.
That's
after
Hayes.
Garfield.
That's Hayes, but I think it was. Let me fact check myself.
Oh, he's the one who followed Garfield after
Yes.
the assassination. Okay.
And of course he did it. He didn't do anything else during his presidency. He had to do something.
But like,
I was right.
I actually really like Garfield. Like he stood for one thing and he died for it.
Have you noticed like there's this one trend I'm noticing, and part of it's a joke, I'm sure, but like there seems to be this meme trend thing of like, you don't understand. Garfield was like the 1800s Jimmy Carter, but even better. If only he would have lived, then magically America would have been like way better. Like
Who honestly thinks Jimmy Carter was a good president?
well, not as a person.
Sure.
Well, he's like a
Jimmy
really nice
Carter
guy, but-
easily is of all the modern presidents, the best person. I think almost everybody agrees with that.
but
Jimmy
like,
Carter's
I don't know.
a great person. Terrible president.
But like part
Terrible
of
president.
it's a meme, but it's like a lot of people seem to act like, no, you don't understand. Like it's the same as like Kennedy being shot. If Garfield would have lived, think about how different America would be today. And it's like, all right, guys, calm down.
Anyways, we have a long history of presidents who were, good before or after, but not bad presidents. Great example would be Grant. Terrible president.
I disagree
Great
with
general.
that.
Literally, just the word scandal should be enough.
But he killed the first KKK.
Cool. Only once
Yeah,
Congress.
darn
forced
right,
him.
it's cool.
Only once Congress forced him, and he actually countermanded a bunch of orders, and Seward had to frickin' put his foot down on Grant. And I mean literally foot down on Grant, on his shoe, literally.
I think Grant's another example of somebody who didn't have a
He
full
was a
grasp of
terrible
what was
president.
I don't think so. I think the more I learn about it, I think he was actually not that bad.
He is going up in the rankings.
Are you going with the ineptitude hypothesis?
I wouldn't say that. I think he signed some good legislation and good and like
Woodrow Wilson signed a hell of a lot better legislation than Grant, and I will still say Wilson was the worst.
Interesting.
It's not about whether or not they signed good legislation. It's not about whether or not they had good intentions. None of that matters. It's about what they did.
Well, he was really good. I mean, like Emperor Tiger Star said, that KKK, that was a pretty big accomplishment, being able to.
Yeah, but once again, Grant really shouldn't get the credit for that.
Why not?
Because Congress had to force him.
But he still did it, right? It doesn't matter about the motivations. It matters what he did, and he did it.
Did he do it if he was forced?
Yeah, because he still carried it out.
Not really. The Army carried it out.
Of which he was
commander-in-chief
of. I mean, he is the commander-in-chief of the Army.
But you're referring to the Enforcement Acts, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also known as the Ku Klux Act.
Mm-hmm.
And that almost met his veto. He threatened it 3 times officially, writing specifically to the New York, whatever was at that point, guy with the crazy neck beard. Can't remember Greeley. Horace Greeley. Writing specifically to Greeley was kind of like at that point kind of like a Republican mouthpiece.
And he died trying to take him down.
Yeah,
he literally
in 1872, partially because of this actually, but he was actually opposed to this whole thing. Greeley was opposed to the Ku Klux Act, but that's also why he posted Grant's letters about being opposed to this, because Grant saw this as federal.
That aside, Grant also, I would say, did more for civil rights in the late 1800s than any other president. The 15th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act of 1875. I mean, sure, Congress again.
So,
did he veto it?
I'm pretty sure he vetoed it.
Oh gosh, now I got to look this up.
Oh wait, no, I'm mixing up that with 1866. Sorry.
Oh, Andrew Johnson. Pugh.
Yeah,
we all agree that he sucks.
He's my worst.
Honestly, like if I were to pick somebody who was worse than Wilson, it would be Johnson.
Yeah, like
Johnson.
Usually, the popular answer is Buchanan's the worst, but
that's
I would say
stupid.
Well, I would say that like he's definitely bottom 5 for sure, but like I would, but I would say that like Johnson edges him out just specifically because the Civil War, by the time Buchanan was even running, was basically inevitable. And while he could have stopped it, it's like I would argue that like Johnson was like ruining.
I would not
the
say
legacy of the Civil War more.
I would not say
anything,
that Buchanan could have stopped the Civil War. No.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I severely disagree with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying like by the time that like he was running, it was inevitable.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so
I do want to share. Oh, that's a wrong. Oh, it's because I haven't hit the share button. I do want to share at least some clips about the Woodrow Wilson thing. So.
Oh, look how young you are. You're so young and spry. I'm just kidding.
This is only like 5 years ago. I don't look that much different. Although I got a bunch of pandemic pounds I'm still trying to lose.
It's the COVID-19.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it.
I mean, you will be able to see that, like, there is a significant difference between, like, pre-COVID and post-COVID, that my face widens a bit. But I want to just go by how I start this video and then how I end the second video, which technically the second video came out in 2019, but it is exemplary of the channel, at least. And kind of this whole conversation about presidents and how YouTubers affect public consciousness. So, I don't actually remember how I started this, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's finally time to talk about Woodrow Wilson. Oh yeah, it's finally time to talk about Woodrow Wilson. Wilson! I wrote a gargantuan script on this one, so I'm going to split it into two different parts. This first part...
I really shouldn't have done that, by the way. For anybody looking to start a YouTube channel, don't split your scripts. Don't do it. Just
agree.
Long form content, baby.
I tempted all the time, and I was like, no, just keep going.
Well, it's also like it's easier to produce if you're doing multi-part, but you get less viewership.
True.
Like, it's something like only 2/3 of the views are on the second part.
Is the time before he was president, and the second one will be from then on. Welcome. And second of all, you will probably find out that I've used Woodrow Wilson as a bit of a rhetorical punching bag for a while now. To say I despise the man is quite an understatement. And unlike how I normally attempt to put in some moral ambiguity and nuance just to avoid trying to be judgmental, I'm not really going to do that here. Wilson is highly deserving of a full-blown rant, and I get to be judgmental because he was a historian, a pretty prominent one at that. And if I get to be judgmental of anything, it's other scholars and trying to portray history. Now, Woodrow Wilson is a complex guy, to say the least. I've read well over a dozen books in order to create these episodes, so I would never be able to approach the complexity that they've managed to uphold. So, of course, there's a fairly lengthy bibliography in the description. They've got the nuance that I can't have in this. And as many...
Something I wanted to point out. So, I've gotten questions on this, but in the past, the reason why you might see these kind of like underlines on video, on stuff, that's how YouTube does italics. So in the Chicago Manual of Style, for titles of books you have to have italics, and for the title of a journal you have italics. It's a quick and easy way to differentiate. Anytime you see me doing any kind of footnoting, that's how you will see it with italics. Here it doesn't show the italics. I don't know why I did it that way, but these little underline things is so that I can literally just copy and paste it into comments, and boom, that I have the whole bibliography in the pinned comment. So that's what that is. If this is also, oh man, one thing that's a problem with this though is right here I'm putting the abbreviation for the state rather than the city. You should put city, not the state. That's just my own screw up.
They've got the nuance that I can't have in this. And as many of you already know, he's what I consider to be the worst US president. But he also was one of the worst historians I've had the misfortune of having to read. So the story of Woodrow Wilson begins with his father, Joseph Wilson.
We don't need to get into the whole story. let's just jump forward to. I mean, you can see here where it says that this is like the most viewed, most replayed part. So let's see, what's the most replayed part?
In a normal election, Wilson would have had absolutely no chance of being elected. The last Southerner Democrat who was elected,
just Southerner, not Democrat. Zachary Taylor was a Whig. God damn it.
That's all right.
Was Zachary Taylor. And no matter how progressive of ideals that he espoused, he would have had that conservative taint that the nation had been
conservative taint
moving away from steadily. Unfortunately, Republicans, who were the actual progressives at the time, had a bit of a falling out. Teddy Roosevelt was dissatisfied with the incumbent, Taft. So he had set up a rival party and sought to be elected over Taft. This backfired spectacularly because it split the vote. Wilson was elected with 42% of the popular vote, and his opponents fared even worse in the Electoral College. So Wilson was elected by a...
I literally to make that joke, I literally just looked up like hell sound effects.
Look, if I had a time machine, I would go back to 1912 and like a month before the election convince Taft to drop out of the race just so Roosevelt could win. That would have been Teddy Roosevelt had universal health care on his 1912 platform. Like, come on. Like, we would have been like, we would have been so better off.
Literally the first politician ever to do so, by the way.
Yeah.
And the and I'm not just talking about the US, by the way.
Yeah, no,
in the
whole world. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Literally the first politician in the world to do so.
Not to mention it would have broken the two-party system fairly
running
early
for
on, too.
National premiership. Not, I'm sure there's
Yeah.
weird outliers.
Someone could say, "What about the mayor of the Milwaukee?" Yeah.
But like, straight up, the first person to run for top office to ever propose that.
Universal health care for World War I. Let's go.
Living wages in a country that doesn't have a minimum wage. Like, holy shit. But somebody asked a question that first of all, I think we got where that episode went. And I don't think we need to go with the beginning of the second episode, but I want to see where it ends, because I also haven't watched this in a long time, so I don't actually remember where it goes. But somebody asked something that was really interesting. Oh, here. So do you work off of notes or write out a script for a video? And generally it's a script, but if it's like a diatribe, I might have some notes. Sometimes I won't even have that. And we'll get later in the stream about diatribes and all that. This is more talking about, this current part is more talking about Woodrow Wilson and the whole meme of that on the channel, and how that's how that represents a change in HistoryTube in general there too. But in terms of everybody else, what do you guys do?
What do you mean?
Scripts fully scripted or notes?
Oh, this question specifically. Yeah, no, I scripted all out, even my vocal fillers. I'm weird.
If it's a history video, I just script it and read it out verbatim. And if it's a map video, since that's a bit more of a animation process, I basically have like I'll write up like a timeline of notes that I'll just have on my second monitor while I'm working on it as like a reference.
I actually just switched within the past year of doing extemporaneous style notes to doing a full script. Actually, the whole impetus to do that was when I did a collaboration with Mr. Beat and Matt Baker from Useful Charts about the presidents, how they're all related, and I did a video on why they're all related. And doing the script made it so much easier because with the notes, when I'd go back through, sometimes I wouldn't say things in the best of ways, especially when you're talking about a topic that can be easily, confusing for a lot of people. There would be a lot of parts that I'd end up wanting to just cut out because it didn't flow well. So having that script just made sure that everything I said was exactly what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, and Tim, I can pretty much already guess what you do. It's a full script, right? Has it always been that?
I think he might have stepped away, actually.
Yeah. All right. I've seen his scripts. I know that his current videos are fully scripted, but I don't know about previously.
Yeah.
And it does seem like it's a that a lot of people kind of go from more extemporaneous to more concise and fully scripted. I think a lot of that has to do with dealing with comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a big part.
Yeah, because like you're forced to be not only succinct but just careful. Yeah.
And to anticipate what people are going to say, so you go before you mention this.
Yeah.
I noticed that a lot of us use passive voice, and I don't know.
We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, okay, sorry. But yeah, that's it's
you
a way
were busy
to
streaming.
But yeah, like a way to kind of deflect a little bit, like saying, "Hey, people were killed." Yeah.
Well, I avoid passive voice unless I'm doing it purposefully as much as possible now.
Yep. Well, because it's harder to listen to as well. Like they teach us that in journalism school that use active voice whenever possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we were talking earlier. It's like I didn't actually learn what passive voice was until 2018, so took me a while.
Oh yeah. Should we explain to the audience?
We did the whole thing about by zombies and mistakes were made and all that kind of stuff. But the and obviously I don't know who is still here from that conversation, but they can go back if they want to, or just look up what passive voice is. What I do find interesting in terms of scripting and trying to deal with like expecting bad comments is what's called lamp shading. So the idea of lamp shading is basically like, oh, you're about to light up this whole thing. Haha, here's a shade. So basically, you are preempting any kind of argument. Some people would call that a fallacy. It's not even a content fallacy. It's more of a structural fallacy. Which is like the lowest of the fallacies. You got like logical, content, structural. Is basically like it's not a very good way to argue anything because you're stacking the deck a little bit. But
aren't we all stacking the deck to a certain? You could argue.
Isn't that the point of argument?
Right, because like, well, I mean, yeah, like because we all choose to leave stuff in and leave stuff out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of impossible not to have a fallacy there.
Yeah. Well, it's more of a like, which fallacy do you complain about? And how? Because certain fallacies are not fallacies. Like there's such a thing as the fallacy, as in to be basically like you have to be 100% logical all the time. But like logical fallacies are straight up, if you commit a logical fallacy, then you have made an error, period. But a content fallacy isn't necessarily wrong. But most of the time it is.
Well,
like the bias fallacy. It's not necessarily wrong to say that something is incorrect because it's biased, but most of the time that would be incorrect.
Well, it's like a lot of these like fallacies and debates. Like, there's a difference between like debate class debates and like an academic debate, because like the whole purpose is different. Because one, you're trying to persuade someone over an opinion, and then the other, you're trying to like find the truth or have the best interpretation of it that you can get. It's like the goals are different. So like
so you're talking about like in-person debates.
Yeah, because like a lot of those that they teach, it's not about like, well, is your argument correct? It's like, well, no, you're representing the side that says smoking is good. That doesn't matter. You know, you're supposed to make your opponent look bad, not, you know, be correct. You know, like the Ben Shapiro method, if I may be controversial. And you know, so like there's a difference between that and like
debates,
actually,
it's when you're doing in-person debates, it's not about convincing. Like one thing that so many people get wrong about like debating is that it's not about who is correct. It's not about convincing your opponent. It's about convincing the audience.
Yeah,
that's all an in-person debate is. That's 100% of it. There's no 5%, you know, what if God thinks this?
And the problem is the audience is emotional and falls for rhetoric.
Exactly.
And so that's why I feel like most debates are ineffective. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're both debates, but they're both different kinds of debates. And I feel like some fallacies are valid against one type of debate, but not for the other.
Yeah.
You know,
like of the various things we've argued about here, notice none of them have been contentious amongst us. None of them have been like, we've disagreed several times in this, and we haven't been like, I can't stand that you're saying this kind of thing. It's like, well, I have a different perspective kind of thing. And it's no longer about trying to convince you of my perspective or your perspective or anything. It's about being like, here is my perspective. I am expressing it. And that's an academic debate. That's like an actual proper, you know, trying to get at the truth. Whereas debate culture, especially on the internet, where you have like, you know, debate bros and all that kind of stuff, where it's not even like trying to convince the audience, it's trying to convince their specific followers, which is even worse. It's just it's like my group of people believe this, so
I gotta go. I'm getting called for dinner. So before I head out, though, I just wanted to say congratulations on 10 years.
10 years.
It's amazing.
You've been on here longer.
You know, the first half of it was just me messing around.
Well, that was kind of the point of this has been showing that HistoryTube has changed steadily throughout this time frame, and that's how I started off too.
Yeah. Well,
so
enjoy the rest of it. I'll still be tuning in probably.
I still have another 3 hours.
Woo!
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. 10 hours of this. It's been fun thus far, though.
We've almost hit the 7-hour mark.
Yeah, we're very close to that. Which actually means that I'm behind on the videos. So let's hit the last part of the Wilson videos, specifically where I state like, this is why I think he's bad. I think this is where it is. I'm just guessing from, you know, pictures. I don't know if this is the correct point, but I'll skip forward if it isn't.
But Congress overrode his veto. After he recovered from his coma, he acted like an early lame duck and did absolutely nothing for the rest of his presidency. He lasted for 3 more years after that and died of a stroke in 1924. Well, that would seem to be the end of Woodrow Wilson, but he left a hell of a wake. Wilsonianism, as an international policy on the basis of ideology that often leads to spurious wars, is still a major part of US foreign relations. Realists have tried to dislodge it, but it stays, festering in politicians' minds. How could they resist asserting American hegemony to make the world safe for democracy? He also perverted liberalism into...
And mind you, that's coming from an American combat veteran.
to empowering the government for the sake of our new freedoms, while underwriting it all with the institution of Jim Crow at the federal level. What a great legacy he's left. Essentially, his legacy is US interventionism, which has led to the loss of thousands upon thousands of lives under stupid circumstances.
Surprisingly, I put that in such a low number. I mean, we're not talking thousands upon thousands. We're talking hundreds of thousands upon hundreds of thousands, as in more than a few million. Interesting that I got that so low.
And federal racism. Good job, Wilson.
One more thing.
I literally just didn't have enough time to talk about every single thing, so I was just like, I'm gonna type in more.
All right, I know I've used good old Willie as a rhetorical punching bag here, but he does deserve it. After all, he was a historian. He is a prime example of what bad history can do. Obviously, I don't have much nice to say about him. He was a bad historian who rose to power for the sake of pushing the ideology he had come up with as a result of his historical interpretations. Those historical interpretations pushed him into creating a new form of imperialism and a very racist policy to underlie all of it. He left an indelible and ultimately malignant mark on US history.
Oh, and look who just joined us.
Hey
there, Cody.
Hey everyone, sorry I'm late.
How is your Twitter-free Lent going, Cody?
My mental health is better. The world is peaceful. Rainbows are everywhere. It's like that.
Oh man, it's dark outside.
It's like that clip on The Simpsons where they say, "Imagine a world without lawyers," and it's a world without Twitter. So I'm living my best life.
You came in at a perfect time because we are just hitting the Woodrow Wilson episode.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, perfectly timed.
So for those who might be new to the stream, not just Cody, but anybody else joining recently, we've been talking about the last 10 years of HistoryTube and how it's evolved over time. Cody's actually been around since before my channel, I believe.
Oh god, make me feel old.
Tiger Star, which one of you guys started first?
I definitely started first.
Yeah,
really?
Tiger Star.
Cody was a fan of my channel before he did his channel.
I was, it's true. But the buddy of mine who got me into alternate history was also a fan of Emperor Tiger Star too. So it was like, even the fact of like, oh man, Tiger Star messaged me or anything like that. That was like just the coolest thing because we were super into those map videos. But yeah, Tiger Star was, I think you were 3 or 4 years before my channel.
2009.
Yeah, 2009. Yeah, so and
2009.
Sniper, I've told you this 5 times, and you give the
I
same
know.
reaction
I just want to block
time.
it out.
Yes.
Jesus.
When I started my channel, I Got a Feeling was taking America by storm. That's how old my channel is. The flash mob was a thing on Oprah. Remember those?
Good Lord.
Oh man, mine was when Gangnam Style took off. So that's why I can date mine.
You started yours like less than a year before mine. I started in March of 2013.
Oh, okay. Mine's was December 2012, but I was also like in high school, and it was one of those like accounts that I was just like, okay, I'm gonna just like make it. I made a video that was just saying like, welcome to Alternate History Hub, and then I didn't make a video for 3 months, and And I like didn't even. It was that
Wait,
casual,
Does,
and
it, does that mean that like your welcome video and my first video were like, like your welcome video,
pretty
my
much.
first video, and then your first actual video?
Yeah, they were close. I don't think I really started consistently, and I say that in like quotations, consistently started uploading until the next year. So when you started probably uploading is probably when I was actually doing it. But for that first like half of 2013, I uploaded like once in a while because I was still in high school, so it was just mostly for fun. And
Yeah.
they were the terrible PowerPoint videos.
Tiger Star started in freaking middle school.
I would. So many people, based on when I started my channel and the fact that I enjoy like Boomer and Gen X music, they're like, "Oh, so you're like 39, right?" And it's like, no, I'm like 26, and they're like, "Excuse me."
Funny thing is, so like speaking of music, wrong direction. There we go. Genie Vlogger is was formerly a punk music promoter, and so Genie Vlogger actually has like the other two here actually have like I think I'm older than Genie Vlogger, but
I think I'm older than you.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Because we talked about this at VidCon, if I remember
34?
correctly. I'm 35.
Well, there you go. Feel old man.
Yeah.
You young whippersnappers.
And yeah, I was about to say, Drawn of History, Tim, who previously had Mr. Betts class as his channel, started before me, I believe. You started in 2012, late 2012, and but you were already a teacher at that point.
Yeah, I was already a teacher. I was already done with my service. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a Navy vet, by the way. And the but you actually like had a history degree and like a credential and everything, and you were teaching when you started.
Yeah, I was teaching. I started creating like I had been teaching for a while, and then like on maternity leaves and all that stuff, and then they didn't bring me back, and so I went back for my master's, and I was like, I'm kind of bored, and I'm got a lot of extra time and VA money sending me to school, and I was like, oh, crash course seems cool. I could probably do something like that. And that's what got me started.
Wait, you had extra time while doing your master's?
Well,
that's miraculous.
It wasn't a very good school.
Oh, well, okay.
If I let's just say, if I was actually paying for it, I would have been pissed.
Yeah, because that's why, like,
GI Bill.
Say what?
Did you do it through the GI Bill?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Not one student loan with the 9/11 kicker. Oh yeah.
So weirdest thing, I had GI Bill all the way until I started this program here at my PhD program, which I should, fingers crossed, I have the defense date on April 3rd. So hopefully April 3rd, I will be able to call myself doctor.
Hey, congrats.
Thanks. I'm definitely walking. My GI Bill ran out on the first semester of PhD, but even when I was going to Cal Poly, like I did not get enough of money that I ended up with like $12,000 in debt. Compounded it. It was originally 10,000, but then ridiculous interest rates. You never had to do any of that?
No. They like I almost had like an associate's by the time I joined, and then like I just stopped everything and I joined because I was like after 9/11, And then
You
when
were already of wait, how old were you when
I was like 21 when I joined, so I was the old man in boot camp anyway.
okay, yeah. And for those who don't know, yes, that is actually quite old for boot camp.
Yeah, so I did that, and then like when I got out, like I just went whole hog. And I was in like 18 credits a semester, and then Pell Grants. And when I was in, they were like there's like a 9/11 kicker where I think it was like you pay an extra $800 or like $1,000 in, and it was good for another like $12,000. And I was like, yes. So yeah, I think I maybe had a couple $100 left to spend. But then between that and like since I was doing it in New York, I got COLA for New York, which was nice. So yeah, it's pretty easy.
Huh. Yeah, I managed with my PhD stuff and how well the channel did. I managed to pay off all those student loans. Although in 2016 it got really dicey. I mean, there was a point where I was choosing between food and rent. You know, I was literally at that level of poverty. And but it worked out eventually. I found a job and managed to pay all that back. Managed to pay off all my student loans in 2018, 2019, something like that. Like that winter. And then I had a lot of help through my university. I have a lot of fellowships. Like I'm currently at like what's often considered the best fellowship of the university. It's called the Belinsky Fellowship at the University of New Mexico. But that's all on academic merit. That's purely on just like what you're doing. And this channel actually has a lot to do with that. But I find this topic of academic qualifications, academic credentials. That's a better way to put it. Academic credentials, and HistoryTuber-dom, kind of interesting because most of you guys don't even have. Well, so I'm not going to point out people's degrees or anything, but there's a wide variety of degrees here, right? But that doesn't really matter in terms of what you actually create. And I'm leaving this on an open. I'm trying to lead to an open question so that you guys can discuss it, so that I can go to the bathroom real quick. So, how much does it matter that you do or don't have a particular degree? And I'm gonna walk away because I need to go to the bathroom real bad. Back.
Upvote the Wilson memes. The mods are asleep.
Unleash, yes. I think personally, I mean, I only have a bachelor's, so I'm gonna admit that. I know it's
yeah, same here.
How dare
I have a bachelor's of arts,
and so it's like I always feel kind of a little inadequate when it comes to the level that some people in the history community are. And it's like, some, Cypher's about to have his doctorate and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's nuts. So I think what our main responsibility is as channels isn't necessarily what our credentials are. It's good to have those credentials, but it's to talk to people that have those credentials and like make sure the information that you're saying is accurate. So even if you're not an expert in a field, find someone who is and get stuff double checked, because there's nothing worse than, having a video go out there that is inaccurate, and you should at least know somebody. I think our connections in the history community are good enough that somebody's going to know something, even if you don't. I at least for me, I think of myself as kind of a jack of all trades, that I'm not an expert in any particular field. But I know a lot of people that are experts that I can bounce stuff off of and be like, is any of this remotely right? And then they'll let me know and I can specify from that. But that's just me.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, the way I kind of like see it is having a degree is basically a shorthand of proving to someone, oh, I'm sort of an expert in this field, and this indicates that I've done the work to prove it, so to speak. It works as a shorthand, but like technically speaking, if history is just either talking about what happened or interpreting what happened and making an argument, you don't have to have a degree to do that. But a degree, since it's shorthand for I'm an expert, in theory at least, it is, a way of saying, hey, maybe my arguments hold more weight, so you don't have to be as skeptical of what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, you could have no degree and you could still do perfectly fine history.
I don't want to ask this so much in terms of the abstract of like whether or not you can be a historian without a degree, because I'm fully on board with no, it's about what you do. Yes, but I'm talking more about like what you do on YouTube.
Yeah, I have I majored in history, so I have like my bachelor's, but I was going for a master's degree, but I dropped out like a year into it because I kind of realized that once career-wise, I had kind of gone, even though I still had a second job at a public library, I had still basically unofficially kind of decided that I'm aiming for YouTube being my only career. I hadn't gone all in yet, but that was my plan to go all in on it.
Yeah.
And I just kind of realized, like, at a certain point when I already have a normal history degree, which already doesn't give you a lot of jobs, and like quote unquote doubling down with it by getting a master's degree, that's not going to cause Google to like double my AdSense or something. So at the end of the day, it's like, it's like I'm spending money, I'm basically using up time to get an extra stamp on a piece of paper for jobs that I'm probably not going to get, that I'm not pursuing for anyway. So I basically
piled
dropped
higher
out.
and deeper, right?
And I basically dropped
and Patrick has a perfect way of saying it. It says, degree certifies you're in debt.
Well, I was actually lucky in that I never accumulated any debt.
Really?
Me neither.
No. So
Cody, did you finish a bachelor's?
Yeah. It's just that was all I did though. And my channel was taking off right as that ended.
Yeah.
I thought it was like because you started in high school, right? Like I would have thought that it would have started like right at the beginning of your.
Well, my channel didn't get big until a few years. Well, big quotations, but it didn't actually start making money until I think junior or sophomore year of college. Because I was still working odd jobs until I think it was my sophomore year of college. And I was working at like a newspaper, and I was doing I worked at FedEx, and then finally the videos took off, and I was like, oh wow, I can actually like pay for college. And that was mainly what the channel was going towards. And then as it got bigger, I was like, oh well, I was kind of balancing like the stuff I'm making from the channel and the career that I could go into history. And I'm like, so I finished that degree, but then I was just I never went further than that.
I mean, your channel took off pretty significantly. So like a good counteraction of that would be the other folks who haven't spoken too much here, Jared and Tim.
Well, this is actually a really interesting conversation in the sense that I'm coming from a side of history where degrees
Tim's going to be back in a little bit.
I come from a side of the history where people aren't really getting degrees. So in genealogy, we have certification programs, and there are degrees you can get.
What about
very
history?
few. Well, you can, but I'm talking about specifically like a degree in genealogy. Like BYU has a degree in genealogy. Boston University has one.
But
then on
wouldn't a
top,
standard thing, a standard credential would be like just a history degree?
Well, yeah, but like in terms of becoming a professional genealogist, there's no requirements. You don't need any sort of history degree. You don't need any sort of genealogy degree. You don't need to get any of the genealogy certifications, which often held more water for a long time than other things. So like there's the Board of Certification of Genealogists. So if you ever hire a genealogist and you see BCG after their name, that's what that indicates. And it's like a year-long
BCG stand for?
Board of Certification of Genealogists.
Oh.
So that's basically in the genealogy world, that's how it is there's these private groups that were created that then have their own certification standards, and then genealogists apply to get them. So there's BCG, there's CG, Certification of Genealogists, there's a few others. But then also with my investigative work as an investigative genetic genealogist, that's such a new field that has both the genealogy community and the forensic community, where right now there's actually a battle between the forensic side of the side and the genealogist side of how the accreditation needs to be handled and what kind of standards are needed for those certifications. So a lot of what I've been doing and everything, you know, for a lot of genealogists and especially investigative genetic genealogists, most of us don't have any sort of certifications or degrees and that sort of thing. Like my degree from college is I have a bachelor's of arts in communications and film.
Yeah, well, you spent a lot of time as a promoter for rock bands.
Yeah, I mean, once I graduated college, I basically went back into being a booking agent. I had actually used to do booking concerts and things like that when I was in high school. And then my parents actually told me, we will pay for your college. Please just go get a degree, because I didn't want to. I just wanted to keep working in music. So I got a degree. Then I went back to music and I was literally doing promotion.
Wait, so
I was playing in
bands. So you were forced into this
in a sense
profession.
Basically what my parents told me were go for at least a year to college, see how you like it, and then if you don't like it, leave, but at least give it a try. I ended up, you know, finishing it.
So how much of your actual degree matters to your work?
Well, the film part sort of matters now with YouTube. But I mean, the only thing that really helps me is the communication side, in the terms of that, you know, I have to do reports and things like that. And I have to, especially with investigative work, I work with law enforcement. So I have to explain what they're actually seeing and how to understand it so that they can do the proper steps to take that case forward. As well as keeping, you know, everything lawful.
And for those who don't know, he does a lot of actual like genealogy advisement.
Yeah, so I help with unidentified remains, identifying people. I help with identifying perpetrators of violent crimes, and then I also actually do help with some historical cases. So,
yeah.
But
I don't know if Tim is back.
I'm here.
Okay, so how much does your degree matter to what you do on YouTube?
My ultimate degree, remarkably little. Like I think
you have a bachelor's in history, right?
I have a master's in adolescent education, in social studies, and like the pedagogical stuff. No, whatever. That doesn't mean anything.
Pedagogy just means like the science of teaching.
Yeah, the teaching side, and the master's level courses that I took, those were at least really good. But like the only reason I have a master's degree is as a teacher, I needed a master's degree, and because like because of my former service. Like I said, they were paying for free. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take care of that. But I think the real benefit, whether it was both the military and going back to school after being in the military and having like that kind of like ability to regulate yourself and settle your schedules and get everything done.
Oh man,
Like,
yeah, that's a huge thing.
Yeah.
The ability to like pre-plan something, that's so rare.
Yeah, like before I joined, I was a maybe B- student, maybe C+ in like my associate's level classes, and then after I joined, I got my master's degree with a 4.0. So it's just like I know the work that needs to get done and I get it done.
4.0, dang.
Well, again, it was a shitty school.
Like I was super proud of my master's GPA, and it was like I got a 3.93.
Well, that's what happens when you go to a school that just opens up a master's degree, and they're like, "We know that you need one. Please come
You're
to
just
us."
getting you're just getting an A no matter what.
But even at the bachelor's, like it was like a 3.9 something anyway. But it was
I did.
like
I had a terrible GPA for my my bachelor's. I think I graduated with a 3.6.
you graduated, right? What do they call the person that
D is for
graduates?
degrees.
Well, yeah, what do they call the person that graduates last in their class from med school? Doctor. There you go. But like I think it's more of just being able to like think complexly about different things and just like get involved. And then plus like everything I'm doing now is things I would have killed to do when like 30 years ago when I was a kid. Like the fact that I can just sit down now and just make these small movies about topics I'm interested in, and now it's like history. It's been history for like the last 20 years and whatnot, but like I can just creatively set myself loose and just go into like I go into any topic that I want. When people are like, "You're gonna go for your doctorate," I'm like, "Why the fuck? I don't need my doctorate. I can do whatever I want right now. Like I can go. Okay, that's the topic that I'm gonna live with for the next 3 or 4 months, and then just jump into it. You know."
Yeah.
But
I question myself on whether or not I would like. Throughout my academic career, there's always been gap years, right? So like I'm kind of just expecting the next year to be a gap year, right? I am graduating with my PhD this year, and I want to be a professor. But I kind of realize that like this is the one thing that is stable, which is weird to think about. Everyone other than Genie Vlogger has actually been here longer than me. And mind you, this is for 10 years. And I'm still questioning the stability of this place, right? I figure I can do it for at least a year and keep on applying. But there is that larger question of like, how much does my degree matter? You know, have I wasted the last 5 years on getting my PhD as opposed to just focusing on making the channel? You know, I could have done that.
This is some hour 7 conversation.
I am trying to loop it back into the Wilson stuff. In just a second.
I don't want to discredit our channels or anything, because I love YouTube. I love it as a platform and everything like that. But you know, there's always something that we never know what the future will bring. And I think that there's nothing ever wrong with going and getting a PhD. I think unless it's like basket weaving, but yeah, in terms of time, yeah. But from my perspective, from someone who only has, you know, not a bachelor's, I think it's at least a little bit. It's something. It's a security that other people don't have.
It doesn't hurt.
it doesn't hurt. Yeah, that's
Well,
my long-winded way of saying that.
So it doesn't hurt until you start realizing that I have moved away from this channel because of it. So, like, for instance, I've only been putting out a video a month for the last, and Cody, I know you you put out like a video a month, but your videos do great. Mine don't. Not in that way. And like, my channel does really well if I have regular uploads, and I don't have that right now. And that's
Yeah.
purely because of going to dissertation stuff. There was a point at the beginning of 2020 that I was doing one video a week, and that was doing great.
Yeah.
And then I went to a video every other week, and then I went to a video a month, and I've watched my revenue just go whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
God, between that and the algorithm, I am just way too scared to ever break the one video a week streak.
Yeah.
I think the important, I mean, the funny thing about the YouTube algorithm is that sometimes you can miraculously like boost it back up. So it really is just upload more, and it will start promoting your videos more to other people. So I think when it comes to your degree, like you're already like at the finish line, basically. This is like in terms of like thinking about, oh, was it a waste of time or anything? No, you did it. So that's the great thing. And now if you have your degree, all you got to do is just now use your free time to upload more. And so you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, in a way. Think of like that.
Yeah. It's
like
I also
probably
I don't
are
want to
not.
make this into too much of a like a pity party or anything, but the thing that I'm getting at is that there's a very real worry that in focusing so much on my PhD that I can't revive it. I can't bring it back to where it was back in 2020. Because in 2020, my channel was just, it was like 6 or 7 times the amount of views that I'm getting right now. And I know part of that is because of the pandemic. I understand that. And I know that. I don't properly understand it. I haven't internalized it properly. But the point is that's also when I started going towards less uploads because I had to start working on my dissertation, to the point that I had to start stepping back from I had to make a conscious choice of going YouTube or dissertation. And like I had to make that choice, and I don't know if I can bring it back around. I'm obviously still working on my dissertation. I have the defense is less than a month away, but it's 4 weeks away. I have to have the completed version out to my committee in less than 2 weeks, so fun. But after that, it's kind of up in the air. I haven't gotten an academic job, so I don't know what the future is like. And I remember back in 2016 when I got my master's, I got to such poverty that I was like literally living on freaking ramen, and not just like I'm a student, I live on ramen. I mean, like, I couldn't afford anything else. And like there were points where I was just packing up everything and planning on moving back in with my parents. Luckily I had that, first world problems. At least I could move back in with my parents, but like it was that point, right? I'm afraid of that happening again.
I think the fact that your channel is still, I think your channel is in a good spot. I mean, I see a lot of other channels that their reputations are ruined, or they can't build back. Just because you have stepped away consciously, and that's why your views are lower, that is perfectly fine. I see a lot of channels that they step back or they do something else and they can't focus on it, and that's why their views go down. I don't think, I mean, we don't know what the future will ever bring, but I would not be so worried, especially if you're still making revenue, even with uploading once a month. I would say don't ever regret getting that PhD. That's just from my perspective.
Yeah, that's also very existential, and I don't know, I don't want to make it turn it into like a pity party or anything. It's more like there are different paths I could have taken, and it's fascinating because you guys have taken some of those different paths, right?
Yeah.
But I do want to say before he goes, Tim has to call it a night. So Drawn of History is a very underappreciated channel. And it is linked in the description below, as with everybody here. And go check it out. It's funny and fun. That seems like an oxymoron. But like genuinely funny and great animation. Like, go check him out. And he's old hand at when it comes to HistoryTube.
Yeah, thank you. But I still remember what was it? Was it like Ask YouTube History Nerds?
Yeah.
Or like one historical event you want to? Didn't you want to be at like the Battle of Trafalgar or something?
Yeah, what? I don't even remember half of them,
Something
but
like
like
that.
those were the first HistoryTuber like cross HistoryTuber collabs.
Exactly, yeah. And it was. I mean, like through that. I mean, all I gotta say is, yeah, where are we going? Where are we going next year for the EDU hangout?
I like the idea of more of keeping it like central US.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not Denver, since we already went there last time.
Yeah.
Should move around.
That was
But-
that was probably the best time I've had all year when it comes to YouTube. So.
But I know for Tiger Star, Missouri is really high up there. I don't know if I really want to stay in St. Louis, the murder capital of the U.S.
We'll go to Missouri, and then we'll be like some border ruffians, and then we'll invade Mr. Beat in Kansas.
Just like invade Kansas and like go grab freaking Mr. Beat from his freaking house and be like, "You're coming with us. It's Potawatomi 2.0."
The world of Ice Cube and Dr. Dre is nothing compared to the backyard of Nelly. You ain't seen nothing yet. Murders under the arch every day.
Cody, you're in Texas now, right?
I am. So I'm actually closer to Tiger Star now. And
Yeah, well, you're in East Texas. I don't want to say which specific city if you care. But like,
don't dox me. Yeah.
He lives in 123 Missouri Street in freaking Kansas City.
There you go. The drones are over my house now.
He's
But,
not in El Paso, I can tell you that.
Oh, El
Nothing's in El
Paso
Paso.
is El Paso's an interesting place.
They should just give it to New Mexico already. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's already like it isn't like I know it's not a part of the Texas electricity grid, but isn't it also like the one part of Texas that's in mountain time?
Yeah. Well, El Paso is basically an island inland. It's so weird. Even driving through West Texas is just like it's a hellscape. It's an absolute hellscape.
I drove in October. I drove from freaking Albuquerque to San Antonio.
Ooh.
Yeah.
my brother-in-law, he lives in Arizona, or he lived in Arizona, and every single time he moved to Texas. They would have to make that like 16-hour trip from Phoenix to Texas, to my part of Texas, and
whoa, that's basically a long freaking trip.
Oh yeah, it was a long drive,
That's
and he
like
made it
3
multiple
days.
times. It was like 2. If you go like 100, and there's no cops out in West Texas, so they don't.
Well,
they don't care
also,
anyway.
was that switching drivers?
Yeah, without switching. Yeah, he drove all by himself, so that was yeah. But
In 2 days?
it
Oh
was-
my
it was
god, that's
it was
like 2,000 miles.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I make that trip usually. I go back up to Ohio,
In
and I can
2
make
days?
it in.
That's
I can
actually
make-
less distance.
Oh, I
though.
can make it in. I can make it in a day. It's a 3. Well,
A day?
it's about 2. It's like 2 hours more from like the distance from here to Arizona than it is from here to Ohio. I've timed it out. But yeah, I can make it if I can go 100. I can make it in about 14 hours to northern
At
Ohio.
100 miles an hour, though. That's
Well, there's no cops. Well, there's no cops until you hit Illinois, so you can just go, boom, and they don't catch you. So
they
the
just
first
don't care.
first ticket, the first ticket I got was the last time I went up to Ohio, and it was in Illinois, and it was at 4 a.m. and they caught me. So Illinois is now a no state that they can catch you at.
By the way, Ed, we basically had a YouTuber sleepover in Denver, like last October. It was amazing. Genie Vlogger and I were actually in the same house, along with
Staying up
several
late
others.
playing Cards
Cards
Against Humanity.
We almost decided to record that. Thank goodness we didn't.
Yeah,
Cards Against Humanity is always you always think you're the biggest comedian depending on how much you drink. So
but also like, dude, Cody and I had Cards Against Humanity in 2019, and like it was so crazy to the point that people the next day who weren't there were quoting us.
wow.
You don't remember that?
In 2019?
Yeah, when we were at the Alamo Suites.
I wasn't there in Alamo
Yeah.
Suites. Did we
Alamo
we did
Suites.
that? We did that at
Yeah.
Alamo Suites?
Yeah.
Oh man. Wait, what? And at EduCon.
EduCon and VidCon, yeah.
At VidCon.
It was technically during VidCon. It was like the second day of VidCon.
Oh my god, yes, I remember. Yeah,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Well,
I'm
it's difficult to remember everything of that night, admittedly. For those who don't know, we managed to go through not a bottle of whiskey, but a handle of whiskey in one night amongst of the people who were drinking. It was like 5 of us actually drinking.
Oh, you alcoholics and your weird
Oh
made
my
up
God.
units of measurement. A handle.
my-
What does that even mean?
Oh my god, that
It-
well, that
it-
makes sense why I don't
it means
remember
this.
it now. Wow.
That's called a bottle cipher.
No, a bottle is half of this.
I can't drink like that anymore, but that's I completely wow.
You were engaged, not married yet.
That's true. That's true. It was.
Sips my A&W root beer.
I mean, I switched to drinking beer a while ago, but I also was drinking whiskey at the beginning of this, specifically to drink less. Like I was just barely sipping it for the first 3 hours.
You start at the top of the roller coaster and then you mellow out. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, well, what I'm currently drinking is, I think, 11%.
Oh wow, look at that.
But if you drink about one of these an hour, you're fine.
The lesson is the more you drink, the funnier Cards Against Humanity is, kid. So that's the takeaway.
Also, amongst historians,
amongst the story, that's when you get in the niche stuff. That's when the
that's
big brains come
that's
out.
also when you, suddenly everybody has the worst dark sense of humor.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like,
but it's always the funniest because whenever I try to do the dark sense of humor with family, they don't get it. So it's wasted cards. But yes.
Yeah. And the one thing I remember the most from that, from our hangout that weekend was I'm just like sitting because there's actually like porches at this place, and I'm doing this purposefully to transition. Hold on.
Mhm.
So there's porches at this hotel, and this is very close to the Anaheim Convention Center. It's a place called the Alamo Suites. You guys can look it up. And I'm just like, I tell Cody like, hey, we're at this room. We'll just be sitting outside. Weather's wonderful in LA. Well, it's not LA, Anaheim. And I'm just sitting there, and I just hear around the corner. I'm not the one saying this. I just hear around the corner, Wilson. Just that's how Cody said hello.
I did.
I was so confused at first.
And if anyone, I had to explain it to anybody, I'd be like, "It's an obscure history meme, okay?"
But so, each of the stream has been oriented around a video per an hour to represent each year of HistoryTube. Specifically, my part in it, and that was the Woodrow Wilson stuff. We watched a bit of it. We talked about we showed how like there's particular views there's particular issues that I have with Woodrow Wilson, but I think people are incorrect when they say that, like, because a lot of we also talked about how just before you joined, Cody, how some people are saying that like I'm the reason why the internet has turned against Woodrow Wilson, and I know that's like the meme, but honestly, it was your video. Your video on that I showed up in, yes, but like your video on it was the thing. And like the come on, show it. Oh, okay. I have to hit
in my
share
defense,
again.
I never expect these videos to be like as prevalent as they are, and then they take on a life of their own, and then I'm like, okay, there wasn't. I don't stick with that opinion. Come on.
Well, I'm gonna prove you wrong. So this has, for my channel, has done really well. This is the second part, and it has 479,000 views. The previous video, share tab, the original video has 796,000 views. But
Oh no.
Yep. You know what's gonna happen. If we
Someone
go
in
to
the chat said that my video's on bad history, and I can imagine that. There's a few of my videos on r/bad history. I don't think
oh
they like
yeah,
me.
sure. I mean, it happens. I have some videos on there. I had one person who was trying to like literally got kicked off of the forum because he was posting so much of my stuff. And also like to the point that r/bad history was like,
oh
nope,
god, it's got 3 million views.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Someone reacted to
God.
it. It has
Okay, look,
100,000.
Wow,
Oh no!
I rewatched this recently randomly, and I completely forgot that, like, when you just randomly decided to quote me, that you used the Tony the Tiger version of me in the video. I completely forgot you named that. I like almost spat out my drink.
I remember sending that to you, and you're just like, "What have you done?" You just were completely stone faced, and you're just like, "Why? Why would you do this?"
It's a joke that literally no one else is going to understand.
Where is it?
It was during talking about like Teddy Roosevelt running in 1912.
It's like a whole video though.
Oh man, it's a 30-minute video without chapters. I need to re-add chapters.
It had something to do with like, actually, I think it was about.
I mean, this is before chapters, but
I think it was about his healthcare plan. Actually,
I think my main point is that like my most popular of these videos, like the two Woodrow Wilson videos I have, have less views than this one video.
Yeah, which is funny because this was directly inspired by just your meme. Your meme is the only reason this thing existed.
I'm glad.
What have we done?
Dude, I genuinely will like pull this video up just to be like, you want to see what I do on YouTube? Here.
Oh, really? Wow.
Not like here's any of my videos. Here's somebody else talking about what I do.
I haven't rewatched this video in probably 2 years since I never rewatch any of my videos, but like I haven't watched this since it came out. I'm shocked. I'm shocked it got so big. Actually, I remember it being like 1 million, maybe tops.
Well, that was probably before the pandemic.
Might have been. Wow. Wilson did the pandemic.
Oh my God. There was a meme for a little bit of people trying to be like, can you relate this to Woodrow Wilson? And, well, yes, I can. It doesn't make much sense.
Find a way.
You know, all you have to do is be like, Wilson presided over, he did not cause the Spanish flu, but he presided over the likely origin of the Spanish flu.
Also,
therefore, steps and steps and steps, and how we deal with disease today.
Also, I found it. It's around 2350 in the video.
2350. Hold on.
I love that Tiger Star was a sleuth to find where that Tony the Tiger was.
I was looking through the freaking little thumbnail that you get.
How could I forget the residency of my nightmares?
I've got to get hopping off of here, but happy anniversary, Cypher. And
have a good night.
Thanks, you all too.
I still technically have 2 hours to finish this whole thing.
Social insurance for the elderly, a nationalized health service, federal is REITs, and an 8-hour workday. The most interesting idea for me is recall elections for those in office and judicial. Say the court makes a decision that if Teddy was in office, it's likely the war would have taken up a majority of his third term. But considering how hands-on some in Congress could have gotten for Tiger Star.
There we go.
Sanitation, he can do it again.
So since
I'm doing the weird like transatlantic accent, radio accent type thing. Oh yes, very much.
It's called Mid-Atlantic, just to make it even more confusing.
Mid-Atlantic, right.
Yeah.
That took an embarrassing long amount of time to draw, by the way. I'm ashamed of how long. Yeah, I drew that. Or I traced Tony the Tiger, and then
it's kind of funny because like now on Twitter I'm like, all right, what bastardization of a famous cat character do you want me to draw my
now you're like
as?
Bluey, aren't you? Isn't that like your new thing?
Yes. Well, Cat in the Hat won the poll.
Cat in the Hat.
Well, and I drew it. I did draw it, but it's just so ugly.
Not
I'm like,
all
all
of
right,
it.
I'm moving on to the next poll. I'm not wearing this.
I think literally everybody voted just to see like how badly you would fail that.
Yeah, I mean, no, I got the style. It just looks horrible because it's more than black and white. So it's like, oh,
turn it black and white. I mean, Cody's already got you there.
Yeah, but no.
So I did.
So I did another poll already, and Lion King won that one. So that should be fun.
It's beautiful.
So to bring this all back on, so a lot of this whole stream has been themed around how HistoryTube has changed over time. And that's the wrong button. There we go. Whoa, that's the wrong one too. There we go. Better.
I kind of like the tricolor. The tricolor of our profiles.
Yeah, so I'm like the only one on camera. So I'm like,
You can switch it back. I just don't whatever. You're the master of the stream. You can do it.
I am the master. But a lot of the stream has been oriented around like how HistoryTube has changed over time. So we're currently talking about 2018. and how 2017 was kind of themed around how like suddenly our voices matter, not just in terms of like here's some weird things that we're doing right now, but like suddenly it matters in terms of like what we're saying. That was the slavery myths video. 2018 being the Woodrow Wilson video that I've somehow changed the internet with my takes on Wilson. But I think that can actually kind of backfire and end up doing nothing or even less than nothing, that people will actively work against you. And the next video is kind of a perfect example of that. And I'm using these as examples of each year in YouTuber history. So 2018 was Woodrow Wilson, where I arguably had a wonderful success in terms of like not only views and all that, but actually changing people's perspective on Wilson, right? I don't think I really achieved that with this video, which is which is the When the Western Perished. This was my first full hour-long, fully edited, fully scripted. This is essentially just taking a term paper and making it into a video. And to this day, I think I have less people convinced as opposed to the video, the thesis of the video. I think there are more people who watch this and consider it to be incorrect than people who watch this and are convinced by it. So I view this as like a huge step in terms of like scholarship, because this is like literally just turning a term paper into a video, but it's also not popular.
Yeah. I think a lot of people get really defensive over Westerns. I would say that's one.
Cypher, have you never seen Django Unchained? Oh my gosh, there have been so many Western movies since the 70s.
Django Unchained, not a Western.
Oh, he wears a cowboy hat and he's out west at
he's
one point.
Fighting slavery.
So, yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that the West stopped being a geographical direction in the Civil War. Cypher.
I think one way to take this is you're not really just talking about history here. You're talking about media. Like, yes. People get way more defensive over media or interpretations of media than really they do about history. And when you combine the two, it's bad. But I think right here it's people are really getting defensive over just cowboy movies and being like, oh, they don't like the idea that, you know, there could be some, I'm guessing their complaint would be just, oh, you're politicizing cowboy stuff and that's it. And
I've definitely gotten that complaint. I mean, the biggest complaints are the whole Westerns aren't dead. Bah!
Yeah.
Which we don't need to watch the whole dang thing. Like, there's one thing that I do throughout this that I want to point out later, but the central thesis is that how do I summarize this? Can I just have I summarized this better in the video? Hold on. Maybe it's better if I just let myself talk rather than try to summarize something that I haven't touched for a while.
True Grit's the only movie I've really
Cody, stop singing.
understood in years.
I like my singing voice.
That sounds like you, doesn't it?
That's me in Texas
Cody,
every day.
Quite a draw.
Yeehaw.
get to see. Whatever happened to Randolph Scott has happened to the industry.
The Western died in the 1970s. It went from the primary genre of Hollywood production, making almost a third of yearly movies at its peak, to a relic of a bygone era requiring revival for new productions. The Western was felled from its high horse. What murdered it? Who murdered it? The direct murderer does not matter. For as one Western about a mistaken murderer said,
"This is the West, sir. When the legend becomes fact, print the legend."
the genre
I swear that is the most quoted thing in all of historiography.
was fueled by the American frontier myth, which also propelled American exceptionalism. As the historical theory behind the frontier myth crumbled in the wake of great social upheaval, especially when related to the American Indian movement, the driver of Westerns died, resulting in the Western's demise. From 1968 to 75, a steady transformation in the genre happened as it struggled to maintain a grip on cultural relevance. Taking 5 films from the period, the content of those films shows this transformation as Westerns tried and failed to cope with the loss of the frontier myth. The West.
Okay, so okay, I did that pretty well. That has like a very clear thesis statement. It has like a full structure of how the argument is going to be made. This is a term paper. And Anthony Voss, not drunk enough. But you can see that this is a term paper. Like it has that full-on essay structure and all that kind of stuff. And but you know, the basic idea is that like the Western myth crumbled in the 1960s, and throughout the late 60s and early 70s, Westerns tried to deal with that loss and failed, and eventually died as a genre. I get into very...
It ain't dead.
Well, that's the biggest issue a lot of people take with this video is, yeah, well, there's other videos.
It's like saying jazz is dead because rock happened. It's like, just because it's not on top doesn't mean it isn't there.
See, that's the thing. It's not about whether or not I mean, I say that very clearly in the intro, is that like it takes revival to bring back, right?
Cop out.
Yeah. Is it your fault though if people online can't understand what you're like? Because it sounds pretty clear when you like.
That's a good question. I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. Like this is like actual academic work. This is a freaking term paper. I've presented this exact thing at a conference.
See, I think, okay, this is going to be me dumbing down your video. If I would rewrite this, I would basically just reiterate at the beginning and just hammer it in that the Western genre like had a heyday and then it died. And it's like, even if Western movies do come out, and you have to knock that into the dumb YouTube audience's head and just be like, yes, a Western does come out. That doesn't mean that it is still alive or has the heyday that it did. So I think the problem is really just that it is an academic paper that's written for an audience in academia, when a general YouTube
I will
audience...
also point out that my academic audience was not receptive of this.
Well, that's true, but it's also an academic audience on the internet.
Although,
see, my
I mean my actual academic audience.
Yeah.
No, their biggest issue was like, well, it evolved. It became Star Wars and Firefly.
Yeah, well,
got him.
That's dumb. That's wrong too. So I guess this is something the
Moss
historians are wrong.
Mos Eisley's a canteen man. Like George Lucas even said it himself. Look at how Han Solo is dressed.
Well,
my semantic smartassery, I would have said that the era of Western films is over. But saying dead just sounds like It's like saying rock and roll is dead. Like it's just such a dead is such a harsh word.
Or even like the grand musicals of like the 60s. Like
Yeah.
you're never gonna have like that exist. Musicals still exist, but they won't be as grand as they were in like the 60s.
Yeah, if you was in the era of Western films, I would have been like, all right, fine. But,
yeah.
So what's interesting when you actually start putting this in statistical relief, and it's in the video itself, but I'm just gonna wing it. It's something like a third of all Hollywood revenue in the 60s came from Westerns. By the 80s, it was basically non-existent. Most Westerns did not make a profit, or if they did, they made a negligible profit. So the most popular Western from the 1980s was Young Guns, and that barely made a profit.
Yeah. So, not to counteract your video and your argument, because I do think it was like Americans' understanding of the Western in the past and stuff changed. That definitely did change. But how much of that was because of how people viewed what happened in the West, and how much of that was like just oversaturation of cowboy films?
Yeah. See, that's the argument that I specifically go against. So that's within the field, that's called the Toy Story argument. Basically,
I was literally about to make that joke at the next opening. Cypher is Woody, and he's mad at Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, so there's a great book called The Empty Saddle, and you'll actually in the video itself you actually see me reference that a ton. Obviously I did my due research. The reason why I can rattle off these kinds of statistics is because I did the research. But I think, and this gets down to what I'm trying to get at with this particular year. People don't care about the actual research.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But so this is also an important video in terms of the history of the channel, because it's the first video that I use literally just complete citations. Not just, I'm talking about this book at this page. I mean, I literally just do full Chicago Manual style citations in the video, because it's just a term paper, right? I'm just literally copying and pasting from the term paper. And let me find, I mean, it's all over the place, right? So, I have, this is actually a perfect example. This is the Turner thesis. And for those who don't know, the Turner thesis is basically the thing that gives us like the definition of what makes America great. This sentence right here, anytime people are talking about American exceptionalism, that's it right there. That's it. This is probably the most important sentence in all of American historiography. I'm not joking. But also notice I have like the proper citation. Oh man, you can't see my cursor right now, can you?
They did not like him, for he told them the citations. Shut up!
Oh, now you can see my thing. But like, there's the actual citations. And throughout this video, I have like full-on citations. And ever since then, I've done that. I've been a fierce advocate for that. You guys know I've been kind of vociferous about it sometimes. Like I will get on people's cases about not including not including citations, not including a bibliography. Like these are basic things about like doing good history. And yet this video in and of itself, is opposed by a lot of people. So I don't know how to bridge that gap.
I think the problem is just at the end of the day, anything online is up to opinion. It doesn't matter if the stuff that you're talking about is the most well-researched thing and has a citation or anything. If you say something that another person doesn't like, they're gonna just call you automatically wrong.
Yeah.
And I
They'll
think
find an excuse to do so.
yeah, pretty much. I guess my best example for this is when the Russia invasion happened last year. I said the simple fact that invading another country is not good, and a lot of my comments were basically just saying yes, it is. So it really doesn't matter about what you say online, even if you have the most well-researched facts or anything, because there will always be conspiracies. There will always just be people that just fundamentally hold an opinion, and you're saying something against it, and that's just what it is.
I think also that, like, since it was about Western films, you're also getting into art territory. And,
That's media.
and when it comes into like art and media, there's always the battle between on whether you could academically define what art or what a type of art is versus the people who's like, I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
because
because a lot of the argument is about the content of a movie and the overall amount of money the genre is making, right? Like, I'm less concerned about audience reception, as in like, what they're saying about reviews and stuff like that, and more about like the money the genre is making. Obviously, Hollywood is less concerned about whether or not the genre is correct than whether or not they're making money from it.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that, like, because you said a lot of the counter arguments were that like Westerns evolved. So if you view art in a more I know it when I see it sort of way, or like a vibe check or whatever you'd want to call it, then you could argue, well, Star Wars was making a lot of money in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s. So then you could argue that, like, if you view Western in that sense, then like it didn't,
so there's
lose its financial viability.
There are I actually go through several of these arguments in the video. Now, I also understand. I'm not trying to like be like, why did this video not succeed? It's more like I'm trying to suss out what was changing in the HistoryTuber space at this point.
I think there are just more people, honestly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
think,
and because I can tell from analytics, most people aren't actually listening to me because they're just going, wait, he said that the Western genre is dead. I'm out of here. Right? They're not listening to my actual definitions that I give. They're like in a video that represents 2020, the Lost Cause video is the 2020 one. I've had a lot of people complain like, you don't define it. It's like, I literally define it in the first sentence after the introduction. It's the first sentence. And yet people ignore it. I think purposefully most of the time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But on this one, I think they're not purposely missing the point there. I think they are getting angry before they're willing to listen to the actual definitions.
It's like when I tell hardcore punk people that Green Day is a punk band, so shut the fuck up. And then they're just like, no, they're not. They're sellouts. They're posers.
A sellout punk band is still a punk band.
See, that's what I tell people. But then they're like, no, you don't understand. It's the spirit of punk, man. They lost. See, it's that same sort of argument. It's like, yeah. You can give them all the academic definitions of what punk is you want.
It's the no real Scotsman BS.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think they all, because a lot of them are being like, well, what about Silverado? Because that was extremely critically acclaimed. It made a profit, not much of one, but it made a profit. and people will be like, see, you say that Young Guns barely made a profit, but this other movie made a profit. And it's like, it barely made a profit. That doesn't mean anything.
What about the greatest movie of 2011, Cowboys versus Aliens?
A masterpiece for sure.
The funny thing is, from 1999 to like 2007, there was a significant Western revival. I wouldn't call that part of it, but there's also been a significant Western revival in recent years, but mostly on TV. But the point is revival, you know.
First wave, second wave, third wave ska. It's all ska, man.
I think a lot. I mean, it's gonna sound condescending to say this, but I'm assuming that because we're talking about YouTube comments, what if it's just as simple as people are viewing this and they're like, wait a second, this guy says that cowboy movies ended in the 70s, but cowboy movie exists past 70s. He wrong. And that's it.
Yeah.
And there's no further
the,
thing than that. It's just that.
So the thing is, I got pushback from my committee on that.
Well, yeah, in terms that's different, but
that's in real life, and that's with scholars. And I get
theirs
that.
was more of an interpretation from like a media thing. Like they were just like flat out wrong in terms of the media, though. They were saying like Star Wars and stuff, weren't they?
Yes, and that's the funny thing is like I've had people point out what I've previously talked about this, where people say like, "Oh, well, you say that that you had other scholars say that, and what makes them wrong?" It's like, do you think that Star Wars was a Western?
I think people misinterpret. Yeah, it's like you're having scholars try to interpret media stuff and thinking just because it takes inspiration from something, that means that it literally is that. It's like Star Wars also took inspiration from sci-fi
samurai
movie
shit and freaking like World War II movies.
Samurai stuff. Flash Gordon. Yeah, it's not Flash Gordon though.
Yeah,
it's not a continuation of that.
Because the Trench Run is almost a 1-for-1 remake of the Dam Busters. Actually, Star Wars is just a World War II movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, George Lucas is pretty clear who those stormtroopers are.
It's more of a World War II movie than it is a cowboy movie. That's the thing. It's a combination of stuff. I think
that's what makes Star Wars great, is that it's this combination of a whole bunch of not just genre tropes, but of myth.
It's the Gilgamesh of Hollywood.
Well, we don't know what Gilgamesh was based on. We know what Star Wars was based on.
I think a great example to bring into this is Cowboy Bebop, and it's like, is Cowboy Bebop a Western? And it's like,
it's
no,
an anime.
Cowboy Bebop even says itself, it's its own genre, and its own genre shall be called
sci-fi.
Cowboy Bebop. Well, it's sci-fi, but it's Western, and it combines it all, and it says it in its thing.
When I have this
that's
presentation,
just what Star Wars is too. Yeah.
When I gave the presentation on this, I had one person who, if you look up the director of American Studies at University of New Mexico from I don't know from, but in 2019 to whenever it was, but in 2019, if you look at him, that's the guy who stood up, raised hand and everything, and asked me straight to my face. It was like, well, what about Firefly? It's like, that's sci-fi. Yeah, it takes Western elements for sure, but like, what the hell does it have to do with colonization? What the hell does it have to do with like Manifest Destiny? Like,
now hear me out. Hear me out. Colonizing other planets.
Well, that's the idea, right? It is.
And if you really think
Western
about
tropes,
if you look at Western,
but once again, that would be like calling Star Wars a Western.
And think about it. If you look at Western era medicine, then is that not a fictional science of its own? Perhaps it's rather that all Westerns are science fiction.
I don't want to make this into defending my thesis kind of thing. This is more talking about like where HistoryTube was. So this is a very academic argument, right? This is about like, here's my evidence for that. Here's the definitions of what I'm using and all that kind of stuff. Like it is as academic as you can get. It's a literal term paper. And for the most part, YouTube roundly rejected it. YouTube audiences roundly rejected it. So there's some, I had to discover some sort of medium of like what Tristan called academiist. He called me the academiist YouTuber. And there's like this happy medium between like heavy research and here's the evidence and like here's the story, right?
Yeah.
So the question becomes, where is that medium? And mind you, I don't have an answer for this, but the next video on the list, and I know I should be checking my phone. Okay, so the next video on the list is the Lost Cause video in 2020. And it also illustrates like, because it came out just before the pandemic, but it illustrates the pandemic because of the way viewership happened. And I really want to get a Tunche on here. So I'm going to quickly text him and see like where, because he was filming today. I don't know if he's done filming. But this video was incredibly important for his popularity, as well as like just kind of starting, making me realize where people will change their opinions. And it wasn't so much like meeting them in the middle. I wish also Matt was here, because Matt talks a lot about like meeting people in the middle. But more about like, here's the myth, here's the debunking of it. That kind of like lefty tuber, like here's a complete debunking of a rightist thing.
Like that is kind of where HistoryTube kind of went is
yeah.
But that's almost where we kind of had to go, is became almost a combative protection against disinformation and stuff like that. I don't know.
I can't tell you how many times I've had people like literally get angry because I've talked to you and they're like, he's alternate history hub, as in alt right.
Yeah, that's always the fun.
Oh, I've had to have so many chats with people just like, guys, it's okay. I've talked with him.
Which
He's
is so
a
weird.
Person.
I made this channel name like 8 years before alternative became, such a bad name. And it was like, I don't know, from my super niche history perspective, when I hear alternate history, I think, oh, like Man the High Castle and sci-fi dork stuff like that. But I always forget that for a large majority of the population, when they think alternate history, they think just fake history. And it's like, what, I can't change it. The name's stuck. So what are you gonna do? How many people have you had a conversation with Tiger Star about that? I'm curious.
Okay, I can't. I would say it's in the double digits of how many times a random person, whether from a place of concern, upset, or just genuine confusion, just kind of goes up to me and goes like, "Hey, you like talk to Cody, so like I can't tell what the hell he is. Can you like,
Okay,
can you
I
like
know
tell me like
that exact thing. Yeah.
yeah?" And I'm just like reading off like your D&D stats of like, well, you see on this attribute he is this, and on this attribute he is this. And so I don't know. You tell me what that is.
Like,
and they're,
Yeah, I make
the
it
funny thing
confusing
is,
for
I
people.
don't even know your actual politics, but I know for sure you're not a bigot. Like, nowhere fucking close.
well, and this is on top, and this is on top of the fact that Cody, just like
I said the
anyone,
bad word.
well, this is on top of the fact that Cody, just like every other person on the planet, what a surprise! Between the ages of teenager and married person, his opinions may have changed just a little bit.
Yeah, I
It's
think early
possible.
20s, you change so much in your
And
early 20s.
That's
You really do.
one of the continuing questions from Tyler. A great question from Tyler is, how my politics have changed throughout all of this, throughout the 10 years I've been on YouTube. And like, we talked a little bit earlier about like how, even as a Unitarian, I was like almost, I wouldn't say anti-gay marriage, but like anti-gay marriage, And I was saying that to my mentor who was gay. And like, that's 2003, 4, somewhere before 2006. So long before I started the channel and all that. But the point is, opinions change, right?
Especially when you're young. It's like,
Yeah.
I've had a few cases, whether it's with me or with someone else, where someone gets confronted over a statement, or I do, or anyone does, and it's like, when was the statement made? Oh, that person was like 16 then. It's like, just as a general rule for any kiddos who might be watching, like, if someone said something under the age of 21, odds are they probably don't usually think it the exact same way after 21. So take those with a grain of salt. Like,
yeah,
that's always the craziest thing when you look at like the volatility. I can't speak. Volatility of Twitter, and I think, oh man, there's so many crazy people on here. It's because like 75% of the people on Twitter are probably kids, like at least 21 or younger. And so like that, you have batshit crazy opinions when you're that
yeah.
age.
Well,
And
not even just
like,
that.
especially when I turned 21, I was in Afghanistan, and that's at the point where I was most conservative. I'm sitting there doing the like, why are we not funding the military more and that kind of thing, like. And mind you, as soon as I was out of Afghanistan, not even like once I was out of the military, but as soon as I was out of Afghanistan, I was like, that's a stupid opinion.
That's why they break you first in boot camp.
No, but I mean, I was still in the military.
Yeah.
I just was in like, it's that point where your life, because here's the other thing, something that a lot of people seem to forget when we're talking about like soldiers, is it's life threatening. That's your job, right? And so soldiers being like, give me more weapons makes perfect sense. Duh. And it makes no sense that people should be angry about that, honestly. Like, if a soldier asking for more weapons is just being a soldier. So yeah, I was at my most conservative point in 2009 to 2010. After that, I also just really hated the army. for good reason, you know, having experienced it and all that. But I have never gotten to the point where it's like, let's remove all funding or something like that. I've never gotten to that point. But people expect these kinds of swings in opinions to just ridiculous extremism because it does seem to be mostly children.
Yeah, and like atop from the fact that like people are just passionate and they're going to have more extreme opinions as teenagers, there's also the aspect of like the social pressure. Because like we talk about like mob mentality on Twitter, but a lot of that mob mentality, if, like especially coming from younger people, is like, why didn't you denounce the thing? And you know, entire school staring at you. And when are you most susceptible to peer pressure? In middle school and high school, usually.
Yeah.
You know,
the number of people who have gotten met because at the end of my which is literally the second to last video, the end of my political polarization series, I have like a, you know, what is to be done kind of video. That's the second to last video in this stuff. And what I say in there is basically like, here's some modest reform that we can do to make this country better, right? And people are like, what, you don't want to overthrow the government and execute all of the senators? What is wrong with you? And it's like, what? How is it going from like, here's reform that will make this country better to, how dare you not advocate executing everyone?
It's just because the most extreme opinions get the most attention. If you're a moderate, nobody pays attention.
And
but it's not even moderate. Like, I don't think anybody could really consider me a moderate anymore.
Well, I think also like if you're like 18 years old, you've probably only paid attention to like 2 election cycles, probably, if that.
I think the best example I have is there's someone that posted like 2 months ago, and they had one of those like Roman profile pics, like the whole aesthetic of that. They're like traditional Catholic and shit like that. And they posted a thing like, what was the first election or anything political that you remember? And he said, oh, Trump being elected. And it's like, wait, how old are you? And he was like 16. And this was someone that had like extreme political opinions, who had like 20,000, 30,000 followers on Twitter. And you just have a teenager.
He's that young and he's got that many followers?
Yeah.
Apparently. I mean, I was that young and I had that many followers.
Yeah, it's all you need is an account.
Well, yeah, you started way young.
But the point is
when did you cross 50,000 subscribers?
That's a good question. I'd have to check what year. But
how about 100K?
I'd have to check. But what I was going to say though is like
name that off the top of my head.
But when you're like a teenager and like at most you've paid attention to 2 election cycles, when you're kind of told like, oh, elections are how you change things, and you don't get as much change as you hoped for across 8 years. Well, 8 years to a 16 to 18-year-old is half their life. So then they're like, all right, I've given up on the system. There's no hope. It's either revolution or everything sucks forever. You know,
the number of people I've seen be like, Woodrow Wilson, you think Woodrow Wilson was bad? Well, what about ex-president for the last three presidents?
Family Guy cutaway gag.
Biden, Trump, or freaking...
You think that's bad?
Yeah. Or Obama. It's just like, there is no possible way that you could honestly appraise the historical legacy of any of these recent presidents and come away with, well, he was worse than Wilson. There's no honest way you could come from that.
There has to be like a 20-year rule.
Unless you're a white supremacist. If you're a white supremacist, you could probably come away saying like, well, Woodrow Wilson was great.
Also, I passed I passed 50,000 in 2016, and I passed 100,000 in 2017.
God damn.
I think
Cody, when did you
God,
pass
go
100K?
God, I don't even know. Let me check Facebook. I remember I posted the
You
picture.
can find it on YouTube Analytics. It's actually really easy. You just go, subscribers and then lifetime.
Oh, I guess I could do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'll be back in a
Yeah.
sec. Let's find out.
Also, the only reason
I can tell you the exact month. I can't tell you the year, but it was from the top of my head. I'm not looking up anything. See, hands up. October of 2019 is actually when I when I passed 100,000 subscribers.
Nice.
No joke.
But
Well,
also,
you
like,
guys passed 100,000 subscribers like a whole year, if not more than that, before October of 2019.
but yeah, but also looking at my analytics, the only reason I hit 100,000 in 2017, and it's actually, I think it was the first collab I did with Cody, because I was at like the high, like 80, I was at like 89, 90,000 ish, and that collab actually bumped me up to 100K back when collabs could do that.
Wow. Yeah, and like my big I've done 2 big collabs with Cody, and one was the Wilson one, and the other one was the Trotsky one. And I think the
I still
Trotsky
get shit over that. I still get shit over that Trotsky one all the time.
from Tankies, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Who else?
Yeah.
Also, Cody, we need to like redo the Southern Victory at some point in the future, because every time I watch it, I think, oh god, my mic is terrible, my presentation is terrible, everything sucks.
Yeah, we need to do a Harry Turtledove video again.
Well, we remember we were thinking about doing. I guess we can talk about this off stream, but we did plan one, but then you had a kid, and so we're like, oh, we'll do it. So you're like, oh, we'll just do it.
That stupid kid.
But yeah, but we were just like, okay, we'll just
YouTube.
We were just like, oh, we'll just like push it off to like the spring or something, and lo and behold, the spring is almost here, so we can get back on that. But
yeah, we can.
But
Hey.
I think like there could be a few of our like
You two aren't that far apart.
Yeah.
Are you looking at my stat? I'm still trying to look for.
You could just drive, like Tiger Star. You could just drive down there.
I don't drive outside my city.
I could drive.
Wait, do you
it's
actually-
very hard for me to find.
I have legitimately never
I will
driven
say
outside my city.
that Cody, your place is a better city.
Well, thank you.
I'm
let's
not
see.
saying which city is which, unless you guys want to say, but like, yeah.
We invented cashew chicken. We win.
Ooh. Well, also, don't you have like a claim to the first like? Mind you, this is a claim, but like, don't you have a claim to like the first Five and Dine?
2015.
I don't know about Five and Dime, but we do have a claim to the first drive-through.
So I hit 100K in
I thought that was,
2015.
like, Illinois with the with freaking.
There's like 4 claims to it, and ours is one of them.
What is it?
It's a restaurant called Red's.
And when?
I believe it was. Don't quote me on this, but I want to say it was like 1932, like early.
Oh,
30s.
that's well after White Castle.
I could be wrong though. I haven't really bothered looking at it.
White
It's
Castle
just something I've
created a
heard.
drive-through in the 1920s. Now, drive-ins, then you can get into some really weird stuff because, like, for instance, A&W is like generally considered to be the first drive-in. It also is often considered to be the first drive-through because you could drive through a drive-in. But like, it's also California, so California is just like everything's drive-through if you put enough willpower behind it, you know.
If you're brave enough, if your gas foot is strong.
if you go through the front entrance, it's a drive-through. I say that jokingly, but I can name a specific instance of that actually happening. As like, why aren't you serving me? Specifically with A&W. But yeah, if you're talking about drive-throughs, you can basically claim that White Castle beats A&W by a singular year, but still.
I think it's going off of like a technicality on the difference between like a pickup window versus a true drive-through.
Oh yeah, well, pickup windows in the U.S. start in basically New York, not really New York, but what is that? I never get this name right. Like Schenectady or something like that.
Schenectady.
Schenectady.
Cool. It's a
What?
funny name.
That's where Andrew Yang is from.
Yang, as in like the senator who tried to become a president?
He was never a senator, but yes.
Or congressman?
No, he was a businessman.
He was a guy with a
Yang.
dream.
Yang wasn't.
He was the universal basic income guy.
Was
Cody,
he?
you
I
sound
forgot
like
what he
you're
did.
about to start a video.
Yeah, he was a man with a dream. Yang
He
came out with
wasn't.
a
He didn't have any political office.
Nope. He's basically like Mark
He tried to
Cuban,
run
but
for.
less
He tried to
famous.
run for New York mayor, didn't he? Did he fail or something?
He failed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Well, I didn't get it. Either way, I don't know where he's from, but Schenectady, which is like that seems like the most made-up name in America, right there. Schenectady.
Someone in the chat said removal of the skin, a skinectomy, and so that's what you go there and they just take your skin. Lovely place.
I mean, that's what they do there. When in Rome. Well, I've lost track of what we're talking about. Something about Schenectady, and something weird that they did first. Oh,
First person to drive through a White Castle in Schenectady.
I'm sure that's not true. But
also, when I looked it up, it said White Castle introduced drive-through services in 1980. So I don't know where you got White Castle from.
It's supposed to be in the 20s.
No, when I looked it up, it said that while there have been many claims to the first drive-through, the oldest the oldest confirmed one is where I'm from. Yes,
well,
and it was actually later. It says 1947, but it says it's the oldest like confirmed true drive-through restaurant.
Well,
every restaurant's a drive-through here.
See, when you get to the post-war period, that you basically get like everyone's the first drive-through. So you need to find something prior to the war to be first.
I need to find a restaurant that they took a horse and buggy and they went through it.
That's
you gotta
the thing,
find
though.
that.
I mean, yeah.
There are many unsubstantiated claims before the war, and then also like if you want to go outside the world of restaurants, I know that there were like a few like other business types that had drive-throughs before restaurants did. But
oh yeah, no, I mean like you could make an argument that a couple of the Harvey houses were the first drive-throughs. Nobody was driving. Although this is where you get into the question of what's driving, because we tend to think of personal motor vehicles as, you are driving the motor vehicle, whether it's like this or it's like this. Either way, you're driving it. You're driving a team, but you don't drive a railroad. You ride it. So
do they drive a train? What's it called when like to operate? Is it operate a train?
Conduct.
conduct. Yeah, of course. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we have specific terminology for this stuff, and so that's why there would be a differentiation. But Harvey houses, you could actually order on the move through a Harvey house. Like, I can pull up records on that by literally going to a book that's right here. I can point out exact examples of that.
Oh, okay. So apparently the distinction is like when they say like true drive-through, they mean a system in which
There you go.
they mean a system in which you A, never leave your car at any point, and B, they're like you're using like
It has to be a car. That's the main thing.
but also B, they're not counting drive ups where like a waiter or waitress walks to your car and takes your order, gives it to you.
And also that you're not eating in your car.
Yeah. So basically, the first two claims of that system of a drive-through, where you've got the speaker for your order, you've got the window, and
it's not that you're not eating in your car; it's that you're not expected to stay where you are to eat.
Yeah. But the first two claims, you've got the area where I'm at called Red's Giant Hamburg. I don't know why it's not hamburger, but whatever. That was 1947, and then In-N-Out was 1948, and those are like the two.
In-N-Out was 1948.
Yep.
In-N-Out.
Yes.
In-N-Out's that old?
I thought it was 60s.
Nope. It may have been under a different name, but it's the same company.
I gotta look this up.
Did you know they have In-N-Outs in San Antonio? That blew my mind. I didn't know that happened.
Yes, and they finally opened a Whataburger in my area.
I know that they got them in freaking West Texas, but like Central Texas?
They're expanding.
Yeah, they're
well,
moving.
obviously, got to take over.
Whataburger just opened near you, Tiger Star.
Yeah, I know. It's so good. It's like Culver's, but it's spicy instead of dairy.
Yeah, pretty much. I like both. I love both.
Okay, I should say we are. We just talked about In-N-Out, and then you go straight to Whataburger, and it's like, there's one that's significantly better than the other.
From what I've heard, In-N-Out is overrated, is what I've heard.
The only In-N-Out I went to was in a crowded LA.
You want to be on this stream?
I don't think I got the best taste of it, the best experience. I have to try it again before I make another opinion on In-N-Out. But it was all right. It was a burger.
I've got the curse and being in the middle of the country, so I don't have any of the coastal burger chains that everyone raves about. Oh, what's Shake Shack and In-N-Out and Crystal like? Oh, I don't know. I'm in Missouri.
Crystal?
No, you just need Whataburger and you just need Culver's, and that's how you define. That's how you split the country. That's all that matters. The new north-south divide.
Crystal is kind of like a southeast version of White Castle, but it kind of has a cult status similar to like In-N-Out and Shake Shack and those other places. But it's for the
I understand
southeast.
Shake Shack, but you know the reason why everybody loves Shake Shack?
The shakes, probably.
No.
The Shack.
Chat can back me up on this. The real reason why everybody loves Shake Shack has nothing to do with the burgers, the shakes, or any of that. It has to do with it being really cheap to drink there.
Is it? I've heard it's expensive.
No, you get like... Although maybe I'm...
Maybe
Nevada...
it's cheap by New York standards, but...
No. Maybe I'm Nevada biased. As in, like, this is... I only see Shake Shack on the Strip or in McCarran. Or... No, those are, like, the two places I really see it.
Wait, Shake Shack has booze?
Yeah. No, it's like a big draw. That's, like, the biggest draw.
I've never went to a Shake Shack, so I thought they just had shakes.
You get a burger and then like a pint of something. and it tends to be the cheapest in the area in terms of the cost of a thing. Let's see what chat is saying. One saying yep. That's just the first one I saw. Not in New Jersey, unfortunately. Chipotle's have beer, apparently.
Another overrated restaurant.
Look,
like
Chipotle was one of those ones that was like really good for a while.
I'm Team Qdoba all the way.
We
I don't
got
know what that
we got a chicken place in the South called Slim's Chickens, and it's my favorite chicken restaurant. I love it. Nothing beats Slim Chickens. Like the argument between like Chipotle and like not Chipotle, Chick-fil-A and Popeyes, and Slim's
Okay,
Chickens.
so it's like a chicken place.
Oh yeah, it's a chicken place, but they only sell wraps and chicken tenders, but it's like the best chicken tenders ever. And it's weird if you've never had it, and it's like, oh, it's just chicken tenders, who cares? But you got to try it, and then you'll know. And then every other chicken tender will taste like garbage compared to that.
I've heard the same with PBQ in Florida.
What's PBQ?
Apparently, it's the best chicken place ever.
Oh man, they got to fight.
There's always a local best chicken place ever.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's how it is.
So I just got word from Andy Tunche. He won't be joining for a while. So we might as well hop forward in terms of the where we are in the years and talk about this. And we can talk plenty about like different chains of restaurants because, well, we're all three Americans and we have our opinions. You're wrong if you think that there's anything better than In-N-Out, but you know it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be incorrect.
They call it In-N-Out because anytime someone criticizes their burgers, it's just in one ear, out the other.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's how fast they go through you.
Man, Tiger Star with these zingers.
The Whataburger stuff in terms of like, because here's the thing, Whataburger has like a huge variety of stuff. Like, you can make the argument that like their avocado onion burger or whatever is better, but that's more about taste, right?
Yeah, I'm not a defender of Whataburger. Like I like Whataburger, but I would say Culver's clears Whataburger. Like
I don't know what Culver's is.
Culver's is like the Midwest.
It is the Midwest representation. Yeah, I live in Texas, but I'm from Ohio.
Culvers.
Culver's clears Whataburger like by far. It clears every other burger.
If we're talking about an overall menu, yes. The only reason
Five Guys doesn't count. I see chat saying Five Guys. Five Guys.
Okay, I will say that
Five Guys has the same problem with Whataburger. Like Whataburger, Five Guys, anything of the like, they might have like a bunch of stuff you can add to the burger that makes it great, but they don't have a better burger.
No, see, I disagree. I think that I mean, granted, I haven't had In-N-Out, but of the burgers I've had, I would actually say nope. I would say that
come to VidCon this time.
No, I would say that Five Guys is the best tasting burger, but the reason why I would pick Whataburger over Five Guys is that Whataburger is cheaper.
Yeah, Whataburger is about the cheapness. Five Guys is you gotta wait. It's a whole experience.
Five Guys is ridiculously expensive. In-N-Out is actually cheaper than Whataburger for a basic burger.
I mean, so is McDonald's, but you got to factor more, you know.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on Whataburger or on In-N-Out. I haven't had it yet.
This is about you've never. Neither of you have had In-N-Out.
I've never been west of the Rockies.
I had In-N-Out in LA, and I don't think it was the best representation. So I'm still willing to give In-N-Out a chance. So I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying I like Whataburger and I like Culver's.
I've never had Culver's. I have I literally don't even know what that is. I'm
It's the best.
on the other
That's
screen. I'm
what
looking it up.
Instead of fries, they have cheese curds, and fried cheese curds is just the best.
Yeah, so basically the
cheese curds are
Culver's
amazing.
The Culver's is like
it's such like a simple thing on the menu, and yet so few places have it.
See, Culver's is like the public arm of the Wisconsin dairy industry in that it is just dairy themed. They've got great like shakes, ice cream, custard, cheese curds.
Everyone that works at Culver's is the nicest person you'll ever meet in your life. It is just
it makes Chick-fil-A look condescending.
Honestly, their pictures look kind of bad. Like, look at this.
How dare you insult?
Well, most fast food pictures never look like the actual.
Well, this is the secret, though.
Bad.
This is the secret.
Look bad. That's the thing.
Culver's
their
has butter
pictures
burgers.
look bad. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well,
okay, but Cypher, the secret ingredient that matters is love.
It's true.
Look at
concrete
look at that bun.
Their
Look
concrete
at that
mix
bun.
is like the best.
Cypher, it's love.
Oh God,
it doesn't matter what it looks like. It's about how you feel.
This is
when you
me.
eat it.
This is making me miss the Midwest now. I'm getting
Well,
a little
Cody,
homesick now.
Cody, I have Culver's in my town. You can visit whenever you want.
That's true. I'll make a trip right now. I'm gonna
Although,
drive.
I absolutely love like I go to Freddy's all the time. You guys know Freddy's?
Freddy's steak burgers.
Yeah.
Freddy Fazbear's.
I don't know where they are from. They're not anything special, but they have I don't know, Freddy's burger.
Freddy's steak burger is like if Steak and Shake got too big for its britches.
Like that's the general what that is. But they also have curds. Oh, I wanted curds, please.
Someone in chat said the best burger is the burger my father makes out on the grill. Yes, true.
Yes. Yeah.
Nothing beats making your own.
I'm a weirdo
just
picky eater.
Getting any kind of curds is great, but like that. Honestly, that go back to what was it? Yeah, the like Culver's, like honestly, that doesn't look that good.
It's deceptive. Yeah, Culver's their butter burgers are fantastic. They really are. Oh shit, someone brought it up. Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen's actually it's an entirely different beast in Texas. It is a completely different restaurant in Texas.
I will say that while Dairy Queen is not the best, I do think it's slept on.
It is it's definitely of the nationwide
of this
chains.
does not look very appetizing.
They're actually really good. And honestly, there's even a saying that if you want a town to grow in Texas, just simply build a Dairy Queen, and then a town will grow around it.
I wasn't talking about Dairy Queen. This is the Culver's stuff. I looked up Culver's butter burger. They look like just normal burgers. But
it's not about how they look; it's how they taste.
Dairy Queen's weird because it really depends on the bread. In terms of the burgers, like it really depends on the bread. So in California, you get pretty good stuff depending on where you are in California. North of San Luis Obispo, you can get some pretty good burgers from Dairy Queen. They've basically kind of taken over for A&W there. But in Nevada, no. Never go to Dairy Queen for burgers in Nevada. Never
go to Dairy Queen outside of Texas. Honestly, I would not. It's
the one here is fine.
Isn't it like a Wisconsin company?
It's a different. Is it a? I don't know. I just know it's an entirely different.
It started in Illinois.
Like the burgers are bigger here. They're bigger, different burgers. And I don't know.
What I was going to say earlier, though, is that I'm weird with food. I'm a picky eater and all that stuff. But I'm actually weird with burgers. Burgers are never like a prime food of choice for me. And so like ironically, I never ate burgers for the longest time. And I don't know if this is just a condemnation on my entire family or if it's just my picky eaterness. It's probably my picky eaterness. But growing up, no matter who cooked a burger on a grill in my family, I never liked it. And I thought it was awful. So I just assumed for the longest time that I just didn't like burgers.
Okay, that seems like a condemnation of the family. Because I will fully agree that like burgers are pretty shit, but like
but see, it's like it's not just like it's like okay, my dad, both grandparents on both sides of the family, cousins, like it's like it's too many people for it to be like a condemnation of the entire family. But basically, I just assumed that I didn't like burgers, and then it was actually like my last year of like high school where I was just like so hungry, but I only had like $2 in cash with me. And so I just got like a fast food burger. I'm like, wow, this tastes way different. I like this better.
Random question: what's a beetroot?
It's a root of a beet.
It's a cursed Australia thing.
Like, is it just an Australia thing?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
It's literally just beets. The root part of the beet.
Beetroot. Okay.
Like I wasn't joking. Like that's literally what it is.
That sounds terrible.
I've never had a beetroot in my life.
I've had beets plenty, but not on burgers.
But
I could see pineapple maybe being good on a burger.
But basically, the whole point is because of like my weird tastes or whatever. Like I've always preferred fast food over homemade burgers most of the time. But that's just me. Overall, I'm just more of a chicken person.
I grow my own stuff, so my dad grills burgers too. So those are nothing beats homemade. Nothing beats charcoal grills at all.
At first, it sounded like you said you grow your own stuff.
I grow my cows. I take them out back.
Look, Impossible Burger, that's fine, but stem cell research, baby. I've got a bunch of cows growing in my closet over here. I'm just harvesting my own meat.
Now that's the true Impossible Burger.
Yes.
So on a
now.
Well, this is funny as hell. I want to get this back on track. To talk about where YouTube was at the beginning, like just before the pandemic. Oh, hold on. Person who I was kind of delaying for might be a bit earlier since we just wrapped. Okay, so we don't need to postpone for him, but this video deals with Atunche quite a bit.
All right, I'm gonna go get it. I'll be back in a sec. So, well, you.
Okay. Right. Well, I will introduce what we're talking about. So, 2019, we were talking about like how weird YouTube was, where it's like it's popular, but sometimes not at the same time. And I think I kind of found where my audience was in just at the beginning of 2020. It was before the pandemic, but just barely. This video came out in April 16th. And wait, that's actually during the pandemic, isn't it?
Of 2020? Yeah.
Yeah. It's March of 2020, not
like
May.
We started closing everything down in like February, March.
Okay, so this is actually during, but mind you, I make a lot of these videos way ahead of time. This video was probably sitting around for, a month or two at least. So, it was just kind of sitting there until it was time to release, and then I released it. And this became the second most popular video on my channel. And it has to do with that kind of weird trend that I was talking about where it's like, okay, we need to deal with a lot of political stuff, but we can't be positive about it. We can't posit new theories. That's not what's popular. What's popular is negative history. Basically, this is what's not true. And this became the second most popular video on my channel, which was Understanding the Lost Cause Myth. And we'll skip all the YouTube stuff, which maybe we can talk a little bit about how YouTube is fucking all of us over. But all I want to do is play the intro, right? Just the part that I don't know where it begins. Okay, this is something I should probably come back and actually put in some like YouTube chapters and all that. The main thing being, this was a substantial change in how HistoryTube dealt with popular misconceptions. I'll point out, and Tanche, well, he uses his real name now, and he will be coming in soon. He says that he just wrapped on some filming that he was doing today, so he'll join sooner than later. But you know, he's got to get back home and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, this was actually kind of the video that made his channel popular, and then he absolutely overtook my channel like crazy because he's putting way more effort than I am, way more. But it illustrates something that was happening in terms of HistoryTube right at the beginning of the pandemic. And hopefully you guys understand that from just this initial video. The intro of the video.
Friendly guidelines. Hey, Cypher here.
Let me get it to the right resolution.
I've talked a lot about the lost cause myth on this channel, mostly to denigrate it. After all, today, those who believe in it are nothing more than conspiracy theorists, and are merely spouting it off as a form of hatred. But here's the thing. It didn't start off as a hateful ideology, and has played an integral role in US history. Just as it is important to understand the origins of the Ku Klux Klan, it is important to understand the origins of the lost cause.
I think a lot of people misinterpret this video as being like, I'm going to debunk everything that they say, and anybody who believes this is evil. The whole point is basically like, this has been a driving mythology within US history, and it's time that we understand what the hell it's been doing, and it's wrong. I've long been a mythbuster, but like this in particular has its tendrils in a lot of things. So a lot of people misinterpret this as being like, we need to destroy everything that ever happened with the lost cause. It's like, no, that's it like that is still I'm not saying go to Monticello and destroy it. No. I'm saying we need to understand what this has done. And I mean, it's very clear from the video what I'm saying, but at the same time, I never know how much I need to drive home the point. And this is one of those things where it's like, I don't really know how much I need to say. Like, this is about understanding the lost cause myth. That's the title of the episode. How much do I need to say it?
Myth. And the fact is, it's held a pretty legitimate space in our history for a very long time, including a number of historians propounding it, and not just Woodrow Wilson, who after all was actually one of its main proponents, and we'll get to that. But I want to start this off by saying, this is an exercise in what Sun Tzu said, know thine enemy. For while we should absolutely denounce people who are spouting off this myth today,
Lost Causer.
we should realize the role the Lost Cause myth played in American history.
I really need to do more of that kind of meme stuff. Stop. And since we've mentioned it so many times, let me point out the thing that actually like got really popular in terms of attention. Just this little clip.
Many of them actually were very much fighting for slavery. They saw that Lincoln's election might threaten that peculiar institution, as they called it, but in either case, it doesn't matter what the soldiers believe. Here's a fellow YouTuber who's actually spent a lot of time talking about this specific subject, making a bit about responding to comments saying exactly this part of the myth.
Checkmate, Lincolnites! This perspective is so biased. Yes, slavery was in the mix, but South really complex. And not every Southern Red fought for slavery. Hell, even Confederate generals were against the practice. So do a big homeworks on it.
That's a lie. Most Confederate generals absolutely approved of slavery, and your average Confederate soldier knowingly fought to preserve it. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Yes, they did.
I don't give a rat's ass about them rich Southern politicians whose aims were to preserve.
I did cut a little, cut pieces of this to make it more engaging.
Of slavery. They should have been hanged. But the common soldier didn't give a shit about slaves or slavery. They were too poor.
Yeah, here's the thing. And I know you're not going to want to hear this, but they did give a shit. Multiple books have been written about this topic. Yeah, Confederate soldiers went to war for a variety of reasons. Were they defending their homes and families from invasion?
I've literally had people comment like not 2 days ago, just yesterday, claiming that I was the one uploading this video, that I uploaded this video. Like, what the fuck? They're so mad about the about their bullshit being defeated that they're like trying to propose some arch conspiracy about like me controlling all of the freaking HistoryTubers. It's just wow.
Yeah, they're gonna start calling our HistoryTube groups the like YouTube Bilderberg or something. Why are they meeting on that Slack? What are they doing? They're
What does
behind
Slack
everything.
really mean? God.
See, they even call it a Slack because they won't cut us some slack. They're mocking us to our face.
Yeah. Like, there is, I mean, I actually very specifically state in the video something along the lines of like,
history for a very long time, including a number of historians propounding it, and not just Woodrow Wilson, who after all, by saying, this is an exercise in absolutely denounce people who are spouting off this myth today,
Lost Causer.
we should realize the role the Lost Cause myth.
Okay, so I'm basically saying there, like, this is still, like, I get later in the video, I don't know where in the video, but like in the video, I talk about how the Lost Cause myth is today a conspiracy theory. If you are spouting it off today, you are just a conspiracist. But I think a lot of this was also about like, look, I understand why you were taught this. This wasn't just like, this isn't some weird right-wing conspiracy theory that, you know, has cropped up in the last 4 or 5 years. This is one that has been around for 150 years and has morphed and changed and affected U.S. history. That's the point of the video. It's less about denunciation and more about like, this is what the lost cause does.
I think what really is happening is, for a lot of people, like, this is the first time that they've ever even heard of such a idea of a lost cause myth. Like, to them, to the people that were taught this is just reality. And what you're talking about isn't some myth or whatever. That's just reality. And you're saying that their reality doesn't exist. And of course they're fucking wrong. But that's why there's like angry, is because they're like, what's he talking about it being a myth? This is just how it is. They didn't fight for slavery. They didn't do anything like that. And that's just fact.
Do you
And
really think that they would do that? All of those Southern grandpappies tell lies?
It's like, but it does take a bit of compassion to understand this kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what Adam J. Films does great with the Checkmate Lincoln Knight stuff. Is like, I know he says that, you know, nobody wants their like ancestors and their great grandpappy to be some, you know, giant racist or whatever,
Yeah.
and they want the idea that they fought and they were noble and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I posted on Twitter. I'm next week. I'm posting my Civil War lecture, and I have a My Heritage is the sponsor, and I like posted on Twitter just like, hey, I looked up all of my different ancestors in terms of whether or not they served in the Civil War, right? And to me, it's like, it doesn't matter what side they served on, they served, right? And I had a couple of people point out, because the Patton guy, the John Hiram Patton, which, you know, I'm a Patton, so Patton, but like the boy, did that not serve me well in basic. Anyways, he shot himself in the hand rather than serving, right? Like his commander literally got really pissed off in the discharge papers and like crossed out a bunch of stuff and said like, he didn't serve a day, and underlined that, right? And I show that in the video. And I posted something about that on my Twitter, and I had a couple of people going like, that's the most based thing a Patton ever did. And it's like, fuck off. The dude shot himself in the hand to avoid service. He's a fucking malingerer. Like, the dude's a piece of shit. No joke. I don't care what side he was frickin' serving, he was still a piece of shit. And you can't really... Well, I just said that live, so I guess I can get canceled for that. But,
you were here first, folks. You saw it.
But the point is, he did not serve well. He's a piece of shit. Now, I had a lot of other Pattons who were way worse. You know, slave owners and shit. So, fuck them. And I carry their name. I literally carry their name. That's my name, Joseph Hall Patton. But like, there's also the Hall side. And boy, there's a lot more Unionists on that side. If you exclude John Hiram Patton, there's one Confederate in my lineage. There's 3 confirmed Unionists. One who lost a fucking leg. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think what my dad's side of my family lived in New York for like since the 1700s, and then my mom's side of the family lived in Ohio since settlers were first there. So yeah, no southern side at all. All Union.
And Colonel Gasmaster, I don't know what that is. But I have a lot of American ancestry, right? I don't really care. Like, this is just purely because I'm making a video about the Civil War, and therefore I might as well research the Civil War. But this whole idea of how many ancestors you had on either side, I'm a Patton. Like, there's a lot more Pattons on the Confederate side than there are on the other side. And people get angry about that.
There was actually a detail in Turtle Dove's Southern Victory series that by the time it got to around the World War II era, Patton was a Confederate general.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Patton was a Californian?
Yeah, but butterfly effect cipher.
Oh, so California is
Forgot
Confederate?
about the important rule.
No, I think somehow it's like his family just never went out there because of the Civil War and they stayed in the South.
Even though his father literally tried to escape his grandfather?
Look, it was a detail in a book. I don't remember.
We're also we're talking Turtle Dove.
I mean,
too,
this is literally my family history, so I
the
have
man
to like know
made
it.
a book called Joe Steele, where Joseph Stalin's born in America and he grows up and takes over as a dictator. I don't think specific historical accuracy is the most important thing here.
He made a book about like Stalin growing up in the U.S.
Yeah, and his name's Joe Steele, and he becomes president and takes over. It's incredible.
Wow. Just the weird and wacky takes that you get from this stuff. And like you're talking about this is Henry Turtledove, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the weird and wacky takes you get from that gets compounded through freaking YouTube to the point that like suddenly people are like, yeah, but like the pyramids were built in like 30 million BC. And you're just like, huh? Like, what? I don't even get it.
Yeah. Well, that's even the I mean, that's some of the like tamest ones. I started coming across the myth of Hyperborea, about the mythical continent in the north where like all white people came from. Like that's a massive myth.
Well, I mean,
and that was a Turtle Dove.
Like
Or that
your
was-
literal channel icon is freaking Moo or Mao or whatever it's called.
Oh, it's Atlantis. Yeah, there's always
Well,
Atlantis.
it's always Atlantis, but it has like separate names, right?
Yeah. Moo.
But like your channel icon is like the continent between North America and Europe.
Yeah, Atlantis.
Well,
hence Atlantic Ocean.
Isn't it often called Moo?
No,
Moo's Pacific.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Moo's in the Pacific.
okay.
Atlantis is in the Atlantis. Lemuria
Well, that's
is
a
in
correction
India.
right
Indian
there.
Ocean.
It's in
Yeah.
the Indian Ocean, and then Hyperborea is in the Arctic Ocean.
And then Antarctica is in this. Oh wait, that one's real.
as far as we know. I think
No,
they're just covering up for.
Antarctica is not a real continent. It is a ice barrier to keep the oceans inside the flat Earth.
It's true. I think that Antarctica
That's just
is just made up.
reality. What are you arguing against?
I think Antarctica has been made up by Big Map to cover up for 500 years of saying Terra Australis is going to be a thing, and I don't think there's
We
anything
can't
there.
look foolish in front
Yeah, they
of
just
the
don't.
world.
They just don't want to look foolish. Penguins? You're telling me there's fat birds at the bottom of this ocean? Like, no.
Remember the
Bottom
Baja
of the
Island
Earth.
incident? They never let us live that down. If we're wrong about Terra Australis, our careers are over.
I misspoken. I said bottom of the ocean. They're just taking birds. Titanicing them.
all flightless birds are now required to just swim constantly. That's all they do.
It's the only way to correct it.
That is how we understand the Antarctic current. It's just flightless birds going around over and over again.
It's science. Highly speculative science.
Speaking of highly speculative science and how people misinterpret history, a lot of the comments on my Lost Cause video have been about, do I have it currently pulled up? Yes, I do. Oh, that is a perfect thumbnail right there.
Demonetize.
Come on, guys, get them, YouTube bots.
But
Get them.
a lot of it is less about like, how dare you be a lost causer in this man's America, and more like, no, this is America. This is like integral to the American myth.
This is America, and I'll catch you slipping.
But people often like to get really angry about like, how dare you? You don't know what you're talking about. But I start the video talking about, and we'll get, and I'm using this purposely as a transition. But I talk a lot about in the video, like, this is not just a YouTube video. This is something I've presented, right? And I thought this would be a nice chance to show what I mean by I've presented this. This is the actual presentation that the video is based upon. It is my second most popular video, and this is an actual history lecture that I gave in front of a class on Civil War history. These are the actual slides, right? Did I skip one? Yeah, I skipped one. And point being, the video itself is not meant to demonize anyone. This is actually just kind of the origin of what is becoming one of my most popular videos, which is just lectures. I don't know why they're popular, and I'm not going to delude myself by being like, look, my lectures are popular. Ha ha ha. I think it has a combination to do with like my popularity on YouTube, and also like the need for actual college level lectures on YouTube. But the video that in question, the this one is about how we use the Lost Cause myth. It's not just about debunking the Lost Cause myth. Obviously, it's incorrect. The video itself is about how the Lost Cause myth has changed American history. And that's also what the lecture is about. So you can actually see, if you go through the video and you go through the slides that I'm showing you right here, I'm not actually changing anything. I'm just adding a lot of cool visuals. That's all it is. So it's the beginning of my lecture series, but I added a lot of cool visuals, and I thought that was what was important. Later videos would tell me otherwise. Obviously, I have some jokes. Ha ha ha, there's a Monty Python reference. But main thing, I'm talking about like how this is important to American history. It's not just lost cause wrong. I'm saying like you believe in the lost cause, whether or not you think of it one way or the other. So this was actually presented in front of 2 different classrooms. But that became the basis of that video. But I think this whole lost cause myth video is kind of indicative. I don't know how to say that.
Indicative.
Indicative. Yeah.
Wow. Why did I say it that way? That sounds so much better.
Indicative. You get to say dick. Indicative of what HistoryTube was doing right at the beginning of the pandemic. This whole, like, not just that we were becoming more political or any BS like that, but also like becoming more aware of what we could do in the space. Did you guys have the same experience of the beginning of the pandemic?
I don't know. I didn't really like have any like notable change in how I approached my stuff during the pandemic.
Honestly, 2020 was pretty much just a year of getting married and dealing with my own personal stuff. But I think I don't know, I kind of continued doing the same sort of content, but I think I'm a little outside of the traditional history YouTube content. Like I can just talk about a what if scenario and kind of make
the weird
something
thing
out of
is
that.
you accept the limitations on like alternate history, that you're not willing to do the whole like I'm doing alternate history and therefore anything I do is just fiction and how dare you question it. Because when you start dealing with like, well, I'm just theorizing here, but like here's some ideas on what would happen, or what could happen is more accurate. That stance inherently disrupts the whole project of a lot of alternate history, not just HistoryTubers, but like a lot of just alternate history in general. The whole idea of like, it could have been better, but how dare these liberals get in the way?
I guess I've never really thought of my own content kind of like that. I've always done it more. Yeah.
It's a fine line, right? It's like, because like I've heard that too, of just like, oh, alternate history is just for like right-wing extremist fantasy, and it's like, all right, well, firstly, there are a lot of left-wing ones too. Secondly, it's like at the end of
I don't actually know any left-wing like.
Oh, there are plenty of like guys who are like, oh man, if Trotsky would have been there instead of Stalin,
let's put it this way: like Cody here is kind of like one of my. Oh shit! Here's the Tunche.
Woo!
Add him in.
It's Tunche Cypher. Tunche. Get it?
Damn it! I'm always fucking
you
that up.
will give the Sun Disc his proper respect.
I'm just gonna call you Andy forever.
That is my name. How's it going? Congratulations
Thank you.
on 10 years. Holy shit!
Although actually, the other two people in this have been around longer.
I know. Yo, Cody, we've never actually talked, man.
Yeah, we haven't. I'm a big fan of your videos. How's it going?
I'm aware, and thank you for your, at this point, years of patronage. You're a patron of the arts, my friend.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for your I love your Civil War series. I forgot. God, I'm blinking. We were just talking about it.
Checkmate Lincoln Knights.
Checkmate Lincoln Knights. Yes.
So
the latest
I know
video was a
full
work
well
of art.
that you just filmed, but you're clean shaved.
Yeah, I'm filming Frozen 50s Man right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's your fedora?
That's the location. I left the costumes there.
Yes. But yes, it's
going to be a great fucking episode. It's it's going to be long.
Like we just played the Lost Cause video, a little bit of your part in that, but currently we're talking about the interesting section between like alternate history, what Cody does, the actually like more thoughtful production of that, as opposed to the we've been hinting at it, but just to put it bluntly, the more wish fulfillment alternate history not hub, alternate history.
Well, alternate history is just fiction, and it's just being fan fiction with history nerds.
It's not just fiction though.
It is basic. It is just fiction.
It is fiction. It's not
you can have
just
like,
you can have theorizing or discussions of stuff, but at the end of the day, it is still fiction. It can be fiction using educational elements, but it's not like none of the stuff actually happened. We would never know what any of this would happen. But yes, there are bad actors that use that and use historical narratives to then be like, oh, well, they insert their own political ideologies into it and then say that this would then be my political ideology would be this, and it would be a wish fulfillment. And that's what a lot of alternate history ends up being, is just wish fulfillment. Ironically, the first channel the first alternate history channel before me, kind of did that from a left-wing perspective.
Alternate History PT.
Yeah, his channel was Alternate History PT. He was from Portugal, but every single scenario, every single video he did always ended in global communism winning, which was amazing. And it was just, he would always have a hammer and sickle on the moon, and that would be like the ultimate like civilization victory of the world uniting. And it was very charming. It's very charming looking back on it now. Now it's just right-wing nonsense and gobbledygook, and it makes my content look bad, and people think I'm associated with that. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's like Mr. Incredible saying, you're not associated with me, and that's what the last 6 years of my life have been. But
honestly, the most charming part about his videos was that he didn't really talk in most, I think he did a few of them, but most of them he never talked, and it was just slideshow stuff. And at the beginning, he would always have this disclaimer in well-meaning but broken English saying, "Oh, this is just fun, no mean to offend. I hope you enjoy it." Smiley face. Yeah, and then at the end, it's global communism. Smiley face. And so just after a while, even though his channel never got huge, there were a lot of people who were watching where it's like, "Oh, this is like a bit, right? This is like a joke." That's why, he's always ending the same way. How could this? It's like J-Rag before J-Rag. Like, how could this not be funny?
He's a well-meaning guy though. He's super nice, and I made a video a few months ago, and I mentioned him, and people went into his comment section. They're like, "Hey, Cody talked about you," and all he was just like, he was like, "Thanks for watching my video. Thanks for coming," and he had a smiley face at the end of it. It's super charming, and I love the guy. I wish him all the best.
Leave the man alone. He's just having fun.
He's just a man. That's
his quest for global communism.
Exactly.
So, what was interesting on the confluence of a lot of wish fulfillment alternate history tubers versus like what was happening in early 2020 and then into 2020 with all that happened then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw this weird confluence of a lot of what's I'm forgetting his name. Something Graham, the Ancient
Graham
Apocalypse guy.
Graham Hancock.
Oh God.
Graham Hancock. That came out earlier this year, right?
Ancient Apocalypse. Yeah. It came out
Or
in January or something. Yeah, but like quite
yeah,
recently. Yeah.
something recently,
Because
but it's very much a product of the pandemic, right? This whole kind of shut in, just let's listen to wacky shit. I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely loved freaking Tiger King, right?
I could not watch past the first episode. As soon as I saw the tigers and the chains, I'm like, okay, I like animals. I'm not watching this.
It made me sad.
Yeah.
Bro,
more or
but like,
less,
your entire like, it's you.
I would never do that to tigers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Honestly, Tiger Star, I had that. Which, by the way, you're awesome. But yeah, I had that same feeling. It boils my fucking blood. So I've got my dog is a dachshund, and it boils my fucking blood every time I see on the R Dachshund subreddit footage from Tiger King's farm where he just lets his dachshunds walk and play up to right up to lions and tigers and big cats and shit. It's like, oh, it's so cute. These animals are getting along. It's just like, you are fucking endangering the lives of all of these animals. Like this could turn on a fucking dime. You're a giant piece of shit. But that's also kind of the point of the documentary, right? Is that this guy was deeply flawed, and awful, and everybody was in that.
So I remember like when the documentary came out, like I remember one of my friends from like, you know how you had friends that you were just like, I don't care what the pandemic is doing, just come here and let's hang out kind of thing.
Yeah, but yeah, in your bubble,
Yeah.
Everybody had their kind of bubble.
One of my friends was that, and he came down from Denver, and like we were very much watching that together, and it just became the like, that bitch. Like nothing to do with like actually caring about the ethics of any. We're both historians, so we know very well not to follow that. But like at the same time, when you're making those kinds of jokes, how much of it is still buying into the whole hoax? Even when you're buying into the hoax. It's just fun to say, oh, that bitch.
Well, exactly. That was the gossip, Gossip is objectively fun.
See, that was like even though like I never ended up like watching through the whole thing, from like the bits and pieces and the summaries and stuff like that. The other problem I had with Tiger King was like because like Carol Baskin and like the whole big cat rescue thing. So here's the thing. Yeah, Carol Baskin's a weird cat lady. Haha, it's funny, blue haired. We get it. It's 2015, post 2015. But like big cat rescue, like the thing about
it's actually a genuinely good organization.
It's a genuinely good organization, because their thing is that unlike the Tiger King, they rescue or buy or inherit or are given cats that are already essentially unable to go back to the wild, cats that were already abused by circuses or people who thought they could own exotic pets. And it's basically giving them like, the closest thing to a nice retirement home that they can have. And so
sanctuary.
And a lot of it felt like this weird false equivalency, because like the Tiger King would say, that bitch is criticizing me, but she does the same thing. It's like, no, she doesn't. She really doesn't. It's like comparing circuses to zoos. They serve different functions, even if you're going there to see the animals.
And not just the malignancy of the documentary itself.
Maybe I'm a little bit more, kind of, radical. But yeah, I'd compare them. You know,
well, I mean, yes, there are
here's
bad zoos, but there can be good zoos. But a lot of animal circuses are
but like
genuinely terrible. Like
the Carol Baskin stuff is like an actual rescue, right? Like they're
Yeah.
trying to rescue big cats from these kind of malignant organizations. There's a very real difference between like what Joe whatever and Carol Baskin was doing. Carol Baskin was, you know, a saint compared to Joe, and like the whole point is that comparison, right?
Yeah.
So the documentary falls flat on its face as soon as you do any kind of research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of documentaries do. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I've had a real cooling toward most documentaries, and just like, I don't know. I mean, both kind of like just my background is in film, and but also just kind of my, I guess, you know, in many ways self-taught. Certainly nowhere near on your level, Cypher. You know, in terms of kind of academic rigor, but just my sort of growing appreciation for
of the four people on here, you were doing more references than the other two.
Ooh, shots fired. What do you guys
That's true.
Look, if I put
I feel
that
so
means
guilty.
that you two need to be doing more.
No. See, if I had to put footnotes on a map for every time I would have to, it would just be fireworks of footnotes everywhere. I'm not doing
You
that.
literally have like a whole section of notes on your videos.
Yeah, I list the sources. That's good enough. God damn it.
That is one of the things I really feel like I need to work on. But also like half of the video is just made up fiction stuff. And I'm just like, okay, anytime I do talk about a claim, I just am going to add sources. I just need to.
So it's always you
no, there's
should
a lot
always
of,
have.
Sorry, just to finish my point, if you don't mind. No, just what I was saying. I feel like I was, you know, not a anyway. So with documentaries, you know, that you kind of, if you have sort of an understanding of how movies are made and just how, like, not even how movies are made, you know, but like just how things cut together, just editing, you know what I mean, and deceptive editing and the cool shot effect, and how a filmmaker can make you think a certain thing if they put certain images together, and then you kind of put that in with the lack of credible sources that a lot of documentaries have, or they sort of, you know, oh, here's somebody who's a talking head to talk about it, and like their credentials, you kind of look at it closely, it's like, I don't know if this person really knows what they're talking about, you know. It's very sketchy.
On a lot of
pulled on like 90% of documentaries.
I saw
a lot of History Channel documentaries, and this is, you know, speaking from experience, are scripted basically. They might not have like the you know, say these lines thing, but it will be like, hey, we need you to talk about this. And admittedly, I do the same thing when I bring in experts. I'll be like, I need you to talk about this.
You have to, you kind of have to do that though. You kind of have to like focus the conversation. Otherwise, like your
but
it's going to be like unusable, you know.
It's different when I feel like it's different when I do it, but like
but it is.
It really is, because like when I do it, I'm talking about like, hey, you're a scholar who talks about this particular topic. I want you to talk about this particular topic, but in this particular way. That's what I'm talking about. When it comes to a lot of documentaries, it's like, we want you to talk about this particular topic in this particular way, in our particular way.
Yeah, for sure.
And you don't get to do that with experts. I've had at least 3 History Channel documentaries that I've straight up just been like, no. Because I knew exactly what it was, and I'm straight up not willing to deal with them. But like, that's one of those things that you have to play that game of like, do you want to actually do anything with the History Channel, or do you want to use that position of authority to do something with it? And hopefully they'll let you in a good way.
Yeah, hopefully they'll cut it together in a way that makes sense and reflects what you were actually talking about in the interview. Yeah, exactly.
Like
I think it's always fun. I mean, I don't want to cut in, but the one thing I'm thinking of is Ancient Aliens. Sometimes Ancient Aliens does genuinely have actual historians and archaeologists.
Mhm.
And it's very funny when they have them and the historian says something entirely accurate, and then they split it with just a UFO flying or something. They're like, look, this is evidence. An actual historian said it.
Oh,
So
it
that's-
gets even more deceptive than that.
Yeah.
Like,
Or it's like, we don't know, it's like we don't know how they built it, which we don't know how a lot of people built a lot of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, done, they just take
yeah, yeah. That thing
this
of like,
expert says he doesn't know, oh, God.
flash of light and a panning.
and the whole thing of like, okay, we don't understand. So there's been a whole bunch of recent hubbub around, and once again, I'm not pretending to be any kind of expert on Egyptology, but there's a really interesting higher entrance to the Pyramid of Giza that we have new imagery of.
Yeah.
That literally
wow.
in the last couple of weeks we have new imagery of, and it's a whole passageway that we didn't even know about, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really cool stuff.
Yeah. I heard about that. It was awesome. Yeah.
I haven't heard about this. That's
And you look
insane.
and you look at that, and my internet addled brain just instantly goes, okay, how are these freaking ufologists going to freaking take this?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, honestly, I don't care if it's like unknown to modern science. That shit was still raided by tomb robbers 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's new, but like,
there's actually significant evidence that it actually hasn't been
broken and fucking robbed it. Like there's not a fucking site in Egypt.
There's significant evidence that this has actually been untouched.
Oh, then let's go rob.
Oh, really? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
it is a big pyramid.
No, the main thing is that the dust that's settled in the area that we're getting these pictures from, the pictures are being taken by literally shoving freaking basically the same kind of like FBI freaking we're going to raid your house kind of camera.
Yeah.
They're using the same technology, and they're taking that and using that to carbon date stuff. And turns out that sounds like nobody ever dealt with it. Now, I have seen Matt was on was in a previous live stream with I'm forgetting his name, but Matt's simultaneous live stream during this whole thing was dealing with somebody who talked about that this might have been a tunnel specifically meant to relieve pressure on the main tunnel.
Oh.
Cool.
Makes perfect sense. And what's there to rob when there's nothing to rob?
Yeah.
And there were
I don't know
already,
the
like, air
validity of
shafts.
any of that, but that's like a theory.
There already were like known air shafts to help with like other paths in the pyramid already too, so it makes sense.
That would be interesting then. Does that mean that this passage could have like less royal artifacts or anything? It could have more everyday artifacts in it?
Ooh, oh man.
Well,
it's where the employees put their shovels at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Like everyday, but this could be like the greatest preservation of just everyday items in ancient
Well,
Egypt.
it wouldn't.
Old Kingdom. Yeah.
Old Kingdom, yeah.
Because mind you, we have a lot of Old Kingdom, how the pyramids were built kind of stuff. We have preserved records of a labor strike. That's a real thing that happened. By the way, for anybody who thinks that the pyramids were built
but
by
I heard that
slaves,
it was built by slaves.
Exactly.
That's what I heard. Cypher.
That
The
kind of
Bible told me so.
incorrect information gets passed down by generation, and then that gets interlaid with things like the Bible, where they're like, well, the Bible talks about slaves in Egypt, and it's like, well, we only know about like systemic slavery in Egypt in like the 16th century BC, but like That's well after the pyramids.
Yeah, stupidly long after.
Well, I mean, there's exceptions. But like,
by the way,
you
have you guys read the Bible recently?
Was there an
I mean,
update?
not since I was in basic training.
Because it's like pretty fucking metal.
Well, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like what is it? Metallica's Creeping Death is about the 10 plagues of Egypt.
Yeah.
I mean, Old Testament shit is Old Testament.
Die by my hand, I creep across the land, killing firstborn man. Die.
The lyrics write themselves, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of cool sort of history YouTube stuff, so Justin Sledge, who's I've collaborated with a couple times, who runs the channel Esoterica, which is a fucking awesome channel, and it's kind of blown up recently, which is like really gratifying.
I know the channel, and I will post it in the chat as soon as I can get the channel.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's just Esoterica, all caps, yeah, Justin is awesome, and he, and he does all sorts of. He's an expert in Western occultism, and he does all sorts of sort of Jewish mythology and early Christian mythology, and he's kind of more part of religion tube than kind of, I guess, us, which are more sort of.
So like, religion for breakfast is the biggest in that space.
Exactly, and Justin has collaborated with Religion for Breakfast a couple times.
I must be spelling this incorrectly. I spelled it with a K.
Yeah, no, with a C, Esoterica, and he's done a bunch of really cool stuff. We collaborated on my demonology adaptation and stuff, and I've done a couple things. He's awesome, but he made the Esoterica channel. So he's anyway, I was saying, so like in the endless sea of mediocrity, where you see these like fucking parasites and frauds, fucking get rolling in wealth on YouTube and gaming the system to gain tons of subscribers. It is so nice to see somebody with like an academic background with like fucking good history and just like genuinely good intentions, just trying to educate people, like fucking blow up. And he is, I think he's bigger than me at this point, which is awesome. And he made a video recently about sort of how Yahweh went from being sort of a regional, provincial sort of god of deserts and storms and war to
Cypher
god
here.
of global monotheism, So and it's a really interesting journey through a lot of like sort of ancient Near Eastern mythology and how Yahweh's story kind of got mixed with the story of El, who was kind of like Enlil / Zeus / he's kind of the sort of the king of the gods and this sort of grandfatherly sort of figure, whereas Yahweh was sort of the god of like teeth and iron and blood, and you kind of, and that's reflected in the Old Testament, because sometimes God will show up and be like, I love everyone, and I am just such a fan of everybody, and my loving embrace is great. And then, 2 stanzas later, he'll be like, I will destroy the Amalekites, and it's like, whoa. Okay.
Well, it's one interesting thing that no one ever really talks about in the Old Testament. Like, God always brings up other gods. Like there's always talk. Yeah, it's like, yes, there's other gods, and our God is better than them, and we'll beat them up. And yeah, that's a great channel though. Wow, I'm going to check that out.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So Esoterica the first time I ran into Esoterica was when he did stuff with Religion for Breakfast, and what was particularly interesting was specifically that whole like other gods than Yahweh. And his videos on that were I never went past just those, but like he has like a whole series on just like other gods in the Bible than Yahweh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
well, Baal is very much like a thunder god, and it's just been so misinterpreted throughout the centuries and stuff, and that we had to basically reverse using archaeology, reverse engineer what Baal even was. And he was basically just a rain god, but then he was just
Thunderball.
demonized. Yeah, pretty much.
So the I don't want to distract too much from this conversation because it's great, but I need to grab more beer. And we have 2 more videos to get through, and surprisingly, we're actually coming close to 10 hours.
Oh man, it has been 2 years since 2020. I forgot. That's
Well, Cody, it's
I
actually
always
been
think
3.
Oh, don't say that. I always think of 2020. I think of last year. So that the last 2 years gone.
The pandemic is either 2 months or 20 years.
Yeah.
Nothing in between.
So is it just me, or does anybody else kind of miss deep quarantine?
No.
I do not. I had to get
Mm-mm.
I had to get married in deep quarantine. My
yeah.
wedding was in April of 2020.
Oh, Cody.
Yeah. It was when you couldn't even have 15 people in the same room.
Oh.
Masks didn't exist.
Yeah.
It was
You
muted yourself, Cody.
Muted yourself. He got so angry that he muted himself.
But yes, I don't miss that one bit.
Yeah. Well, congratulations in any case, and yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
And you're a father now, right, Cody?
I am. 1 sec. My AirPod's out. There's no echo, is there?
No.
Nope.
No? Okay, cool. Yes, I'm a father. 4 months. Baby boy. So that's been very, very tiring.
That's been a thing.
Yeah, I'm proud.
that recent?
It's a new adventure.
Yeah,
It's something to balance both a kid and the channel. So
Read him some turtle dove before bed every night.
pretty much. I'm very thankful to at least have a kid after, sort of the whole COVID thing began, because hearing stories of people who had babies during quarantine, it just sounded like it was a nightmare. And it's like childbirth is such a emotional thing for women too, and it's such you need family members in there, and they were limiting people to only like 3 or 4 people in a room, or even less. I think it was like 2 for some hospitals, maybe 1, and it just emotionally destroyed so many women when they had babies. And it's like, luckily we were after that, and so we could at least have a few people in our hospital. And but
well, I mean, I'd imagine for both parents, that would be, I mean, it's I mean, I don't know, I don't have kids, but I'd imagine for the father too. I mean, it's like scary, right? Seeing your partner or your wife like going through this horrible, horrific Cronenberg thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you just want to, be there, emotionally support them, and so it just, at least be like, atta girl. That's all you do. It's like they're always like, oh, we're having a baby, or like, oh, we're, and it's like, no, if you're the guy, you're just like, oh yeah, you go. It sucks, buddy. Sorry. Almost over. And you're just like,
I'm gonna knock a few back. Go to the bar. I'm gonna knock a few back. You got this, right?
Yeah. Best way to sum it up is I saw a picture that's just like a guy holding a pizza, and it's just like, oh man, that sucks. So she's in like hard labor.
Yeah, it's like Walter White in that one episode. I brought pizza.
Pretty
Let
much.
me throw it on the roof.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly an experience. But yeah, it's the last 2 years have just felt like such.
At
a
least
blur.
you're not in Ohio anymore.
Yeah, it was. I would say, because I know that you live in New Orleans, right?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. So I would say that living in the South during quarantine is definitely a lot different than living in the North during quarantine, because when you're isolated,
your high taxes and lack of freedom.
Yeah. Oh, and not only that, it was just cold and miserable. And so when I think when I think of the quarantine, I just think of just endless winter and just gray skies. Yeah. And it's like,
wait, but you were already in Texas.
No, I was in Texas in 2021, in like late 2021. So it was
Oh.
when the
Yeah.
when the quarantine
you
and everything
moved
was already
during
done.
the pandemic?
Yeah, that's when everyone like gave up. It's just like,
Yeah.
arguing.
Like, I mean, at
I
a
s-
certain point,
I
man, life moves on, and that's just.
Yeah.
I was
You know, I
trying
mean, I got vaccinated for a reason.
Yeah, but enough
Well,
about
you
me.
got
How about you
grapes.
guys? What did you
You're
doing a
do? You
grapes
miss
of
the
I tried
quarantine?
really hard to move. So I woke up one day with, where is this beast? I don't know where he is. I woke up one day. I had to go. I had to take the beast to the vet. So I was like, I'm going to put my Jeep outside and, leave it there so that I have to do the minimum distance with him in the cat carrier, right? Like, because cats are cats. They don't like being confined. And I woke up in the middle of the night and I just heard what I knew exactly what it was, but I knew exactly what it was because I'm a combat veteran.
Yeah.
So I wake up to
Oh shit.
and it's like, and I'm kind of going like, all right, there's some sort of shooter going down, like a mile away. I'm getting a bunch of ricochets, whatever.
Yeah.
Does explain how bad Albuquerque is when I'm just like, oh, it's just a few ricochets. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Dude, I could not relate more. We had a historic crime wave just this winter, and yeah, it was kind of just like, huh.
In New Orleans?
Sounds like
Or
semi-auto
New Orleans.
tonight. Okay, semi-auto. Okay, that's not so bad, Yeah, it was
And
pretty bad.
And I remember literally grabbing King, being like, "No, you stay on the bed. Like this is for safety. You stay here."
Yeah.
They grab him by the chest and hold him down, kind of thing.
Yeah. I bet he loved that.
And it actually happens on a regular basis here. Like it wasn't out of the normal.
True.
What was different was that I left my Jeep outside so I could put him in the cat carrier and freaking walk him out. So I do all that in the morning, and I start walking him out, and then I see there's a fucking bullet in my windshield.
Oh, wow.
No joke. I wake up and I'm like, I'm carrying my cat out to the freaking Jeep, and it's like, oh, I can't take my Jeep. I'm like calling a bunch of friends like, please, can you help me? Are you not working right now? Please help me. I need to take my cat. And they're just going like, put the door, because I famously do not normally drive with doors, but I had the doors on.
Oh yeah, there's that picture of you like on at some national park with your Jeep and just like, yeah, you're.
That could be any number of things.
Yeah, but,
I do not.
It's kind of a fucked up rite of passage in a lot of cities, I think.
If it's a rite of passage to have bullets in your windshield,
I think maybe big cities, medium-sized cities, probably not.
I live plenty in Las Vegas, Nevada. I never had any such problem. This is like a specifically Albuquerque thing.
Yeah.
And mind you, my Jeep has been stolen here. That was never a problem in Las Vegas or San Luis Obispo. But I woke up, I was trying to take King out to the Jeep, and I get him in the Jeep, and I'm like, why is there a crack? The whole, north-south of the thing, and it's like, oh. And I actually just picked up the bullet is...
Oh, the casing?
No, just the bullet.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
No, I have the bullet somewhere.
Casing, somebody would have to have gone right up to your Jeep and just gone, yeah. Like,
no, I'm pretty sure
they just put it nicely on your dashboard, and they're like, here you go.
So I remember the night before when I woke up to him, to King going like, what's that? And I just hear, and like, not to be too morbid, but I know the sound of bullets coming my way.
Sure.
And
yeah,
no, that was like, what we in the army called Hail Marys. Basically, somebody was having a shootout freaking like a mile away, and I was just getting the freaking ricochets.
Yeah, exactly.
Either way, I got a freaking bullet in the windshield, and I couldn't take him out to the vet without a friend's help. That's how bad this town is.
Yeah, there was a pretty recently actually. Me and my buddy Carl, who I'm sure probably some of the people watching know.
In range.
In range, yeah. We were out drinking at a bar here in New Orleans, and in not the best part of town, but the bar was really cool, and it's the sort of place that opens, after the sun goes down. You know what I mean? Which I just realized sounds like a sexy thing. It's not. It wasn't a sexy thing.
In Las Vegas, that's just your.
I promise. I know that a bunch of fucking right wing chuds are gonna fucking clip this audio and run with it, but that's fine.
There's been plenty of that. This
you guys can. Yeah,
there's gonna be a lot.
You guys can think what you want. But no, it's just like it's like a fucking nighttime type of like place, and that's just like very kind of spooky, I guess. And that's kind of its whole vibe. And there's a good amount of that here in New Orleans of just like kind of spooky bars,
you've done a lot of content in terms of just like, hey, here's a place that I used to do ghost tours at.
No, spookier than that. Like here's where like fucking true goths hang out. You know what I mean? Like here's like a fucking goth bar that in like after Interview with the Vampire came out, like the fucking OG like Anne Rice goths hung out here. You know what I mean?
Man, that's an aesthetic.
Yeah, that's an aesthetic. So we were hanging out there, and it's a great little place. And we were like talking to the bartender, and we got there like right after it opened, and it was just chatting and stuff. And it was our first time there, so we were like, oh, let's like hang out outside. Let's just kind of like get the vibe of this place. So we're hanging outside. We were drinking our beers, and this car with dark windows pulls up, and you can just tell immediately there are 10 men in this car. This car is packed to the gills with men. And the window of the passenger side rolls down. And this guy with a lot of face tattoos leans up. He says, yo, are you Keith? And we were like,
no.
And he goes, window goes back up. They pull out. And Carl and I are like, and Carl is a very experienced, like he is proficient in firearms. Like this guy, you know what I mean? Like he is, and he's been in a lot of those situations before. It was like, that was a little shooty. And I was like, yeah, let's go inside. Like, and we went inside. And actually the door of that bar, actually now that I think of it, straight up had a bullet hole in it already.
Man.
How else are we gonna see outside?
Yeah. So it was yeah, I was like, no. But also, like, why would you, if you were going to shoot someone, like, hey, are you Keith? It's like, even if I was Keith, I would still say no, right?
Maybe he just really didn't like people named Keith.
Yeah, maybe he didn't. Yeah, or
maybe he was just going around. Is your name Keith?
Maybe it was suicide by gangster. Maybe Keith. I am he,
It's a rite of passage. Kill a Keith.
Just some poor tourist just like
Keith,
Yeah, my name's Keith. What's up? My dad told me to come down here. It seems like a cool place. He gave me 10 grand. And it's like, oh, your name is Keith. All right.
That's funny. Your guys' cities sound I'd say interesting. Nothing happens in my city. I think the biggest thing that happened was someone was breaking into a few houses around my area, and so everyone freaked out and they all wanted to do a neighborhood watch, and it was just because all the neighbors know each other, so they're all just like, okay, we got all of the cameras band together, and then we had like 3 cop cars and like a small little block area until they caught the guy, and he was breaking into houses, and it was like, that was it. That was the only crime that happened in the last 3 years. The winter has had more effect on the city than the crime has. So trees have been more destructive. So
see, we have a whole joke around the state. So the state motto is "Land of Enchantment," right? But here in Albuquerque, we call it the Land of Entrapment. And the joke is, you come here for the history, the vistas, the cool tourist stuff.
In the words of Rich Evans, the vistas.
And you
Thank
stay
you for
because
laughing,
someone stole your
actually.
car.
Sorry, go on. I'm sorry, Cypher. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
You stay because someone stole your car. We are the car theft capital of the
For a long
U.S.
time, nearly a decade. I've never been mugged.
I got mugged down the street a ways. Like, no joke. And I could show this. Whoop. Okay. So, normal backpack, right?
Yeah.
But, no joke.
You about to do a fucking magic
This
trick
is
to your Cypher?
this is set up specifically for reaching behind me, but that's a push knife.
Oh shit!
Damn.
That's some Titus push. Yeah.
This was after somebody tried to mug me, and I was like so pissed off. So the funny thing is, the guy tried to mug me with, just the most pitiful knife you could imagine, just like a pen knife, and he did the power stance. You know what I mean?
You mean
Power
Kind of
stance.
square your shoulders and.
No, I'm talking about legs. He did the wide apart kind of thing.
Oh, he did the Uncle Iroh thing.
Okay.
So
He had to get his chi all built up.
guess what I did?
What did you do? Pull the gun?
Kick him
Well,
walls.
When it's a
Oh!
big across, there's a pretty wide.
Oh no,
area
you
there.
did!
Kick him in the dishpan. Woo hoo hoo.
Wow, you actually did. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, why
No,
not?
I mean, like it's a.
Did you go? That's my purse. I don't know you, and then you kicked it, Bobby Hill style.
No, and I can tell you the exact location. It's on. If you know the 7-Eleven near University and Central, right there. Anybody who knows Albuquerque will be like, yeah, that sounds about right. And yeah, some
Hey, it
guy with
works.
a knife that was about that big tried to mug me. I mean, like, this is a.
It's still a
Gerber.
knife. So
And like,
yeah.
I like.
Yeah. If you gotta fight dirty, you gotta fight dirty.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
no.
Like this knife is bigger than the knife he pulled on me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've gotten a pretty good like read on sketchy situations, and I just like don't allow myself to be put in them. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like sometimes it
You
is
don't really
kind of
have that
simple.
choice in Albuquerque.
I mean,
You're
you know,
just
I-
there.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't-
it really
I don't mean
depends
to,
on
you
your.
know,
Yeah.
I don't mean to know true Scotsman you, but come to New Orleans for it's I don't think it's significant. We are
Well,
the
I
murder
will point
capital
out
of the
that
world
the
right
murder
now,
rate and the homicide rate and the theft rate are substantially higher here.
Well, my city could kick the ass out, could kick the shit out of your city.
St. Louis is the murder capital now.
It might be.
St. Louis
Tiger
is,
Star
St. Louis is
got us all
actually
beat,
way
so.
worse. So
Yeah.
Civil War week
I mean,
by
I
week
live in
is
St.
actually
Louis, so
there.
I wouldn't say I beat you, but
And
it's there.
you're not in St. Louis.
That's why I just said it's like I didn't beat you. I don't live in St. Louis. What I was going to ask: have any of you ever used the app Nextdoor?
Oh
Yes.
my god! It is.
Oh
the
my
most it is more racist than the fucking Nuremberg.
I don't
Yeah.
know what it is.
You haven't
okay,
seen
so-
you haven't seen Next Door in Texas.
Yeah,
It
'cause,
is
like,
I've
talking
seen
about
it in Louisiana.
Okay.
okay.
so
Well, yeah,
for-
neighbors. There
For
we go.
Cypher and for people who don't know, Nextdoor is this app, and like I was introduced to this app where it's like, oh, well, you see, it's kind of like almost like a social media page for like your neighborhood. So like you can learn about like garage sales, or
I thought it
if
would be
someone's
so
dog
useful.
went
I thought it would be
missing,
so
you could post it on there. And I'm thinking, oh, that's kind of neat. But then it turns out to imagine like just a bunch of Reddit threads of your anonymous neighbors that are either really McCarthyist or really racist. So there'll be you know,
Okay. I get where this is going.
yeah, so especially like if you live in like, you know, a neighborhood that has like a lot of like apartment complexes, for example, there'll be something like, has anyone else ever noticed the 27M this complexion person who walks his dog around this time of night always seems to mysteriously be within 1 mile of someone's car getting scratched. And it's like, oh, I noticed the same thing.
At all hours of
Yeah.
the night, and no, there's all sorts of like very coded language. Sadly, you see this on the New Orleans subreddit more and more, but which is unfortunate because it used to be a really cool place. But yeah, you have kind of like little coded things like these animals who commit these crimes. You know, there's these beasts. You know, it's always this kind of like animalistic language. You know,
It's got that like
let's see a picture of this guy who you're all calling animal.
it's got that like Shirley Jackson, Stephen King air of like, oh, everyone's just so nice, but anonymously on the app, they are watching your every move. And
I think a lot of that stuff is almost compensating for. So living in a city where you actually have to deal with a lot of murder and that, a lot of that stuff is kind of like basically compensating. Like, yeah, we totally have the same kind of murders. Like, do you really? Do you want that? Why do you want that?
Yeah, it's like
why do you want to live here in Albuquerque?
Yeah, it's like I was like quiet for most of the pandemic question because like my little town is just so simple. I'm just like, oh, I worked at a library, so like I didn't have to go to work, and because it was a public job, and Missouri last year voted, or as in 2018 last year, voted to not be a right to work state. We threatened to unionize if they didn't pay us when we didn't work, and so I was basically paid to stay at home and just work on my videos. And my social life is online, so my life was just wonderful. And then it's like, oh, so I dealt with a shooting while I was trying to get my cat to the hospital. And it's like, yes.
Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, we were very. I think. I mean, probably all of us, right? We're doing YouTube full time at least at some point during the pandemic. I mean, my channel blew up April.
Actually, I have never actually done YouTube full time.
Oh yes, because
I
you're
just
a real
made-
historian, unlike
I just
not only
made
the
the
rest of
jump.
us, but everyone.
I had just made the jump to full time in like October of last year.
Congratulations!
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah,
mine's
I
was
mean,
full
you're
time.
making more money than with your library job, right?
Well, I mean, I lost my library income.
Yeah, but in general, you like obviously it takes time to ramp up production and everything.
Yes,
but once
my
you ramped up
YouTube was-
production, you're making more money with YouTube than you were with doing YouTube
Yes.
and the library.
Yes, but it's still early enough where I'm spending a little less.
Sure. Yeah. No. Totally.
Well, it's
from
something that I
someone who
wanted
was-
to talk with Andy here was because
me.
I mean, you're coming straight from a shoot earlier today.
Yeah.
Was how we're reinvesting our money in this stuff, right? Because
No.
it's not just that we are.
The only things I spend money on myself for is like filming stuff, which I spend recklessly, irresponsibly. But
well, you're also
otherwise I
you
just-
are advancing the craft in significant ways. You know, like I'm absolutely still at fault of doing the like, okay. Am
Your
I going to
production
be able
level
to
is
show
insane.
enough
It
pictures to
really
not
is.
show up on camera, kind of thing? And if I have to show up on camera, it's just, hey, Cypher here, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Right
Like
to
I'm
the
still
camera.
I'm still using like basically cartoon characters, and you just have full sets and like amazing editing, and I'm just like, man, I need to step up my game.
Hi, I use MS
Well,
Paint.
thank you guys, but I well, that's very sweet and thank you, but it's also kind of like, I mean, first of all, Cody, your shit is even though it's kind of basic cartoons, as you say, it is still like way more kind of thought out and just sort of like logical and then fucking 95% of like similar kind of history content of your ilk. You know what I mean? It's like the gags are there, the visual references are there, you know exactly kind of what image goes with what idea. And that is a concept that is like, frankly, fucking beyond most people who do education on YouTube, to the point where it's like,
well, thank you.
But it's true. Like there's sort of there's an instinctual talent there. You know what I mean? That you kind of like, that you just have that a lot of people don't, where you kind of, to the point where a lot of other people who kind of attempt to do things like you do are just like fucking unwatchable. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, here's a ball that represents a country. Fuck off with that fucking shit, you know.
Well, it's also
I
that
mean, but you know,
we
and
talked
it's
about
like
earlier
it's like,
something that we were
it's what
talking
you're
about.
trying to do is like very different from like what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's like
Something we were talking about earlier is the time and expense of animation, not just
dude.
Yeah, like because
Yeah.
we had you know Tim Betts, Andy.
I don't actually.
He currently runs channel Drawn of History, but he used to
Oh
run.
yeah, yes, of course I know Tim. Yes, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
So
yeah. Which sorry, Tim. So we had a long time we were planning this collab, which never panned out, but it was about Confederacy of Dunces, and it would have been awesome. Never quite happened.
Oh,
But
I love that book.
Oh my god, it's one of the best books, fucking as a fucking masterpiece.
I just finished freaking Return of Martin Gere. Like same author, I believe, right? Natalie Zeman Davis, right?
No, this was Kennedy O'Toole.
Oh,
why am I blanking on the name here? A quick Google.
But it's
You
not.
had it. It's Kennedy
It's not
O'Toole.
Natalie Zeman Davis.
No. John Kennedy Toole. He was a nobody here in New Orleans. He was just some guy, and he wrote this fucking great American novel. You know, it's sad and I'm gonna butcher the story, but it sat in a fucking drawer for years. He committed suicide, and then his mother published it posthumously. And it won the Pulitzer Prize or some shit. It became incredibly famous, and it's like widely regarded as, you know, fucking one of the great American novels. And it is not only is it like very true to this city and you know, sort of like very, especially kind of the French Quarter, which is its own kind of ecosystem, and it just like captures that so well. But it's also
I just started capturing it in Mafia 3.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. In New Bordeaux or whatever. But
That's
it's
what
also,
they call it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also laugh out loud funny. Like laugh out loud funny. Yeah, reading it, you read it on the train, you read it on the bus or whatever, and you will just be like weeping.
It's so good.
Confederacy of Dunces, but fucking read it. Anybody in the chat who hasn't already? Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of recommendations from this live stream. Esoterica, this new book.
Yeah.
I'm just writing it down in notes.
Yeah, I know. Awesome. But yeah,
I'm always trying to promote other HistoryTubers, and that's actually kind of the idea of this stream has been about like how HistoryTube developed.
Yeah.
Now we have managed to get to 2020, and we talked a little bit, Andy, about like how the Lost Cause video ended up like blowing up your channel, and like.
Yeah. Well, it kind of, you know, it tipped the first domino over. I think there was algorithmic, you know, I think it like because I've had, you know, I've tried to like platform.
My argument on that is like
did not have the same results, but
you needed the money from like, you know, popular attention to start dumping it into production.
Well, yeah, 100%.
And you're like the only one in the HistoryTuber space who is doing any kind of like big theatrical production. Most of us, and I'm absolutely one of these folks, who are still just like, today we're going to talk about, I'm talking to the camera, you know? And it's just like the most pictures will function and all that kind of stuff. But especially throughout the pandemic, the mid-pandemic, you know, March 2020 onward. So I released the Lost Cause video just before the pandemic. But after it, all of us saw a tremendous bump in terms of viewership because nobody really had anything else to do than to go and watch. But simultaneously, there was a presidential election and a lot of other things going on politically.
Yeah.
And I'm using this intentionally as a because segue, but also to explain how the HistoryTuber space changed throughout that period.
Yeah. No, it was definitely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I for sure was informed by, and this is gonna fucking get clipped by the culture warriors, but whatever. Fuck you guys. Yeah, just like shit on a plate and eat it, seriously. But anyway, but like I was definitely informed by a lot of the shit that was going on in 2020 and a lot of the stuff that I made that I didn't, I didn't sort of, at least knowingly, I mean, everybody has their biases, but I didn't knowingly kind of like skew things to like make it more relevant. But, it was for sure just in the terms of the topics that I covered.
Yeah,
I was absolutely kind of inspired by like, wow, it seems like our country is teetering on the edge of collapse, and maybe there's some lessons from history to be learned here, Yeah.
So it wasn't just that. So early in the stream, we were talking about like how HistoryTube in general became more aware of its political circumstances in 2017.
Yeah.
I used my slavery myths video as like an example of that, where it was like, look, I've always been political. It's not like suddenly I became. I'm tired of the cynical historian when he became political.
I
It's
liked you before you went political. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like my 4th video ever was about the Boston bombing. Like I've been political the whole fucking time.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But what changed was oh, I got to get to these super chats, sorry. But what changed was HistoryTube in general, this less about like, hey, we need to counteract Trump. Hey, we need to counteract all of this rise of like Gamergate right-wing stuff or anything along those lines, but more like a general recognition that we need to counteract a lot of this kind of bad stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where in 2021, after all the craziness that came with 2020 and January 6th, I finally was like, all right, we need to explain what the hell's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the history of U.S. insurrections and stuff.
Yes. And that ultimately led to the next video.
The Justice League. Oh, okay.
This one.
Polarization.
Now, we don't need to play much of it. That's not the point here. The point is to be like... The
point isn't to bask in Cypher's glory. It's
that's not why we're here? Okay, I want to go then.
It's just to have a live stream dedicated to his
But it's to talk about how HistoryTube has changed substantially. And I think this is actually a pretty good example of like where we were in 2021, just reeling from all the craziness of 2020 and like trying to make sense of it. And this was my attempt at it. A whole series of like the history of political polarization, which inevitably became the next like big popular series that I did.
All right, play that shit. I gotta go pee, and I'm gonna get another facility.
And I also need to go grab another beer.
I'll be back. I'm gonna mute. All right, bye.
So I'm gonna play just
the
the beginning of it.
For Lent.
You gave up drinking for Lent?
Yeah, I had to give up. I gave up something I liked for Lent. Yeah, so.
Oh man. Well, you just have to deal with this sober then. So I'm going to play just enough. I think the intro of this should be. I remember it well enough that the intro of it should be enough to explain what it is to anybody who hasn't seen it or doesn't remember. And it also gives me enough time to go to the bathroom and grab another beer. So I will be back, and absolutely, Ed, I will be dealing with your comment when we come back. It's just, I really need to go to the bathroom. But hopefully this explains where we were in 2011. 2011. 2021. I'll be back in a sec.
Tiger Star, we can take over. We can take over the podcast right now. Or the stream.
And I want to dedicate this to be more of a what is to be done. So it's going to be more of an editorial, like a diatribe. There's not going to be much to visualize, there's no script. This is just thinking about what it all means. And one thing I've seen in the comments a few times are people saying, well, you're not offering any solutions, so how come you're even talking? And one, history doesn't have to offer solutions. That's not how history works. It's about discovering the past, the story of us. We have to recognize the problem first, then we can go about fixing it. And
We're
this
all in this
series
together.
about recognizing that problem.
So
And the problem
we
is
show
political
that you
polarization
know
itself, right? That's been the theme of this entire series. But something I want to point out is that political polarization is not necessarily a bad thing. We have been, as a country, far more polarized than this. But that was back in the 1850s and 60s, as in the sectional crisis and the Civil War. Obviously, we had a reason to be polarized, and it was a good reason. But here, it's not so much. It's much more superficial. Both parties are very much neoliberal parties. They might have switched in terms of who was conservative and who was liberal, but for the most part, they are both neoliberal. And while the consequences of neoliberalism are certainly spurring on populism, which is, in fact, the great divide, the culture wars and the problems with social media and whatnot are really not necessary things. They aren't doing anything other than polarizing us for no good reason. It just means to score political points towards pretty much the same ends. But also that whole thing with populism is a signal of what is possibly to come. For we had a very similar chain of events back at the turn of the century. And that's where I think we might want to turn to understand where we can go. Essentially, there.
Okay, I think that's a good place to pause it, right?
Crucify me on a cross of silver.
No. Freaking screw freaking that guy. But this guy had I never know where to point. This guy knew where to go. Right?
Right.
And that's kind of the whole point of this particular episode. It's about like analyzing the 1912 progressive platform and how we can use that idea to view a new form of progressivism, right? I think there's a lot of things talked about in this video, and I don't think we want to go through every single thing. We've actually been on here. I've actually been on here for 10 hours now. So, thank you. So we don't need to go into all the details of it. Pro user that one, yeah. All right, so this goes for Backwards Bastard. That's the name of this. That's not a dirty word or anything. That's just the name of the beer. But I think this points to where we were in 2021, especially reeling after January 6th, right? This whole idea that not only had we become political or anything, but we had like a duty to talk about what was going on. What do you guys think?
I mean, like, and this is a little bit before 2020, but like part of the reason why I started like doing like LGBT videos, not just because like I realized I was LGBT, but I kind of noticed that in general, a lot of things that history teachers kind of, I don't know if took for granted is the right word, but this kind of idea of like, oh, well, of course I don't have to point this out. I think we all know this, right? You know, sort of thing. Like a lot of things that we kind of presumed everyone kind of already knew turned out not to be so. And a lot of like areas that we thought were more, what's the word? Not outer lying. Borderline. Yeah. Like things that we thought were more like obscure and borderline were going into mainstream thought. Where it's like, oh my gosh, like, oh God, like we need to like, you know, double down on this sort of thing because
I saved this comment specifically to answer a question, but it's not actually a question. It's just saying that my production values are what you would expect from a scholar. And thank you. But also, like, I want to be better than what you would expect from a scholar. Hopefully I do exceed that, because boy, do I think that a lot of my, you know, professors are nowhere close to being able to do anything that I do. But, you know, I only have my immediate peers and, you know, committee to judge from. But thank you, Ed. Thank you very much.
I think, yeah, continue, Tiger Star.
I was just gonna say that, like, for example, like in the LGBT backlash that's been happening, you know, there's been another rise in this type of thinking of like, oh, gay people were invented by millennials on Tumblr or whatever, you know, like stuff like that, and where it's like, all right, I kind of feel like I have to like point this out now. Shocker,
Yeah.
Gay people existed before the 90s.
The weirdest thing is, like, so I put out when did I put out that video?
I was like that piece of Roman graffiti where that guy just basically says, "I've given up on you women. I'm just gonna sleep with men now." That's one of my favorite historical fun facts. I want to find the specific quote. It's pretty.
Oh,
pretty
and
funny.
YouTube just
because you're talking about gay people before the 90s. So.
YouTube that's a lot before the 90s.
Oh, that's a bit.
just
90
just
BC.
a little bit.
it's the aught 90s, you know.
But also, YouTube just logged me out of YouTube apparently while I'm live streaming on YouTube.
Oh, I can recite it right now. It's funny as shit.
But what did I call it? Like, probably if I put in natural, no. But I put out a video that was about sexual orientation. Maybe if I just put in sex, that does it. Literally the word sex comes up a lot better. And it's about you know,
I'm sorry, sex. I'm sorry, sex.
Yep,
Talking about sex.
Are we talking about the underrated 1988 George Michael classic "I Want Your Sex" Part 1? Yes.
The title of the video is "History Shows That No Sexual Orientation Is, quote, normal."
It's a great video.
And literally, I'm just arguing against heteronormativity. That, like, that's not a historical thing. You know, we can find numerous other cultural orientations, right? That's like, I literally start off with Plato's Symposium. You know, Plato, the Western culture icon, was super gay. But like, no, it's less like, look, this guy was gay. It's like, no, gay did not exist. Heteronormativity was not a thing yet. The whole, and I'm relying very heavily on Foucault in this, but like,
for the panoptics,
everything's a jail. But but the point on that is that, like, our conception of sexuality is very new. Not like, oh, well, that's like how people back in the 16th century conceived it. No, in this is a 20th century conception. This is something that is, you know, homosexuality was not a term until like the late 19th century.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was like hetero or I forget whether hetero or homosexuality was coined first, but I think it was like 1895 in like a journal.
Yeah.
And then it became mainstream in like
homosexuality
the 30s.
was coined. Homosexuality becomes a thing before heterosexuality.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
purely by etymology.
Speaking of heterosexuality in the 20th century, Andrew, that video you did about the gay bar fire was probably one of the most depressing videos I've ever seen on YouTube. So thank you for that. I have never heard of that story, and that just gave me such like loss in faith in humanity.
Yeah,
that was
Why am I not like associating that with your channel? Yeah, I remember that video.
The fact that just like this atrocity happened and just like nobody cared.
Yeah, everybody
that's
get off. Yeah,
well, see that's another important. That's another importance about talking about this stuff, because I've heard it described as like there are no LGBT elders, because it seems like in recent history, every time that there's like a generation of growth in LGBT culture and rights, something happens that ends up forcing a lot of them either into hiding or persecution or death.
Yeah.
So whether it's like, you've got the lavender scare of the 50s, you've got the AIDS epidemic of the 80s and the 90s. And so now here we are in the next cycle where, when it's like,
And
okay.
that there's somehow that people didn't survive that?
No, it's not that people didn't survive it. It's just that there's
a
not,
response. There's a response against it.
So there's not enough of an entrenched, open survival to like quote unquote keep guiding it into the future, to like reteach the lessons of the past, because it gets pushed.
The culture didn't survive.
Yeah, because the culture keeps getting pushed out by the mainstream due to persecution or literal death in some cases.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of grew up in exceptional circumstances on this. Obviously, like I grew up as a Unitarian Universalist, and say what?
Based.
I made an entire video about how
because it is the ideological descendant of the Congregationalist Puritans. Just putting it out there. Thank you, Massachusetts. Yet again, another iconic American.
I mean, Congregationalist Puritans would have a bit of an issue with anti-Trinitarianism, but
hence ideological.
I will point out that none other than Thomas Jefferson proclaimed that. I'm not going to get the quote correct, but something along the lines of the true American religion will be Unitarianism. That's not exactly correct, but that's pretty close to
Jefferson making
quote.
a prediction about America that was wrong. Crazy.
Look, I'm still waiting for my inevitable call to be a farmer. I keep expecting to become a farmer and join my neighbors to become farmers, but it just hasn't happened yet.
I made an entire video about like how Unitarianism has changed substantially. I will point out that Lincoln, none other than Abraham Lincoln, proclaimed that a Unitarian preacher was the savior of the nation. He proclaimed that.
that reeks of Lincoln was a Republican too.
He was a Republican. What?
No, but like the context of that argument, you're like, no, I can save my argument.
Yeah, but the guy who did it was a Californian. That's what's more important. I'm talking about Thomas Starr King. If you know Thomas Starr King, he was we should have never ever have replaced his statue with fucking Reagan. Screw Reagan. No. Keeps Thomas Starr King. If you wanted to replace a statue, get rid of frickin' Father Sarah. Get rid of Father Sarah.
I know nothing about
Thomas
this guy.
Starr King saved the frickin' nation.
See, I know nothing about this guy, but since you said Reagan replaced him, you're automatically right. That was a bad
Yeah, exactly.
Thomas Starr King is famous for basically keeping California in the. By the way, incorrect. Yes, if you're gonna go like, okay, I want to deal with the actual history of all this, blah 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 blah. History.
If
blah,
you
blah,
bother
blah.
to be, I don't know, accurate.
Obviously, one guy is not going to keep the entirety of California in the Union.
Yeah.
Obviously. There's arguments to be made about how important he was within secessionist movements and keeping, especially the Colorado movement, Colorado being Southern California at the time, and him keeping the Colorado movement at bay and, basically keeping California in the Union. Yes, he was substantial, and yes, California was the linchpin in terms of funding the entirety of the Union. Pure and simple, if the Confederacy got California, they would have won. Pure and simple.
I don't know about that.
Hot take.
That's not a hot
I don't
take. It's
necessarily
just
disagree.
Cypher,
people
make an
with the
alternate
most-
history video. Do it now.
people with the most money win. Duh.
Yeah.
But like,
I mean, I guess
I don't know how much one guy could have made a difference on.
Yeah,
that,
no,
you know?
yeah. Well, that speaking of reeking, that's kind of reeks of great man history, right? That's
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Now,
just imagining somehow
the
the
fact
South.
that he was a huge proponent of unionism in places that literally beat him up for it, and he didn't die because of it, but he died because of it. Like he died of cancer, but he died of cancer as in like,
because he smoked so much because he was so stressed about all the political stuff.
no, it's more that he died of liver cancer. Well, I mean, that's drinking. I
Okay, so he
guess, but,
drank
like
Cirrhosis of the Union. How patriotic.
cirrhosis. No, I mean, he had cancer before the Civil War broke out or any of this stuff happened.
It's still pretty. 1850 is still a pretty stressful time,
Yeah, no,
I
and
know one or two
especially in
also-
California, where you
Yeah.
can get lynched for literally saying the wrong words.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Here's the really important question, though, about California history, though, Cypher. And apologies if you've.
I can speak
had
a lot about that.
I apologize if you've made a video about this that I missed. But what is your opinion of the history of the 1998 classic, The Mask of Zorro?
Ooh.
Oh, Cypher and I have had arguments about this.
My biggest issue with it, and Tiger Star will take issue with my issues, but my biggest issue is that it's displaying California during Spanish times as opposed to what the Mask of Zorro was really about, which
does
was
Spanish
the
and
bloody
Mexico.
50s.
Yeah.
And the author was very explicit that is in his epilogue very explicitly states in, can you guess the name of the book? It's called Mask of Zorro. Literally, well, it's not a book, it's a pamphlet, but anyways, basically states like, yeah, I'm talking about Pio Pico. So, not Pio Pico. There's too many Pios.
Okay.
I'm not even saying that like.
All right,
I'm
this
not
is
even
all
saying
good,
that
Cypher.
like as a
It's all
joke. I'm
good.
like literally
But
just
what
Pio
about the
Linares,
door-
Pio
what-
Pico, Pio freaking Andreas. Like which one?
What about the but never mind all this. What about the dope rapier fencing and the sword fights?
Yeah, it's just an objectively better movie.
Original. Original is better.
See, you're wrong.
Silent film?
I know the. Okay, I have.
I don't mean to be hate. Listen,
So
I
will fully admit some personal
asshole.
bias on this, but the son of the main fencer against
Douglas Fairbanks or
Fairbanks, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
The main fencer against Fairbanks, the person who taught Fairbanks, you guys know what a pseudo uncle is?
Pseudo uncle.
An uncle who is not actually your uncle.
Yeah,
That might
yeah,
as well be.
Yeah, basically, like your
Pseudo-uncle, stuck in the
father's
machine.
friend, right?
Okay.
So Phil Burgandy, my pseudo uncle, in fact, he often would take the and I am saying past tense because he died in 2019. He often took the blame for getting me into jeeping. He would often say like the reason why I was a jeeper was because he was a jeeper. Anyways,
that's the official term, is jeeper.
Yeah, that's actually yes. But
learn something new.
Cody.
I'm very much a jeeper. I love jeeping.
Hell yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make fun of you. I
didn't know the term existed.
You
That's
cannot
great.
make fun of me. Shamelessness is a virtue.
I'm not.
You're
I
going
am
to
from.
tell me there are others.
I am from the city where Jeeps were made, and I did not know that term existed. So I didn't know. That's
Better a jeeper than a
Detroit?
creeper.
What?
Detroit?
No, Toledo.
How dare you confuse Michigan?
Toledo's
and
where the
Ohio
where the
something.
Jeeps made.
That's why I'm confused because Detroit's in Michigan.
No, Detroit didn't. Detroit doesn't make the Jeep. Toledo makes the Jeep.
Well,
it's right next to Detroit.
The original maker was Willys, and he, as in the original.
He was from Detroit.
No,
I thought he was.
From Los Angeles.
Oh, he's from.
It was a California company originally.
Cody of Alternate History Hub owned on stream.
Oh no, I didn't know Jeep history.
Oh my god! No,
take him
but
away.
like,
Take away.
Willys
Willys
Jeeps became
embarrassed.
So the reason why we, now there's multiple theories. Don't get me wrong. There's other theories, but I'm convinced that the reason why we call them Jeeps is the Ford GP. Just sounds like Jeep, right? GP. That was the Ford 1942 what's the term for it? Their contract for that specific design during wartime. There's like a whole thing about like how different companies get access to a patent even though they don't have access to it during wartime. Anyways, the Ford GP is probably where we get the term Jeep.
That's not a theory. That's actually true.
No, there's multiple theories.
Really?
Yeah,
because I always heard it was like that was what the founder of the company said.
Yeah, where John Willys, and by the way, Willys is just the name of the founder of the company. Yeah, I believe he did say something like that, but no, we're talking about.
Was I just Ray Kroc?
No, we're dealing with like what thousands upon thousands of Americans said. Which one said it first?
Yeah.
It's just random guys saying like, I thought it was about this random character from a comic. Well, I thought it was about like
states' rights.
Huh?
States' rights.
Oh yeah, well, the states' rights for what? The states' rights
here in
to own a
Alabama,
Jeep.
it's because of the Jeep comic, not because of the Ford.
And about the Jeep tariff.
But the point being that there's a bunch of stories about where the term Jeep comes
Tall tales. That fit actually, honestly, that fits in very well with your area of expertise, American violence. It's like tall tales about the Jeeps. It's always Curly Bill sure had some tall tales about his shootout.
Oh my god, fucking
None of that
Curly
shit's
Bill.
reliable,
So for those who don't know, Curly Bill is the person who claimed to be fucking Billy the Kid. And no, he was not. No. He was born in 1871. How the hell was he a freaking gunfighter in 1878?
He could have been a kid.
No.
Yeah, Billy the Kid cipher. It's in the name. Maybe you should, maybe you should do some research.
The movie writes itself. Little
Yeah, it's
Gunslinger.
called Young Henry. There's a movie about it. I've seen it. I
Need a
want to
talking
beat up the
dog,
producer.
and it's perfect.
Well, actually, funny enough, I want to beat up the producer. I didn't beat up the producer, but I did beat up the one of the PAs.
Oh, fun! of which film?
Young Henry, the one from like last year.
Did you? Well, don't admit to a crime. But
well,
allegedly, allegedly, this happened.
Yeah, I've talked about this
in Minecraft.
This person
The
multiple
alleged
times.
Minecraft.
I've talked about this dude
in
multiple
Minecraft.
times. You guys, some of the folks in chat might already know where I'm going. We're talking about Everett, the brother of the killers, the twin killers from my high school, and also the yelling guy from the Tiki Torch thing.
Oh,
that guy. Yeah, that's one of the BAs.
Oh, you beat him up? That's great.
Okay.
And I beat the shit out of him at one point. So yeah.
Damn.
Well,
all right, you need the Medal of Freedom.
Don't clap for me. I might have caused it.
Well, yeah. Well, probably
I might have caused Charlottesville.
I'm sure at the time it was probably like you were probably being pretty mean, but this is a rare thing where you can like claim to be on the right.
Tell me it's mean when a guy brings a fucking queen bed inflatable freaking mattress and then a single person tent to a Boy Scout camp, and then somehow expects to not end up in the middle of the fucking lake.
Yeah, he was asking for it.
See, this is just like a mini version.
Honestly,
of
though,
when-
since it was Boy Scouts, it's like kind of honestly the fact that it ended in a fist fight rather than like sex.
It did not end in a fist fight. We were actually very close friends.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like the fact that it didn't end in fucking is like a failure of the whole program.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I guess
Everyone's
I mean,
close
I'm not
stayed on
gay,
it, so it was a
like,
win.
Yeah.
there's that. He's not gay either.
But
one
it's
of his
Boy
brothers
Scouts.
is.
I don't know.
Although also one of his brothers believes in necrophilia, so
oh shit,
we shouldn't associate that.
Well,
Two guys beating the shit out
let's
of
hear
each
him
other
out.
because
Though.
they're not gay.
Let's hear him out. What's the argument?
I don't even want to know how you found out he was into that. I don't.
Oh, we know. We know full well
Oh.
because the Metro investigated.
Jesus Christ. Oh, so this is
All right.
Celia, unfortunately, but it's kind of a similar story. So there was a
This is all dark shit that I found out. Like I'm literally.
We're still in 2020 of the videos, by the way, or 2021. Are we in?
we're in
2021?
2020 of the soul.
2021.
No,
but
let me tell this story. Real quick. So it's not before the thread gets lost. So it says in a necrophilia story, but it's a good one. So
this is not a necrophilia story. I swear.
so in my hometown, I've filmed there a couple times. There's the Old North Cemetery in my hometown of Wayland, Massachusetts. It's the site of the first meeting house. It's the old colonial cemetery. It's where Sudbury Plantation was founded in 1638. It's the spot, right? And there's a bunch of all the old Puritans are buried there, all the original families, a lot of new people too. And I filmed there a couple times. It's a great little spot. One of my favorite spots in town. And
which city? Which major city is it nearby?
Boston. Yeah, it's like 20 miles west of Boston.
So in Boston, I don't know what official city it is, but there's like a famous hall in nearby Boston that when we were there when I was like 16, my mom forced us to go there because she's a hall, and like literally it's like, this is your great whatever.
Yeah.
Like the church there has like an endowed pew from him.
Oh,
and it was in Boston, but like not officially, like just outside of Boston.
Maybe it was in Charleston or Charlestown.
It was within walking distance of the city center of Boston.
Okay.
I know because I had to walk it.
Charlestown or maybe Cambridge. It's not exactly walking distance, but
I don't know what it was, but it was super annoying, and like I want to know why.
Okay, M Dom is demanding I continue with my story. So M Dom, I will give you my wish, my not necrophilia story.
Let him talk.
So I have a buddy who I grew up with who was friends with this guy. And we were kind of like, we were never friends. We never like hung out that much, but we were kind of like ships in the night. It was like clear that we had very similar interests. It was clear that we were like into the same stuff, and he kind of hung with the same crowd that I hung out with, but we just like, for whatever reason, just never became friends. But I heard about him all the time. Don't remember the kid's name, but you know, he was like also he was into history. He was into kind of horror films and stuff. So this, you know, for certainly many people in the chat, and I see Tyler's here, so Tyler will know. Ravenous was his favorite movie. So like at first you would think, okay, good people, right? Like if Ravenous is your favorite movie, you're good people. So in one case,
that is very esoteric.
But accurate.
No, I'm not dissing the movie. I'm just saying
you better not movie shame me.
I'm just saying that like not many like literally the only reason why I even know about the movie is you.
That's true. Yeah.
I have yet to watch it, but I want to.
You will love it. You might hate the history, but the history's not bad. It's a radical movie. But anyway,
it's 1850s cannibalism. I can't think of anything that is
it's
less,
but yeah,
rife for fictionalization.
No, it's a masterpiece. But
I mean, when I went to Boulder, the thing that I was like, I have to do is I have to eat at the Cannibal Grill.
Sure. Yeah.
Because
at Alfred Packer's little grill there.
Yeah, but also like the whole the men who ate Democrats, right?
Yeah.
That's
great.
Like
anybody can go to my Twitter and see how I feel about this topic.
My recently,
stand by them. I stand by.
I love you actually like arguing with people about like the nutritional facts.
I mean, it's like but like I'm also right. Okay. Anyway, so but anyway, so somebody private chatted me. Okay. Sue, basically this kid who was in my same circle, whatever, Ravenous was his favorite movie. It was like, oh shit, this is like a guy who I would get on with. He was, it was like, oh man, you got to hang out with this guy. You got to hang out with this guy. He was apparently really cool. And I was like, man, I should really be friends with him. He seems like such a cool guy. We have so much the same stuff in common. Cut to, a couple months later, and he was arrested for grave robbing in the Old North Cemetery, in our old Puritan colonial cemetery in Wayland. And he had been collecting
This is a
bones.
person you knew?
No way.
This was a person that I was acquainted with, that like I was trying to become closer friends with because I thought he was really cool. But he was arrested for collecting bones from our local cemetery.
What's he doing?
It's not like he could even play the excuse of like, I was trying to do it for science.
Yeah, no. There was actually a very similar story that happened here in New Orleans at the Holt Cemetery, which until very recently is a below ground cemetery in New Orleans. So bones come to the surface every once in a while. You know what I mean? So like,
This is like a flood problem.
There's always a flood problem.
Well, yeah, but when you say the way you're phrasing it,
yeah, the ground gets saturated and bones just like come up, and for like a long time, for years, they've kind of cleaned it up now, but for years, bones. Like it was just, you would walk on there, it's like, oh shit, there's a fucking jawbone, you know. And there was this one lady at Delgado University who was like, I used to talk about this on my tour all the time, but she would collect bones for her like voodoo rituals, you know. And you know, voodoo is an actual religion. This fucking white lady from Memphis or whatever was not voodoo. She was just eccentric. So
damn,
anyway,
that's
that's my grave robbing.
Did you ever find out what he was using the bones
Wait,
for?
but
Was he using like
where-
building a xylophone or?
How were you involved?
It was
in this?
something. It was something like that. It wasn't for any religious purposes, but he was doing like something weird with them. I don't remember the exact
arts and crafts.
He was like building something.
I like just the implications. Building something. We don't know what.
No,
a little art project.
A weird thing.
Sorry,
In my
before you, I have to go. I have to do baby
yes,
duty.
Yeah.
But before I go, I just
Cody's
want to
gotta
say,
take off, and everybody, I'm sure most of you have seen Cody's channel, but if you haven't, it is linked in the description. And thanks for joining us, Cody.
oh, thank you for having me. Congrats on 10 years, by the way. And
you've been on here
Andrew,
longer.
Yeah, Andrew, it's good to finally meet and talk.
I know,
so,
shit. Yeah.
But it was good talk. We should do this again sometime. So
yes.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night.
Good night.
See ya.
Bye.
What a nice young man.
Somehow we have not actually managed to get to 2022 in these videos.
No, kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, do you have
the real 2022 is the one we lived through along the way.
Yes.
I mean, we really did. Like, I think so Atunche, I think like any
Atunche.
God damn it. I've actually had people straight up unsubscribe because I mispronounced your freaking channel name.
Whatever. My fans, they're eccentric. They're rabid. What can I say? A genius like myself.
I've had people like go like, did you just call? Because remember the first video, it was just like, you didn't correct me on anything, which it would be helpful if you had.
Well, I don't know. It's also like, I don't blame. I mean, the name Atunche Films is a deeply regrettable channel name. Like, let's be real. Like that was.
I mean,
it's a terrible name for a YouTube channel.
It's difficult to pronounce, but why is it regrettable?
Because of that reason. Because it's difficult to pronounce, impossible to spell, very like hard to remember. I mean, honestly, when some people like when I like meet somebody at a bar or whatever, and they're like,
What brought it about?
What do you mean? Sorry, what?
What caused it?
So basically, I made a movie in 2016, 2017 called Alien Baby. It was my first feature film that I co-directed it. So, you know, I don't know if that counts. But I co-directed this feature film called Alien Baby that was basically a spoof of like science fiction and adventure movies. And we had a basically a prologue that was kind of a spoof of the prologues from The Mummy and Lord of the Rings that took place in ancient times, and it was about how the antagonist, the alien, arrived at Earth. And Atunche was the name of the Sumerian warrior hero who battled this alien.
Is that where the whole like plow thing comes from?
Yeah, exactly. He was a homemaker. Yeah, he was a homemaker, as befits Enlil and Sumerian mythology. So that's where the plow thing comes from. And then basically when we released that movie, we like kind of needed a production company to like do it under. And so we were like, Atunche Films. And then I started a YouTube channel to basically post literally just the trailer of that film.
Yeah.
And then when I started making my like really early movie reviews that no one watched, and that was literally just.
Well, you got enough. You got enough fodder from Lost Causers on your not Gettysburg. What's the other one?
Gods and Generals.
Gods and Generals. Your Gods and Generals one was like enough to build into your whole
it's the gift that keeps
lost-
on giving.
Yeah.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. It just in terms of like bad takes. But interestingly, and I'm sure, I mean, Tyler, you'll know this because I've talked about it a million times. But interestingly, I think that's like maybe my weakest Civil War video. And I think that honestly, the fact that it's the weakest has like allowed people to like have legitimate criticisms that are then like more interesting to address in Checkmate Lincolnites.
So that links to this larger thing of what I want to talk about with the video from from throughout 2021, I had the whole political polarization series.
Of course. Yes.
But we played the end of that series, the kind of like what is to be done.
Yeah.
Yes, I know the political implications of that title. I did that on purpose.
Oh, you.
You know how many people were pissed off? They were like, "You're just a liberal. Why are you aping Lenin?" It's like, because I can fuck with Lenin. Duh.
Yeah.
Why not? The person that I like the most is frickin' Teddy Roosevelt, and Teddy Roosevelt versus Lenin. Teddy Roosevelt wins. Like, pure and simple.
Yeah.
But there was like this kind of especially throughout 2017 until basically the present.
Yeah.
There's this kind of like hero worship of particular historical figures. So, for instance, we had Matt Beat on here earlier, talking about and it's interesting that a lot of people have come on at exactly the opportune time to talk about, like, here lost causerism, but with Matt, it was like how Wilson is bad, and like my kind of takedowns of him changed his opinion on him, right? And it seems like a lot of the political polarization stuff. Well, yes, I absolutely censored it around. I ultimately censored it around basically like we should remove Wilson's legacy. But it's also like, here's what was possible in 1912.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how has that fallen so far from like, how has that become unthinkable today? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think the political polarization series is like probably the best. And, I'll stop sucking your dick in a second here. But I think it's probably the best summation of all the culture war bullshit that I've seen, not just on YouTube, but in any kind of journalistic publication or any
culture war
study.
stuff. Because,
like, true. I mean, that's a huge part of it, man. Like,
I've had a lot of people straight up say, like, the culture war episode of that series was basically like, and I will fully admit to like basically being like, culture wars are bullshit.
Well, yeah.
Now, that was kind of the point of the video.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I know. But, I'm not disagreeing with that thesis, but on the contrary, I'm endorsing it. Like, no, I think it's the best. It's like, I mean, there's a certain, by kind of naming and shaming the origins of a lot of these sort of movements in modern American history. I think you've like done a lot to demystify it. In a way that I think is very helpful, like legitimately educational for people really of any political persuasion. And yeah, I mean, I've long maintained. I mean, I'm kind of reaching kind of the point in my kind of career as a
thank you
public figure in the tiniest possible way to culture war shit is like, I'm gonna stop making that my fucking problem, and I know that breaks a lot of hearts because they love it when I do that kind of shit. But
Yeah,
whatever,
I mean,
it's kind of
you've
too much to deal with. But I do
you've
think
been
that, like,
doing an interesting thing in terms of your checkmate Lincolnite stuff. Like everybody is like checkmate Lincolnites. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I will post about some lost causer or, you know, oh man, I love this abolitionist guy, or something like that. You know,
yeah.
not even just anything lost causer it's just somebody that I happen to be researching, and then really cool guy happened to be an abolitionist and did some cool shit.
Yeah.
Right? And then suddenly everybody's like, checkmate Lincolnites, and like I know
I mean,
you
that's
get
awesome. That's super flattering. But I will say, checkmate Lincolnites is overrated.
what but it's also see, dealing with that, dealing with the like the meme of it. Like, I've never really dealt with like the meme of
Oh, sure you have, Wilson.
anti-Wilson stuff.
But I mean, come on, the anti-Wilson stuff is for
I've-
sure.
I
Like,
have
anytime,
I
literally
have
any time I've ever seen Wilson
I've leaned
mentioned
into
online,
it.
it's just like cynical historian Wilson. Like,
no,
literally, like almost
it's
every.
that I've never leaned out of it, you know?
Yeah.
Every time I say something flattering of Wilson, people go like, wait, you like this? It's like, yes, I like the Fed. I like the SEC.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you say that? You're supposed to be the anti-Wilson guy.
Yeah,
And it's
You're
like,
the chosen one.
and although I will say, it's not that I like the Fed. It's not that I actually like the Fed. I should not say that. I don't like the Fed. I think we should audit it.
Okay, Andrew Jackson.
Or the person that I actually worked for. But the you know, yes, I worked for Ron Paul. I actually worked for Ron Paul.
That's all right. We were all. 2010 was a weird time.
2008.
2008 was a weird time.
Yeah.
It was a strange time.
Yeah. Well,
We
so,
were all, yeah, it was weird.
yeah. I didn't vote for a Democratic president until freaking what was
Joe Biden.
2016.
Oh, really?
Well, actually, I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I didn't actually vote for Hillary Clinton, but I was in California, so I voted for Hillary Clinton no matter what. I knew I wasn't.
Johnson. Was it Gary Johnson? Was it Gary?
Yeah.
What is a weapon?
Yeah.
You know,
but that was a protest. That was very explicitly
the
a
Aleppo
protest.
thing was a fucking low blow. It was not that big a deal.
Still funny.
All the Aleppo stuff is just
he should not
so
have. He should not have
It's
any of
like
that shit. He did
it's
not
like his
do it.
it's
Gary
like his
Johnson-
version.
Gary Johnson was at pride parades in the campaign in 2008. Obama was not fucking at pride parades in 2008. I'm sorry.
Look
Look,
at the pride.
it was his Dean
look at-
scream, and that's what makes it funny.
Look at Gary Johnson in the pride parade for 2022.
Look,
Look
there
at
have been a lot of shitty people who have
look
gone
at
to pride parades. It's not going to
no,
win me any
hold
brownie
on,
points.
hold on.
Something bad.
Look at the person who is standing next to him, two
Oh,
shoulders
no.
down.
Is this a good? Is this a thing I'm going to like or a thing I'm going to hate?
I don't know. Would
know.
you like the fact that I'm there?
Oh shit! I do. Yeah, I love that. Of course.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
If you look at the Albuquerque Pride Parade and you look at freaking him, I'm right there, literally two shoulders down.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah.
I've been in Pride Parade since freaking 1998. So whatever. I was not of age to do that. I just was.
Yeah.
That's what you did as a Unitarian.
Nice. That's what I'm saying. It's Massachusetts. One of Massachusetts' many gifts to this
it also it speaks to this like political evolution that we've been talking about, and also that Tyler wanted to talk more about we've repeatedly referred to as
Of course,
Ask.
and for those of you who don't know, Tyler is a great is a patron of both of ours and a very
Yeah.
moderator of my patron Discord and probably yours too, Cypher. If I had to
Yes,
guess.
very much.
Yeah, very very.
He's on my Discord all the time, and is one of the people who is actually willing to deal with my BS when I'm freaking like drunk as hell and want to just be on Discord. But like the political change, even for somebody like myself who was about as liberal as you could get as an upbringing, you know, where I was still arguing against gay marriage, not in a way that like I was saying that like they should have separate but equal or something like that.
Civil unions.
I was
or
saying like
whatever,
there should be different titles. That was basically all I was.
Sure,
But
sure.
this is something that I was arguing to people that I viewed as mentors, and you know, this was a very clear change in rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
Now, yes, we're dealing with like 2002, 2003, 2004, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it was like very radical at that point.
Yes. But also, I mean, I was literally like official witness to several what were at that time illegal civil unions.
Unfathomably based.
Okay. Well, I'm actually arguing.
No, I can fathom it.
Well, I'm also arguing that this is kind of like an issue that I was like against it being called marriage.
Okay, I misunderstood you. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, at least I mean, obviously, I mean, I didn't know you back then.
Well, it also speaks to the time because yes, Unitarians.
Exactly. But I doubt that you were
in general are always kind of like way ahead of things.
100%. Yeah. Well, and again. This is why one of the many reasons the ideological descendants
should be a Unitarian.
The ideological descendants of Congregationalism and Puritan New Englanders, the fucking die on this hill ahead of their times. Fucking liberal democracy, unfathomable in the age of the Sun King, and yet they were fucking pushing it.
Although I will point out that the term Unitarian did not get coined until the late 18th century, well after Sun King's death.
Ideological descendant, that's what I'm saying, right? So you had Puritans and the Quakers, who I honestly, I don't think the Quakers are like
freaking Aryans, not Aryans, not the Nazi.
Aryanism, yeah.
No, we're talking about
the Christian sect.
Aryans, as in like Unitarians.
Yeah, exactly.
Goes back to before Trinitarianism.
Yeah.
Arguably, Unitarianism is older than Trinitarianism.
Yeah.
As in, anybody who tries to be like, you're not Christian if you're a... Now, mind you, I'm not Christian.
Sure.
Just going to put that out.
But
but like anybody who tries to say that like Unitarians are not Christian because they don't believe in the Trinity is like, well, you don't know much about Christianity then.
That's why St. Augustine was killed. The Vandals killed him because they viewed him as a non-Aryan heathen.
Yes. Yeah, there's a ton of that.
Yeah, there's a ton of that. But so you have the Quakers, right? Yeah. Well, honestly, I know the Puritans in New England did not like the Quakers, but I don't see them as
most
like
Quakers are going to be Trinitarians.
Yeah, but in terms of like social progress, right, and being ahead of their time. Like I think,
especially the whole idea of like liberal Christianity, and like I can't tell you how many times I will get comments on my Unitarian episode that I will because I have a whole episode on like why Unitarians were such a political force in the early 19th century, and because like a lot of a lot of people don't seem to understand this, but like a lot of episodes start off with like how the hell was this a thing? Like, you know, I always heard this whole thing of like, yeah, Unitarians were like the most important congregation in freaking the 19th century. And I'm going like, what? Unitarians?
Yeah.
Like, I'm a Unitarian. What the hell are you talking about? And like, and you know, you get all of that kind of stuff, and then you start researching it. It's like, oh, okay, so Unitarians substantially changed after the Civil War, but the main thing that made Unitarians popular was that they were anti-slavery. They were like the main force of anti-slavery.
Exactly.
You had like Quakers and Unitarians, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's it. And that's it. I mean, and the Quakers in the fucking 18th century, you know. I mean, you had Quakers in Barbados. In fact, in the late 17th century.
Yeah, but Quakers aren't.
They were welfarists, though. They weren't abolitionists. They were welfarists. They weren't liberationists.
They were anti-slavery. I mean,
exactly.
I think it's important to differentiate between anti-slavery and
It's
abolitionists.
Toothless Mondays versus let's go behead everybody, all the CEOs at Monsanto, you know, or at
Well,
you know Tyson Meats.
When it comes
so,
to
you know,
abolitionism, it's basically 100% Unitarians.
Sure.
Like anyone who was like an abolitionist and not a Unitarian basically became a Unitarian. So like think of like well, I'm forgetting her name.
Maine lady who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin.
No, you're talking about Harriet Beecher Stowe. She was a Unitarian, but like very famous you know, black lady who was Underground Railroad person.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman, thank you. Harriet Tubman was not she was officially a Presbyterian until she escaped. And then suddenly she's a Unitarian, right? It basically Unitarianism was the Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
Now, there's all for those in chat who don't really understand the nuances of this. The Underground Railroad didn't actually exist. It's not like a discrete thing. It was more a propaganda thing to say that like, hey, we're taking your slaves. What are you going to do about it, right? But there were very clear people who were like working to free slaves.
Yeah.
And any kind of work on that, no matter what, in the slightest, was the Underground Railroad.
Yeah, exactly.
It was
like
all.
Antifa.
Yeah.
It's like Antifa.
Yeah.
Antifa is not an organized thing. It is not a central organization. However,
That's a good way of putting it.
In Frozen 50s Man, episode 3, you will meet the leader of Antifa. Just a quick, quick spoiler there.
Wasted railroad
I
killed.
thought the leader of Antifa happened to be the the guy who runs all the I'm forgetting the name of his channel, but the guy in Arizona with all the guns.
Carl?
In range. Yeah, Carl.
I'm just imagining some sort of like
doesn't he simultaneously
Carl
portray
is
like
too straight. Carl is too straight to be the leader of Antifa.
Wait, are you saying like a gay man plays the leader of Antifa?
Not in Frozen 50s Man, but you'll see. You'll see when you see the episode, which is gonna be out.
I'm just imagining like a 19th century like Andy No reporting on the Underground Railroad. Like Harriet Tubman was seen being unladylike in Baltimore as she supposedly beat up a cop to deliver 3 slaves to freedom.
Oh my God.
And they call them the tolerant abolitionists.
Seriously, read one of my favorite things to do in the whole world. In fact, it's what I do in my leisure time. It's what I do to relax in the evenings, is to read the justifications of Southern Democrats and pro-slavery advocates.
Yes.
And it is not that far off.
You don't say.
Not that
Would
far off.
you go as far to say that perhaps like history like rhymes in a way?
It's like poetry. It rhymes. Jar Jar's a funnier character than we've had before.
I will say the original movie was more interesting, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. No, but it's not fucking far off. It's not far off. It's all just like these hysterically emotional abolitionists who are, and it's interesting. And I love this. I love this little detail. It's so loathsome. They always make it a womanly thing. They're always like these women who have this thing called, I don't know, empathy. It's like, it's so fucking vile. But yeah, they always make it a feminine thing. You know what I mean? It's always gendered, which I think is really fascinating. It's always this abolitionists are a bunch of women who feel things. It's interesting.
There's always this interesting dichotomy in terms of masculinity that you deal with basically everywhere. Mind you, I only really deal with modernism. I can't really speak to medieval stuff, but
yeah, me neither. Fuck. Yeah.
Modern masculinity is very much predicated on repeating the values of the state, specifically the nation state, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea of masculinity. That's what masculinity is currently. That's also what femininity is. There's this great book. Crap, I'm forgetting the name of it. I'm sure. I'm guessing I can just. It's called like the Shape of Man. So I'm just gonna.
Good title. There's gender is a prison. Gender is a prison, and
yeah. Well, according to Foucault, everything is a prison.
Yeah, prison. Then is the world one. Anyway, so there's speaking of YouTube recommendations, there's a great video by a YouTuber called Chill Goblin.
Oh yeah,
interesting theory for dudes.
Interesting thing about Chill Goblin is that he has this like I don't know how to describe his presentation style. Like he has a
like the artist type of thing, where
he does a lot of that old like 2010s gonna draw stuff in the background kind of thing.
Yeah, he kind of does that, and he's in front of a green screen, and
kind
of unpolished, but like not in a bad way.
But he's leftist.
Yeah. Yeah. At least. Yeah.
He basically does the like, drawing stuff for Big Think or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's smart. It's thinking about what he's doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's very.
I have some issues with his Kennedy episode.
Yes, I saw the Kennedy episode and I enjoyed it thoroughly.
What was interesting about it is that the mistakes he made were not like, okay, I know what he's doing. It was like, oh, hey, you screwed up the dates here, or something along those lines. Basic mistakes.
Oh, basic mistakes. So overall your impression was negative?
No, positive.
Okay, so it was just like it was like custodial stuff. It wasn't like the
No, I'm saying like he made basic mistakes. That's a good thing.
Okay. Like I forget. I'm sorry, I forget who I'm talking to.
Like we're talking about the Kennedy assassination. He made basic mistakes. He didn't make any of those like, wow, this guy's a fucking idiot. No, it was like, oh, wow. Okay, so he like misrepresented some of these dates. He like, cherry picked some of the like, and also, okay, one kind of like interpretational mistake he does is he misleads folks into thinking like this is going to be a refutation of basic conspiracy theories, right?
Yeah.
and then there's parts where he's just like, well, I mean, this one congressional
it's like this might be
investigation
it.
does,
Yeah.
and it's like, yeah, but I don't believe it. And he specifically says, like, I don't believe this bullshit, but Congress does. And it's like, okay, I get that you're not a historian or anything, but like, you have the evidence.
Sure. Yeah. No, totally. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, you're infinitely more qualified to speak on this because the 20th century is just fucking like a total blank slate in my mind. But so yeah, no, but about the gender theory
whole,
thing. About the gender
whole
theory
thing of
thing.
lost causerism is literally like mostly 20th century.
No, I know, but it's still, but you know, but to be fair, the foundations were like pretty firmly laid in the late 19th.
Yes,
and that's, you know, speaking of gods and generals, you know, I mean, that's kind of like the whole problem with that movie, which honestly, I, you know, wish I had been kind of more in tune with. And I mean, you know, a lot of these texts I had read just as basic Civil War history stuff when I was like a teenager in college or whatever, but I wish I had kind of had a more of a, you know, sort of my current perspective as just like guy who's known for lost cause things, and just as like really fucking like made sure to dig into this shit because like I need to get my shit right or I'll get like eviscerated. But you know, a lot of that stuff in that movie is just like lifted straight out of this super compromised lost cause history written by very biased, very agenda heavy, and I don't use those terms lightly. Like truly, I don't.
No, it makes perfect sense for the situation.
Yeah. For like, you know, it's one of those things where like it's clear that the writers of that film took Southern histories of the war from the 1880s and 90s totally uncritically. You know what I mean? Where it's like they completely ignored the development of lost cause and the failure of Reconstruction and I mean, and I talk about this all the fucking time. How every fucking
I'm trying to transition from that is that you are not focused purely on the weird, stupid takes of commenters. You've introduced a number of characters that are well outside of like. A fan favorite is freaking Buckle guy.
The Witchfinder General.
Witchfinder General, yeah. Like a fan favorite
character. My God. It's like not knowing who Luke Skywalker is.
Okay. I always try to tell people that be glad that I remember your name, because otherwise the only reason why I would remember your name is because you're dead in a book somewhere. And currently you're not dead, but I can't be sure of that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it's like, but yeah, it's like pretty clear that like for that movie, like there's certain things, like there's like the like standing for like the ordinary soldier, and it's just like the ordinary Johnny Reb. It's these two guys who's like there's like a short fat one and a tall skinny one, and they're Abbott and Costello. They have like a comedic dynamic, so funny, and they have like I'm sorry,
yeah,
I can't help but like be an asshole about this movie.
What you've been doing with series is great, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on what you're doing. It'll be great to talk to you once that series is finished. But you're going somewhere with it. I don't want to be like, this is where you're going, you know?
No, yeah. I think, I mean, I don't want to like, I won't give too much away, but like, I think if you're like watching it and paying attention to how you have a pretty good idea of like where it's going.
Yeah.
At this point, especially with the end of the last episode,
you haven't put
to know what's going to happen. It's going to be like Breaking Bad. You know what I mean? Where it's like, the ending is like predictable but satisfying. But I will say it's gonna be batshit. Like not everybody. Like I have a lot of people on my fans. Probably like
you have zombies in it already.
It's gonna be even more batshit. So like maybe 60% of my fan base are what I like to call fair weather Checkmate Lincolnites fans. Who do not watch the other fucking weird shit that I do, and they will be blindsided. They will not like it, but the true fans, the cool people, will be
That's
like
the best kind.
yes, exactly. They'll be like, it could not have ended any other way, you know. But anyway, but like oh, yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah.
I can tell you from my Discord server that there's a lot of theorizing on what Klaus and like all the revived
I love
stuff.
it. Love it. Yeah, the army of the Confederate dead.
means.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm so glad.
like,
I'm so glad. I haven't seen it. I'm part of your server, but I haven't. I guess I missed that. But
I mean, the
that's
fact is,
great.
most of us
I love
don't
that. That's so like
pay
that's
attention
like
to each other's
that,
servers,
like
right?
that's so meaningful. Like I love that people are like that into it. That's like truly like genuinely like
and it's
uplifting
not
like,
even like
heartwarming
because
to me. The people are
every
that.
once in a while I'll look at your server and be like, "Oh, what's going on here?"
Yeah.
But like, I'm talking about my server. People will
No, yeah,
theorize.
I know. Yeah, no. That's awesome. That's so amazing. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
That anyone should
Well,
be so lucky to. Yeah.
This one, something that I would really like to do once I've gotten done with all this PhD stuff, is start focusing more on the artistry of everything. Right?
Sure.
You're the one who is advancing HistoryTube in, you know, in terms of artistry. You know, the what we can, because most of us are either, you know, Tiger Star Tiger Star still literally using paint.
Yeah.
I'm not denigrating you.
I take
but
pride in it. It's like get good. You're losing to a guy that does paint.
It's like John Henry. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just
But
like you got all your
also-
fancy machines. Whatever happened to good old American blood and sweat?
I'm the Don Bluth of HistoryTube. I don't care about your computers. I'm hand drawing this. Oh, an arcade game? I'm still hand drawing it.
But you also do a lot of like analytical history that's just kind of on the side.
It's still paint.
I mean, I wouldn't like to think of it on the side because that's the only stuff I actually watch of yours. To be perfectly frank.
No, but that is the protein. That is kind of the protein of the channel, right? That's the tofu of the channel. That's the protein. So like, you know, it's like it's and that's kind of honestly the most regular shit that I post. I think that's honestly like most of what I do.
We all have to figure out like what draws people in. Like the thing that's probably the most controversial thing about like what you do, Andy, is that you have a set date for the end of Checkmate Lincolnites.
People don't like that. A lot of people don't like that. And yet I've been saying that for literally years now. I'm just like, this is going to end. And this is not, you know, like, because the worst thing would be for it to just turn into some shit that I'm not into making and that I half-ass and that's like, and that also like, and there's only, and you know, fuck, I mean, Cypher, you know this better than anybody. Like there's only so much of the lost cause to tackle. You know what I mean? Before it just like, it just denigrates into just doing, you know, frankly, what the fucking culture warriors do, which is take the most ridiculous takes and make fun of them. And that's not like
one thing that would be really interesting,
but I'm not that much.
Not in terms of trying to turn it into a series or anything, but like basically like, okay, let's turn it off into this other direction that nobody wants to talk about. You know, let's talk about the Dakota War. Let's talk about Sand Creek. Let's talk about Bear River. You know, basically what
and honestly,
and mind you, I am very much biased in this. This is like my specialty. So, yeah.
No. But there's like there is shit there, man. Like, cause I've thought about this quite a bit. You know, it's like there is a lot of like moral ambiguity and sketchiness about a lot of of figures who, again, we're talking about people who are like way ahead of their time, and and of course, and look, like
Well, I mean, a lot of them are very much not even ahead of their time, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but ahead of their time, but also kind of like prominent figures from the Civil War, Reconstruction, the antebellum period or whatever. Who, oh, hey, King, hello, sweetheart.
He was meowing at me, so I decided to grab
yeah,
him.
there's a lot of moral ambiguity to some of those people, like and I mean the Dakota War. There's interesting stuff about that. Sherman's post-war career, you know what I mean? Like, I think
Sherman's such a because
I kind of think
I really like Sherman.
Is like
I don't actually
because
like
of a lot
what
of shit he didn't say. You know what I mean? Like,
I think Sherman was kind of. So
I guess it's kind of ironic.
This might be a bit of a controversial take, but I think Sherman was not like clearly motivated enough to do what he was tasked with doing. Like, he was not as good of a destroyer of the South as he could have been.
Well, sure. I mean, they could have fucking gone. They could have
just grabbed Sweeney and be like, "Hey, if anybody grabs
the entire South, but that obviously would be
just grab Sweeney and be like, hey, if anybody's coming to your right, we'll send Sherman to your right."
Yeah.
The joke being that Sweeney had no right arm. But the but the guy was like, I got in an argument on Twitter and people got really. Oh my god, right? I'd never do such a thing. But like, what was interesting about the argument was like, the guy kept on trying to define Sweeney as a terrorist because he was part of the Fenian raids in the like, he basically organized the Fenian raids of 1866.
Sure.
But that's like the one filibuster I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm not a fan of filibusterism. I'm not a fan of vigilantism. I'm not a fan of lynching. None of that. None of those things I'm a fan of.
Based and bald knobber pilled.
But I'm very much a fan of Fenianism. So I don't know. I will also point out the fact that Sweeney was not decapitated because my uncle literally stopped the decapitation.
Wow.
So
a great uncle,
like,
or
I'm here because of that.
Cool. Wow.
But like, I'm not really concerned about that stuff. I just found out about it fairly recently.
Sure, yeah.
It was one of those.
But I think there could be like honestly, I would.
Irish.
Yeah. But speaking of Matt, who did that YouTube short that was like, evil Lincoln. I thought that was great, and I thought there was like some real fucking truth to that. It's like there's a lot of
criticize Lincoln, you're fucked, right?
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of American mythology around a lot of these figures, and I'm not trying to say like, oh well, duh, everybody's got to get shat on, but and obviously there's no kind of moral equivalency between the Union, which was just like preserving the American experiment, and the Confederacy, which was just like, let's do slavery forever. It's not a moral equivalency, but at the same time, like, there's like a lot of these United States figures, and
I think a lot of the
Reconstruction are due for a reassessment. They just are. You know what I mean? Like,
I think a lot of the criticism
is one of them. There's a lot of mythology around him that should be fucking dismantled. I think.
I think a lot of the criticism surrounding, not just American generals, but just the Union in general.
Yeah.
is oriented around this kind of great man theory. This
Dude,
you
yeah.
know, who's important, who blah blah blah.
Yeah. Who was the best
Why-
general of the Civil War?
You know,
Yeah.
the whole war was just Robert E. Lee and Grant playing a game of chess. That's all it was. You know?
It's just moving pieces, right? But like
I could die. I could go to my grave without hearing any more assessments of the quality of Civil War generals, and I would be a happy man. I could go to my fucking grave without hearing a single fucking word about that shit, and I would be very happy.
All right, here's Albert Sidney Johnson's D&D stats. So on attack, he's
that's like a perfect image. It's just like the
according to
way
his character
it cut
sheet, his
off
attack,
the
he rolled
image
a
was just like
13, which means
no. But,
Holy shit,
but
yeah.
what's interesting is, I should say interesting for what I am doing in terms of American violence in the Southwest during the frontier period.
Yeah.
It's my dissertation. But there's this weird, I basically got in trouble because I was like, I don't care about the individual Apache wars. They're just a bunch of wars. I care about like the fact that Apaches were being pushed out of their homeland. That's the only thing I care about.
Sure.
But like the individual wars matter. And I'm not saying that I was correct in just being like, screw all this other stuff. No, I was wrong. I was absolutely incorrect in being like, I should not care about all these different wars and treat them as just a solid block of violence.
Yeah.
And mind you, that's my topic, right? I study American violence in the Southwest during the frontier period.
Yeah.
And I caught a lot of flack. Oh boy, did I catch a lot of flack. That was like, I don't want to talk about the individual Mescalero wars. Okay, I'm not being incorrect in saying that they were relegated to a really terrible plot of land.
Yeah.
But boy, is that missing a lot of history.
Sure.
And I caught flack for that. For good reason.
Yeah.
Luckily,
I mean, no,
luckily, I have the chance to actually revise my dissertation.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can, I don't think any educator has ever been, not horribly wrong about one thing or the other.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like, if I had tried to pass this off as like, this is the thing, this is my dissertation.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have passed.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, of course. Well, and it's interesting because I think our areas of study are kind of maybe not like intertwined, but kind of parallel. You know what I mean? Because I kind of
they absolutely are. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think like and I think my kind of I don't claim to have any area of expertise, but if I did have one, it would probably be frontier violence of the East Coast in the frontier period. You know what I mean? It would be like kind of like colonial era 17th century shit, and also,
it's always a question on what counts as frontier period, right?
Yeah, exactly. It kind of depends on
yeah.
Frontier violence on the
in the
Great
Southwest,
Lakes
we have a
coast.
wonderful we have I shouldn't say wonderful, but like we have such an easy way of differentiating. It's like the frontier period is 1848. All right. Well, both Arizona and New Mexico became states in 1912. Done. Ta-da!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
and basically, like all the frontier shit after that is like because of Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it's a little bit Oh God, where did Cypher go?
Oh God, we lost him.
I bet our host has left the party. I bet he accidentally clicked out.
I want to.
He's been streaming for 12 hours, and he's been drinking.
I want to fit this in while he's gone because I didn't really find a way to save it. So
let's talk about him.
My partner
just cut
is
out?
you did.
What the hell just happened?
You did. Tell us about your partner.
Yeah, so my partner is Scottish. So when I showed him some of your videos,
I bet he's a hunk.
He kind of is, yeah. But
by the
basically,
way,
when
Amber
I,
Star describes me very much as.
But basically, I was showing him some of your videos, and since he's not as familiar with American history, he's like, "Oh, this is like interesting," but I'm not really into it. But then when you released the video on demonology, because like here's the thing: not only is he Scottish,
they love it. They love it.
It's not only is he Scottish,
the
but he worked with Historic Scotland for a few years. Which, if you don't know, imagine like combining like park service and historical museum service together.
Sure. Yeah.
So and then of course he was very theatrical growing up. So literally right as I'm like preparing the video, he just immediately like recites the first two lines in like a Scottish accent or whatever. And so right as he did that, I'm like, funny that you should say that. And then I press the video and then you do the opening in like, the Scottish accent. And he's like, where'd you say he was from? He's from Louisiana. How is he doing that?
I'm not from Louisiana. I'm a filthy transplant.
At accents.
Wow. Carpetbagger, whatever.
I've been in my home for nearly 10 years.
Atenche is amazing at accents. Obviously, there's some sort of issue in terms of my connection right now. Because I dropped twice.
About you
don't interrupt me because I'm trying to do this really quick. I'm going to drop out and come back in very quickly.
Okay.
I'm going to literally just restart my PC. I don't know what's going on.
Will we still be going? So the StreamYard will still be going?
Yes, I have exactly 45 seconds to do this. So stick with me for at least 45 seconds. I will be back fairly quickly. Keep on talking about this stuff because it's fascinating. But I have to drop out for at least 45 seconds.
Okay, at least 45 seconds. All right, great. We're gonna hold down the stream. Hello, everybody. We'll interact with chat. This is gonna be great.
Oh, God.
This is gonna be awesome. And he picked exactly the time when I was about to say, "Hey, I need to pee and I want to get another drink." And so my bladder is like fucking full right now, but that's okay. We're gonna entertain. What do we want to do? Let's talk about your partner. So he's a hunky Scottish guy.
Yeah, but like so like when he like recited it like theatrically in like old Scottish or mid Scottish, whatever the version of Scottish it is. It's like funny.
Kind of the Scottish mixed with original pronunciation, which is the old timey English accent that I use. But it was very scientific. But yeah.
It basically is like I'm like funny you should say that, and then I play and he hears it. He's like, where'd you say he was from? I'm like, no, he's not British. And he was basically like so impressed with your thing. We ended up basically like I don't know if you'd call it I don't know if you'd call it a dinner date because it's like over Discord, but we're basically just spending like an hour eating our meals just watching that video.
Nice. Yeah.
We're such a nerdy couple.
Yeah, I promise I won't try to take him away from you, even though he sounds dreamy as fuck and he's a fan.
Giggity.
No, but no, that's awesome. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. Tell him, give him my best, and
yeah,
and tell him I'd be the